Chapter 79, Closing the Corridor. Having spent as many evenings as she had in the den of debauchery that was the bar in Berlin, Alina had learned much of how the wizarding underworld worked, though it certainly helped the perpetrators that Grindelwald seemingly had no care for what happened within these walls. She had almost become desensitized to what occurred on a nightly basis: the violent deaths, the smell of evacuated bowels, and the pained screams that the crowd seemed to love. Alina would never become one of them, but she had adapted, all in the pursuit of finally uncovering the truth of who Weber was. On that front, she had been mostly unsuccessful. The man was little more than a shadow that loomed over his empire, careful not to out himself to his patrons or even those that worked for him, but the one that benefited from the suffering and misery here, and undoubtedly other establishments Alina knew nothing of. What she had learned was that Weber was as cunning as he was elusive, never allowing himself to be directly connected to anything that transpired under his direction. She had hoped that the bald man that oversaw this particular venture would be able to lead her to him, but that hope had been dashed quite quickly. Much like the illegal dueling, those that oversaw never met Weber directly, only corresponding through letters. At the end of each night, the gold would be taken to a nearby branch of Gringotts, where it would be deposited into an account held under a fake name. And though Alina had tried to carry out a robbery using her typical means, it wasn't to be. Evidently, the goblins had learned from their mistakes, and Gringotts had secured themselves against such a thing. As much as she had learned about how the operation worked, Alina had little to show for her efforts and had already considered what options she now had. She had thought at first that she would attempt to begin following Gellert, who had frequented the bar on a number of occasions, but given the man's reputation, she thought better of it. Evans had urged caution where the beast of Berlin was concerned, and Alina did not wish to push her luck. She could simply continue as she was, but to her, it would only prove to be more time wasted. There was little else she could glean from her observations, and it was unlikely that she would learn anything else of value. No, she needed to present her findings to Evans and allow the man to make a decision on what he would do. She would continue to help him in any way she could, but in her current position, she had done all that could be expected of her. Short of attempting to ingratiate herself with the men here, there was nothing else for it. Once this final evening had come to an end, she would send him a message and was hopeful that he would know what to do next. Break. Charles watched as Harry's eyes trailed across the map and waited for the man to make a decision. He would need to be certain of their next move before committing, and Harry wouldn't do so until he had meticulously planned each option. It had been a little over 3 months since he'd returned from his last trip to Britain, and in around 6 weeks, he would be welcoming his first child into the world. Still, Harry had remained with the men, relying only on letters from Minerva to keep him abreast with news of the pregnancy and how she was coping. How his friend had been so dedicated to the war, Charles would never know, but here he was, continuing to push them on towards a victory the men of the ICW finally began to believe was possible. "What are you thinking, Harry?" Yaxley asked. Harry held up a hand for silence, his focus unwavering from the task at hand. He had been this way since he'd returned from Britain, focused, relentless, and almost a man possessed when it came to removing Grindelwald's influence from across the continent. As such, the men had been granted little respite. For weeks now they had swept across the length and breadth of the Ukraine, liberating city after city they came to before moving on to the next. Charles had lost count of how many of Grindelwald's men they had slaughtered, or how many more had fled. But what became clear from Yaxley and Gilbert's report on Kiev was that those of the latter had not left the country. No, they had converged on the capital, where they would evidently make their last stand against them. "You're sure there are around 1,000? Harry questioned the 2 men. "Give or take," Yaxley answered. Harry nodded his understanding, scratching at his beard as he continued to ponder their approach. The ICW forces numbered considerably more than 1,000, and was growing with the Ukrainians that were swelling their numbers who wished to fight for their homeland. Despite this, Grindelwald's own were growing too, the man seemingly as busy as he had always been in his efforts to recruit more followers. Still, an advantage of numbers here meant little when the enemy held the final bastion of Grindelwald's forces in the region. According to the natives, the magical district of Kiev was a perfectly defensible position and would not be easily taken, with some claiming that it would be impossible. Were it not for Harry's knack of making what people believed to be impossible happen, Charles would perhaps doubt their success, but he had learned long ago to never bet against his friend. "How long until Petter gets here?" Arcturus questioned. "He is coming from the east as we speak," Harry explained, tracing a line from near the Russian border to their position south of Kiev on the map. "He should arrive in a couple of days." The Russians had been invaluable here, Petter seemingly as determined as Harry to relieve the people here of Grindelwald's hold. Between him and Harry, they had smashed their way through the defenses in their way to bring them to where they found themselves now. "We cannot attack so openly," Harry murmured, frowning at the map. "We will be slaughtered before we can position ourselves. No, there must be another way." Charles too gazed at the parchment, looking for any route they could use to access the magical district, but there didn't seem to be any. "I have an idea," Harry declared, "but it's risky." "It's always risky," Gilbert snorted. "What's the plan?" Harry nodded thoughtfully. "I'm not completely certain it will work. I will need to scout it first." "Come on then, Reg," Gilbert sighed dramatically. "No," Harry interrupted as the men began preparing themselves. "I'll take this one. Rest, you've both earned it." Gilbert and Yaxley nodded gratefully. For the past week they had been away from the camp, doing their utmost to find a way into the city and get an idea of the force they faced. Somehow they had managed it, but the way in was not a viable option for all of them. "All of you rest," Harry urged. "Charles, you'll be in charge until I get back or Petter does." "What were you thinking, Harry?" Charles asked as the rest of the men went about their own business. "You'll know soon enough," Harry assured him as he began packing a few things to take. He wasn't purposely being secretive, but with the new men amongst them and their past experiences of having been spied on, they could not afford to take chances. "Have you heard from Minerva?" Harry smiled as he nodded. "She's doing as well as can be expected," he murmured. "Perenelle is visiting her almost daily, and her mother is with her most of the time she's away from the castle." "Not long now," Charles reminded him. "No," Harry muttered, "and I'll likely still be here." Charles squeezed his shoulder comfortingly. He had no woman at home on the verge of birthing his children, but Arcturus did, receiving the news of his wife's pregnancy shortly after Harry returned. The two men had bonded over their impending fatherhood, something that most back home would never believe with the traditional black view of those that were not purebloods. It amused Charles to no end to hear of the duo voicing their thoughts on parenting, discussing potential names, and even their fears. "But your child will be safe and waiting for you when you go home." "If I make it back," Harry sighed. "There are no promises during war, Charles. As much as I wish there could be, there is no guarantee I will even meet them." "Don't say that," Charles snapped angrily. "You will make it through this. I won't let you die out here." Harry released a deep breath and smiled gratefully. "Sorry, it's hard to stay positive sometimes with how much there is left to do." "I know," Charles sympathized, "but we will get there. We haven't fought so hard for so long to lose. Grindelwald is running scared, and it is only a matter of time before he has to try to come for us again." Harry shook his head. "No. It is only a matter of time before he withdraws his forces to one place and hopes to crush us as we try to take it from him," he corrected. "Once the Ukraine falls, we can sweep back across the continent, but backing him into a corner will only make him more desperate and dangerous. The journey back will be harder than what we've faced here. He will make sure of it." Charles nodded his agreement. "But we will keep fighting." "We will keep fighting," Harry assured him. Break. Minerva couldn't be certain of the exact moment when walking had become what she referred to as her pregnancy waddle. Regardless, she found that she didn't care for it much with how difficult it made making her way around the castle, or getting in and out of bed, or anything else for that matter. Her mother and Perenelle would say that she had blossomed, but Minerva would disagree. She had ballooned. When she had reached her 3rd trimester, it was as though the baby had decided that she needed constant reminders of its presence, and when it wasn't kicking her, it pushed against her bladder, meaning she spent more time than she'd like emptying it. Still, the morning sickness had finally abated, but her cravings for treacle tart had not. Not a day went by where Minerva did not indulge in Harry's choice of dessert, something the house elves of Hogwarts were happy to provide. When she went home for the weekend, Cora, the elf that Harry had secured for them, would do the same. Minerva had been against the idea at first, but with how large the house was and how vast the grounds were, the Cora was an invaluable asset to have around. "And how are we both today?" Rosalina's voice broke in as she entered the Transfiguration classroom, immediately placing her hands on Minerva's stomach. She had held off from telling the rest of the staff for as long as she could, but she couldn't keep it from them forever, and as such, the entirety of the castle had known for weeks now that she was expecting a baby. Most had taken it in their stride, offered their congratulations, and life had continued. Rosalina, however, much to Minerva's surprise, had taken to visiting her here every morning and escorting her around the castle whenever she left the classroom. She doted on her almost as much as her own mother did, and Minerva saw a side to the defense against the dark arts professor that she never would have believed existed. "Did you never want children?" she had asked curiously during one of Rosalina's visits. "No, I would be a terrible mother," the woman sighed. "I'm far too selfish." Minerva didn't believe that for one moment, but she didn't comment any further and allowed Rosalina to do as she had been. She enjoyed the woman's company, after all. "You must have been tempted to kill Harry," Minerva replied. Rosalina snorted. "More times than I can count. The little one will be here soon enough, though." Minerva nodded. "Soon couldn't come soon enough." "Shouldn't we be getting you home?" Rosalina asked. Minerva replied tiredly. "I managed to finish the nursery last night. Would you like to see it?" Rosalina's eyes widened, and she nodded excitedly, the same way she did whenever anything about the baby was mentioned. It was understandable. Harry and Rosalina had grown close over the years, something akin to a sibling relationship having developed between the two. Minerva wouldn't consider it a mother-son bond, and Rosalina would likely curse her if she suggested such. No, they bickered far too much, but Rosalina had helped Harry more than most, and he cared deeply for her. "What color did you choose in the end?" "I decided to keep it neutral," Minerva answered as Rosalina helped her to her feet. Rosalina huffed. "I don't know why you don't want to know what it is." Minerva had discussed it with Harry, and they had decided they'd like to keep it as a surprise. "Just give me a moment, and I'll let you through." Rosalina nodded her understanding. She had yet to visit the house, but knew that the protections around it were quite extensive. She'd expect nothing less of her former apprentice. Minerva threw a handful of flue powder into the fire before stepping into the emerald flames, shuddering as she always did when the magic washed over her. She wouldn't pretend to understand what Harry had done, but she felt safe here. Drawing her wand, she muttered a few incantations under her breath before extracting a drop of blood and placing it in the fire. After only a brief delay, the flames turned red, and she reached out her hand to pull Rosalina into the living area that Cora had decorated. "Merlin, it feels horrible in here," Rosalina commented, relaxing only when Minerva gestured for the poised serpents that rose from the flames to stand down. It took a little time for Rosalina to adjust to the magic, but she eventually breathed a sigh of relief. "What would happen if someone tried to attack you?" she asked curiously. Minerva shook her head. "I have no idea," she answered honestly, but Harry said they wouldn't even draw their wand before they were dead. Rosalina grinned approvingly as she looked around the room appreciatively. "I'm still getting used to all this space," Minerva admitted. I don't think we'll ever use it all. No, but it is nice to have it, Rosalina replied. Now, where is the nursery? Minerva snorted amusedly at the excitement of the other woman, before leading her towards the staircase through the entrance hall, where Cora was perusing a catalog and experimenting with different rugs for the wooden floor. Hello, Mistress Minnie, the elf greeted her with a curtsy. Minerva offered the little creature a smile, Cora's plain white apron as immaculate as ever, complementing her light, pink skin. How are you today, Cora? She asked. The elf nodded happily. Cora is fine, she answered with a beaming smile. There is still much work to be done, and even more when little master or mistress comes along. The elf was perhaps the most excited about welcoming the baby, even more so than Minerva and Harry. Then I will let you get on, Minerva declared. Remember to rest. Cora simply nodded, before turning her attention back to the catalog, and Minerva led Rosalina to the nursery. The woman gasped as she entered the room. Minerva had worked hard charming the floating lights and adding the decorative touches in the form of mobiles that hung over the cot and Moses basket, to the mural on the wall depicting an array of magical creatures that Cora had helped her with. A snake, Rosalina chuckled as she picked up the stuffed toy. Minerva shrugged. There was a strong chance the babe would be a Parselmouth, so she wanted them to be used to the creatures from the very beginning. It is wonderful, Rosalina declared as she walked around the room, taking in every detail. Harry will love this. I hope so, Minerva sighed. He hadn't seen it yet, nor any other part of the house for that matter, since some of the decor had been changed. There were still many rooms that Minerva had not even been in again since they'd viewed the house, but she had asked Cora to leave the basement. Minerva had no doubt that Harry had plans for the space, and she didn't wish to deprive him of them, not unless it would burn the house down. That was unfortunately a possibility with him. Thank you for showing me this, Rosalina said gratefully when she'd finished her inspection. You really will be a wonderful mother. Minerva smiled. She was still not used to the idea, but knew she would have little choice in the coming weeks. The baby would be here, and as excited as she was to finally meet the little thing that had been growing within her, she was equally terrified by the thought. More than anything, she wished Harry could be here. She had her mother, Perenelle, and even Rosalina if she was needed, but it wasn't the same. Harry should be here, and were it not for the war, he would be. Of that, Minerva had no doubt. Break. It was odd how one became accustomed to scents that would, under normal circumstances, leave you feeling nauseous and fighting the urge to vomit. But as Harry waded through the human waste that came up past his knees, he found the smell barely registered. Nothing would ever come close to the smell of rotting corpses baking in the hot sun, not even gallons of flowing excrement. Still, he wouldn't be here if he believed he had other options to explore. He had entered the sewer system just outside of the city, and for hours now Harry had been trudging through the pipes in search of an opening, his senses alert to every sound, every scurry of the rats that dwelled here, all in the hope of finding just one opening. The city above needed to be taken, and though he could perhaps do it alone for the most part, he could not do so without great risk to the men and women that called this place home. They were effectively hostages, a safeguard against a fast and hard strike that would obliterate the magical district of Kiev. Grindelwald's men were adapting to accommodate Harry's previous tactics. No, as frustrating as it was, he could not risk so many lives, not when he and his men had fought so hard to protect them. There had to be another way, and after pressing on for another hour or so, he found it. Grindelwald's followers were foolish not to guard it, but had they even considered such a possibility? Harry had his doubts. Peering through the grate, he observed those that passed him by, most being emaciated men and women who were shepherded along the streets, hundreds of them who would be sacrificed without thought if Harry didn't plan accordingly. Having seen enough, he turned to retrace his steps through the pipes, leaving a subtle trail behind so that others might follow in his footsteps. Although he wished to be the man to lead them through this avenue, that would fall to another. Harry would be needed elsewhere, and though his plan would not be without risk, it was the best they had, and soon enough, the battle for Kiev would commence. Break. Tom found himself in a melancholic mood as he gazed across the castle grounds from his vantage point at the top of the astronomy tower. June had arrived more than a week ago, and with it, the reminder that he would have to return to the orphanage once more in the coming weeks. He had considered attempting to speak with the headmaster once more about this, but had decided against doing so. No, he would have to return. He'd even entertained the idea of hiding out in the room of requirement for the duration, but his absence would be noted, and Dumbledore was watching him far too closely. Tom wouldn't put it past the man to visit the orphanage and check on him. He released a deep breath as he stretched, tired from the additional work he had been putting into his practice in his retreat. "It's only for a few months, Tom," Helena soothed. The teen nodded, resisting the urge to offer a barbed reply. As irksome and naive as the ghost was, she had assisted him rather aptly thus far, and there was more that she could do for him. Although she was almost 1,000 years old by this point, she maintained the mentality of a spurned child and acted as such. It would not do to give her a reason to hold a grudge against him, not when she knew too much. Could he even kill a ghost if needed? The thought made him frown deeply. "Are you okay?" the woman asked, the feel of her essence on his shoulder as she rubbed it causing him to shudder. Tom smiled nonetheless. Despite his impending return to the orphanage, this had been his best year at Hogwarts yet, and the next may be even better. If Tom was fortunate, McGonagall would not be returning once she birthed the abomination she carried. His nostrils flared irritably. Even a half-wit could deduce that Evans was the father of the child, a bastard babe that could follow in the footsteps of its father. Another Parselmouth to contend with. Tom grit his teeth in an attempt to calm himself. The babe was irrelevant, but Tom would not pretend that he hadn't visualized ending it in the womb. A simple tripping hex as the woman descended one of the many staircases in the castle would likely be enough, but Tom had stayed his hand, fought the urge knowing that he would be discovered. That would only result in Evans seeking him out, and not even the defenses around the castle would stop him. Tom remembered the murderous glare of the man the night he had tried to kill him, and it made the teen shudder involuntarily before he shook his head. No, Evans would never be able to kill him. As good as the world believed the man to be, Tom would be better, but provoking him prematurely would be foolish. Dealing with Evans and his offspring would take patience and planning. Tom could wait, and in the meantime, he had other things to focus on. "Would you do something for me over the summer?" he asked Helena, the sadness in his tone enough to elicit a look of empathy from the ghost. "Of course, Tom," she replied. Tom offered her a half-smile of gratitude, something the woman always fell for. "You've shown me the incredible room that your mother created, but I would like to find Salazar's too. It would bring me closer to my family. Do you have any idea where it is?" Helena shook her head. "I'm sorry, Tom, I don't," she sighed. "But I can try to look for it," she added, not wanting to disappoint him. "Thank you," Tom replied, cupping her cheek gently. "You really are the best thing about this place." Helena trembled at his touch before Tom left her atop the tower to return to the dungeons, his thoughts drifting to just what the Chamber of Secrets might hold. Break. Petter had returned the day after Harry had left, his efforts to root Grindelwald's men out of the east of the country having been a resounding success, and with the ICW forces so close to Kiev, they had opted to flee rather than join their comrades. The men had celebrated, pleased by the triumph, but the sober mood washed over them once more when a tired Harry arrived having completed his scouting trip. "What did you find?" Charles asked. Harry shook his head as he released a deep breath. "There is a way in," he confirmed, "but it is just as risky as I thought it would be." "Is it our only option?" Harry nodded. "It is, but there is something else we can do to reduce the risk of those storming the city." "Something riskier," Charles sighed knowingly. Once more Harry nodded. I will lead that part of the operation, and Petter will lead the others through the sewers. I have laid a path to be followed, but you will get dirty." Petter snorted. "What will you be doing?" the Russian asked curiously. "Flying," Harry muttered unhappily. "I will need around 20 volunteers to come with me to serve as a distraction so that you can get into the city." "Only 20?" Petter questioned, cutting Charles off before he could speak. "We need enough to keep them occupied, but any more could be dangerous to us. I need competent flyers, the best we have." "That would be me and Arcturus to begin with," Charles volunteered. Harry appeared as though he would disagree, but he could not argue with Charles's skill, nor Arcturus's, both of whom having played for their house teams at Hogwarts for several years. "I have 2 men who played for the Russian Quidditch team," Petter informed them. "They are excellent flyers." Harry nodded appreciatively. "We will need some volunteers, but do make it clear that this will be very dangerous. None should offer themselves unless they are confident they can avoid spell fire. We will be the center of attention until our men are in the city." "How long will that take?" Charles asked. "It depends how quickly Petter can shove them through the grate. You'll manage 2 at a time." "That could take a while," Petter warned. "I could maybe get 40 or 50 men through per minute." Harry hummed thoughtfully. "Around 15 minutes should do it to have around 700 men through. I don't like it." "Enjet, but what choice do we have?" Petter asked. Charles did not like the idea much either. The idea of having a mounted strike team had been discussed, but Harry had pointed out just how dangerous such a thing was. All it took was just one spell, any spell to unseat someone, and the chances of survival were slim. The Potter Lord snorted. So dangerous, and yet this was exactly what they were going to do. Either their efforts would prove to be successful, or many would lose their lives. He hoped for the former, but could not deny that the latter was more likely. "Break. It almost feels like it did when we'd go out to play a Quidditch final at Hogwarts," Arcturus murmured as he stood with Harry, Charles, and the rest of the group that would soon take to the sky. For 2 days they had been practicing, with Evans inspecting the men to ensure they could fly well enough for what they would be undertaking. The tension amongst them was palpable, and even Arcturus could not deny the precariousness of the situation they would soon be facing. "Something like that," Charles snorted. "There'll be more than a few broken bones now, though, if we balls this up." Arcturus nodded his agreement as he took out a photo of himself and Melania on their wedding day from within his robes. Doria had taken it whilst they'd shared their first dance, neither paying attention to the camera as they were lost in one another's eyes. It was his favorite photo, and even though the wedding was not so long ago, the edges were rather dog-eared from where he had handled and gazed at it so much. "You'll see her again," Charles broke into his thoughts. "I know," Arcturus replied, replacing the photo, and patting his pocket before turning his attention to the broom he held. "How did Evans get these?" The Nimbus range had become the most popular brooms over the past couple of years for Quidditch teams and flying enthusiasts across the continent. For some models, there was a waiting list of months. Harry was popular, but fame only got you so far in life. Even Arcturus had been unable to secure a broom any faster, and he was the head of the most prominent family in Britain. "Harry owns 40% of the business," Charles huffed amusedly. "Bloody hell," Arcturus grumbled. "Everything he touches turns to gold." "It was his gold that got the first brooms produced," Charles explained. Arcturus could only shake his head. Perhaps he needed to discuss the art of investment with the man. "All right, get ready," Harry's voice commanded, evidently having received the signal they were waiting for from Petter. "Remember, keep moving and don't be predictable with your flying. If you need to pull out, get as far away from the city as you can. Any questions?" "If we live, can we keep the broom?" one of the Russians asked. Some of the men laughed nervously. "They are yours," Harry replied with a shrug. "Really?" the man asked, surprised by the answer. "I don't know what I'd do with 20 brooms," Harry pointed out. The men whispered amongst themselves excitedly. though the somber mood returned as Harry called them to attention once more. "Let's go." They kicked off from the ground into the sky, hoping that striking under the cover of darkness would offer them a little more protection than they would have during a daytime raid. Being outside of the city, they couldn't see much, but their vision would improve vastly once they were above. And as they came upon the Ukrainian capital, Arcturus sought out his first target. For their own benefit, and to assist their own men that would be storming Kiev from below, they would be focusing their spell fire on those on higher ground, and atop buildings to nullify the threat they posed. Arcturus's first victim was swept from his vantage point with a banishing charm, being hurled over the edge of the rooftop he was occupying, the sudden and unexpected attack giving the man no time to defend himself. Another fell in a similar manner, before Grindelwald's forces had organized themselves into defensive formations across the city and began returning fire. As dangerous as it was to be on a broom in a combat situation, it was equally frustrating for the defenders who were attempting to hit moving targets. But it was only a matter of time before their spell work became more accurate, or they simply got lucky. If Gilbert and Yaxley were correct, the force below numbered more than 1,000, and avoiding so many rebuttals for a prolonged period would be all but impossible. Arcturus swerved to avoid a sickly blue curse he almost flew into the path of, and hastily erected a shield to block another, gripping the handle of the broom tightly as it knocked him off balance. Even more were sent in his direction, dozens of spells of various colors that he managed to evade by using the acceleration of the broom. He passed several of his own men as he flew above Kiev, they too having been quickly put on the defensive, their focus solely on not being shot down and offering little in the way of offense. Not that they could if they wanted to. They had drawn the attention of what could only be the majority of Grindelwald's forces, who were seemingly determined to put an end to the threat they posed. Spell after spell continued to climb towards the mounted men, and it became increasingly difficult to dart between the salvos. It wasn't long before Arcturus spotted the first of their small group fall victim to a barrage of spells, the end of his broom ablaze as he plummeted towards the ground with a scream that was cut off suddenly on impact. He had fallen hundreds of feet, and from such a height, there was not a chance he had survived, something Arcturus tried to ignore as he continued with his own efforts, wondering just how long they had been up here. For all he knew, an hour could have passed already, or it may have only been a few minutes. He shook his head once more as he continued with his efforts to not be clipped by an errant spell, hoping that the ground forces would begin their assault before none remained in the sky. Break. With those flying overhead serving as a distraction, Reg was doing all he could to hurry the men through the grate from the sewer, so the attack from the ground could begin as quickly as possible. Taking a moment to appreciate the aerial acrobatics, he shook his head. He wanted nothing more than to be up there with Harry, Charles, and Arcturus, but Reg was not a seasoned flyer. In truth, his efforts on a broom had been subpar at best throughout his life, so he had opted to help ready the troops here, much to the appreciation of Petter, who had taken command. "Come on, get moving," Reg whispered harshly, coaxing the men into position. It had been almost 10 minutes of tension. 3 of the 20 flyers had been brought down, and from here, Reg couldn't tell who. "How long?" he asked Petter. 5 minutes, was the sharp reply he received, the Russian just as restless as him. Reg nodded stiffly, helping more men out of the grate. "What did you find, Gil?" he asked as the man returned from a last-minute scout, breathless from having evidently run through the streets of Kiev. Gilbert held up a hand and took a moment to compose himself. "Most of Grindelwald's men are near the center," he wheezed. "I've found a way to get behind them. If that lot up there keep this up, they'll never see us until the first spells hit them," he finished excitedly. "Bloody hell, I could kiss you sometimes. I won't because Merlin only knows where you have been." "Piss off, Yaxley," Gilbert huffed. Reg grinned as he slapped the other man on the back. "Well, since you know the way, guess who's going to be at the front?" Gilbert groaned. Oh, come on. You don't think I'd let you do it alone, do you? You're a real friend, Reg, Gilbert grumbled sarcastically. What would I do without you? That's the spirit, Reg replied with a grin. Yaxley, we're ready, Petter declared as the last of the men left the sewers. Any amusement Reg felt evaporated immediately as he took a deep breath. Gilbert knows how we can get behind them. We'll lead the way. I will come too, Petter declared without hesitation. Let's go. Break. Harry could count on one hand how many times in his life he had been more relieved than he was when the spell fire below began, signaling that Petter had arrived with the other men. Those in the sky still had to avoid the efforts of some intent on bringing them down, but most quickly shifted their focus to the fight closer to hand, the more immediate threat to them. Regroup, Harry called, signaling for his men to follow. After striking a man down with a throttling curse, he landed on a nearby roof, and what remained of his group followed suit. In all, they had lost 7 men, a sacrifice that Harry wished could have been avoided, but was all but inevitable if they wished to take the city. More would be lost to them until the fighting stopped, something that Harry was keen to happen sooner rather than later. Brooms away, let's get down there, he instructed. The rest of the group did not want platitudes or heartfelt words of sorrow for the loss of their companions. The time for that would come later. Now was the time to continue fighting. When they reached ground level, the group was greeted by the familiar sight of streets littered with bodies, the dead and the dying, flashes of spell fire and screaming. All had become almost daily occurrences for them, and though each would haunt them in their own way, they had become accustomed to war and every last bit of misery it brought with it. Harry quickly located where the bulk of the fighting was taking place, and without any need for prompting, his men threw themselves into the fray, with Harry joining Charles and Arcturus, the 3 of them carving a path through Grindelwald's followers. Die Schlang, one shouted, only to collapse to the ground, grasping at his throat as blood spilled through his fingers from Harry's severing curse. His warning, however, was loud enough to draw the attention of many to Harry, and he quickly found himself being bombarded by the efforts of several men. With Charles and Arcturus at his side, nothing came close to hitting any of them, and with their combined efforts, the attackers were felled quickly, adding to the dead strewn across the streets. Isn't that Gilbert and Reg? Charles asked, pointing towards an alleyway where the 2 men had been pinned down by a significant force. Help them, Harry instructed, his attention focused on the last of the larger groups that remained. These men doing all they could to hold off the attack that Petter was leading. With a nod, Charles and Arcturus sprinted towards where Yaxley and Gilbert were attempting to defend themselves, and Harry twirled his wand between his fingers. This exchange would not be like the last, but without the need to worry about having a man either side of him, it opened up his options. He redirected a cutting curse, sent his way back towards his assailant, who was not as quick on the uptake. The spell bit into his chest and sent him tumbling backwards, his wound bleeding freely. Not wanting to give any other an opportunity to strike, Harry went on the offensive, his wand a blur as he indiscriminately cast spells at those not garbed in the uniform of the ICW. As a 15-year-old being pursued by Death Eaters through the bowels of the Ministry, he had been terrified when he'd had to fight for his life, but now Harry was in his element. The replies came thick and fast, and yet he barely needed to acknowledge them to know what was coming and where. None of these men were Grindelwald nor Voldemort, each of them lacking the brilliance and power of either of the men. Individually, they were no threat to Harry, and even working cohesively to bring him down, their efforts paled in comparison to either of his foes. Still, it did not deter any of the Grindelwald's followers from trying, the lure of the glory of killing Harry too strong to ignore. Harry, however, would not die so easily, something many learned to their detriment. Every man that engaged him was dispatched of, some falling victim to their own spells and others from Harry's creation. Many screamed, and those that died slowly pleaded for mercy, as others called for their mothers as though they were children who had merely scraped a knee. They eventually fell silent, their begging replaced by new victims. Harry breathed heavily as he took in the devastation around him, the initial burst of adrenaline having ebbed away. The fighting that had been raging only moments ago had all but ceased, the last of Grindelwald's men recognizing the futility of the situation they found themselves in. The last few dozen dropped their wands, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief as he spotted Charles, Arcturus, and Yaxley supporting a limping Gilbert towards him. "What happened?" he asked. "My arse," Gilbert groaned, eliciting a bout of laughter from the other three. "He took a cutting curse for me," Reg explained. "You're a bloody hero, Gil." "With his arse," Harry snorted. Gilbert moaned in pain, and Harry chanced a glance at his wound, wincing as he did so. From what he could see, the man was now missing half of his left buttock. "Get him to a healer," he instructed. "Come on, Gil," Reg sighed. "If you're a good boy, I'll even convince Petter to let you have some vodka." "Up yours, Reg," Gilbert whimpered as Arcturus helped them towards where the healers were now setting up a medical station a short distance away. Harry shook his head. Gilbert would be okay in a few days, though his backside would certainly never be the same. It would be quite the story to tell when he returned home. "We did it," Charles sighed tiredly. Harry nodded, allowing the first smile to crest his lips for weeks to form. It had taken months of fighting, clawing for every mile gained of land here, but they had indeed done it. The Ukraine had finally been liberated, and though he was pleased, the real work would begin now. "What next?" Charles asked. "We carry on," Harry answered simply, "but not until you have taken some leave along with Gilbert and Reg. You've all more than earned it. Go and see your mum, Charles. It's been almost a year." Charles swallowed deeply as he nodded. "I will," he promised. "And check on Minerva for me if you have time. It would mean a lot to me if you could." "You didn't even need to ask," Charles chuckled, squeezing his shoulder comfortingly. "I'll break the news to the others. It might stop Gilbert whinging for a while." Harry watched Charles's retreating form as he removed the coin he'd been using to communicate with Alina. "We need to meet. I'm in Berlin, E." Petter was more than capable of overseeing things, and Kiev was in no danger of being attacked, not with the ICW forces stretched across the entirety of the country. Alina's message served to remind Harry that although they'd achieved a great victory and taken a significant step to eradicating Grindelwald's following, there was still much to do, more battles to fight, and more victories to be had before the war would be concluded. Chapter 80, The Gauntlet. Gellert. In your absence, the Ukraine has fallen to the ICW forces. W. The simple note had caused Gellert's stomach to sink. He knew that the situation in the Ukraine had become quite desperate, that Evans and his men had become a scourge to his men in the region. This was not welcome news. His hold over the Ukraine gave him a direct corridor to attack Russia should he choose to. But more importantly, it served as a deterrent to other countries that believed themselves safe from dedicating their own men to the ICW cause. Now, the gate had been opened to other alliances being formed. Without the presence of Gellert's followers, coupled with the success of his enemies, those that had maintained neutrality or had been cowed would grow bold. "Bad news, I take it," Cassiopeia commented. Gellert released a deep breath as he handed her the note from Weber. He had expected defeat would eventually come in the Ukraine, but not so soon, and not before he had recruited enough additional followers that such an outcome could have been avoided. The country, however, was lost to him, and attempting to take back control of it would cost him more men than he was able to sacrifice. He frowned irritably. How had the ICW forces managed to breach to city in such a way that they had achieved a great victory there? As much as he appreciated being informed of the development, the missive was lacking in detail. It irked Gellert so, but being halfway across the world in Peru, there was little he could do about it. For the time being, he needed to focus on recruitment, and thus far he was having success with his efforts. In Chile, he had secured a further 800 men, around the same number he had lost in the Ukraine. The realization made Gellert frown deeply. At this point, he had merely replaced the men he had lost. It wasn't enough. He would need to increase his efforts here to make up for the shortfall and see that his followers in Europe were reinforced sufficiently. "You seem unperturbed by what has happened," Cassiopeia pointed out. "On the contrary, my dear, it concerns me greatly," Gellert sighed, "but it is merely a setback that will be corrected in due course. When our work is done, we will reclaim all that has been lost to us." Cassiopeia nodded, her belief in him as unwavering as ever. Gellert had not discussed his conversation with Gregorovitch with anyone. In his moments of solitude, he'd been studying the Elder Wand extensively and his bond with it. The relationship was as strong as ever, and he was certain that despite his belief that Evans did perhaps have Peveril blood flowing through his veins, the wand would recognize his superiority. He had long given up any hope of discovering the man's origins. If Weber, with all of his contacts and experience in such matters, had drawn a blank, Gellert doubted that any would find success in that venture. No, unless Evans himself revealed that information, all would remain woefully ignorant of his parentage. Still, Gellert was not one to leave anything to chance. It was all but inevitable that he and Evans would meet on the battlefield once more, and with that in mind, he'd been re-establishing his bond with his original wand. He would be ready for Evans when they next met, and he would not be caught off guard by an impromptu display of magic he'd not expected. As deadly as a Parselmouth could be, it was still a form of magic, and if nothing else, Gellert had proven there was none who understood the nature of such things as much as him. Break. Berlin was a different city to the one he had visited on his previous excursions here. There were no cheering crowds of men and women lining the streets as they hailed their leaders, and no flags of other countries displayed to symbolize the important alliances that had been made. The city had been devastated by bombings, and those that did venture out of their homes were tense, their eyes downcast until their gaze flickered towards the sky as though they were expecting another bombardment at any moment. How things had changed for the people here in the last couple of years, since Harry had visited. Still, he was not here to scout for his own purposes. He had no doubt that his campaign would eventually lead him here. But today, his purpose was to learn what Alina Summerby had discovered throughout her subterfuge. He spotted the woman seated outside of a cafe a short distance from another building that had been cordoned off after it had recently been bombed, and Harry took the seat opposite her. Alina visibly relaxed as he did so, offering him a tired smile. She looked exhausted and much thinner than Harry remembered, and he sighed as he took in her appearance. "You look like shit." Alina snorted. "You really do have a way with words, don't you?" Harry shrugged, a fond smile tugging at his lips. "I don't see any point in lying." Alina conceded the point with a nod. "It's been a difficult year," she murmured. "I've spent most of it as a spider. It's not so good for your health." "No, I don't suppose it is," Harry conceded. "Regardless of what happens here, you'll be leaving Germany." "To where?" Alina asked with a frown. "Home." Her eyes lit up at his declaration. "Have you?" Harry shook his head. "No, but soon," he explained. "I would have you there to see what you can learn before we arrive. Now, what do you have to tell me?" Alina released a deep breath as she informed him of her findings, or lack thereof for the most part. Harry listened intently as she explained how dedicated she had been, the sacrifices she had made to discover the identity of Weber, and when she was done, he knew he couldn't have asked anything more from her. "Thank you," he said gratefully. Alina offered him a weak smile. "I'm just doing what I can." Harry nodded. "These fights, do you know how to get in?" "The guests each hand a token over to security. I don't know where they get it from." Harry frowned thoughtfully. "What about the competitors?" "They are recommended, or brought in by people close to the organizers." So, the token thing would be best. Maybe I can take one from a guest before they get there. Or you could find a way to sneak in, Alina pointed out. That shouldn't be difficult for you. Harry snorted amusedly. He hadn't put his cloak to use for some time. What happens when I'm inside? He questioned. Alina shrugged. The bets are taken before each fight, Alina sighed. After the fights are done, the crowd is escorted out, and then the bald man will count the gold before taking it to the bank. I can't be certain about additional security, but I think it is safe to assume he is well protected. Harry nodded his agreement. What about the fighters? They drink, Alina explained. Sometimes the bald man will drink with them before he leaves. To Harry, it seemed the best way to get to the bald man without arousing suspicion or alerting Weber to what he had done would be to earn his trust somewhat, but he didn't have time to do that. There is one other thing that happens on a Friday, Alina broke into his thoughts. They ask for anyone willing to run a gauntlet for a special prize. A gauntlet? Alina nodded. A series of one-on-one fights with various creatures, but no one has survived it yet. But if I managed it, then I could immediately make a name for myself, Harry mused aloud. It's risky, Harry, Alina said worriedly. I survived a basilisk when I was 12, Harry pointed out. I should be able to manage whatever he could throw at me. What's the reward? 200 galleons. And the curiosity of the organizers, Harry added. It might be less risky than trying to ambush him, especially not knowing what security measures he has in place. Alina huffed irritably. You're not going to change your mind, are you? Do you have a better suggestion? Not one that would be any quicker. Then it's settled, Harry declared. Alina shook her head. Do you have a compulsion to risk your life? Harry shrugged. I sometimes ask myself that, but right now, I just want this war over with so I can be at home with my child. Your child? Well, baby, Harry corrected. It will be here in a matter of weeks. Alina smiled sadly. So, you managed to figure things out with Minerva. Harry rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. I think so, he murmured. Is anything ever easy for you, Evans? Not really, Harry chuckled. Alina grinned amusedly. Congratulations, she offered sincerely. Now about your latest stupid idea. Break. Charles hadn't stood here since he had been a young boy during a holiday with his parents, long before war had been on the horizon. He'd forgotten how simply beautiful the Caribbean Sea was, or how the hot sand felt beneath his feet, and the scent of the salty air. He had paused as he'd arrived in Santo Domingo, the memories his family had made here coming to the forefront of his mind. He'd been around 10 years old, and he vividly remembered building sandcastles with his father, both competing to see who could create the best one, whilst Angelica had taken refuge under a large parasol to shield herself from the sun. She always burned, her pale skin not accustomed to the climate here. Charles smiled at the thought of happier times before his father had been taken from him, before Charles had followed in his footsteps to fight a war, when his life was as innocent as it was complete. He wiped away an errant tear that rolled down his cheek, knowing that those days were long past, and that the memories were all he had left. Releasing a deep breath, he turned away from his vigil over the sea and sought out the holiday home that one of his ancestors had purchased. He didn't know whom or how long it had been in the family, but it was here that his mother was now residing. It had been almost a year since he had last seen her, his life consumed with fighting and traipsing across Europe to put an end to the man that had killed his father. His mother had made no secret of her disapproval, but Charles was stubborn, and his mind wouldn't be changed. It was not only his duty to fight, he was also compelled to. He would never rest easy knowing that he did nothing, that Grindelwald had killed William Potter without facing justice. No, that could never have been allowed, and though Angelica wouldn't be pleased about Charles's choices, he knew that she at least understood them. Still, a sense of nervousness washed over him as he approached the house. He and his mother had not parted on the best of terms. They had exchanged letters in the intervening months, but his last memory was of the woman crying, begging him not to fight. Bracing himself, Charles pushed the door open and walked through the familiar entrance hall, past the living area, and to the kitchen where the smell of food was wafting from. Evidently lost in her own thoughts, his mother was chopping vegetables, unaware of his presence as she frowned deeply. The woman was stressed, the circles around her eyes darker than Charles remembered them, and her frame much thinner. It pained him to see her this way, and he rushed forward and wrapped his arms around her. "Charles," she choked into his chest, trembling. "It's me," Charles whispered. Angelica merely sobbed as she clung to him, her nails digging into his back painfully, but Charles didn't care. All that mattered to him was that he was here, that he was with his mother, who had spent the past year isolated and alone. Charles simply held her as she unleashed what it was she was feeling, and he didn't know how long they stood, but it was the smell of burning that caused Angelica to curse before releasing him. "I've burnt the food," she sniffed as she held up the frying pan, showing what was now a blackened fish. Charles snorted as he shook his head, and his mother laughed, the smile tugging at her lips, the first genuine one he'd seen from her since before his father had died. He returned it before wrapping her in his arms once more, unashamed that all he wanted in this moment was a hug from his mother. Angelica was happy to oblige, as she squeezed him tightly. "You look so different," she whispered. "Your father would be so proud of you, just as I am." "He'd probably kick my arse," Charles snorted. Angelica nodded her agreement. "He would, but he'd still be proud." Charles chuckled at the thought of his father chastising him. Would it be too hopeful to think that the war is over? "It's not over," Charles sighed. "Harry gave me a week of leave and insisted I visit." "Harry? Do you not get the news here?" Charles asked with a frown. Angelica shook her head as she swallowed deeply. "I left Britain to get away from it all. I lost your father to it, and I can't bear thinking about you fighting in it too." Charles nodded his understanding. "Then I suppose there is so much I have to tell you. Come on, I'll take you somewhere for dinner since you burned yours." "That was your fault." Angelica huffed but smiled as Charles took her by the arm and led her from the house. Break. It was with no small amount of trepidation that Reg was returning home. For hours since he'd arrived back in Britain, he had wandered through Diagon Alley and even the streets of Muggle London as he prepared himself to face his father once more. When war was declared, and it had officially been recognized by the Wisengamot, Reg's father, the Lord Yaxley had all but forced him to volunteer himself to the cause or face being financially cut off. At the time, Reg had been furious, had not wished to risk his life for people that meant nothing to him, but things had certainly changed since. If anything, he was grateful for what his father had done for him, and though he suspected it was unintentional, the man had provided his son with a purpose and a sense of perspective of how cruel and unforgiving the world could be. Before the war, Reg lacked any purpose, any ambition to call his own. He was a second son, and his family was rich enough that he'd never find himself in need of work to support himself. He had thought that he might just spend his years living off the family wealth and doing whatever he wished to from day to day. He grimaced at the thought of the man he had been. He had despised his father for forcing him into war, but now he was grateful for it. For the first time in his life, he had achieved something from his own efforts, and though things had not been easy, Reg yet lived. "Master Reginald has returned home," Crispin, the family elf, croaked after Reg had summoned the courage to cross the threshold into his home. "Hello, Crispin," he greeted the elf fondly. It was strange to think that he'd never paid much attention to the creature that had done almost everything for him since he'd been a boy, but having discussed elves with Harry when he'd asked about acquiring one, he'd gained a newfound respect for the beings. "Let Crispin take your bag, sir," the elf requested. Reg shook his head. "No, I'll carry my own bag," he insisted. "Could you tell me where the others are?" "They are in the dining room, sir," the elf explained, a frown creasing his brow. He seemed put out by Reg refusing to hand over his bag, but didn't comment on it. "Thank you," Reg offered warmly as he made his way through the large home he had grown up in. It was strange being back, not unpleasant, but he'd already been considering what his life would be like when the war was over. He wouldn't go back to how he had once lived, and he'd considered finding a home of his own and perhaps a wife. He'd like to have his own family. "Reg," his mother greeted as he entered the dining. Before Reg could respond, the woman had knocked the wind out of him in her rush to hug him. "Bloody hell, I need to breathe," he wheezed, chuckling as his mother released him. It was odd to see so much emotion from her. She had never been a cold woman, but she was a pureblood through and through, and didn't let on to how she was feeling. His father shot his wife a look of disapproval, but he knew better than to provoke her ire. As much as he wished to believe, the Lord Yaxley was no match for the rosier woman he'd married. "My boy, is it really you?" his mother asked, cupping his cheeks and inspecting him, an expression of horror forming as she took in his appearance, his unkempt beard and the scar he'd obtained on his temple from a cutting curse. If she could see the others, Reg would find it hard to believe that she wouldn't faint. "It's me, Mother," he confirmed with a smile, pleased to see the woman again. He staggered backwards as her hand collided with his cheek, and tears spilled from her eyes. "You haven't written. We've only heard snippets of information from others, you stupid boy. What were you thinking?" Reg swallowed deeply. A part of him wished to remind her of the terms they had parted on before he went to war, to point out that he'd only left because his father had made him, but he didn't wish to argue with his mother, nor any other member of his family. He had grown beyond such pettiness, and he merely wished to enjoy the short respite he'd been given from fighting, and maybe sleep in a comfortable bed. Instead of allowing the irritation he felt to create an unpleasant atmosphere, he released a deep breath. "I'm sorry," he replied sincerely. His mother smiled sadly at him. "Take a seat, son," his father instructed. Reg did so and found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of the man, his older brother, and two younger sisters who had yet to be married off. "How did you get the scar?" Anna, the youngest of the four siblings, asked. "This one was from a cutting curse," Reg snorted. "You didn't think we're out there hosting dinner parties, did you?" The woman shook her head. She was the same age as Harry, Charles, and Arcturus, and had all the naivety one would expect in a young woman who had not experienced the world. "No, I just didn't think it was so bad," Anna admitted. Reg smiled at her, though there was no humor in it. "It's worse than you can imagine," he muttered. The other members of the family fell silent for some time, and Reg helped himself to some food. It was much better fare than what they got on the continent, something he wouldn't have appreciated before he'd left. "Oh, Reg, I do hope you will shave off that monstrosity," Melissa, the older of his sisters, huffed. Reg ran his hand through the tangled mess that was his beard. Shaving was not a priority when most days were spent fighting for your life, but he nodded his agreement. "I will," he assured her. "We don't get much time for it." His father grunted and nodded towards the stripes and insignia of the ICW that adorned his sleeve. "You seem to be doing well for yourself," he commented. His tone was curious, and not without a hint of pride. Reg nodded. "I am the second in command of the British forces," he explained. His father, a usually reserved and quite stoic man, smiled, a genuine gesture that Reg had not seen from the man since he'd received his brother's Newt results so many years prior. "Second in command." Titus, his father's heir, and Reg's older brother pressed appreciatively. The relationship between the two had never been one of closeness. They hadn't truly been at odds, but Titus was 10 years Reg's senior, so they'd had little to do with each other outside of formal functions or family dinners. He'd been married before Reg had even left for Hogwarts, and had 4 children of his own. Only behind Harry and Charles, Reg elaborated. "Charles Potter?" Titus questioned. "My, you have made some connections if you're on a first-name basis with the Potter Lord." Reg frowned. He'd not considered any political benefit to the friendships he'd forged. He'd acknowledged them, of course, but such things were of no use to him. Connections don't mean anything out there, he pointed out. Charles is a friend, as are Arcturus and Harry. What blood runs through your veins doesn't matter to anyone. Titus frowned before shrugging and turning his attention back to his meal. This Harry would be Evans, would it not? His father inquired. He spoke highly of you when he attended the Weisengamot meeting to discuss his ascension. It would be, Reg confirmed fondly. We wouldn't be where we are without him. He's saved my life more than once. Then I would like for you to express my gratitude, his father requested. He has certainly carved quite the reputation for himself. I suspect we may have a future minister of magic in the making. Reg chuckled amusedly as he shook his head. No one would ever convince Harry to take the post, he explained. I suspect when the war is over, he will do whatever he can to avoid the public. Impossible, his father said dismissively. Whether he likes it or not, he will not be allowed to hide in the shadows. The world will not leave him be. As much as Reg wished to argue, he found himself in agreement with his father. Harry may manage to avoid it for a while, but eventually, he'd somehow be roped into something. Besides, Harry was not one to remain idle. He would grow bored of a life in isolation and would be compelled to seek other ventures, just like Reg was already considering if he survived the war until its conclusion. Maybe you're right, he sighed, but we have to win the war first, he pointed out. Is that likely? Reg nodded. With Harry leading us, Grindelwald doesn't stand a chance. His tone was perhaps a little more impassioned than he'd intended, but Reg believed in Harry Evans. Where the ICW had proven themselves to be quite incompetent, it had been Harry that had made up the shortfall, Harry who was leading them to victory upon victory, and Reg had no doubt that it would be Harry who would defeat Grindelwald. He would have the help of Reg, and the rest of the men who Harry insisted were more important than himself. But Harry Evans would be the one to stand before the Dark Lord and put an end to the madness that had gripped the world. Break. What is it? Charles asked when his mother had been staring at him for several moments from across the dinner table. I'm just wondering when it was that you became a man, Angelica sighed. It's like you were my little boy one moment, going off to Hogwarts, and now you're here. I had to grow up, Charles murmured. All too soon, Angelica said sadly. Charles chuckled humorlessly. Too soon, he agreed, but Harry even sooner. Angelica nodded. Your father knew who he was. He found out after what happened in Warsaw. Charles's eyes widened in surprise. Why didn't he tell me? It wasn't his secret to tell, Angelica pointed out. Until he died, your father was convinced that Harry is a relative of ours. I don't see how, but your father maintained that certainty. Charles shrugged indifferently, having long given up trying to unravel the mystery that was Harry Evans. Harry is my brother, despite whatever blood flows through his veins, Charles declared. After everything we have been through, that is all I can see him as. I still find it hard to believe he's going to be a father. I don't think I will until I see Minerva. I didn't know they had married, Angelica replied with a frown, evidently put out that she hadn't been invited. They aren't, Charles snorted. His mother appeared scandalized, her upbringing and ideals on marriage leaving her unable to comprehend a pregnancy without it. But they will be looked down on, she gasped. They're not purebloods, Charles reminded her. Bloody hell, at this point, Harry could probably piss on Merlin's grave and be hailed for it. Angelica shot him a look of disapproval before shaking her head. I do hope that you will not be following that example. Not me, he promised. I will wait until I'm married. To a nice girl, Angelica said firmly. I did have quite the enlightening conversation with Miss Black before I came here. Charles felt his cheeks redden. That's not good, he muttered. She's a wonderful young lady, and rather fond of you. She is. Angelica nodded, grinning at her clueless son. Very much so. Despite what has happened between our families recently, I was impressed by her. Charles shook his head as he released a deep breath. I can't think about marriage until after the war. I know, but I think you would be a fool to discount her among potential matches, if she is still unmarried, of course. Just because Lord Black is away, it doesn't mean that he is not considering her future. Charles frowned at the thought. Would Arcturus look to marry his sister off whilst he was away? The thought was not a welcome one. Not a welcome one at all. Break. The security measures in place appeared to be rather simple at first glance, but as Harry drew nearer to the pub concealed beneath his cloak, he realized that they were in fact some of the most complex protections he had come across. Getting in or out would not be an issue if all went to plan, but if things did not run smoothly, the potential for considerable fallout was not negligible. Evidently, the man that oversaw the running of these events was either paranoid or almost as vigilant as Harry remembered Aleister Moody to be, and in a matter of seconds, if he felt threatened, the pub would be swarming with guards to intervene against any threat, whether that be man or beast. Harry had his doubts of the latter, not unless something of exceptional power were to run rampant. The protections in place would prevent such, and at worst, would be needed only to subdue a creature with whatever concoction was stored beneath the vents in the floor. No, the man in charge here was no fool, and only a fool would attempt to attack him within these walls. Which left only the bar itself above, the protections in place there lesser, but still posing a problem. Harry would need to use all his cunning to ensure he was not ensnared by the magic, and that what he was attempting was at all possible. His best approach would be to somehow earn an audience with the organizer, or even turn the defenses the man had created upon him without triggering an alert to those lying in wait. It would not be easy, but nothing had been ever since he had taken up the mantle of Hit Wizard. For 2 days he had scouted the pub, the basement, and the streets that led to Gringotts, and with Grindelwald firmly in control here, he was not surprised to find that the route between the pub and the bank was also as well protected. According to Summerby, who he had grilled several times, when the man entered the bank, he did not leave the building, likely apparating from within or using a portkey to transport him elsewhere. It was frustrating to say the least, but it seemed that the closer he was to danger, the more chance of success Harry would have. The 2 previous evenings he had attended had been quite busy considering they were weeknights and that there was a war on. But tonight, the numbers had tripled, making it easy for Harry to slip past the burly men acting as security for the event. As ever, it was an odd assortment of men and women that had gathered for the macabre display, an assortment of languages being spoken as he made his way through the basement so that he could get the optimal view. When he was certain no one was looking his way, Harry slipped off his cloak and pocketed before leaning against a nearby wall to wait for the proceedings to begin. Thus far, he had not witnessed the horror that Summerby had, the prisoners that had been forced to fight for their lives without their wand to do so, but with the large cellar-cum-fighting pit almost at full capacity, anything could happen. Tonight was a different night, after all. Are you betting? A voice growled in German, pulling Harry from his reverie. What am I betting on? The squat man offered him a grin and a sheet of parchment, his tobacco-stained teeth a darker shade of yellow than the latter. Poring over the program, Harry nodded. 50 galleons on the gauntlet, he declared. 50 galleons on the beasts, the man grunted. Harry shook his head and placed a hand on his shoulder to prevent him walking away. On the competitor, he corrected. The man's grin widened. I will require the gold up front, he demanded. Harry shrugged as he handed a sizable bag over and the man counted it, inspecting each coin, his piggy eyes bulging greedily. What are the odds? Harry questioned curiously. The man hurriedly pocketed the galleons. 200 to 1, he guffawed as he took a step back. All bets are final, he added, handing Harry a slip of parchment with the details of his bet written upon it. Harry merely nodded appreciatively. This could prove to be a lucrative venture. The man frowned at him before taking his leave, and Harry checked his reflection in a nearby mirror to ensure that his disguise was in place. Much to his chagrin, his features had become recognizable, so he had resorted to his former habits of being a hit wizard. In many ways, this undertaking felt similar to those somewhat simpler days, but there was more at stake here than a paycheck. Eliminating Weber would be a significant blow against Grindelwald and would remove one of the man's greatest assets. Harry paid rapt attention as the announcer stepped into the middle of the dueling area, ignoring the starring do of the squat man that had taken his bet and the bald organizer as they eyed him from the opposite side of the room. "Ladies and gentlemen," the announcer called, "as always, we welcome you to a night of entertainment, courtesy of our many benefactors, some of whom are with us tonight." Harry joined the rest of the crowd in their applause. "Without further delay, let us begin with our first bout of the evening," the announcer continued. Harry watched as a wizard clad in purple robes entered the pit, a fan favorite judging by the reaction he received from the crowd. He waved cockily to them, offering a bow as a large crate was wheeled in. Once the lid was removed, a single acromantula scuttled out, rearing up in fury as its pincers clicked together loudly. The wizard did not even flinch as he readied himself, though Harry felt his leg itch from where he had been bitten by one of the creatures during the third task of the Triwizard Tournament. The fight was over before it had barely begun, the remains of the arachnid amounting to little more than a burn husk from where it had been scorched. A team of men removed it as the announcer introduced the next wizard that wished to test their mettle against a magical creature, a rather diminutive man garbed in leather. This competitor didn't fare as well as the last. The large griffin he had been drawn against using its talons to gouge through the jacket like it was wet parchment, and disemboweling the man. Harry shook his head. The fool had tried to use a flame whip to keep the creature at bay, and had only angered it further. Had he lived, it may have been a lesson learned, but it was not to be. The fighting continued with a scantily clad woman squaring off with a female centaur. The witch emerged victorious, but not unscathed. She had a deep cut to her shoulder, and had several of her bones broken when the centaur had landed a vicious kick to her midsection. To the woman's credit, she had gotten back up before snagging the centaur with a chain around its neck that choked the life out of the majestic beast. Next up had been a duo of wizards who fought and killed a mountain troll in a one-sided affair, the dim creature having been torn on whom it would attack, its indecision seeing it killed quickly. It was then that the announcer stepped into the pit once more, and the crowd grew excited. The scheduled bouts had come to an end, and it was time for the main event, the show that most had come to witness. "Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the time for one of you to run the gauntlet," he declared, his gaze sweeping across the room. "Who among will be brave enough to risk it all for gold and glory?" The excited crowd fell silent immediately at the question, none wishing to garner any attention to themselves. "I'll do it," Harry called. The announcer frowned as he looked for the source of the voice, his eyes lighting up as Harry stepped forward with his wand in hand. "Then join me, young man," the announcer requested. The crowd murmured as he did so, many visibly relieved that someone was willing to step up to provide the final piece of entertainment for the evening. "This man will face 4 rounds if he makes it that far," the announcer explained with an amused chuckle. "Are you ready for this?" Harry nodded, and though he didn't know what to expect, he braced himself for whatever would be unleashed upon him, his grip on his wand tightening. Nothing could be worse than a dragon, could it? The first crate was wheeled in, and when the door was released, it thudded to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At first sight, Harry believed he had been pitted against a trio of dementors when 3 shadowy beings emerged from within the depths of the crate and began to float around him. But with the absence of the cold and sense of despair they brought, he quickly realized these were lethifolds. Dangerous creatures in their own right, but they did not have the ability to feast on his soul. His body, on the other hand, was certainly not safe from them. The difficulty lay in facing 3 at once. They were known to be violent and aggressive creatures, but they still paled in comparison to their soul-sucking counterparts. It was with a sudden ferocity that one unleashed a screech and lunged towards him. But Harry was ready, the bolt of brilliant white lightning careening from the tip of his wand, stopping it in its tracks. The screech quickly became a pained scream, though another of the former followed from somewhere behind Harry. Instinctively, he used his free hand to grasp some of the lightning and redirected it to the new attacker, his hand tingling. But the creature suffered the same agony as the first instead of the discomfort Harry felt. The third continued to float around him, seemingly looking for an opening to exploit, but before it could do so, the screaming ceased as the first two lethifolds died. With only one more requiring his focus, Harry went on the offensive, his attacks crackling off the surrounding protections until the creature could no longer avoid them. This one too died in the same manner as its companions, with lightning coursing through its very essence until it was snuffed completely. Harry took a breath as the crowd clapped enthusiastically, and another, larger crate was wheeled in, this one held together with thick chains. The crowd whispered excitedly as a low growl was heard from whatever was in the crate, and once more, Harry readied himself. "Now it is time for round 2, the announcer declared, though he didn't enter the pit this time. "Unleash the beast." What emerged this time did so much more cautiously than the lethifolds. Its glowing yellow eyes narrowed at Harry as it slinked its way out of the crate and began to circle him, crouched low to the ground and ready to pounce. It was a cat of sorts, but not one that Harry was familiar with. It was gray, striped similarly to a tiger, but its two large incisors protruded out of its mouth. The creature was a predator, of that Harry had no doubt, but he knew not of what other powers it may possess. The cat roared, and the crowd gasped as it bounded forward and launched itself in the air in an attempt to lock its jaw around Harry's throat. He rolled to his side, narrowly avoiding a flailing paw, and put as much distance between himself and the feline whilst it righted itself, pondering what he could do. With a frown, he fired a blasting curse that merely bounced off the skin of the cat, eliciting no response nor any acknowledgement of what he'd done, proving that it was resistant to magic. Harry nodded appreciatively and had to take evasive action once more as the cat again bounded towards him and took to the air. It would be difficult to harm it with spells, and risky to himself to attempt it without knowing what it was he faced and the limitations of the creature. But there was something he could do, something he had read whilst perusing the tome lent to him by Charles Potter. Nodding to himself, he waited for another attack, though when it came, he didn't move. Instead, he swept his wand in an upwards motion at just the right moment, and the cat found itself speared through the guts by the stone spike that had shot up from the ground, catching the creature cleanly in midair. The cat thrashed around for a moment, eyeing Harry malevolently until there was little fight left, and it groaned defeatedly. After only a moment, it fell limp, its yellow eyes dulling as the final vestiges of life left them. Again, the crowd clapped, and Harry gritted his teeth as he ignored the sound. This wasn't sport that any should be celebrating. This was nothing more than a slaughterhouse where those with such curiosity and morbid inclinations gathered to indulge in their more carnal desire for blood and violence. Not that Harry was given much time to dwell on such things. For the third round, there was no crate introduced, but a figure entered the pit from the crowd, its deathly pale skin leaving Harry in no doubt of what it was he faced next. Nonetheless, the creature felt it prudent to smile at him, its elongated fangs glinting as the light in the cellar reflected off them. A vampire. Harry had never met one, the creatures choosing to live in isolation for the most part, but he had read about them, of their legendary speed and strength, and of how impossibly quickly they healed when wounded. A drawn-out battle with a vampire would only favor the creature, and in this instance, Harry was not inclined to give any advantage away. With that in mind, he conjured several wooden stakes and sent them spinning in all directions around the pit. The vampire eyed them warily, hissing in anger as it shot towards him with a speed that left Harry taken aback, and he grunted as he was slammed into the barrier with the wind knocked out of him. The taste of blood filled his mouth from where he had bitten his tongue, and he spat a mouthful onto the floor below, something that only excited his foe. Not wanting to experience that physical power again, and sensing that the vampire was converging on him once more, Harry hastily sent a banishing charm towards it. It granted him enough of a respite to push himself back to his feet, but the creature was relentless and came at him again, grabbing hold of the front of his robes and his wrist in a vice-like grip. Without thought and unable to angle his wand in a way that he could use it effectively, Harry sunk his teeth into the hand that held him, and the vampire recoiled with a hiss, and an expression of shock mingled with pain as it clutched its now smoking hand that was steadily turning black. His blood. Harry didn't know what immunity or tolerance vampires had to magical venoms, but his blood contained it, and it was evidently quite agonizing for the vampire. Not that it mattered truly, not when Harry waved his wand and half a dozen of the spikes he had conjured thudded into the back of the unexpecting vampire. There was no death rattle nor prolonged passing. The creature simply collapsed to the ground, unmoving, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief and hoped that Grindelwald didn't somehow manage to convince a coven to support his cause. They would wreak havoc on the battlefield. By now, the bald man and the other that had so happily taken his bet at the start of the night were glaring at him, and Harry shot them a grin as the announcer introduced the final fight of the evening. "What a show," he gushed happily, "but it is now time for the final round of the gauntlet." Harry frowned as the floor he stood upon began to sink. This young man has done well to survive up until now, but he must face his ultimate challenge to be declared our victor. Unleash the beast. Harry turned to see an enormous iron gate had been installed in the wall of the basement he found himself in. A gate that was blasted outwards by a forceful blow that made the one he'd sustained at the hands of the vampire seem like a playful nudge in comparison. The remnants of the gate came to a stop at his feet, and his eyes widened as the behemoth stepped out of whatever had been confining it. Harry had always been skeptical when Hagrid had told him, Ron, and Hermione that Grop had been on the small side for a giant, but seeing the monster before him now made him realize how very wrong he'd been. The giant he faced stood around 20 feet tall, its body thick with muscle and littered with scars from where it had likely spent its life fighting with its own kind. How it ended up here, Harry could only guess, but a bellowing roar pushed those thoughts from his mind as the giant charged towards him, swinging a club that appeared to have been carved from a tree trunk and had nails the size of Harry hammered into it. "Bollocks," he cursed as he narrowly avoided a blow. There would be no getting up from one of those if the giant managed to connect. Harry had to be careful, but he couldn't just run in circles hoping the creature would tire. No, he needed to find a way to take the fight to it, and for the first time in his life, he was pleased for Hagrid's proclivity towards adopting dangerous creatures. Meeting Grop had compelled him to learn more about his kind, more so that he could defend himself from Hagrid's brother if needed. Giants were almost immune to magical attacks, their thick skin able to repel most, and the few spells it couldn't were too dangerous to wield in here. They were also not as dim as trolls, so were not easy to trick. However, Harry did know how one could be defeated, and though the book he had consulted had warned against doing so, he had little choice in the matter. It was no wonder that none had survived the gauntlet thus far. Cursing under his breath as he was forced to avoid another swing of the club, Harry turned his attention to the broken gate and set to work, continuing to evade the monstrosity that was determined to put an end to him. With a few waves of his wand, he had torn the gate into sections and transfigured them into javelin-like projectiles, the first being quickly embedded in the knee of his assailant, much to the delight of the crowd. The giant was dangerous, more so than anything else he'd faced this evening, but it was slow, its movements lumbering, and even more so with the rod of metal rammed into its leg. It roared in fury as it swung and missed Harry, who ran between its legs, this time summoning one of the projectiles and stepping aside as it careened towards him. Another bellow of anger sounded as it stuck in the back of the calf on the opposite leg, and for the first time, the giant staggered, though it managed to stay upright. Harry's jaw clenched, but he set to work once more nonetheless, the crowd cheering him on. After several moments of avoiding being pulverized by the club and puncturing his foe with more projectiles, its legs finally gave out, but it yet lived. As much as the giant had wished to kill him, Harry was here for a purpose beyond testing himself and for monetary gain. He hadn't wished harm upon the beasts he had fought, and he did not wish to see the giant suffer. Its legs were mangled, and were it to return to its own kind, it would become prey. With a sigh, he pulled one of the projectiles free and transfigured it into a large and enormous blade. To the giant, it would be the size of a knife, but it would be sufficient for what Harry intended to do. Releasing a deep breath, he banished it into his foe's skull, and it stopped twitching, the groans of pain ceasing immediately. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we have a winner," the announcer declared, words that Harry barely heard as the floor began to rise once more, and he was returned to the upper level of the basement. Break. Elinor could only look on in shock, as the evening had unfolded around her. She had known that Harry was a gifted wizard, and a dangerous one at that, but what she had witnessed left her speechless, and even as the crowd were escorted off the premises, she remained in her stupor. She was pulled from her thoughts by the bald man as he ascended the staircase into the bar above, and she followed, his expression likely mirroring what hers would have been were she not in her spider form. Break. The sound of something thudding on the bar next to him pulled Harry from his thoughts, and he was met by the curious expression of the bald man that seemingly organized the events that took place here. "I must say I am impressed," the man grunted. "This is the first time that I have been out of pocket," he added, gesturing to the sizable sack of coins. "Then the least I can do is buy you a drink," Harry replied with a smirk. The man deflated as he nodded and took the seat next to him, whilst Harry poured him a measure of whiskey from the bottle he had purchased. "It is your first time here?" the organizer questioned before draining his glass. "It is," Harry confirmed, "but I will be asking the questions. You can begin by telling me everything you know about a certain hair-webber." The bald man's eyes had glazed over as the Veritaserum took effect, and Harry cheered internally, pleased that his efforts had not been in vain. Chapter 81. Respite for some, it had been so long since he had partaken in the simplicity of being propped up against a bar with a glass of liquor in one hand and a cigarette in the other, not without the threat of an attack from Grindelwald's men or even a Muggle bomb falling on him whilst he did so. The Downed Unicorn was an old haunt of his, the stomping ground of many an unsavory character that often found themselves on the wrong side of the law. Derek Gilbert had been coming here since he'd graduated Hogwarts, having been shown the establishment by one of his accomplices as they fled the scene of a robbery gone wrong. Gilbert had gotten away with that particular crime, but he had not been so fortunate in others, even with the bolt hole he found himself in now. He shook his head and took a deep draw on his cigarette, pushing his empty glass towards the barman for it to be refilled. Well, if it isn't my old mate Gilbert," a familiar, though unwelcome voice called from the door. "Just got out again." "Something like that," Gilbert sighed as he sipped the whiskey the barman handed him. "I haven't seen you for a while. How long did you get this time?" 18 months. The man whistled appreciatively. "It shows," he chuckled. "Bloody hell, you look like shit." Gilbert snorted. He didn't doubt the truth of the man's words, but despite all he had endured, he didn't feel as bad as he would have had he been in the company of the Dementors for so long. In truth, Derek had never felt so good his life having gained a purpose, since Moody had offered him a way of avoiding a stint in Azkaban. At first, he thought the war would be a dawdle compared to prison, but he had been proved wrong quite spectacularly. War was hell on earth, and more than once he had considered going AWOL. That was until he had made the acquaintance of Yaxley, and then William Potter. Here, in Britain, the two men would not have given him a second glance, nor likely a moment of their time, but Derek had somehow found himself on friendly terms with them both. When William had been killed, He'd been devastated, but it had brought him and Reg closer, and even more so with the arrival of William's son and Harry Evans. Arcturus Black, too, though he had come later. He snorted at the thought of the foursome, 4 men he considered to be brothers, who he would die for if necessary. Never had he held any other in such esteem. The world he'd existed in full of honorless scoundrels that would sell you out to save their hide. Not those in the trenches. The friends he had made there would equally give their lives for him, for what little his was worth. Something funny? Gregson questioned with a frown. Gilbert shook his head. No. Gregson narrowed his eyes at him before patting him on the shoulder. I'm glad I ran into you. I have a job if you're interested, one that will make you quite a sum of gold. A job. Gregson nodded as he leaned in, his gaze sweeping across the room to ensure they were not being eavesdropped on. I have it on good authority that a delivery of rare ingredients is going to be arriving at the apothecary in Diagon Alley. It shouldn't be too difficult to get our share. Had he been offered the opportunity before he'd gone to war, Gilbert would have taken it with both hands and not even considered the consequences. Now, however, it seemed like a foolish idea, and not only because of the potential repercussions. If he was caught, he had no doubt that Harry would ensure he went to Azkaban. Already Derek had made mistakes that still burdened him, his loose tongue under the influence of alcohol having cost the lives of men in the trenches. Still, it wasn't the thought of Azkaban that plagued him, but the disappointment he knew the others would have in him. He could face Azkaban if the bounty was worthwhile, but not the latter. He had no desire to disappoint Reg, Charles, Arcturus, or Harry, and he certainly would not insult the memory of William Potter, who had put a lot of faith in him. I'm not interested, Derek murmured. Gregson's eyes widened. Not interested, he spluttered. Gil, you could make a small fortune for yourself from this. I said I'm not interested, Derek snapped. Gregson visibly recoiled at the tone. What happened to you, Gil? He asked gently. Nothing, Derek replied dismissively. Don't you ever get tired of spending your life wondering if the Aurors are going to drag you into the ministry, or even blast your door off the hinges in the middle of the night? Gregson laughed heartily. That's all part of the game we play, Gil, he pointed out. The risk is as high as the reward, you know that. But haven't you ever wanted better, Gilbert pressed, to live a life without the risk? Gregson released a deep sigh. Not really, he admitted with a shrug. This is the life I chose, the life that you chose. Gilbert shook his head. It's not the life I want anymore, old friend, he returned as he stood and placed a few coins on the counter. So that's it, Gregson asked in disbelief. What, you're just going to try to go straight? Derek shrugged. Maybe I will, he replied with a smile, feeling proud of himself for the first time he could remember. Gregson laughed mockingly. It doesn't work that way, Gil, and you know it, he sighed. I give it less than 6 months and you'll be back at it. No, Gilbert denied as he headed towards the door. Not this time. So, you're just going to get a job. Who's going to employ an old lag like you? Derek paused before he shrugged. I don't know, he admitted, but maybe someone will be willing to take a chance on me. At least then I won't go back to prison. And I will feel that I'm worthy of my friends, he added internally. Break. Abriot hummed thoughtfully as he read the parchment that Harry had handed him, a frown creasing his brow the more he learned. When he was done, he leaned back in his chair and pinched the bridge of his nose. Switzerland has chosen to remain neutral in this war, he pointed out. We cannot stage an operation there without informing them, and we don't know how far this Weber's influence stretches. If he is so brazenly using the bank for his ill-gotten gains, we must assume that he has a contact on the inside. I would not doubt that assumption, Harry replied, but he must be eliminated, and Switzerland may be our only opportunity. I respect their neutrality, but we have reached a pivotal point of the war. If we can remove Weber from the equation, Grindelwald is blind. The bald man had not been as useful as Harry wished. But he'd given him a firmer lead to pursue than having Summerby attend the various underground activities Weber undoubtedly oversaw. With the Veritaserum having worn off, it had merely been a case of some mind-altering spells and an obliviate, and his victim had been none the wiser to what had been done to him. Abriot deflated in his chair, his gaze shifting between Harry and Petter. "Do you have a plan?" Harry nodded. "Nothing more than observation for the time being," he assured the supreme mugwump. "I would like to establish his movements before making a move on him. We will get one chance at this, and there is no room for error." "And how will you observe this man?" "My cousin," Petter broke in. "He is a spymaster for my father." "Your cousin?" Abriot asked with a frown. "Is he good?" Petter smirked in response. "He spent 5 years inside the ICW building as a clerk without being detected." Abriot's mouth fell agape. "You have been our enemy for many years, and my father felt it was wise to keep an eye on you," Petter justified. Abriot was not pleased by the revelation, but he was impressed. "Fine," he agreed, "but he will observe only, and you will keep me informed. There must be no conflict in Switzerland if it can be avoided, and certainly not without my say-so. They may remain neutral for the time being, but any sign of provocation from either side could change that." "Agreed," Harry replied immediately, having expected more resistance to the idea. "And what of Summerby?" Abriot questioned. "Her work in Germany is concluded." "It is," Harry confirmed, "and I have sent her to Bulgaria. She will continue to report to me of her findings there so that we may exploit any weaknesses. Ever since Fox and her team was captured, the country has been fortified quite strongly. She will be an indispensable asset to us whilst we prepare to take it from Grindelwald." "Then proceed as you are, gentlemen," Abriot urged. "I will not officially acknowledge what we have discussed today, and certainly not divulge it to my peers. I trust them, but I did so before Sato's deception was made known to us. This is the most delicate of matters, and I would prefer that it is kept between the 3 of us and your cousin, Sokolov." Both Harry and Petter nodded their understanding as they stood to leave. "Is Bulgaria your next intended target?" Abriot asked. "Romania first," Harry confirmed, "and then we will move on to Bulgaria. After that, we will hold the entirety of the east of the continent, securing our position." Abriot nodded approvingly. "Then off you go," he instructed. Harry and Petter did so, shooting each other a victorious grin at how easily their plan had been approved. If fortune favored them, it may be only a matter of weeks before they were rid of Weber and had taken the lingering countries that Grindelwald held in the east. Break. Having spent only a few days with his mother, it was a somewhat reluctant Charles that had traveled to Britain, something he would have perhaps avoided had it not been for his promise to Harry that he would look in on Minerva. He had written to the woman before departing the Ukraine informing her of his arrival, and that he would meet her and any other she wished to bring in the 3 broomsticks at 7 p.m. on the day of his return. Minerva, he knew, would be there, but as he entered and saw Tiberius, Poppy, Augusta, and Frank seated around a table with her, he was filled with warmth, and chuckled at the first he'd noted all but ran towards him and pulled him into a tight embrace. "We've been worried about you, Potter," Tiberius huffed. "You don't need to worry about me, Ogden," Charles snorted. "How is the little one?" Tiberius's eyes shined with pride as he nodded excitedly. "She's amazing," he declared. "Being a father is the most worthwhile thing I've ever done." Charles offered the man a smile, proud of what Tiberius had built for himself. "Good for you," he said sincerely as he headed towards the table. "Did you not bring your better half?" Tiberius scowled good-naturedly and shook his head. "Ola is teething and quite grumpy," he explained. Charles nodded his understanding. He knew little about bobbies, but was certain that teething would be an unpleasant hurdle to overcome for the baby and the parents. "Bloody hell, look at you," he gasped as he took in Minerva's appearance. Pregnancy somehow suited the woman. Her skin was glowing, and though she was frowning at him for his rather uncouth outburst, she couldn't hide her smile. A part of me thought that Harry was having me on, he explained as he carefully hugged her so not to jostle her protruding bump. I wish, Minerva grumbled irritably. Charles chuckled as he greeted the others and helped Minerva back into her seat. It's hard to imagine Harry being a father, he mused aloud. The poor bugger will be given a wand before it's 2, and will probably kick all our RCs before it's 10, Ogden laughed. It will not, Minerva said hotly. How is he? She asked, her expression softening. Charles released a deep breath as he shook his head. Sometimes I don't know, he answered honestly. He's doing everything he can to put an end to this war, and I worry for him. He wants to be here with you and the little ones so badly. It's quite upsetting to see him push himself so hard. Minerva swallowed deeply as she nodded. I'll write to him, she promised. For someone so brilliant, he can be such a stupid man. That's why he needs someone like you, Charles chuckled. You can keep him in line. Don't you think there's been enough of that? Ogden questioned, pointing to Minerva's bump. The others laughed, whilst Minerva glowered, her cheeks reddening at the implication. If I wasn't so heavily pregnant, she warned. Allow me, Poppy interjected, flicking Tiberius's earlobe. Ow, the man groaned as the group turned their laughter towards him. I forgot how much that hurts. He pouted, and Charles smirked to himself. As much as things had changed over the years since they had all graduated from Hogwarts, others had, and always would remain the same. He'd never truly considered how much, but as he looked upon each of his friends in turn, he was taken aback by just how much each of them had grown. Poppy had dedicated her life to becoming a healer and was on the cusp of finishing her training. What she must have seen day in and day out as she carried out her work would break many a prospective medical professional, particularly with a war on. Not Poppy. She had always been a strong girl, undeterred by even the most gruesome injuries she would share with the rest of the group from the journals she would study. Charles was not ashamed to admit that he would make a poor healer, but Poppy would be an incredible one. Despite the doubts and even reservations of Augusta's relationship with Frank, the two of them had gone from strength to strength and proved everyone wrong. Charles didn't believe he had ever met two more different people, but here they were, married and undeniably happy with one another. Augusta had likely already seen more of the world than Charles ever would, and when the time was right for them both, he had no doubt that she would provide the Longbottom family with children. Tiberius's life had become what the man had expected. He was learning the family business, along with what it takes to be a lord that sat upon the Wisengamot. He'd married, and already had a daughter, though he still harbored the proclivity of landing himself in trouble with Minerva, Poppy, and Augusta, much to the amusement of Charles. The former of the trio of women had also done almost what Charles would have expected her to pursue. Minerva was always going to become a transfiguration mistress, but he had never envisioned seeing her as she was now. It wasn't that she wasn't a warm person, or he that imagined she would not be a good mother, but he had believed she would focus on her studies. How wrong he had been proven, and he was delighted for it. Minerva and Harry simply worked, and Charles couldn't be happier for them both. He leaned back in his chair whilst he pondered his own journey, one he never would have believed he'd undertake only a few years prior. He'd been set to follow Tiberius in being educated further by his father on how to oversee the family affairs and begin focusing on politics. He'd even gone as far to continue his own studies in transfiguration at the behest of Dumbledore, something he had all but abandoned with the death of his father. Perhaps he would return to it when the war was concluded. He nodded to himself as he looked to his friends once more. All of them were happy, two married and Tiberius having been gifted a daughter. Minerva and Harry would soon have their own child, and Poppy was positively thriving, the only one out of the group to have not settled into a relationship in some way. Charles's observations only prompted him to consider his own future. He would like to continue with his work in transfiguration, which was all but decided upon. He knew he would need to marry to secure the future of his own house, and there was only one woman he wished that to be with. He deflated slightly in his chair. There was no doubt in his mind that he wanted it to be Doria he shared his future with. No woman had ever enraptured him the way she did. Even only in words from the letters she sent, he held on to every last one of them. Before he left the Ukraine, he had tried to convince himself that he wouldn't seek her out, not out of some moral purpose, but because if when the time came he would not have her, he did not wish to carry memories of something that was never meant to be. He already had enough of those. Now that he was here, however, his resolve was crumbling all around him. Seeing his friends happy with what they had, Charles wanted the same for himself, and there was only one person that could give him it. And just like that, his head was full of the foolish notion of seeking her out, a thought from which he could not escape. "You've gone very quiet, Charles," Minerva said worriedly. He offered the woman a smile. "Sorry, it's just nice to be away from it all for a while," he replied, his grin widening as she rubbed a hand soothingly across her bump. Break. Despite the comfort and familiarity of the bed, he hadn't slept well. He never did any more, not since Evans had arrived in the trenches on the border between France and Belgium and had taken it upon himself to train the men. Reg had laughed when he'd been informed that the younger man would be doing so. What could Evans, someone several years his junior, teach him? It turned out to be a lot, and he was still learning from the enigmatic man, lessons that he had become grateful for even if he had cursed the man for weeks. Without Harry, Reg knew he would likely be dead now. As had become his custom, he had woken before the sun had risen, and continuing with the habit and training that had been instilled with him, he had felt compelled to exercise. To maintain the strength and endurance he had built during his many months on the front line, but not before grooming himself. When your life was at stake daily, you tended to care little for your appearance and paid no mind to the mirror, but having caught a glimpse of himself before settling into bed, he had done a double take. Reg recognized very little of himself. He had always maintained a kempt appearance, his hair always neatly trimmed, and his face clean-shaven as most would expect from the son of a pureblood family. Now, however, his beard had grown to be quite wild and tangled, his brown hair almost to his shoulders. He had shaken his head at his own visage, the scar on his temple standing stark against the rest of his skin. Having risen, he had shorn off most of his hair into a cut that would be practical for fighting, and removed his beard entirely, revealing more scars, though these were not as deep nor purple like the one he had been aware of. The others, he had no idea how he had obtained them, except for the other on his shoulder that had come courtesy of a cutting curse. In truth, of all the fighting he had done, Reg had been lucky. His limbs were intact, and he hadn't been horribly burned like many others. He could certainly live with the scars with such fortune. Having groomed himself, he had taken his leave of the house and started running laps of the grounds. How many he had completed, he knew not, but he kept going until some time after the sun came up and he was breathless. Entering the kitchen through the side door of a patio area his mother used to entertain guests, he found his father and older brother already eating their breakfast. Why Titus was here, Reg didn't know and found that he cared little. It was likely that he stayed here most nights to avoid spending time with his wife. Reg had met the woman several times, and it had been clear that she and his brother had no affection for one another. The marriage had been a political one that neither were evidently happy with. "I thought you would have still been in bed," his father commented. "It's not even 7 yet. I don't think I've seen you before 10 a.m. since you were a babe." Reg shrugged in response. "I'm usually up around 4 or 5, he replied. "Doing what?" his father pressed curiously. At that time, exercising. Being physically fit can be the difference between life and death. His father winced as Reg turned to face him, his eyes drifting to his scar once more that stood more prominently now that he had shaved off his beard. "You look like shit, son, but I'm proud of you," he commented. "This war has made a man out of you." Titus scowled at him, always jealous when their father bestowed any type of praise on anyone else other than him. "How long will you be here?" "Only a few more days," Reg confirmed. and then I'll be going back to the Ukraine. With Black and Potter. Reg nodded. You've made some rather powerful acquaintances. Charles and Arcturus are my friends, Reg replied. It's like I said, politics doesn't mean anything out there. We have more important things to focus on. Still, those connections could prove to be advantageous in the future, Titus pointed out. Potter is unmarried, and Black has a younger sister. I'm not going to attempt to make a match for Anna with Charles, Reg said firmly. The family politics is your business, something you've made clear enough to me since before I could walk. Are you not a member of this family? Titus growled. I am, Reg confirmed, but I will not try to leverage any of my friends for your gain. Not that it would work anyway. If you think that Charles Potter wouldn't see through it, you are an idiot. He is no fool. Leave it, Titus, their father growled as the older sibling was going to offer a rebuttal. What about when the war is done? What about it? Reg asked with a frown. What will you do? I'm going to become an orer, Reg declared proudly. I'm going to do something worthwhile, something that I'll be good at. Much to Reg's surprise, his father nodded approvingly, slapping Titus across the back of his head as he laughed. It is a respectable job, and certainly better than wasting your life doing nothing. Your mother won't like it, but you have my blessing. With that, the man exited the kitchen, leaving Reg alone with his older brother. An orer, Titus mocked. Reg smirked as he shook his head. I used to be jealous of you, he admitted, but I'm not anymore. You're going to spend the rest of your life dealing with the snakes on the Wiesengamot and married to a woman you despise. Me? I can do whatever I like and won't have to marry for political reasons. I was blessed to be born after you, Titus. His older brother scowled at him, but Reg took his leave of the kitchen feeling happier than he ever remembered feeling before. For the first time in his life, he felt free, unshackled from the envy he had felt growing up. Break. Doria would never deny that she'd lived a privileged life in many ways. She had lost her mother at a young age, but she had never wanted or needed for anything. She'd even been waited on hand and foot by Elgar, so she'd never had to carry out menial tasks, but that had all changed when she had decided she wished to be a healer. She had first volunteered her free time in the hospital wing at Hogwarts, her request to do so having initially been met with no small amount of skepticism from Madame Morgana. But Doria had proven herself to be a willing and dedicated assistant. That was where the arduous work had begun, but her time managing the various ailments and injuries of schoolchildren paled in comparison to her post at St. Mungo's. With the war on, and the wounded British soldiers being transported here, there was no mistaking the difference between the trivial matters of Hogwarts to the life-threatening injuries the men at the front endured. Her role had been simple at first. As a trainee, she was merely expected to watch and learn the more complex aspects of healing and complete the most basic of care to patients. For the most part, Doria would bathe the patients that were unable to do so, administer potions, as per the notes left to her by qualified healers, and ensure the patient areas were kept clean. However, with more and more patients arriving, her role had quickly become much more, and often she was required to complete procedures that would under normal circumstances be considered far beyond her abilities. Where others had crumbled, unable to cope with the added stress, Doria had risen to the occasion. There had been times when she felt that she wouldn't be able to, but she had refused to waver like some expected her to. Proving herself to Madame Morgana had been one thing, but doing so to healers who already had preconceived notions of a spoilt girl, who'd never had to work for anything she wanted, was another entirely. It had been made clear to her on her very first day at the hospital that her name carried no weight here, and though that had become apparent, it still came with a reputation attached to it. The staff and healers were wary of Doria, and some even rather hostile. The patients had been even more so, and much harder to win over. Despite this, Doria had persevered, and throughout her time here, she had never faltered, never shied away from even the most unpleasant of tasks, and had earned the respect of her peers, all off her own back and through her dedication. That will do for tonight, Black, Healer Camden sighed as they finished redressing a wound of a man who had lost a leg on the continent. Go and get some rest. I will see you tomorrow. The healer was only a few years older than Doria, and the two of them had become good friends over the months of toiling they had completed together. Doria nodded gratefully as she wiped away the sheen of perspiration from her brow and took her leave of the room to fetch her belongings and dispense of her soiled robes. When she had done so, she left the hospital, the smell of potions and even blood clinging to her. It was a heady aroma she had grown used to, but it was still unpleasant and left her wrinkling her nose at her own odor. Crossing the road to the alley opposite St. Mungo's, she gasped and took a step back as a familiar figure appeared before her, and immediately felt herself blush, embarrassed that he was seeing her in such a state. "Charles," she choked. He smiled at her, the simple gesture making her feel as shy as she was embarrassed. Her hair was in disarray, she wore no makeup, and she became even more aware of the smell that clung to her. "Hello, Miss Black," he greeted her, his smile unwavering even as he took in her appearance. Doria felt exposed, and she was certain her cheeks had reddened. "What are you doing here?" she asked weakly. Charles rubbed the back of his neck as he looked at her, as though she was the most precious thing he'd ever seen, an expression that warmed Doria more than she would admit. "I was hoping I could take you to dinner," he replied. "Now," Doria almost whimpered. Charles nodded, his smile widening. "I can't go out dressed like this," she snorted. "Look at me." Charles frowned and shook his head. "You look as beautiful as ever." The sincerity he spoke with brought a smile to her own lips. He had meant what he said, and without even intending to, he had endeared himself to her even more than he was. "I'd love to come with you, but can you give me a little time to change?" she almost pleaded. She was already mortified that he had seen her like this. The least she could do was salvage something of the image of a lady that was expected of her. "Of course," he replied. "Where would you like me to meet you?" Doria shook her head as she took him by the hand. "You're coming with me," she informed him, the shock of his arrival giving way to a need to keep him close. Her grip tightened around him as she apparated them to the front door of Grimald Place. It was odd to feel possessive over another person, but it had always been there to some degree with Charles, ever since that day during her 4th year that he had been there for her. "Just give me a moment," she murmured. She drew her wand and carried out the necessary work to admit Charles into the house, something she knew that Arcturus would have no objection to, though he may not be pleased that she and Charles were here alone. What her brother didn't know wouldn't hurt him. "Elgar," Charles greeted the family elf enthusiastically. The little creature's eyes widened at his appearance, but Elgar quickly bowed low. "Lord Potter, Elgar is pleased to see you. Is Lord Black well?" Charles nodded reassuringly. "He is fine," Charles replied. "I expect he will be coming home soon for a visit. His child will be here soon after all." Elgar nodded excitedly. Doria had been the last babe that he had been tasked to care for, but Doria was now a woman grown. "Just give me a few minutes," Doria requested, all but sprinting up the stairs to make herself presentable. In less than 20 minutes, she managed to shower, dress, style her hair and apply her makeup before she made her way back down the stairs and into the kitchen where Charles's was drinking coffee and speaking with Elgar, the odd pair seemingly content in the company of the other. However, when Doria entered the room, Charles had eyes for her only, his mouth falling agape as he took in her appearance. As she always did when he paid such attention to her, she blushed, and he stood from his chair. "Better?" she asked. Charles shook his head, a smirk tugging at his lips. "You look the same whether you are dressed up or in your healer robes. It makes no difference to me." Doria raised an eyebrow at him. If he wasn't such an honest man, she would think he was trying to charm her, and maybe he was to a degree, but he certainly believed his own words. "And where shall you be taking me?" she asked. Charles offered her his arm, and Doria gladly took it. "We can go wherever you wish," he replied as he led her towards the front door. Break. As had become a common habit, one born of necessity, Harry found himself poring over a large map of the continent, where he had meticulously placed several pins to represent the ICW forces and the territories they held, and the opposite for Grindelwald and his own lands. Compared to what the map had displayed at the beginning of the year, the ICW position was more favorable than it had been, their diligence having paid dividends where it mattered. Yet it was not enough. Vast pieces of land were still firmly in Grindelwald's hands, some that were out of the question to attack for the time being, but it was Romania that Harry was focused on. "What are the scouts saying?" he asked Petter, who had sent his own men to get a lay of the land. "The entire country is barely defended," the Russian snorted, "but that will change soon. According to my men, reinforcements are due to arrive within the next few days." "Then we should move in quickly," Harry murmured. "What lays between us and Bucharest?" "Nothing. The force of around 400 men is in the capital waiting for assistance. If we arrive before Grindelwald's men, they will likely surrender or flee if given the chance." Harry nodded his agreement. "The latter is not an option," he sighed. "If we let them go, we will only face them later." I think we should handle this carefully. It would be best if we could erect wards around the magical district so they cannot escape," he suggested, tracing the perimeter of the area with his finger on a map of the city. "What about civilians?" "Many fled across the border into Bulgaria before Grindelwald arrived," Petter sighed. Harry frowned as he pondered how best to proceed. "Let's do it," he decided. "We cannot afford to allow more of his men to bolster the ones already there." "I will make the arrangements," Petter assured him before he took his leave of the room to do just that. Harry yawned and leaned back in his chair, tearing his gaze away from the maps for the first time in hours. Soon enough, Romania would be brought into the fold, but then they faced another monumental task, this one to liberate the much more protected Bulgaria, where Summerby was currently situated, reporting all she could on her homeland. Break. Had anyone told her that she would be sharing a meal with Charles Potter when she had woken this morning, Doria would have laughed at the absurdity of such an idea, yet here she was. The restaurant they had decided upon was a popular one amongst the purebloods, one that Arcturus had brought her to on a number of occasions before he had left for war. It was one of Doria's favorite places, and being here with Charles only made it more so, though they had garnered more attention than she would like. To the other purebloods, they made a strange couple, and Doria could understand why. With everything that had transpired between their families, since the war began, their appearance together would undoubtedly raise many questions. In truth, it soured the mood for Doria, who had wanted nothing more than to enjoy their time together. But with the stares and poorly concealed whispers, it was impossible to do so. "What are we doing, Charles?" she sighed sadly. "We are having dinner," he answered simply. Doria smiled at how little he cared for the opinion of others, but it was not something that could be easily ignored. With both coming from such prominent families, the rumor mill would be rife with speculation as to what they were doing here together. "You know what I meant," Doria snorted. Charles laid down his spoon as he deflated. "I ask myself that every time I receive a letter from you," he admitted. "I've asked myself that ever since we bumped into each other in Diagon Alley." Doria nodded. "Me too. We should probably stop this." Doria felt her heart sink at his words. "But I don't want to." "You don't?" Charles shook his head. "No, more than anything else, I don't want this to stop." Doria smiled sadly. "You're going to cause us both a lot of trouble," she chuckled. Charles shrugged. "I don't care," he huffed. "I like being with you. By rights, I should probably be married by now to secure the future of my house." "Then why aren't you?" Doria asked nervously. "Because no one else is you," Charles answered honestly. Doria shook her head as she smirked. "You are a stupid man," she murmured. "They would never accept it," she added, nodding towards those still shooting furtive glances towards them. "Does that bother you?" "No, but it will be your family reputation that suffers. Charles leaned across the table and took her hands in his own. Are you trying to put me off? He questioned. No, but we have to consider these things. No, we don't, Charles countered. I'm fighting a war for these people, and if anyone has a problem with any of my choices, then they can take it up with me themselves. In that moment, Doria was reminded that the man seated opposite her wasn't just Charles, the man who occupied her thoughts more than she would admit, but the Lord Potter, a man that very few would be willing to cross. Still, his declaration caused her to smirk amusedly. Is this a marriage proposal? She japed. If you want it to be, he replied sincerely. Doria was taken aback, and her breath hitched in her throat as she searched his expression for any hint of jest. You really mean that, don't you? Charles nodded. People won't like it, he admitted, but there is no one else I would rather share my life with. If you don't feel the same, then I will do my duty as the lord of my family and marry another, but I don't want that. The thought of him doing so made Doria's chest tighten. I would love to, but how can we make this work? She asked. I will speak with Arcturus when I go back, Charles assured her. I will explain everything to him, and if necessary, negotiate a contract. There is nothing he could ask for that I wouldn't be willing to give. Doria smiled brightly. This is ridiculous, she whispered. It is, Charles agreed, but as long as we are both happy, that's all that matters to me. If you will have me, of course. Doria huffed as she stared at him, still in disbelief at the turn the evening had taken. She had been content with simply spending some time in his company, and now they were discussing the prospect of marriage. The thought had crossed her mind many times, but she had never allowed herself to believe that such a match would be possible, not with everything that was seemingly against them. There is nothing that I would want more, Doria answered honestly. All that was left was broaching the subject with her overly protective brother, and though she had no doubt he would wish to see her happy, it was not in Arcturus's nature to make anything easy for anyone, even someone he respected as much as Charles. Chapter 82. Harry the Farmer Bucharest had fallen with little resistance from Grindelwald's followers, the planned erection of wards and subsequent attack having caught them off guard and unable to mount a credible defense before they were quickly overwhelmed by the ICW forces led by Petter. They had made good time with the arrangements and had arrived only a few hours before the expected reinforcements, who were now engaging them at the southern border of the country, the wards in place having forced them away from the Romanian capital. Grindelwald had not arrived, and Harry hadn't seen nor heard anything of the man since they had last met in the Ukraine, and his foe had fled. The thought made his nostrils flare in anticipation. They would meet again, and the sooner the better for Harry as far as he was concerned. Still, it was disconcerting not knowing where he was, or what he was up to. Whatever it was, Harry knew it would not bode well for him and his men. They weren't expecting us to be there, Petter chuckled, having appeared beside him. They don't know whether to attack or to run. If they knew the city was ours already, they wouldn't bother. Harry nodded his agreement. They'd be better put to use attempting to hold Bulgaria than being slaughtered at the border. What's next? The Russian questioned. Well, I'm awaiting a report from someone in Bulgaria and for the others to come back from leave. I already informed them that we are here, Harry explained. When they return, you will be taking some leave for yourself. Me? Petter asked with a frown. You need some time out too, Harry pointed out. You're no good to me if you're not rested, and since we arrived in the Ukraine, you've been just as busy as me. That is my job, Petter snorted. Harry offered the man a smile and squeezed his shoulder fondly. It is, he agreed, but you still need rest. Don't make me order you to take it. Petter nodded gratefully. Duh, a rest would be appreciated, but what about my men? Do you have someone you trust enough to lead them? Petter frowned thoughtfully. I have one man who could do it, he mused aloud. I will inform him of his temporary promotion. He will be thrilled. Judging by Petter's tone, Harry doubted the man in which he spoke of would be pleased, But if he was anything like most of the Russians he had met, he would take it in his stride. "Tell him to report to me when he is available," Harry instructed. "I'll run through his responsibilities with him." Petr nodded before apparating away to undoubtedly rejoin his men at the border, whilst Harry continued overseeing the cleanup here. Bucharest had not suffered as much as other capitals, but it would take days of work to ensure the natives were cared for and the needed repairs to be completed. Harry was assisting with the former, handing out clothing, food, and making sure everyone had somewhere to stay. Priority repairs to houses were made for those that didn't, but for the time being, they were provided with a tent. "Sarp," a voice gasped. Harry looked down to be greeted by the fearful gaze of a small girl, her eyes wide as she clung to the legs of a woman who gently chastised the girl in her native tongue. "Excuse me," Harry asked, not understanding what was said. The woman sighed and offered him a look of apology. "I am sorry," she said in broken English. "This one's head has been filled with lies about you." "Lies?" Harry questioned, a frown marring his features. The woman nodded as she pointed to a wall only a short distance away, a poster with a picture of Harry having been hung there. Having seen it, he couldn't miss the dozens of others that seemed to adorn every building in the street, and Harry took one to inspect it closer. "What does it say?" he asked the woman. She released a deep breath. "It says to be aware of the serpent," she sighed. "It is on the posters and even on the radio. They say that you will steal our children and unleash an army of basilisks on us." "Who says that?" "Grindelwald's men." Harry laughed, though the woman nor any other of the Romanians did so, some eyeing him the same way the little girl did. "That's ridiculous," he declared irritably. The woman smiled as she nodded. "I know that, but they have been filling our heads with it for weeks now. Many people here do not know what to believe." Harry's jaw tightened, the feeling he was experiencing reminiscent of how it had been during fourth year, when his name had come out of the goblet of fire. "Where would I get an army of basilisks?" he snorted. "From the farm." "Farm?" "The basilisk farm outside of the city. You do not know of it." Harry shook his head. He remembered the man he had supplied the basilisk venom to in Nocturne Alley having mentioned the farms, but he'd not looked for one. "No, I didn't know it was there, and I certainly don't have an army of them. That would be a moronic thing to do." "It would," the woman agreed with a tinkling laugh, "but that is what we have been told. That I have an army of basilisks and will steal your children." The woman nodded, smirking, though Harry didn't see the humor in the situation. "Why don't you believe it?" he asked, shooting a glance at the little girl who was still staring at him. Any trace of amusement she may have felt vanished as the woman swallowed deeply. "I would never believe those that murdered my husband because he chose to fight for his country." At the mention of her father, the little girl began to cry, and the woman picked her up off the ground. She could have been no older than 4 and had already experienced so much. "He died fighting for you all," Harry murmured. "He was an Auror, a very brave man," the woman replied proudly. "That he was," Harry agreed, conjuring a small, stuffed unicorn for the girl and offering it to her. She looked to her mother for confirmation before accepting it and pulling tight to her chest. "He will need a name," Harry pointed out. The woman translated to the little girl, who gave him a watery smile before whispering to her mother. "She would like to know your name." "Harry," he replied. The girl smiled and nodded. "Then that is the name of the unicorn," the woman declared fondly. "My name is Sorina, and this is Iulia." "I'm pleased to meet you both," Harry said sincerely, pleased to notice the others that had been watching him warily had relaxed somewhat. "Do you have somewhere to stay?" Sorina shook her head. "They destroyed our home after killing my husband," she explained. "There is nothing but rubble left." "We should fix that," Harry decided. "Is it nearby?" "Close to the ministry," Sorina informed him, gesturing for Harry to follow. "My husband worked many hours and living close was needed for when he was on call." Harry nodded his understanding, though even he could see the house was a lost cause when Sorina pointed out what remained of her home. Even magic would not fix this nor hold it together even if it could be. I already know that nothing can be done, she sighed sadly, but maybe it is for the best. I have too many memories here, the good ones soiled by the bad. Where will you stay? Harry asked. Sorina shrugged. When the ministry is reinstated, maybe they will give me a house. That won't be for some time, Harry explained as he withdrew a piece of parchment and a self-inking quill from within his robes and began scratching away. When he was done, he handed it to Sorina, her eyes widening in shock. I cannot accept this, she gasped, attempting to give it back. You can, Harry replied gently, closing her hand around the bank draft he'd given her. I created a charity just for things like this, and people who need it the most. Your husband died doing what is right, and I imagine that he would rest easier knowing that you were both being cared for. Sorina's eyes brimmed with tears, and she wiped them away as she wrapped an arm around him and kissed him on the cheek. I do not know what to say, she whispered. You do not have to say anything, Harry assured her. Sorina shook her head. I could buy 3 houses with this money, she explained. Well, that will get you a new home and food for quite some time. I will make sure to add you to our list of beneficiaries, and you will receive more when you need it. No, this will be more than enough, Sorina protested. Maybe, Harry shrugged, but we don't know how long this will last. Come on, I will make sure you have a tent until you can find a home of your own. By now, Iulia had fallen asleep in her mother's arms, and they made their way back towards where the men of the ICW were distributing what was needed. Harry was suddenly struck by a thought, one that filled him with dread. Is there a dragon reserve here? He asked. Sorina nodded, a grin tugging at her lips. The workers released them, she snorted. They cannot get out of the sanctuary, but Grindelwald's men do not know how to use the protections, so they could not take them for him. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. The last thing he wanted to do was deal with dozens of loose dragons across the continent. And this basilisk farm, is it secure? I do not know, Sorina replied apologetically. You would need to speak with Vassal. They are very secretive about their work. I can introduce you to him. Harry nodded appreciatively. That will be useful, he murmured. Even blind basilisks are dangerous, he added, rubbing the scars near his elbow, a smile cresting his lips as he spotted some familiar faces amongst the other men. I see you're as popular as ever, Charles chuckled, holding up one of the posters Harry had seen earlier. It's not funny, Harry grumbled. No, it's not, Charles agreed. This could be quite bad if people believe it. Which they do, Harry pointed out. Charles shook his head. I suppose it's a smear campaign to make you look bad, he mused aloud. Harry nodded, but for the time being, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Can you find Sorina and her daughter a tent? He asked. Charles peered over his shoulder at the woman. Another admirer. Minerva will be thrilled, he japed. Nothing like that, Harry muttered. Her home has been destroyed and her husband killed. They've got nothing. Bloody hell, Charles grumbled. Gilbert, help the woman and the child, he instructed. Make sure they have everything we can give and then some. Gilbert nodded before making his way towards Sorina, who gave Harry a final smile. I will find Vassal and ask him to pay you a visit, she promised. Thank you, Harry, for everything. Who is Vassal? Charles questioned. Harry could only shake his head. A man that will assist me with one of many things I need to look into, Harry said dismissively. How is she? About ready to pop, I think, Charles chuckled. You need to make sure you can be home for the birth. You'll never forgive yourself if you miss it. I know, Harry replied tiredly. I will be. How was your time away, your mother? She's coping as well as can be expected, Charles said warmly. She is missing home, but she is safe. And what about the rest of your time? Harry frowned as Charles rubbed the back of his neck, his gaze shifting briefly towards Arcturus before he looked away once more. It was nice to be home. he answered sheepishly as he busied himself by handing out food parcels to the still gathered crowd. It was unlike Charles to do anything mischievous or even controversial, but Harry had the feeling he had been up to something, and if the glance he gave an unexpecting Arcturus was anything to go by, Harry had no doubt that it involved the Lord Black in some way. Break. So much had happened since she had last been here, the day that Harry Evans had apprehended her. Elinor had expected that her home would have been discovered, yet here it stood, untouched and just as she had left it. The same, however, could not be said for her country and the people living here. She had arrived in Sofia a little over a week prior to find the usually bustling magical district almost empty, the streets seemingly occupied only by Grindelwald's men, who were much more vigilant than those in Germany. Here, they were anticipating the counter-invasion of the ICW, something that Elinor hoped would come soon. What had become of her homeland was nothing short of heartbreaking. The few men, women, and children she did see looked broken, their morale having been diminished by the months under Grindelwald's regime, the countenances speaking of the hardship they'd endured. As far as any of them knew, the world had abandoned them to their fate, and they went about their days in a state of reluctant acceptance. What else could they do? The situation in Bulgaria was bad, and Elinor wasn't even sure that an ICW liberation would be enough for the magical population to ever truly recover. But they would try, nonetheless. Harry had promised he would do all he could to save them, and if nothing else, he had proven to be a man of his word, someone who had never given Elinor a reason to doubt him. If only her fellow countrymen knew that, but for little they would have been told, they were perhaps dreading Harry's arrival. The posters she had found stuck to almost every wall here depicted Harry as a monster, everything that Grindelwald had proven himself to be. But with how long the country had been isolated, could she expect the Bulgarians to believe anything else? What information they were privy to was only what Grindelwald allowed, and according to the posters, the radio transmissions, and the public service announcements played for all in the streets to hear, Harry was their enemy, and Grindelwald the protector they should look to. Begrudgingly, Elinor admitted that the tactic, though brazen and false, was quite the stroke of genius. If Harry and the ICW, the latter not having been mentioned in any capacity, were seen as the threat, they would get no assistance from the locals when they arrived to liberate them. That was where Elinor knew she would come in. Having grown in these streets and being familiar with most of the locals, she knew whom it was she should approach to begin sowing the seeds of truth and doubt. Thus far, she had merely observed the comings and goings of the magical district, the patrols and changeovers of Grindelwald's men, and watching for the appearance of anyone familiar she could identify as a potential ally. She had spoken to none yet, but had spotted a few people she knew who would be open to listening to her, and Grindelwald's followers seemed to keep a regular schedule. In all, she calculated, there were around 1,500 of various nationalities loyal to the Dark Wizard, something she would be informing Harry of shortly. For now, she wished for but a few moments to look around her house once more, and perhaps have a sleep in her own bed. The prison had been terrible, and most nights since she had been freed had been little better. The hotel in Berlin had been a welcome reprieve, but there was nothing quite like sleeping in your own bed, especially as it had been so long since she had done so. Break. Dear Nicholas, I hope this finds you hale and hearty. The man you mentioned in your letter undoubtedly exists, but I'm afraid he is little more than a whisper on so few lips. Truly, he is a master of subterfuge, which only speaks to how dangerous he is. I apologize that I have nothing more for you, and wish you well in your endeavor to identify him. Yours truly, Iqbal Qureshi. Nicholas sighed as he threw the letter into the fire and began stroking Camille thoughtfully. For months he had corresponded with any and all who may be able to assist him in identifying the elusive Weber, but all his contacts had drawn a blank beyond, confirming the man was not merely a myth. It was frustrating, to say the least. How could someone so prolifically involved in such an egregious movement be so anonymous? It made no sense to Nicholas, nor Albus, who had equally spent his own contacts in the pursuit of the man. The alchemist was not one to concede defeat so easily, but Iqbal had been his final hope, and if the former Minister of Foreign Affairs for the ICW couldn't help him in the matter, he doubted that anyone else could. "Do not be so hard on yourself," Perenelle implored. "You have done all you can." "I have, but failure is not something I can swallow," he replied grimly. "You are a stubborn man, Nicholas," Perenelle huffed. "You must remember that for the last few centuries, we have isolated ourselves, and the world is a very different place." Nicholas nodded. "I no longer recognize it," he admitted wryly. "I never believed it would become so full. We are like an infestation of parasites, and what the world is now is something I find I care little for." Perenelle released a deep breath. "In our reclusiveness, we have missed much," she agreed. "Gone are the days of discovery and simpler times, but it is still the people that suffer. Whether they draw swords or fire guns at one another, the result is the same, only on a much bigger scale now. Disease and famine still exist and always will. Perhaps our vision of what the world would be was rose-tinted, and what it is was inevitable." Nicholas snorted. "Some days I truly grow tired of it," he admitted. "I have no regrets, but I am quite ashamed that the memory of man is so short that they continue to make the same errors, and here we are, embroiled in a war that spells only disaster." Perenelle wrapped an arm around his shoulder. "Do not let it dishearten you," she urged. "The world has survived many things we thought would end it." "You're right," Nicholas replied with a smile. "I think I'll take Camille for a walk before she decides to chew my slippers again." Perenelle fought back a grin. Nicholas had grown to love the rambunctious dog, but she had an obsession with his slippers. In the months since he found her, he'd needed to replace 4 pairs she had destroyed. Still, as much as it annoyed her husband, he could not stay mad at Camille. She would give him one sad look and he would crumble. Nicholas was a soft-hearted man, and Camille knew how to manipulate him. "Take a rain jacket," Perenelle called as he left the room, "and some boots." "Yes, dear," Nicholas called as he readied himself. "Come on, girl, let's go to the woods." Camille merely wagged her tail happily, bounding out of the front garden as he opened the door. Break. It became quickly apparent to Arcturus that something was bothering Charles. Ever since he had returned 2 days ago, the man had been quiet, though it was evident he had something to say. On more than one occasion, Arcturus had caught him about to speak his thoughts, only for the Lord Potter to frown and busy himself with a menial task. It irked Arcturus, but he said nothing. He wasn't going to press the matter, not when he was enjoying seeing the man fumble over himself so uncharacteristically, even if his usually forthcoming friend was not so talkative. Arcturus had an idea what his thoughts pertained to, but a part of him was not relishing the subject being broached. He respected Charles much more than most others he'd come to know. However, the discussion would undoubtedly change things between them. "Lord Black," Charles probed from the doorway. Arcturus frowned. The discussion would evidently be more serious than he had anticipated if Charles was addressing him with such formality. "What can I do for you, Lord Potter?" he returned evenly, following suit, slipping into his lordly demeanor with practiced ease. Charles braced himself by taking a deep breath. "I was hopping. I could discuss something of the utmost importance with you." Arcturus fought the urge to smirk at his friend's discomfort and gestured for the man to take a seat. Charles did so, nodding gratefully for the invitation. "I suppose it must be quite important if you are insisting on this charade." "You know how it is," Charles sighed. "When it is a matter of family interests, our traditions must be adhered to. How else would you know how serious I am if I do not treat it so?" Arcturus conceded the point with a nod, leaning back in his chair to listen to his counterpart. "I would like to discuss the possibility of negotiating a marriage contract between myself and Doria." Arcturus's nostrils flared at the thought, but he swallowed down the protectiveness he felt, not that Charles would know that. Still, he was taken slightly aback by the request. He had perhaps thought that he would inquire about maybe courting Doria, but, as Arcturus had learned well enough during their years at Hogwarts, Charles was not one to do things by halves. "My sister?" Arcturus asked dangerously. Much to Charles's credit, he didn't flinch as he nodded. Once more, the Lord Black resisted the urge to smirk, choosing to narrow his eyes. Just because he liked Charles, it didn't mean he was going to make this easy for him. In truth, he could think of no better man for Doria, one who would treat her with the utmost care and respect she deserved. He remembered what seemed to be so long ago now, when the very topic was touched upon with his sister, and Arcturus had been somewhat brutal with his rebuttal that such a match was simply not likely. Doria had been devastated, and now Arcturus was pleased that his words were proven false, that the woman he held most dear had the chance at the happiness he knew she had wished for. "My sister," he repeated nonetheless. "You wish to marry my sister?" "More than anything," Charles answered sincerely. His words were impassioned, even defiant in a sense that made Arcturus realize that this wasn't merely an attraction between the two, but somehow their feelings had deepened over the years. Was it an infatuation, or much more? "You're in love with her," he whispered in disbelief. "I am," Charles admitted unashamedly, and Arcturus chuckled humorlessly. This certainly changed things. He had considered that it was perhaps the taboo nature of the relationship they would share, that both knew it was something that they couldn't have that drew them together, but it had gone beyond that. How or when, Arcturus knew not, but it had, and it was no longer a point of amusement for him, not when it concerned two people that meant so much to him and their happiness. "You do understand the implications of this, don't you?" he asked. "There will be many who will be displeased." "I don't care," Charles replied firmly. "For once, I'm going to think of myself." Arcturus could respect that, though his curiosity was not yet satisfied. "Is this what she wants?" He already knew the answer, but he wanted to hear it from Charles, for the man to look him in the eye and confirm it. "It is." "How?" he asked. "I'm no fool, I know you have been writing to one another. You were rather poor at hiding that." Charles shrugged, the burden of the feelings he'd carried still weighing him down. "I suppose it started whilst we were at Hogwarts. From the day that Harry and I intervened on her behalf with McLaggen and his lot, we have been on good terms." Arcturus nodded his understanding. "Something I am still grateful for," he murmured. "She really came into her own after that." "She did," Charles agreed with a smile, "but we were nothing but cordial until after we had both graduated. Of course, there was the Longbottom wedding, and then when we bumped into each other in Diagon Alley. That was before the unpleasantness between my father and your brother." "I was aware that you spent time with her in Diagon Alley," Arcturus sighed. "I warned her of the potential fallout." "As did my father with me," Charles explained, "but he gave me his blessing if I wished to pursue anything further with Doria." That did surprise Arcturus, and he could not maintain his stoic expression upon hearing it. "Did he?" Charles nodded, smiling as he seemingly reminisced on a conversation he'd shared with the late Lord Potter. "He explained the complexity of making it work and the political and social implications, but I didn't care. I still don't care. But neither yourself nor your father approached me." Charles shook his head. "My father was killed shortly after," he said sadly, "and with him having killed your brother, I thought it to be impossible. After the funeral, it wasn't until your injury that I saw her again. I thought too much had happened between our families, or that enough time had passed that she would have moved on. As soon as I saw her, I knew I had been lying to myself." "And you have been writing ever since," Arcturus finished. Charles nodded. "We have," he admitted, "and I saw her when I was on leave. I took her to dinner where we attracted more than our fair share of attention, but neither of us cared. I love her, and she feels the same for me. As difficult as it might be, I'm willing to do what it takes for us to both be happy. So much time has already been wasted getting to where we are now." Arcturus simply stared at the man, surprised by some of what had been revealed to him, but full of admiration for Charles. He was a typical Gryffindor in many ways, wore his heart on his sleeve, and was as brazen as they came. But for once, Arcturus was pleased for this tact. With Charles Potter, he always knew where he stood. And though Arcturus would never believe anyone would be worthy of his sister, the man seated before him was as close as someone would come. "So you're seeking my approval?" he asked. "I doubt anyone would get that," Charles snorted. "I'm asking for your acceptance." Arcturus eyed the man speculatively, looking for any signs of deception. As expected, there were none, but he stood and paced back and forth several times before speaking once more. "Stand up, Potter." Charles did so, and Arcturus nodded thoughtfully. "I want your word that you will honor her, that you will always look out for her best interests before any other," he demanded. "I want to know that you would give your life for her just as readily as I would, and I want you to assure me that Doria will never know a day without the love she deserves." "You have my word," Charles replied immediately. "Just like that." Charles nodded solemnly. "Just like that," he parroted. For the first time since the conversation began, Arcturus smiled, pleased that Doria would get the happiness she so craved, and just as pleased for his friend who had endured so much heartache these past years. Arcturus had never been an outwardly affectionate man, not to those not of his blood or his wife, but he pulled Charles into a tight embrace, in no doubt that Doria now had two men in her life who would do whatever it took to make her happy. "Then let the negotiations begin," he declared, gesturing for Charles to sit once more. "Break. What is the oldest snake you have?" Harry asked. The Romanian serpent farmer, Vasil, glared at him, not even trying to hide his mistrust or reluctance to cooperate. Harry, however, was taking no chances. Basilisks were amongst the most dangerous creatures in the world, and it would be foolish to do so. "Our oldest is around 80 years old," Vasil replied. "She is around 20 feet. Much smaller than the one in the Chamber of Secrets, but no less dangerous if it was to bite him, something Harry had no intention of experiencing again." "And how many snakes altogether?" "We keep no more than 15 at a time," Vasil sighed. "Most stop producing venom after a while, so we replace them." Harry hummed unhappily, but didn't comment further until they reached what most would deem to be a rather innocuous rock, but the magic radiating from it was unmissable. The spells keeping the snakes within what he discovered to be an underground cavern were extensive, the magic dangerous for those that did not know how to counter it. The cavern itself was humid, and Harry frowned. "Why is it so warm?" he questioned. "Snakes need heat. You should know this," Vasil answered patronizingly. Harry shook his head. "Basilisks are creatures of the cold and darkness. They thrive in it." Vasil scoffed and gestured for Harry to advance. "Since you are such an expert, why don't you go ahead and see how they welcome you?" An angry hissing greeted him as he entered the adjoining chamber, the thin layer of mist generated from the heat obscuring his vision. "Stay calm, young ones," a voice spoke. "Give them no reason to harm you and you will be safe." "I will not harm you," Harry called. "They bring us another of our kind," the voice declared. Excited hissing followed, incoherent for the most part, but Harry could sense what they were feeling. Making his way through the mist, he came to a series of tanks that housed the basilisks, most within being quite small for their breed, but one much larger than the others. As expected, their eyes had been removed, but the biggest was tasting the air, its tongue flicking. "You are an old one," it hissed gently, "much older than me." "I'm not one of you," Harry replied. "I am a man's like those that take your venom." The basilisk reared up slowly, and Harry got to see the creature in all its glory as it did so. Compared to the one he had slew in the chamber, it was tiny, though to any that had not witnessed such a magnificent beast as he had, this would be a behemoth. "You can understand me." "I can," Harry replied. "There are some of us that are gifted with your language and magic." "You smell like us." "I was bitten by one of your kind," Harry explained. "She was much older and much bigger than you. I was healed, but her venom stays with me." "She was strong," the basilisk acknowledged. Harry nodded. A beautiful creature, much like yourself. The basilisk hissed almost demurely. We are monsters, it declared. We give our venom and then they kill us. Why haven't they killed you? Because I feed the little ones. Despite his rather unpleasant past with the creatures, he felt for the basilisk. She was kept alive to only feed the hatchlings and give her venom. This was no life for such a beast. Isn't it too hot for you down here? I have grown used to it, and the hatchlings know no better, but we do not like it. Then I will make it cooler for you, Harry declared as he drew his wand. With a few waves of his wand, the temperature dropped considerably, and the mist vanished. The serpents hissed contentedly. Better, he asked. The large basilisk simply hissed happily, enjoying the preferred environment. It needs to stay like this for them, he explained to Vassal, who was staring at him wide-eyed. They do not like the heat. The man nodded dumbly. Who owns this place? Dmitri was the owner, but he died, Vassal sighed. I do not know what we will do. Then I will buy it, Harry declared. I will fund it on the condition that the basilisks are treated properly and with the respect they deserve. They will be fed and cared for, and I will be checking in regularly to ensure that is happening. In an ideal world, Harry would like to set them free, but they would not survive and would be hunted just because of what they were. The best he could do was ensure they lived a good life and that they were happy. What is the venom used for? We sell it to research companies, Vassal explained. There are many potential benefits for the venom to be used in healing. Harry nodded his understanding. How many workers are there? We had 9, but 6 are dead. Then find more, Harry instructed. I will compensate you all generously so long as you adhere to my terms. I want a comprehensive log kept of the care of the animals and how much venom from each is produced. There will be a ledger of all contracts and finances, and in turn, I will ensure the job is safe for you and the others that work here. Understood. Vassal swallowed deeply and nodded, gasping as Harry seized him by the throat. I will say this only once, he growled. If I find that these creatures are not treated to my standards, I will fucking feed you to them. Basilisk venom is an extremely painful way to die. Have you seen what it does? Yes, Vassal choked. Then you will not wish to suffer it. Vassal shook his head, and Harry released him. They will be given better accommodation, preferably somewhere they can roam more freely. I will leave it up to you to find a suitable place, and I will place the protections there myself. Do we have an agreement? We do. Good, Harry replied before he turned his attention back to the largest of the basilisks. You will be better cared for, he promised. You will soon have a new home and lots of food. All that I ask is that you provide venom when required without attacking the humans. They will not harm you. The basilisk hissed happily in response. Well, don't you have work to get one with? Harry snapped at Vassal, who all but fled from the cavern. Harry knew that he had perhaps been harsh with the man, but he wanted there to be no mistaking how serious he was. The basilisk, though a dangerous foe, was beautiful in its own way, and something Harry felt a strong connection to. The very essence of the creature dwelled within him, after all. Other than for their venom, the serpents here were of little use to him. It would be too dangerous to attempt to use them for the war, even without their sight. He had no doubt they had a keen sense of smell, but he could not expect them to differentiate between friend and foe, nor would he. These were not weapons of war but magnificent beings that deserved to live, and though he was perhaps being a little too sentimental, he didn't care. Despite how he had been gifted his Parselmouth abilities and the trauma he'd suffered having been bitten by a basilisk, he was fond of them both, and had long ago accepted that they were a part of what made him who he was. Break. Dear Gellert, it pains me to be the bearer of unwelcome news once more, but I must inform you that Romania has fallen to the ICW forces. Although your followers fought valiantly, they were unable to snatch victory. I await any instruction you wish to give. W. Gellert cursed under his breath, his months spent recruiting more men having been fruitful in many ways. but disastrous in others. He could ill afford to keep losing land to the men of the ICW, and he knew in that moment that something had to change. "Pack your things, Cassie," he instructed. "It is time for us to return." Chapter 83. My family, it was not difficult for Doria to deduce when fighting was taking place on the continent. St. Mungo's would become inundated with the wounded whenever it did, but despite the lack of admissions due to the war, she had not heard from Charles or Arcturus in almost a month since the former had left her company. It was becoming quite the concern for her. Had Charles changed his mind? The thought filled her with dread, and though she tried to not dwell on such a maudlin prospect, she couldn't help it. If Charles was having second thoughts, his silence was understandable, but it did not account for her brothers. Ever since he had pledged himself to the war, no more than a week would pass without a missive of sorts from him. "Go home, Black," Healer Camden instructed. "You may as well get as much rest as you can before the next influx." "Are you expecting one?" "The continent will not remain at peace," Camden sighed. "Not for much longer, at least." Doria nodded her agreement before readying herself and taking her leave of the hospital. She had an early start the following morning, so the extra hour, or so she had been granted, was much appreciated, if of course her respite was not intruded upon by a sudden need of her presence here. Arriving home, she was greeted by Elgar, the ever-dutiful elf, relieving her of her coat before ushering her into the kitchen, where he had a pot of tea ready for her. Next to the pot was an unusually large stack of letters. Unusual, as Doria only ever received one letter from Lord Parkinson per month, and 2 or 3 from both Charles and Arcturus. Before her now was 4 envelopes. She spread them out in front of her and recognized the handwriting on 3, one from each of her correspondents, and one in a hand that was not familiar. This one was the thickest, but it was the one from Lord Parkinson she read first. As expected, it was merely a report on the affairs of the family that the man was overseeing on Arcturus's behalf. Putting it aside to add to the others she had received from the man, she reached for the one with Charles's familiar scrawl. Opening it, she frowned at how short his note was. "Doria, I am sorry that I have not written, but once you read the letter from your brother, you will understand. Yours always, Charles." His words gave nothing away, but the feeling of trepidation she had been feeling over the past few weeks returned as broke the seal on the missive received from Arcturus. To Doria. Imagine my surprise when I was approached by Lord Potter to negotiate a marriage contract between him and yourself. I was aware the two of you were communicating, but to learn that your affections for one another had become so deep was shocking. I expected that Charles would eventually reveal that he was writing to you and perhaps seek permission to court you. Needless to say, I was stunned, but having spoken to him in depth, I have no reason to believe that his intentions towards you are nothing short of honorable. I do not like being surprised as a rule, but under the assurances he gave, I have given the match my blessing under the condition that you are happy with it. If you are not, Potter can hang for all I care, and I have told him this. You will receive a copy of the contract for your approval, and you need only sign and return it to our family law firm. Upon doing so, they will prepare the formal announcement. The contract is standard, but I would urge you to read through the agreed-upon terms made between myself and Charles. If this is truly what you want, you have my blessing. I have watched you grow into a wonderful woman that I could not be prouder of, and having spent as much time with Charles over the years, I have no doubt that he is a good man that will treat you well. If he doesn't, I will personally make sure the war we are fighting feels like a leisurely stroll through the park, with what I will do to him. Love. Arcturus. Doria gave a watery chuckle at her brother's declaration as she wiped a tear from her eyes. Her worries finally abated. Charles had kept his word and spoken to Arcturus, and she felt foolish for the doubts she'd had, though a new concern rose as she placed his letter with Charles's and picked up the last of the pile. This one could only be the contract, and Doria found herself wondering just what agreement the two men had reached in her absence. Knowing there was only one way to find out, she released a deep breath before opening it. Inside was a folded-up wad of parchment, adorned with the wax seal of both the Black and Potter families, along with a separate note that Doria read first. Dear Miss Black, please find enclosed the original copy of a marriage contract dated 28/06/1941, signed by both Lord Potter and Lord Black. I offer you my congratulations on such a momentous and unprecedented match, and look forward to a response from yourself. Best wishes, Leonard Foley, Contracts Manager. Foley, Smith, and Goldstein practitioners of wizarding law. It was with a trembling hand that she reached for the sealed accompaniment, the sight of both family crests on one official document likely never having been seen before. This truly was an unprecedented occurrence, and were it not for the anxiety that had gripped her, she would have appreciated it more for what it was, but she was concerned. Charles had stated that there was nothing Arcturus could ask of him that would be too much, and she hoped her brother had not attempted to exploit him because of it, nor that Charles had made too many concessions. Taking a few calming breaths, she broke both seals and unfurled the parchment. Doria had never been educated on contracts, her father never seeing fit to do so, as such things would never be her responsibility, and because of that, she could barely make head nor tail of the jargon used. She would have to take Arcturus's word that it was a standard marriage contract, and was confident that he would not have signed it if he was displeased with anything included. Instead of focusing on the paragraphs of jargon-filled prose, she skipped ahead until she reached the page that explained the terms of the agreement between Arcturus and Charles, frowning as she did so. Terms of agreement. Listed below are the terms of the above agreement, some of which being attached to a timescale in which they must be fulfilled. These have been noted where appropriate and will automatically be altered when these conditions have been reached. If, for any reason, one or more terms are near expiration and have yet to be honored/fulfilled, all parties named in the document will be notified with sufficient notice so that they may be. The terms are as follows. At the request of Lord Charles Potter, the sum of 1 galleon will be paid by Lord Arcturus Black in the form of a dowry. Fulfilled. At the request of both parties, there will be no requirement to offer assistance support with regards to politics, agendas, or the passing of laws if it does not coincide with the traditional political interests of their respective houses. Assistance may be given freely, but it shall not be insisted upon due to a relationship through marriage. At the request of Lord Arcturus Black, any male born of the Potter line stemming from Miss Doria Constance Black and Lord Charles Potter will become the heir of House Black if no male heir is available from the direct line of the future lord. This is subject to change at the discretion of any future Lord Black if they deem it to be necessary. At the request of both parties, should either family find themselves in a position where they are unable to provide suitable care and upbringing for an heir befitting their station, that care will, without prejudice, revert to the other family to ensure suitable preparation for future responsibilities. This is to coincide with the second term of this agreement, and in addendum to that, the heir should be educated in the traditions and practices of their primary paternal family. At the request of both parties, the agreement outlined shall have no impact on current or future business endeavors of either house, nor does it supersede the autonomy to solidify or create any further alliances, be they political or personal, chosen to pursue by each house respectively. The contents of this agreement and the terms hereby agreed upon will be made available in the public archives, as per the agreement of both parties, and will be available for any and all who wish to peruse the contents at their leisure. Doria was relieved, but also thoughtful as she finished reading the terms of the contract. In essence, neither house gained much other than assurances that they be allowed to continue in accordance with their separate traditions, and were secure in the knowledge that the family lines would be secured through a mutual agreement of fostering, if such a thing became necessary. Well, Charles had also gained a galleon as a dowry, something that amused Doria. The most important thing she took away from the terms, however, was that it was being made clear to all that this was not a political or financial agreement, but one that both Doria and Charles desired for nothing more than their affections for one another. That would mollify those who would claim that the traditions of the families were being changed to accommodate the match to an extent, but most would still be shocked and displeased when the announcement was made. Charles was a desirable match for most families, and though Doria was merely a daughter of a patriarchal one, the name she carried was equally valuable to many who wished to better their social standing. With the two of them opting to marry each other, it would very much leave the social standings as they currently were, a rather sour prospect for many a lord who had hoped to improve their own by association with either of the prominent families. Thumbing her way through the rest of the contract, she reached the final page where she found both Charles and Arcturus had signed with a final section left blank to be filled by her own. It felt to be almost dreamlike as she readied her quill. Even since before she had graduated from Hogwarts, she had allowed her hope to blossom to the point that she had envisioned an accord being reached between hers and Charles's families. And though it hadn't transpired as she had imagined, Doria was no less elated. With her hand still trembling, she signed the document before replacing it in the envelope and sending it off immediately, her future now decided. She would not be marrying one of the awful heirs of a lord of her father's choosing, but she would be marrying the man she loved, and she could not have asked for anything better. She would, in the future, become Lady Doria Potter, a prospect that filled her with more joy than she could ever show in gratitude to her brother. Break. Having been unable to send reinforcements in time to Romania, and subsequently losing the rushed attempt to re-establish themselves in the country, Grindelwald's men had retreated, only to set up a strong defensive border. The men of the ICW now found themselves in a somewhat similar position to what they had faced during their time in the trenches between France and Belgium. Yet this time, they were the aggressors. Harry was not content with holding their lines, and it was him and the forces under his command taking the fight to Grindelwald. Much to his chagrin, progress on the front was only successful in small increments, but slowly and steadily, they were beating Grindelwald's followers back. When he was not overseeing the operation, he was assisting with the relief work across Romania, much of his focus being on the Basilisk farm and ensuring his wishes regarding it were being carried out to keep both the snakes and the workers safe. It was an arduous process, and one that would involve dealing directly with the ICW to seek approval for moving and housing the heavily regulated creatures. He could see no reason why a Briot or any other representative would object, but he had been warned by Vassal that the paperwork alone was extensive. Currently, he was awaiting the arrival of the documents, but his mind was occupied elsewhere. The due date for the birth of his and Minerva's baby was drawing ever closer, and it had been months since he had seen her. She wrote often informing him of the outcome of her healer appointments and what she had purchased in his absence, but it was not the same as being there. From what he could gather, she and the baby were happy and healthy, something that relieved him greatly, but it didn't stop him feeling uninvolved and even useless being so far away from her. He would have preferred that the war had been concluded, but it wasn't to be. It would be months, perhaps even years before that, and as frustrating as it was, he was determined to see it through to the end. Grindelwald certainly would not allow him any respite, and Harry would not abandon his men. No, that wouldn't do, and just as much as Grindelwald would not allow him any grace, Harry was not inclined to do so either. The war would continue until a victor emerged, and Harry was determined to ensure that would be him and the men he commanded. "How is the move coming along?" he asked Gilbert. The man had been a blessing since he'd returned, taking it upon himself to assist the locals with the housing crisis, overseeing repairs, and had even found a new home for Sorina and her daughter, the very thing Harry wished to inquire about. "It's going well," Gilbert replied with a smile. "She's got you wrapped around her finger," Harry chuckled. "She has not," Gilbert denied. "Bloody hell, you try saying no to that little girl." Harry chuckled as he shook his head. It's your own doing, he pointed out. You caved to her the first time. I only lifted her on my shoulders, Gilbert defended, and have done so almost every day since. Gilbert huffed, though he did not attempt to remove his smile. He had become dedicated to the girl and her mother, and in doing so, he had shown a side to him that Harry had not seen. If anything, it endeared the man to him. She's a good woman, Harry commented. She is, Gilbert agreed. Too good for an old lag like me. Before Harry could respond, he walked away shaking his head. Gilbert had grown fond of Sorina and Iulia, and both of him. Harry wouldn't pretend to understand in what context that was, but what he did know was that Gilbert felt unworthy of it. Yes, the man had proven to be a pain throughout the time he'd known him, and for most of his life by his own admission, but he was not the same man Harry had met so many months prior. Gilbert had grown beyond being a petty criminal, and Harry, along with the rest of those that regularly interacted with Gilbert, had come to respect and value him. Still, Gilbert needed to recognize his own worth. That was not something anyone else could help him with. Leaving the man to brood, Harry made his way to Vasil and the other men that had been employed thus far to oversee the running of the farm. How is the new lair coming along? He asked. Vasil shook his head and cursed under his breath in his native tongue. The new cavern is suitable, but tunneling from it to the river will take some time, he explained, unrolling a map he had created and indicating the proposed line. It is almost 100 meters away, and the rock is thick here, and here, he added, pointing to the various points. Harry nodded thoughtfully. But everything else is going well. Vasil nodded, the other 6 men following suit. The snakes are more cooperative, Vasil said, relieved by the development. They are, as you have seen for yourself, eating well, and they will not be milked for 6 months to ensure they are healthy enough to replenish it once it is taken. I do have one question, though. Harry gestured for the man to continue. What happens to them if they are no longer capable of producing venom? Harry released a deep sigh. It was something he had considered. Having looked into the matter and speaking to the oldest of the basilisks, when one could no longer produce venom, it meant that their body was beginning to shut down, and it was only a matter of time before they died. Harry did not understand why it happened. It simply just did on occasion, particularly when the snake was poorly nourished or living in unsuitable conditions. He hoped that with the introduction into their new home, the serpents would begin a much better quality of life than they had become accustomed to, thus ensuring they continued to produce venom and remain healthy. We will address that if it continues to be a problem, he replied. Vasil nodded his agreement. Sourcing food is not a problem, he reported. Our supplier is happy to continue doing so at an increased rate. What food do they supply? Cows mostly, but the basilisks seem to like goat and horse also. Then we will make sure they have plenty of it. Vasil offered a shallow bow before addressing his companions. We will begin with the tunneling, he informed Harry. The sooner we start, the sooner they can be moved into a better home. Let me know if you come across any problems, Harry instructed. I will be around. Vasil offered a final nod before leading the others away, and Harry headed back towards the center of the magical district of Bucharest. Accommodation was being prioritized, but some of the shopkeepers had resumed plying their trade, and Harry was hopeful that a full recovery for the country was possible. He'd had his doubts, but finding himself and his men in an unwelcome, yet familiar stalemate had irked him, and his mood reflected that. Soon, however, he had no doubt that the neighboring Bulgaria would fall to the pressure he and the men of the ICW were applying, and if fortune favored him, the delay would prove to only be a minor setback. Break. Well, who would have thought we would see the day that a Potter and a Black would marry? Rosalina commented as she perused the Daily Prophet. It had been the topic of discussion in the castle, particularly amongst the pureblood students who understood the ramifications of such a coming together. It had come as quite the shock to Minerva. She had seen Charles and Doria Black interacting in the library on occasion whilst he had been attending Hogwarts after they had graduated, but she hadn't thought anything of it. It was no secret that Harry and Charles had come to Doria's aid against McLaggen and his ilk, but never would Minerva had imagined it would result in this. "It will certainly upset a few people," Rosalina snorted amusedly, an anticipatory grin tugging at her lips. Minerva nodded. Although she had no involvement in the politics of wizarding Britain, she knew enough to know that there would be those displeased by the development. However, what piqued Minerva's interest wasn't of a political nature. What intrigued her most was that if Charles and Doria had married where Harry had come from, then she was his grandmother. He hadn't mentioned such, likely because he hadn't wanted to interfere, but it was something else she had learned about. She winced as another jolt of pain shot through her, the past few days having been filled by sporadic bouts of it. "Are you okay?" Rosalina asked worriedly. Minerva waved her off dismissively. "It's been like this for a while now," she assured the woman. "I'm only a couple of weeks away now." Rosalina frowned, but didn't comment any further on it. "Is everything ready?" Minerva smiled as she nodded. Almost every week her mother had insisted on taking her shopping to buy things for the baby, things that Minerva would not have even considered until she had need of them. "My mother has been a lot of help," she said gratefully. "I wouldn't have known where to begin without her." Rosalina chuckled. "Now that you mention it, I wouldn't either," she replied with a shrug. "What does a baby even need other than food, sleep, and nappies?" "The list is endless," Minerva sighed, "and the older they get, the more they need." Rosalina grimaced. "Rather you than me." Minerva laughed. She thought that Rosalina would be a wonderful mother, undoubtedly strict, but she would suit it better than the woman herself thought. "I'm looking forward to it," Minerva declared, "but I'm terrified at the same time." She winced again as she felt another jolt of pain and shifted in her seat to find a more comfortable position, only to gasp as a sudden warmth ran down her legs and onto the floor. "Oh no," Minerva groaned as she looked up at Rosalina. The woman had frozen, her expression one of abject horror, something she snapped out of quickly, but she became panicked. "What do I do?" "I don't know," Minerva yelped. Rosalina looked around desperately. "We need to get you to the hospital wing." "But it's not time yet." "Well, the baby says differently," Rosalina huffed. "This is what you get for having a baby with someone like Evans." "Someone needs to tell him," Minerva said worriedly. "Getting you to a healer is more important," Rosalina countered as she transfigured the chair Minerva was seated on, giving it a set of wheels. "I'm not delivering the little bugger." She wheeled Minerva out of the room and raced towards the hospital wing, relieved that it was later in the evening and the students were in their common rooms. Bursting through the doors to where Rosalina hoped the healer would be, she startled Madame Morgana, who had evidently been taking stock of her potions. "She's having the baby." The seasoned healer remained calm, unlike Rosalina, and merely nodded as she made her way over to one of the beds. "Bring her over," she instructed. "We need to make her as comfortable as we can." Relieved, Rosalina did as she was bid and helped the woman shift Minerva from the chair onto the bed. "I think it is best that you inform the headmaster," Madame Morgana urged. "Explain that Miss McGonagall is in labor and that no students should be sent here. Ask him to request for a healer from St. Mungo's to attend the castle." Rosalina nodded and all but sprinted from the room. "Now, I need to check you over to make sure everything is as it should be," Madame Morgana explained. "Have your waters broken?" Minerva nodded. "And are you experiencing any pain?" "It comes in short bursts," Minerva replied. "How long has this been happening?" "This is the third day." Madame Morgana frowned as she used her wand to cut away the lower half of Minerva's robes before humming. "You're dilating, but it could be some time before the baby is here. You're definitely in labor and probably have been for a while now." "How long will it take?" Madame Morgana shook her head as she smiled. You can never be sure with Bobby's. It may take an hour. It could take another day. The best we can do is wait and make sure you're as comfortable as can be. Minerva took a deep breath and nodded her understanding, only to grit her teeth as another wave of pain washed over her. Since her water had broken, it was becoming only more frequent and with increased intensity, making everything seem much more real now. The past months had been something of a haze. She had been buying items for the baby, had swelled to a size she wouldn't believe possible, but it still hadn't felt quite real. The pain, however, made it so, and for the first time in a while, Minerva felt the same fear creeping in she had experienced when she first learned of her pregnancy. "The headmaster is coming," Rosalina announced breathlessly as she returned, having seemingly run through the corridors of the castle. "How are you?" "I'm scared," Minerva admitted. Rosalina offered her a comforting smile as she took a seat next to the bed and held her hand. "You will be fine, Minerva," she said reassuringly. Minerva found it difficult to believe her words, not when everything was happening. The baby was coming, and she didn't feel ready. In truth, she never knew if she would, but she would need to be, nonetheless. "Oh, good Lord." The voice of Armando interrupted her thoughts, his face flushing at her state of undress. "Get out," Rosalina yelled. Armando sputtered as he withdrew behind the curtain that had been drawn, though Minerva didn't remember it being done. "I just wanted to see how you were," the headmaster said apologetically. "Albus is here." "And he can stay away too," Rosalina replied. "If you want to make yourselves useful, find a way to get Evans here." "And my mother," Minerva added. The two men scrambled from the room, and Rosalina chuckled. "They wouldn't make it any easier," she sighed. Minerva offered her a grateful smile. "I will be okay, won't I?" she asked. "Of course you will," Rosalina snorted. "It's me I'm worried about." "Why you?" "Because now I have to stay for the duration." Minerva shook her head. "You don't, Rosalina cut her off with a sharp look. "I'm not going anywhere," she said firmly. "Not until I know that you and the baby are safe. Even if Evans makes it, he will have to put up with me." Minerva smiled at the sentiment. As rare as such a thing was from Rosalina not, it meant so much to her knowing the woman wouldn't leave her alone. Break. The men were celebrating, Charles's engagement to Doria Black being announced in the Daily Prophet. The article having inspired the festivities. Harry had been as surprised as the others, but the additional time Arcturus and Charles had spent together now made more sense. Harry had simply been too busy to take much interest in it, though he could kick himself for not doing so. "You two are going to be brothers?" Yaxley questioned, his gaze shifting between Charles and Arcturus. "A Black and a Potter. Bloody hell, I wouldn't want to be there for that Christmas dinner." The others laughed, and the two prominent lords could only shrug in response. "What's the big deal?" Gilbert asked. Not being a pureblood, or having learned much of the customs, he didn't understand the implications of the match. "Both families are well respected," Yaxley explained, "but for vastly different reasons. The Blacks are known for their ruthlessness, political acumen, and penchant for delving into some dark shit. You don't fuck with the Blacks if you want to live a long, healthy life." "Succinctly put, Reg," Charles huffed. Yaxley smiled and continued, undeterred by the glares being sent his way. "Now, the Potters are similar in many ways, ruthless, politically astute, but they traditionally stand on the opposite side of the spectrum to the Blacks. Oh, you wouldn't mess with a Potter either if you know what is good for you. What I know of their history, I know I wouldn't." "And what do you know of my family history, Reg?" Charles questioned curiously. "That you have always bred fighting men, and that your family magic is a sight to behold. We've seen that for ourselves," he added. The others seated around him nodded. "Is that all?" Charles pressed. "That's about it," Reg agreed. "It's not much, is it?" Charles smirked as he shook his head. "You know nothing, Yaxley," Charles snorted. "My family history is much darker than you would expect. You only need to go back a few hundred years to know that my line was not always seen as a paragon of virtue. If you go back even further, it's much worse. Reg looked on interestedly, gesturing for Charles to continue and groaned when it was clear he wouldn't. My marriage to Doria has no political ramifications for either of us, something we were both adamant about before we signed the contract, he explained. Arcturus nodded his agreement. As a family, I gain nothing from this, and neither do the Potters, he added. It is a match based on mutual care and love for one another. The others fell silent at his declaration, until Yaxley snickered. I never took you for a sentimental man. I'm not, Arcturus denied, but I care for my sister more than any other, and if you ever mock me again, Yaxley, I'll kick your balls into your throat. Reg paled as his eyes widened. Aye. Shut up, Reg, Arcturus chuckled. Yaxley deflated as he realized Arcturus had been jesting, but he still released a deep breath and shot Gilbert a look of relief. What is that? He asked as a beam of light shot towards them. Before any could react, it came to a stop in front of Harry, who frowned as it coalesced into a Patronus, the form it took leaving no mistake as to who sent it. Is that a phoenix? Gilbert asked. Why isn't it saying anything? Because he doesn't know how, Harry muttered. Who does it belong to? Arcturus questioned. Dumbledore, Harry murmured thoughtfully. Why would Dumbledore send a Patronus to him? His eyes widened in realization. Minerva. She must be having the baby, Charles pointed out. No, it's too soon for that, Harry denied, not knowing what to do. Only a couple of weeks early, Charles huffed. If Albus sent that, she must be at Hogwarts. Come on, get yourself moving. Bloody hell, what do I do? Harry asked desperately. You get the fuck to Hogwarts. Evans, before I bloody curse you, Arcturus growled as he stood and drew his wand. But we will look after everything here, Charles assured him. Go on, take as long as you need. I'll inform Petter. Get going, Evans, Arcturus snapped. Having finally composed himself somewhat, Harry nodded before activating his portkey and leaving Romania behind, more fearful now than he had ever felt throughout any battle he had fought in. So we just wait, Yaxley asked. What bloody else is there to do? Arcturus grumbled as he paced back and forth. Why are you worried? Charles questioned the man. I'm not, Arcturus denied, taking his seat once more, though the tapping of his foot only made Charles smirk. All right, I don't want anything to happen to the little shit, Happy, Arcturus growled. I like Evans and McGonagall, is that what you wanted to hear? I didn't want to hear anything, Charles replied with a grin. Arcturus's nostrils flared. If you weren't marrying my sister. Instead of finishing his sentence, he simply threw his hands up in the air and shook his head. Fucking Potter, he grumbled. Break. Minerva didn't know how long she had laid here, how many times in the past hours that Madame Morgana had examined her. She had been given a calming draught and a concoction of other potions, but none of them stopped the pain she felt. Inexplicably, it came on even more frequently, tearing through her body every few minutes or so. Her mother had arrived some time ago, her father unable to do so with Hogwarts being hidden from Muggles. Not even the headmaster had the power to change that. You're doing so well, Rosalina said encouragingly, dabbing Minerva's brow with a damp, cool cloth. Her mother was packing frantically, pale, but doing her utmost to remain composed. Where is he? Minerva asked. Rosalina could only shake her head. Albus had left hours ago to do what he could to reach Harry. How he would do so when he was stuck in the middle of a war zone, Rosalina knew not, but if anyone could do it, it was Albus. He sent a Patronus, Armando explained from the other side of the curtain. Would that even reach him from so far away? Rosalina questioned. I don't know, Armando sighed, but Albus has gone to wait for him at the gates and he has informed Nicholas. Perhaps he can be reached by the Flamels. Minerva released a deep breath as a longer, more intense pain took hold of her. We can't wait for him any longer, Madame Morgana declared. The baby is coming now. Minerva gasped and gritted her teeth as the pain remained, pulsating through every fiber of her being. She didn't want to give birth without Harry being here. "You're almost there," Rosalina spoke softly. Minerva squeezed her hand tightly, hoping that it would somehow offer her some comfort or at least alleviate the agony she was experiencing. "I can see the head," Madame Morgana announced. "When I tell you to, you need to push." Minerva nodded, her breathing labored and coming in short bursts as she readied herself to do so. "Push." Minerva did as she was told until she no longer could, groaning as she sucked in mouthfuls of air. "One more should do it," Madame Morgana encouraged. "Push." Minerva was exhausted. Still, she fought on, her vision swimming until the room spun, but the sound of crying cut into the turmoil. Her body ached and she closed her eyes, continuing to breathe heavily whilst Madame Morgana checked the baby over. "Is everything okay?" Minerva asked worriedly. She opened her eyes to the sight of the healer approaching her with a bundle of white blankets. "Everything is fine," Madame Morgana replied with a beaming smile, placing the swathe of blankets into her arms. "You have a healthy little girl." Minerva swallowed deeply as she peered at the babe, her little red face poking out of the top of the swaddling, a beautiful pair of eyes staring back at her. She couldn't stop looking, not even paying attention to Madame Morgana cleaning her up, nor what anyone else was doing. It was several minutes after the baby had fallen asleep that she looked up to see her mother, Rosalina, and Armando looking at her expectantly. But Minerva couldn't ignore the absence of the one person she wished was here sharing this moment with her. "He didn't make it, did he?" Her mother shook her head sadly, and Minerva turned her attention back to her daughter as she wiped her tears away. She wasn't angry, nor was she upset with Harry. Minerva was devastated for him. No matter what platitudes were given to him, Harry would never forgive himself for missing the birth. Break. The map that hung on the wall in his study looked so very different than it had only 6 months before, and Gellert could not rid himself of the feeling of trepidation that had gripped him. The ICW forces were advancing, and everything his own men had done to prevent it had not been enough. It was frustrating, to say the least, but worrying more so. If they continued at the rate they were, which was unlikely with the introduction of Gellert's reinforcements, it would only take them a little over a year, perhaps 2, before most of the continent was back under their control. Gellert could not allow that. Evans and his men had to be stopped, or their progress slowed to a crawl, whilst Gellert established his control and continued to spread his influence. "It paints quite the grim picture, does it not?" he questioned Cassiopeia. "A minor setback," she replied dismissively. Gellert snorted as he nodded his agreement. "Indeed," he agreed, only to frown as the door to his study was thrown open and Selwyn entered. Gellert scowled at the man. He had not requested Selwyn's presence. "I have quite the news to share," the man declared smugly as he handed Gellert a copy of the Daily Prophet, the section he wished to bring his attention to circled in red ink. "I suppose congratulations are in order," Gellert declared as he handed the paper to Cassiopeia. The woman frowned, her mouth falling agape as she read. "Doria is marrying Potter," she whispered. "No, that can't be right." "It isn't." Selwyn replied smugly. "Your brother thinks he may have secured a contract, but little does he know." He trailed off as he removed a thick roll of parchment from within his robes and handed it to her. Cassiopeia narrowed her eyes. "You brokered a contract with my father," she hissed. "He was unwell when he signed this." "But he signed it," Selwyn pointed out, "and it takes precedence over the one your brother signed with Potter." Cassiopeia's nostrils flared. "It says a daughter of House Black. It doesn't name my sister specifically." "Well, you could always marry one of my sons," Selwyn offered. "Then that way, I need not intrude upon your sister's happiness." Gellert released a deep sigh knowing that an explosion of anger was impending. As expected, Cassiopeia drew her wand and banished the unsuspecting lord across the room. He hit the wall with a dull thud and laid upon the floor in a crumpled heap. Before he could catch his bearings, Cassiopeia was on him, and seizing a handful of his hair, She jabbed her wand into his neck. "I would cut off your son's balls and ram them down his throat," she growled. "If I were you, Selwyn, I would forget about this contract. My sister will not be lumbered with the likes of you and yours. That will happen over my dead body." Selwyn grimaced, coughing from having the wind knocked out of him. "It's too late," he wheezed. "I already activated it." "You did what?" Cassiopeia spat. Selwyn cowered before the woman, and Gellert was not inclined to intervene on his behalf. The man had acted foolishly. "I activated it today with my lawyer. Your brother will receive the notification of it shortly." Cassiopeia shook her head as she took her seat once more and began perusing the rest of the document. "What did you hope to achieve from this, Selwyn?" Gellert asked. "You have made an enemy of Lord Potter and Lord Black. Do you think either will take kindly to this?" Selwyn merely frowned in response as he stood. "I thought that anything that would inconvenience them would be of benefit to us," he grumbled. Gellert shook his head irritably. Was this man truly so dense? "Have you read this in its entirety?" Cassiopeia questioned, her expression no longer one of anger but of a barely concealed amusement. "Have you read the terms?" Selwyn's frown deepened. "I helped write the terms. And you still signed and activated it." "Why wouldn't I?" Cassiopeia cackled as she stood and pointed to a section of text, the writing so small that it was barely legible and would be easily missed. Should either lord find disagreement in the activation of this contract, the option to buy out of it remains available for the period of 28 days. If, however, said lord chooses to, they may opt for a second option of a duel to settle the matter, either representing themselves or finding a suitable champion to do so within the same period of time, Gellert read. Having done so, he couldn't help but deduce that Selwyn was indeed a rather stupid man. "It seems that my father was not as addled as you had hoped," Cassiopeia said smugly. "That just means your brother will have to pay through the nose for your sister's freedom." Cassiopeia laughed humorlessly. "If you think Arcturus will do that, then you do not know my brother. He will gladly choose the second option, but the question remains, will it be him or Potter that you will have to face?" Selwyn had paled at the implication, his gaze seeking out Gellert desperately. "I think not," Gellert denied immediately. He had much more important things to focus on other than remedying the man's foolishness. Selwyn's gaze shifted to Cassiopeia, and the woman smirked. "Even if I wish to, which I don't, I am unable to intervene," she said gleefully. "I am a Black." "What do I do?" Selwyn scoffed. "You really should have considered that before acting," Gellert sighed, a smirk tugging at his own lips. Whatever happened to Selwyn from here was of his own doing. He had tried to coerce what he believed to be a weak and vulnerable man into an unfavorable agreement, only for the perished lord to have the last laugh from beyond the grave. "But I think it is best you left, Lord Selwyn," Gellert urged. "I believe you will soon have a duel to prepare for." Selwyn opened and closed his mouth a few times before he did so, realizing that he would get no help here. "The man is a buffoon," Gellert declared. "He is," Cassiopeia agreed quietly, "but he is not completely stupid. He will find someone to represent him. Going against my brother or Potter would be no better than suicide for Selwyn." Gellert nodded. "Are you okay?" he asked. Cassiopeia shrugged. "My little sister. It's strange to think of her marrying, especially Potter. There has never been a marriage between our families." "But what better way to solidify a budding relationship?" Gellert pointed out. "Your brother and the Lord Potter have grown close." Cassiopeia shook her head. "No, it wouldn't be a political alliance," she said thoughtfully. "No matter how close they may have grown, the family politics would never align. It must be a match for other reasons." "Love?" Cassiopeia frowned but nodded. "I can't imagine any other reason," she sighed. "Arcturus cares for Doria more than any other. He wouldn't match her with someone unless she wished for it." Gellert chuckled. "Such foolish sentimentality." "It is," Cassiopeia agreed with a sad smile. "If you will excuse me." Gellert gestured for her to leave. He had no doubt Cassiopeia was loyal to him, but her feelings towards her family were undoubtedly a barrier for her to overcome. She cared for them despite the fact that they were enemies, and sooner or later, something would have to give, and it wouldn't be her dedication to him that would waver. Of that, Gellert was certain. Break. She is in the hospital wing. That was all Harry had needed to hear from Albus before he took off in a sprint towards the castle and through the corridors, leaving the man in his wake until he arrived in the hospital wing, stopping only when he rounded the curtained-off area. Breathing heavily, he was greeted by the sight of a tired Minerva holding a bundle of blankets close to her chest, her hair in disarray and eyes full of tears. He was too late. Harry was angry with himself, with the war, and everything in that moment, though Minerva gave him an understanding smile. "Would you like to meet your daughter?" she asked. "My daughter," he choked. Minerva's smile widened as she nodded. Harry swallowed deeply, his anger dissipating immediately as he stepped forward, his arms trembling as he took the babe in his arms. "We will give you some time," Armando declared. The words barely registered with Harry, his focus solely on the little girl he held so carefully, his eyes meeting hers. Both he and Minerva had green eyes, but the baby had his brighter shade that stood stark against her pale skin. They searched his face almost questioningly before she yawned, and fell asleep only a moment later. "I'm sorry," Harry murmured. Minerva sighed as she shook her head. "We both knew this could happen," she pointed out. "You have nothing to apologize for. I should have been here." "You're here now, and there wouldn't have been much you could do even if you were," Minerva snorted. "I think I traumatized Rosalina. She was with me for the whole thing." "I bet you're her favorite person now," Harry chuckled. "She was amazing," Minerva said sincerely. "Even when my mother arrived, she stayed with me." Harry wouldn't have expected anything less from his mentor. Despite her disdain at the thought of becoming a mother herself, she would not have left Minerva. He grinned at the thought of how far out of her comfort zone the woman would have been. "That'll teach her for the hours of torture she put me through," he muttered. "I heard that, Evans," Rosalina snapped. Harry chuckled. "I suppose they will all want to meet her," he sighed. "We would, Harry, very much so," Dumbledore said eagerly. Harry shook his head amusedly. "Come on then." Dumbledore was the first to round the curtain, followed by Isabel, Armando, and then Rosalina, who shot him a glare. Harry merely smirked as he looked at his daughter once more, his eyes widening as he did so. "What is it?" Minerva asked. As with the shared color of their eyes, both he and Minerva had dark, almost black hair, but the babe he held in his arms did not share that with her parents. "She has red hair," he pointed out, indicating the small tuft that was protruding from the blanket. "My mother had red hair," he added with a whisper. "We have redheads in our family too," Isabel explained, holding her arms out expectantly. Harry handed the baby over and took a seat next to Minerva, overwhelmed by the many emotions he was feeling. "She is beautiful," Isabel murmured proudly. "She is going to be a stunner." "May I?" Dumbledore asked impatiently, bouncing on the balls of his feet excitedly. Isabel rolled her eyes at the man, but handed him the bundle of blankets. His eyes began twinkling merrily as he simply stared at the baby, just as proudly as Isabel had. "Oh, she is precious," he said to himself. He said nothing else for several minutes, as he simply rocked the baby in his arms. "All right, Albus, don't hog her," Armando huffed eventually, having waited long enough for his turn. It was amusing to watch so many fawning over the baby, each wanting to have a moment with her. The only one that did not appear to be so keen was Rosalina, who was content with hanging back and watching from afar. "Your turn," Armando declared to the woman who shook her head, her eyes widening fearfully. "No," she denied. "I've never held a baby." "Then there is no better time to learn," Armando chuckled. "Rest her head here and support the rest of her body with your other arm." Rosalina stiffened as she held the babe, not knowing what to do now that it had been handed to her. Have you thought of any names? Albus questioned. Minerva shook her head. We haven't settled on one. Rosa, Harry offered. My mother's family had a tradition of naming their girls after flowers, and this way we get to give her a name of another person that will be a big part of her life, he added, nodding towards Rosalina. Without her, Harry would not be who he was today, and she had been here for Minerva when he couldn't be. If there was anyone who deserved for the baby to be their namesake, it was his mentor, and the woman that now held his daughter in her arms. I like it, Minerva said with a bright smile. Rosa Isabel Evans. Harry nodded his agreement, his gaze shifting to Rosalina, who could not hold back a sob as she stared down at the baby that had been named for her. I'll bloody kill you, Evans, she choked as tears spilled from her eyes. Someone take her. Isabel did so, and handed the baby back to Minerva whilst Rosalina attempted to compose herself, failing miserably as she continued to cry, though she was smiling through her tears. Harry only had eyes for Minerva and their daughter, his heart full of an unparalleled love for them both, the two most precious things he had in his life that now only felt more complete. He was proud of Minerva, for how she had coped with him being away as much as he had, for how strong she had been. He couldn't imagine his life without her, and now he had another to add to that most exclusive list. Chapter 84. Contractual dispute. He watched the steady rising and falling of her chest, his own filled with warmth despite the manner in which he had woken. Still, in the peace of his own home, sleep eluded him, the quiet only serving to leave him in a state of alertness where rest was not possible. For the past week since he had returned home with Minerva and Rosa, they had been inundated with visitors, the only people not doing so thus far being Nicholas and Perenelle, who would be visiting in the coming days. Tiberius had come along with his wife, as had Frank and Augusta. Poppy had been 4 times by Harry's last count, and not a day passed that Robert and Isabel hadn't arrived at the house. The man was besotted with his granddaughter, almost on the brink of tears whenever he laid eyes on her. Harry understood that feeling. He found it hard to believe that he had a daughter at all until he looked upon her, the visage staring back at him almost identical to the pictures he had seen of Lily Potter. It wasn't this, however, that elicited such a strong feeling of uninhibited love within him, but the knowledge that Rosa was the coming together of him and Minerva. He turned to look at the woman who had brought the babe into the world as she slept peacefully, still recovering from her ordeal, and that same love spread throughout him, doubtless and pure as it was. This was what he was fighting for, what awaited him when the war was over. Still, he knew he must go back. As tempting as it was to just shut the world outside away and live in ignorant bliss, Harry could not do that. He could not abandon his men, not when they too had fought as hard as he, had bled with him, some even giving their lives. No, he couldn't, and wouldn't even consider such a thing. Struggling to sleep again, Minerva whispered, shifting to wrap her arms around his neck. I don't think I will ever sleep peacefully, he murmured. Especially when I have such the perfect distraction, he added, nodding towards the sleeping babe. She is perfect, Minerva agreed, as quiet as you are. Let's just hope she doesn't have the same knack for landing herself in trouble as me, Harry snorted. Minerva smiled against his neck. She might be just like me, she pointed out. I bloody hope so, Harry huffed gently. They fell silent for several moments, both simply watching their daughter. You left early yesterday morning, Minerva broke the silence. Harry nodded. I needed to meet with my solicitor to make some adjustments to my will. If anything happens to me, you and Rosa will be taken care of. Minerva shook her head. I would rather you came home, Harry. Harry swallowed deeply. So would I, he agreed, but it is best to leave no doubts if the worst was to happen. Minerva released a deep breath, her grip tightening around him possessively. She said nothing further on the matter, but Harry felt a tear roll down his shoulder. I have to go back. When? Minerva choked. I have arranged with Petter to stay another 2 weeks to make sure you're healed, he explained. Minerva nodded her understanding. I love you, he blurted, taking her by the hand. Both of you. It took a moment for the realization to settle in for her, unsure if the words had truly been spoken. When she had been silent for what she believed to be too long, Minerva slid into Harry's lap. I love you, she said sincerely, her heart welling with what it was she felt for the man. They had been little more than children when they had met some 6 years prior, had grown together to the people they were now, the journey they had shared having been full of both heartache and utter joy in abundance. Now it felt somehow complete that everything they had endured, the triumphs and losses, had led them here, and though there were things Minerva wished had never come to pass, if it led her to this moment, she would not change a single thing. Break. Arcturus read and reread the missive that had been forwarded to him by Lord Parkinson, unable to believe what it was he had been sent. Either Lord Selwyn had taken complete leave of his senses, or the man had grown tired of life. The Lord Black was silently fuming, his teeth gritted and his hands trembling in rage. What was Selwyn playing at? I'll murder that bastard, he growled as he took his leave of his room to seek out Charles. Doria would marry one of Selwyn's impotent offspring over his dead body, but it would not be him that would die. That honor would be reserved for Selwyn, and his entire family if necessary to keep Doria out of their clutches. He stomped his way through the streets of Bucharest, his anger on becoming more palpable the more he pondered just what Selwyn had done. The late Lord Black had signed the contract, but he had not been in his right mind for years. Not only had Selwyn taken advantage of his father, but he now had the audacity to believe that the transgression would go unpunished, that he would truly emerge from this utter foolishness with his life and house intact. No, Arcturus would not allow that, even if the man saw the error of his ways before this farce of a contract could be further acted upon. It was not only the manipulation of his father that infuriated Arcturus, but the unmitigated gall for the man to activate the contract in the first place. Lord Selwyn would suffer the wrath of the Lord Black, and undoubtedly Charles, who Arcturus spotted leaving his own rooms. That look doesn't bode well for someone, the Potter Lord snorted. Read it, Arcturus urged, handing the man the letter and copy of the contract he'd received. Charles's expression darkened, his nostrils flaring. In all the years that Arcturus had known him, he'd never truly seen Charles lose his composure, not like he did in this moment. Still, he read the contract in its entirety before chuckling, though it was not one of amusement. He is a stupid bastard, he declared, indicating a small section of text under the terms heading. Arcturus's own eyes lit up as he read it too, a sinister grin tugging at his lips. He couldn't have read this and activated the contract, not unless he is a half-wit. This is Selwyn we are discussing, Charles pointed out. Arcturus conceded the point with a nod. Well, I suppose the only thing to decide is if we are going to pay him off or fight, he sighed dramatically. I choose option 2, Charles declared. I'll tear his fucking throat out. Arcturus raised an eyebrow in his direction. What if I decide I want to do it? Charles shook his head. You have a wife and a child on the way. Let me handle this one. Arcturus admired the man's spirit, but he didn't want to shirk his responsibility. I insist, Charles added with a smile. Even to Arcturus, it was an unsettling sight, but if Charles was so readily willing to fight for his sister's hand, who was he to stand in his way? It mattered not who dealt with Selwyn regarding the contract. Arcturus would ensure he carved his own pound of flesh from the man, one way or the other. He is all yours for the time being, he replied. I'll send our reply to Parkinson. I'm sure he will not neglect to tell as many others as he can. Break. That should just about do it, Gilbert declared as he finished attaching the final door to a cupboard in the kitchen. It looks wonderful, Serena praised gratefully. Gilbert smiled as he admired his own work. He never knew he had quite the proclivity towards home improvements, and the satisfaction from having completed the work was incomparable to almost anything else he'd ever done. The house Sorina had found had not been in the best condition upon purchase, but Gilbert had been here from the very start, ensuring that it was livable for the woman and her daughter. He had haggled the price down, and even helped move in what meager possessions they had left. Ever since, he had spent the past weeks here, going from room to carry out repairs and install new furnishings where needed. The house itself was only a short walk from the magical district, and were he not here helping the woman, he would have simply been waiting with the other men for instructions on what they would be doing next. They wouldn't remain in Romania, after all. Helping Sorina had given him a sense of purpose, but now the work was done. There was nothing else that required his attention. "I can't promise my work will last forever," he chuckled, "but it should see you through for now." "Nonsense," Sorina said dismissively. "Your workmanship is very good." Gilbert blushed at the praise, something that didn't come to him often. "Anyway, you have a home now, and that's what matters," he replied with a smile. "If there is anything else you need, you know where to find me for the time being." "For the time being?" Sorina asked with a frown. Gilbert nodded. "I don't think we will stay much longer," he sighed. "When Harry is back, he will push to take Bulgaria, and then we will likely head west," he added with a shrug. "But you are not leaving yet, no?" "He'll be back in a couple of weeks." Sorina raised an eyebrow at him. "Then why are speaking as though you are saying goodbye to me?" she asked. "Everything is finished," Gilbert pointed out, gesturing around the room. Sorina shook her head. "Then the very least I can do is make you dinner for everything you have done, but it is late now," she sighed dramatically. "I suppose that means you must come back tomorrow." Gilbert was confused, but he did not miss the smirk that tugged at her lips. He released a deep breath. "I'm not a good man to have around," he murmured sadly. "I have spent most of my adult life in one prison or other. I've been a career criminal for as long as I can remember." "But you are here fighting in a war for the freedom of others," Sorina returned. "I didn't volunteer for it, not at first." "At first?" Gilbert nodded. "I was given a choice of prison for 18 months or coming to fight on the continent. I'm tired of prison, so I chose this. I received a letter from the British ministry 3 months ago informing me that my penance had been paid and that I could return home." "But you didn't." "I didn't," Gilbert snorted. "I spend most of my days terrified that I'm going to die out here, but I cannot leave. The men here have become my brothers." Sorina rolled her eyes at him. "And you cannot see that you are a good man?" she questioned irritably. "Would a rotten one have stayed?" Gilbert shrugged. "Why did you? Other than the others you fight with, for what is it you fight?" Gilbert snorted as he pondered the question. "The people that are suffering," he answered honestly. "I see too many people like you and Iulia that have had their lives torn apart by Grindelwald." "That makes you a good man, Derek," Sorina said softly. "Maybe," Gilbert murmured. They fell silent for a moment, and Sorina shot him a teasing grin. "And how many people like me have you met, Derek?" "None," Gilbert answered immediately. Sorina's teasing expression softened. "I am grateful for everything you have done," she said sincerely, "even more so for what you have done for Iulia. In the 2 years since her father was killed, I have not been able to make her smile. Neither of us have had much to smile about. Iulia smiles when you are around, Derek, and so do I. Don't you think it should be me who decides if you are a good man?" Gilbert did not even put a half-hearted attempt into arguing with the woman. He didn't want to, nor did he believe he would win. Sorina was as stubborn as anyone he had ever met, and he conceded the point she had made with a nod. "What time should I be here tomorrow?" he asked with sigh, unable to prevent the smile that formed. "Break." Doria's heart sunk as she read the missive she'd received from her brother, containing the contract her father had signed with Lord Selwyn. Despite Arcturus's assurances that he and Charles were handling the situation, it felt as though her world was crashing down around her. Why would her father sign such an agreement with the man? He had never spoken highly of Lord Selwyn, nor any other that carried the name. It made no sense to Doria, and the part of the contract that Arcturus had highlighted for her benefit did little to assuage her concerns. Her brother wouldn't even dream of paying Lord Selwyn off. No, he would without doubt choose the second option, and though she didn't doubt his ability to emerge victorious from any duel, Selwyn could prove to be cunning or simply cheat. Judging by his behavior in having her father sign the contract in his vulnerable state, she would put nothing past him. "Worry not, myself and Charles will deal with the matter." They had been the final words written by her brother's hand, and as much faith as she had in them both, Doria would not relax until the contract had been voided. She sunk into a chair by the fire. Just when, for the first time in many years, things seemed to be coming together favorably, something else had come along to intrude upon her happiness. If she saw Selwyn before, or even after the matter had been resolved, Doria could not promise herself that she would keep her temper in check. How dare he attempt such a thing? She was in no doubt that it had been done purposely when he had learned of the contract between herself and Charles, a thought that only provoked her anger further. "Break. Oh, she is so beautiful," Perenelle cooed, rocking Rosa in her arms. "You must be so proud." "We are," Minerva replied with a smile. "She's wonderful." "She reminds me a little of our Elaine," Perenelle mused aloud. "She was a redhead, too." "You had children?" Harry asked. "4," Nicholas answered fondly. "The last of them passed on some 4 centuries ago. If it weren't for the vivid memories that we revisit often, I would not remember what they looked like." "They didn't want to live off the elixir." The alchemist shook his head. "Elaine did for some time, but she missed her husband dearly after he died," he explained. "Our 2 sons and other daughter did not wish to follow in our footsteps." Harry released a deep breath. "Sorry, Nick." The Frenchman waved him off. "It was all so long ago now," he sighed. "Living forever isn't for everyone. Perhaps it isn't really for anyone," he added with a frown. "Look, she's smiling," Perenelle giggled. "No, she's not smiling," Minerva pointed out as she took the babe from the woman. "That just means that." Perenelle wrinkled her nose. "You never forget the smell," Nicholas chuckled amusedly. "I'll take her," Harry offered, relieving Minerva of their soiled daughter. "I will come with you," Nicholas declared. "There are things we must discuss." Harry nodded and led the man from the parlor, up the stairs and towards the nursery. "You've created a wonderful home, Harry." Harry shook his head. "This is all Minerva's work. I've barely been here." Nicholas nodded his understanding. "But you will be," he offered encouragingly. "I will be," Harry agreed. They spoke little whilst Harry attended to Rosa, Nicholas watching amusedly as he fumbled through the process of changing her nappy and Harry scowling at the man. It was all still so new to him, but he was getting better. At least now, he was able to do so without putting his hands in anything unpleasant. "There, that's better," he declared, vanishing the dirty garment and cradling his daughter. "Fatherhood suits you," Nicholas chuckled. "When will you be going back?" Harry released a deep breath. "Too soon as far as I'm concerned." Nicholas gave him a sympathetic smile. "I don't suppose my news will bring you much joy then," he replied irritably. "My investigation into who this Weber is has led to nothing. According to some of my contacts who have heard of him, the man is a ghost, whispered about but never seen." "I figured as much," Harry snorted. "We have managed to trace his finances to the Swiss branch of Gringotts and have someone watching it, but until he shows up, we can only wait and hope he does." "A slippery man indeed," Nicholas grumbled. "I don't believe Albus had better luck." Harry shook his head. "Only rumors and speculation," Harry explained. "For now, my attention is in Bulgaria. It's Grindelwald's final stronghold in the east, and we should be able to take it soon. I have someone on the inside keeping me updated to developments there. And then you will circle back west." "That is the plan, but we both know that they can change." Nicholas nodded and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Have faith, Harry," he urged. "Now, I think we should get this little one back to Perenelle. She does love bobbies, and I suspect little Rosa has already wormed her way into my wife's heart, just as you did." Harry chuckled as they left the nursery. I think I've already moved down the list of Perenelle's favorite people. It took less than a minute in this one's company for that. Nicholas laughed heartily as he held out his arms, his patience to get a better look at the babe having finally worn out. Being a father is the most special feeling, he murmured. It changes you in many ways. How did it change you? Harry asked curiously. It made me realize that despite being immortal, time is precious. For me, a decade can vanish in the blink of an eye, and in only a handful of them my children had grown and passed on. A harsh lesson, but one I have not forgotten. It was not often that Nicholas succumbed to bouts of sadness, but he felt it now, though the sight of Harry's daughter in his arms brought back those long-forgotten paternal feelings. He felt them for Harry, and for Albus also, but neither had been babes when he had met them. In a sense, Rosa was his grandchild, and for the first time in several centuries, he felt the warmth that only a child one held dear could bring. Break. The response he had been dreading had come much quicker than anticipated, and Lord Selwyn could not help but believe that his plan had already backfired quite spectacularly. He had thought that Gellert would have been pleased with his ingenuity, proud that he had taken the initiative, but the man had been dismissive and even irritated by his actions. So much for loyalty. Lord Selwyn had been a loyal man, keeping the Dark Lord abreast of all the happenings within the Wisengamot, and any other developments he felt were poignant. But it appeared that his efforts were not as greatly received as they should be, that his efforts warranted no loyalty in return. Black had, seemingly without hesitation, chosen the option to fight, and now the Lord Selwyn needed to find himself a champion. He certainly would not be the one to stand before either the notorious Lord, or Potter for that matter. Lord Selwyn had no intention of dying. Why couldn't Black just accept the marriage contract, or attempt to buy his way out of it? No, the man would appear to be weak if he had opted for the latter, something he could ill afford. Still, there was one beacon of hope to cling to, and that was what brought Lord Selwyn to Bulgaria, into the type of establishment he would never deign to visit back home. It was here that he spotted the man he sought, seated at a table with a cigar hanging from his mouth and a hand of cards as he gambled. He seemed to pay no mind to the scantily clad women dancing for the amusement of the men, something Lord Selwyn was pleased with. It would not do for the man to be distracted. Galletier, he greeted the man as he took an empty seat next to him. The large German merely grunted in response, shooting Selwyn a look of irritation. Fuck off, he growled. Selwyn swallowed deeply, but he wouldn't be deterred. I have something to discuss with you, something I think you would be quite interested in. Galletier said nothing as he laid his cards, slamming his fist on the table in anger when one of his companions produced a better hand. What do you want? He snapped. Selwyn swallowed deeply. A word in private. Galletier's nostrils flared. Well, there's no point sticking around here, he grumbled, draining a glass of whiskey before throwing it at one of the dancing women who screamed. Galletier laughed as he slapped Selwyn on the back. Come on then, I could do with the fresh air. Selwyn relaxed considerably as hands led the way out of the bar and into the streets. Well, you didn't come here to drink or find a whore, the German growled. I didn't, Selwyn agreed. I came to make a proposition. Hans looked at him interestedly and gestured for him to continue. I have found myself in a spot of bother with the Blacks, and likely the Potters, Selwyn explained. I find myself in need of a champion to represent me in a duel against one of them. Galletier's eyes lit up. Black, you say? Or Potter? Hans chuckled, though he said nothing for a few moments, and Selwyn could almost see his mind working. What's in it for me? What would you like? Hans hummed whilst he scratched his chin. I choose the venue, and you will pay me 100 galleons. Done, Selwyn agreed, immediately offering his hand. Oh, this will be fun, Hans declared as he accepted the proffered limb, his eyes alight with excitement. Not a word to Gellert, he added firmly. Selwyn smiled. I was going to suggest the same thing, he replied. He will not like that I came to you. Hans shook his head. He will not, he agreed, but this war has become very boring. It could certainly use some livening up. Schedule it for a couple of weeks' time. I will be ready then, he added as he walked back towards the bar. What about the venue? Selwyn questioned. Hans paused, offering what many would deem to be a sickening smile. On the border between here and Romania, of course. Why travel any further than necessary? We will have all the witnesses we could ever want. Who knows, maybe it will prove to be exactly what this war needs. With that, Gallaudet was gone, and Selwyn swallowed deeply, the final words of the man unsettling him. Hans was planning something, and Lord Selwyn, though initially relieved, now questioned if he had done the right thing in approaching him. Still, it was too late now, and all the man could do was hope that the situation was resolved favorably. Neither Black nor Potter would give him a moment's peace, and the thought of the two lords hounding him for the remainder of his days was a most unwelcome one. The thought alone sent quite the shiver down his spine. Break. Elinor pondered what she had heard whilst clinging to Gallaudet, a particularly dangerous place to be, but one that had seemingly paid dividends, though she was missing some vital information. Gallaudet had agreed to duel either Black or Potter on behalf of Selwyn, and had chosen the border between Bulgaria and Romania to do so. She couldn't be certain why, but him doing so could not be coincidental. Often, Gallaudet could be heard bemoaning that the war had become stale, that it needed some zest injected into it, but what was he planning? Something was not right, and it made the woman feel uneasy. Anything involving the German elicited that feeling and hearing him so pensive, and then gleeful during his conversation with Selwyn, was unsettling. No, she could not simply sit on this information. If it involved Charles Potter in any way, Harry would want to know about it, and though Elinor did not wish to disturb him whilst he was home with his newborn daughter, this seemed to be of the utmost importance. Scuttling her way out of the bar, she took refuge behind some discarded kegs before transforming and apparating home to send her missive. When she was done, she poured herself a glass of wine. The revelation that Harry was expecting a baby had been unexpected, and when she had learned of it, Elinor had been a little envious. She still was if she was being honest with herself, but ultimately she was happy for Harry. Perhaps in another life, something more than friendship would have formed between them, but it was not meant to be this time around. Still, Elinor was happy to have met him, despite the turbulent life she had endured since. In truth, he brought her the excitement she had always sought, and though there had been times she had been terrified and wanted nothing more than to return home, she wouldn't change a thing. For once, she was getting the adventure she wanted whilst doing something worthwhile. Elinor had Harry to thank for that, and she knew he appreciated her efforts, though it was unlikely he would feel the same about Gallaudet and whatever his latest ploy may be. Break. Once more Tom found himself residing in the orphanage for the summer months, though he did not find himself within the walls often. During the day, he would leave, wandering the streets of London, reading wherever he could find a quiet spot to do so, and doing his utmost to ignore the devastation the German bombs had wrought. Much to his relief, none had been dropped for some time, but the destruction served as a reminder that if they did, he was vulnerable. Even the great Harry Evans had almost been killed by Muggle artillery. That had been well documented. No, Tom was not Harry Evans. He would never be killed in such a crude manner. Still, he couldn't ignore the vulnerability he felt, how mortal danger could befall him here, and how defenseless he was against such things. The thought made him shudder, and as much as he tried to reassure himself that it would not happen, he could not shake the feeling. He despised it, more than he despised Dumbledore and even Evans. It plagued him, ever present on the edge of his consciousness, and it instilled a sense of paranoia within the teen. How could he combat such a thing? How could he ensure that were his body to be destroyed, he could somehow live on? The human vessel was weak, too fallible for Tom's liking, too prone to injury and disease. There were steps that could be taken to strengthen it, but his body would one day fail him. Even with all the incredible magic at his disposal, it was inevitable, the ravages of time and wear an insurmountable foe. Creating a philosopher's stone would solve the issue of illness and natural deterioration, but he could still be killed in a duel, or even by being hit by a bus were he to be so careless. No, such a thing would be too time-consuming to create for himself. Tom did not wish to spend decades replicating the feat of Nicholas Flamel. He needed a more accessible option, one that made the human body but a commodity to his existence. It was something he would need to ponder, though he vaguely remembered reading something in one of the library books he had borrowed that may be worth exploring. He had merely glanced at the text in question in passing, but he was certain it had mentioned something about the soul being the essence of life and how it could be used to preserve it even if the body failed. Horcruxes. He believed that was the term he had come across, but he would need to find the book when he returned to Hogwarts. Tom shook his head as he reached Charing Cross and made his way through the leaky cauldron, breathing a sigh of relief as he entered the wizarding world once more. Here, he did not feel so vulnerable, and it was with good reason he had visited. With his homework already completed and his reading material almost exhausted, he needed to find something to occupy his time for the rest of the summer. Without preamble, he turned into Nocturne Alley, ignoring the various unsavory characters that dwelled here in favor of entering his favorite shop. There was always something of interest in Borgin and Burke's, the latter of the named owners having taken quite the shine to him during his last visit when Tom had purchased the diary. "Mr. Burke," he greeted the man enthusiastically. The man smiled warmly. "Young Tom," he replied, "to what do I owe the pleasure? Perhaps you have your eye on another of our trinkets." "If only I could afford such luxuries," Tom sighed. "I was hoping that you may have some odd jobs for me to do over the summer." His own expression sickened him. Tom was not one to pander to others or simper, but Burke relished it, so Tom played along. The man hummed thoughtfully. "Have you finished all of your schoolwork?" he asked pointedly. "I have," Tom assured him. "I've even begun reading for next year." Burke nodded approvingly. Tom was considerably beyond his fifth-year material, but he wasn't going to tell Burke that. He needed to play the part of the needy, clueless, but bright orphan. "Well, our storeroom could use organizing," Burke mused aloud. "Neither of us have kept up with that for some years." "How is Mr. Borgin?" Tom asked interestedly. "As pleasant as ever," Burke snorted. Tom did not like the other owner, and the feeling was evidently mutual. When he had been last, the man had made some rather scathing remarks about Tom's heritage when he'd asked him to inscribe the diary. The shop wouldn't be what it is without Mr. Borgin's charm. Burke unleashed a wheeze of laughter. "You're not wrong, Tom," he replied. "Yes, if you would like to earn a few sickles a week, your help would be much appreciated. Mind, you must promise to be careful and not touch anything you're unsure of," he warned. "Most of the items should be labeled, and anything immediately dangerous will be boxed." Tom nodded his understanding. "When would you like me to start?" Burke offered him a smile. "There is no time like the present." Tom returned the gesture and rolled up his sleeves. If the fool and his partner were so foolish that they hadn't kept an accurate account of what they held, perhaps he may find a few items to liberate for himself. At the very least, he wouldn't be going back to Hogwarts penniless. Break. On its own, the message he'd received from Charles explaining what had transpired with Lord Selwyn was of little consequence. Harry was aware that disputes with contracts were often settled with a duel or through financial compensation, so he hadn't really thought much of it. He had merely sent a reply, urging the man to tread carefully. However, this coupled with the latest report from Elinor was troubling. With Gellert having agreed to serve as Selwyn's champion, the stakes had become higher, and the fight itself a much more dangerous prospect. Harry had no doubt that Charles could defeat the man, but Hans Gellert had not remained as one of the ICW's most wanted men for as long as he had without reason. Gallaudet was a dangerous man who had killed several hit wizards over the years and should not be taken lightly. Nor could he be trusted to not adopt underhanded means to emerge victorious. That itself depended on his intent to fight honorably, and why would he? It would not be his contract he was breaching, so the consequences would not be his to bear. No, this didn't sit right with Harry, and he would need to plan his own course of action accordingly to counter any possible unpleasantness that may result. He released a deep sigh. He would first need to discuss it with Charles as a matter of urgency. From there, he would decide his own approach to the problem, and should he be able to turn the situation to his favor, perhaps a desirable outcome could come from this mess. Until he had pondered it, however, he intended to enjoy a few more days with his daughter. Entering the bedroom he shared with Minerva, he smiled at the sight of the woman dozing lightly with the babe resting on her chest. Rosa was awake, her eyes shifting to him as he came into her field of vision. "Come here, then," he whispered as he picked the girl up, cradling her in his arms and simply staring at her. She yawned as she settled, and Harry smiled. Rosa was a content child, only fussing if she was hungry or needed to be changed. That would likely change as she got older, but that was not something Harry could bring himself to think about. He had missed her birth, and he knew he would miss many more things in the coming months and maybe years. It broke his heart knowing this, but he did not wish to dwell on it in this moment, not whilst he was here. "I could get used to seeing that." Minerva's voice broke into his thoughts. "Me too," Harry agreed. "This parenting thing isn't so hard." Minerva rolled her eyes at him as she grinned. "She's not a teenager yet, Harry," she pointed out. "Just remember how I was when we first met." Harry grinned amusedly. Half naked and practicing transfiguration. Minerva didn't blush at the memory anymore, but she quirked an eyebrow in his direction. Maybe she will be inspired the same way I am. Harry chuckled. "I've not seen you practice like that since." "I was smart enough to find a locked room," Minerva explained. "You had to make do with helping me with my transformations." "Make do," Harry muttered. "You were quite insistent I didn't have much choice." "You didn't complain," Minerva pointed out. Harry snorted. "That's true," he conceded. "I wouldn't have dared." Minerva tutted. "You act as though you were never given a choice. Am I so bad?" Harry shook his head and sat on the bed next to her. "No," he replied sincerely. "We wouldn't be here now if you weren't the way you are. I wouldn't change any of it." "You have no idea how happy it makes me to hear that," Minerva replied. "It's not always been easy, especially for you." "What do you mean?" "You knew me as an old woman before you came here," Minerva reminded him. "I did, but I don't really remember her anymore. You're not the same. There are similarities, but I don't see that woman. To me, you're Minerva, the woman I fell in love with." Minerva hummed as she shuffled towards him and kissed him on the cheek. "And the mother of your daughter." "That too," Harry agreed, "and my wife if you'd like to be." Minerva froze for a moment before she buried her face into his neck. It was something Harry had been pondering for some time now, but he hadn't wanted Minerva to think he was doing it only because she had been pregnant. He needed her to know that he'd wanted this with, or without their daughter. "I would like that more than anything," she whispered. Chapter 85. A move so brazen, it doesn't make any difference to me who I have to fight, Charles snorted after Harry had informed him of his prospective opponent. "It could be Gallaudet or even Grindelwald. It doesn't matter." The man was focused, his expression quite grim as he spoke. Harry knew he still held on to much of the anger that had built at the death of his father, a feeling he could understand. He hadn't known his parents the same way Charles had his, and merely the thought of what happened to them infuriated Harry. "I know," Harry comforted, "and I have no doubt that you could beat him, but Gallaudet isn't coming to fight you for Selwyn, and he certainly isn't doing it for 100 galleons. The bastard is planning something, and we should be prepared for that, and try to find a way that it could be used to our advantage." "We cannot breach the agreement of a sanctioned duel," Arcturus broke in. "If we do, we lose." We won't, Harry assured the man. I'm still mulling over a few ideas. I just wanted to make you aware of what had happened. So I just fight him. You won't let me take your place, will you? Charles shook his head firmly. This is something I have to do, he sighed. If I do not fight, I will have the reputation of a coward and my family name will suffer. I will be fine, he added reassuringly. Harry nodded his understanding. He'd had no doubt that his offer to stand in would be rebuffed, but he had to try anyway. Then I will prepare for the potential fallout, he explained, and any other tricks Galletier might try and pull. Both Charles and Arcturus nodded. So that is settled, the latter declared, clapping his hands together. Now, do you have any photos to show us? Harry chuckled at the eagerness of the man. You'd better get the others, he huffed amusedly. Reaching the door to Charles's room, Arcturus opened it and poked his head out. Come on then, you lot, he called. Evidently, they had decided to wait nearby for the three men to conclude their discussion. A sizable group of a couple of dozen or so entering the room quickly with countless more who could not squeeze in waiting outside, each looking towards Harry with an expression of expectation. With a shake of his head, Harry removed the photos he had brought and began handing them out. Seeing the hardened gazes of battle-hardened men soften was something to behold as they began passing the pictures around, whispering amongst themselves and smiling. I'll never understand it, Reg murmured. What? Charles questioned. A grin tugged at Reg's lips. How an ugly sod like Evans could help make that. Piss off, Yaxley, Harry huffed as the other men laughed heartily. Awa, look at her, Gilbert gushed. You've got gingers in your family, Evans. My mother was a redhead. Gilbert nodded, his eyes not leaving the photo of Rosa. Oi, Evans, is this your missus? One of the others asked, holding up a picture of Minerva holding the baby. We're not married yet, but we will be soon. The men cheered, and Harry had to duck away from several of them as they ruffled his hair, some punching him smartly on the shoulder. Bloody hell, Evans, you've done all right for yourself, Gilbert commented. Aye, she's a looker, lad. Charles shook his head. She's a beauty, but don't let the picture fool you, he snorted. Minerva isn't too shy about kicking arses if she needs to. Isn't that right, Harry? Harry could only nod his agreement, scowling as Charles winked at him. All right, I'll have the pictures back now, he commanded. I know now to keep you rabble away from them. No chance of that, Reg replied. That little one has hundreds of people looking out for her, anyone else feeling sorry for any future boyfriends. The other men nodded, muttering threats towards a boy that had likely not even uttered his first words. What have I done? Harry groaned, though he appreciated the sentiment. Go on, get back to doing whatever you should be. The men grumbled as they left the room, and Harry pocketed the photos, having had them handed back to him. You're really getting married? Charles asked. Well, Minerva has agreed to, he replied. Charles smiled as he clapped Harry on the back. I'm pleased for you both, he returned. If all goes to plan, all three of us will be married soon enough, he added, gesturing between himself, Harry, and Arcturus. You've got to deal with Galletier first, Harry reminded him. Charles's expression darkened, something feral flashing in his eyes. I will, he proclaimed solemnly. Good, because it's not just a future wife you have to live for. You have a goddaughter at home waiting to meet you. Charles's mouth fell agape. Me, he whispered. Who else would I ask, you prat? Once more, Charles's expression softened. I don't know what to say. Then say nothing, Harry urged. Just be ready for what is coming and make sure you have made all the preparations you can think of. I will be doing the same. I will, Charles assured him. I'll bring Reg and Gilbert in on it too. And Petter, Harry suggested. He will probably have his own ideas to run by you. Charles nodded his agreement. Do you think Grindelwald doesn't know? Not yet he doesn't, but Selwyn has a big mouth and Grindelwald has eyes and ears everywhere. He will find out eventually. I think you're right, Arcturus sighed. Will he be inclined to intervene? You can never be certain with him, but I'm guessing Selwyn went to him first and was refused. That's why he went to Galletier, who hasn't hesitated to act alone. Grindelwald won't be happy, but Galletier is not someone he can do without. So when he is losing, Charles pressed. Harry released a deep breath. He may be inclined to intervene, but I will be waiting for him to do so, he assured the man. I will find a way to turn this to our advantage. I know you will, Charles chuckled, but I will be fine. Arcturus will be with me acting as my second. Harry nodded. Until then, stay vigilant, he urged. I wouldn't put it past Selwyn to try and sabotage you. I'll be having him watched closely, but you can never be too careful. You might not see me before, but I'll be there in time for the duel. With that, Harry activated his portkey to return home. He had only been away from Rosa and Minerva for a few hours, and he missed them dearly. He did not know how he would cope when he was to return to the front, the mere thought of being away from them for so long, not one he wished to dwell on. Break. It never ceased to amaze Minerva just how attentive her father was towards Rosa. She wondered if he had been the same way with her when she had been a babe, cooing and making rather ridiculous faces in a bid to elicit a smile. Rosa was rather taken with him too, staring at him interestedly and reaching up to touch his face, much to the delight of her grandfather. Aye, she is a blessing, Robert chuckled as Rosa grabbed at his nose. She's got quite the grip. Minerva smiled at the man, and her mother, who waited patiently for Robert to hand the baby over. Is Harry not in? Isabel asked. Minerva shook her head. He had to meet with some of his men, she explained. He should be back soon. Isabel huffed. Has this damned war not gone on long enough? It had as far as Minerva was concerned. She wanted Harry home with her and Rosa, not risking his life as he had always been wont to do. Still, he would likely find something else just as dangerous to immerse himself in when the war was over. They had scarcely discussed what Harry would do, and Minerva often wondered if he would return to his work as a hit wizard, or if he would be offered another position within the ICW. She frowned at the thought. Minerva would always support whatever venture he decided to pursue, but she hoped he would have had his fill of danger with Rosa having been born. It won't end for some time yet, Rosalina sighed, her gaze on Robert, her expression one of curiosity. Wars don't end even when the fighting does. Harry had said much the same, though Minerva held on to a thread of hope that he would be done with it all when the fighting concluded. Are you going to have the lassie baptized? Her father asked. It was not something Minerva had considered, but she knew it would mean a lot to her father. I can't see why Harry would object. Baptized? Rosalina asked with a frown. Oh, it is a religious ceremony, a blessing for the baby by God, Robert explained. He was quite nervous around the other witch, though Rosalina had given him no reason to be. For a pureblood from a traditional family, she had been rather cordial. Does it work? She asked. Robert smiled at the question. Very much so, he replied. Those who are baptized are welcomed into heaven when their time is done. Rosalina frowned thoughtfully, but didn't comment further. We could do it either before or after your wedding, Robert suggested. Wedding? Rosalina asked. Minerva beamed, her cheeks flushed as she nodded. Harry asked me to marry him. It's about bloody time, Rosalina grumbled, frowning as she looked towards Minerva's hands. Without a ring, I taught him better than that. Minerva snorted amusedly. You taught him how to duel, she pointed out, unless you taught him all about courtship. I didn't, Rosalina confirmed, but someone should have, stupid boy. Minerva rolled her eyes at the woman. Rosalina was itching for an opportunity to get Harry back, for making her cry when Rosa had been born. Not that it stopped her from visiting every other day and insisting on holding the baby. Minerva had no doubt that Rosa would be subjected to the same teachings Harry had when she was older. Rosalina would not allow her namesake to be unable to defend herself suitably. Not that Minerva was concerned with such a thing. With Harry as her father, Rosa would likely be prepared for anything before she even made it to Hogwarts. She shook her head at the thought. The poor girl would never have a moment of peace. We haven't really discussed when we will have the wedding, she explained. We won't have time to arrange it before Harry leaves again, so it may not be for a while yet. Almost as though he had been summoned at the mention of his name, Harry entered the room, his expression grim, though it brightened as he laid eyes on his daughter. He relieved Isabel of her burden, greeting the others with nothing more than a nod as he spoke to his daughter. I hope you have been behaving, he murmured. We both know how sensitive Auntie Rosie is when you're around. Rosalina narrowed her eyes at Harry, unimpressed by his continued mockery. Laugh it up whilst you can, Evans, she said sweetly. I hope she will be just like you when she's older, and then you'll have to endure a massive pain in the arse like I did. Not in front of the baby, Harry gasped dramatically. An amused grin tugged at Rosalina's lips as she held out her arms. She's had enough of your influence. Hand her over. Harry snorted, and did so, always enjoying the sight of Rosalina holding Rosa. How did your meeting go? Minerva asked him. Harry released a deep breath. As well as I expected it to, he replied tiredly. Charles won't back down, but I'm hoping something can be salvaged from this mess. If all goes to plan, then maybe it could prove to be a turning point in the war. Minerva offered him a sympathetic smile. It seemed that very few understood how stressful Harry's position was. It will be fine, he said comfortingly, returning the gesture. She couldn't be certain if he was saying it to appease her or for his own benefit. From what Harry had told her about Hans Gaultier, he was an exceedingly dangerous man, and Minerva found herself worrying for Charles. Harry wouldn't admit it, but he was worrying too. Despite any plan he concocted, it would be risky, and though Harry was prone to such things himself, he did not do well when it was those he cared for in peril. Break. Tom had not expected much enjoyment from the seemingly menial task of sorting through and cataloging the inventory in the stock room of Borgin and Burke's, but it was proving to be a rather satisfactory undertaking. Doing so, he was able to study relics and artifacts that were not commonly found elsewhere in what he had experienced of the wizarding world, with the legality of many being questionable at best. Cursed items were quite normal here, items with rather grim and even profound effects. He was careful with these, ensuring he didn't fall foul of the magic. For the most part, however, the work was not wrought with danger. Much of the items were benign in nature, some of it merely valuable and others unique. What interested him most were the assortment of books he came across, varying in topics that he often spared a few minutes to delve into. Messrs. Borgin and Burke left him to it, neither rushing him, though Tom suspected the former did so because he did not wish to be in Tom's presence. Not that Tom craved his company. He much preferred to be left alone. Pulling out a large box of what appeared to be empty, smaller boxes that had been discarded towards him, he began opening them to ensure none contained their contents and had been placed here by mistake. He read the label that still adorned each one, nodding thoughtfully at the description of some of the items that they had once housed. The pickled brain of an African shaman, a cursed cane that further crippled the user, the tears of a widowed virgin. Tom could not even fathom what the latter would be used for, but he immediately forgot it as he read the next label. Salazar Slytherin's locket. He balked at the description. Had Borgin and Burke truly owned such a thing? If so, where was it now? Tom felt his anger flare and took a few calming breaths. Having belonged to his ancestor, the locket was his by rights, and he wanted it more than anything, he wanted it. But how could he possess it? Taking a moment to compose himself, he pondered the predicament, nodding to himself as an idea formed. Firstly, he needed to learn the story of the locket and how Borgin and Burke had acquired it, and then to whom it had been sold to. With how greedy the two men were, Tom had no doubt the locket would have had an exorbitant price tag, which meant that very few would be able to afford it. The thought did little to assuage his impatience to have it in his grasp, but it calmed him a little more. He would speak with Burke. The man was quite the braggart, and would unlikely be able to resist regaling Tom with the tale of how he had once owned such a rare and prestigious item. With his day nearing its end, Tom cataloged the boxes and moved them to the pile of things he thought likely Mr. Burke would throw away before he ascended the stairs of the storeroom and entered the front of the shop. Grateful that Borgen was absent, likely out procuring more items, he closed the door behind him, garnering the attention of the second owner. "Ah, Tom, I trust you had a productive day," Burke inquired. "I did," Tom replied with a smile. "You have some interesting items down there. What was the purpose of the tears of a widowed virgin?" He had decided to start by questioning the man about something rather inane, before broaching the topic of genuine curiosity. Burke chuckled at the question. "Nothing but a tidy profit," he replied. "You'd be quite surprised how much some people are willing to pay for something so frivolous that has no use." Tom nodded his understanding. "Did you really own a locket that belonged to Slytherin?" Burke frowned and deflated. "We did, and I regret the sale of it more than any other," he sighed. "It is quite the story, and undoubtedly my most profitable purchase to date." "How did it come into your possession?" Tom asked. Burke snorted as he shook his head. "It was brought in late one night some 15 years ago, give or take," he began. "A woman, ugly as sin she was and heavily pregnant, had it. I'm still unsure if she even knew what it was. I'd bet my life that she stole it from the true owner, but I was not going to turn such an item away. When I saw it first, I thought it to be nothing but a rather good forgery, but upon closer inspection, there was no doubt in my mind that it was the real thing. The waif was desperate enough to take a pittance for it, and away she went. I've never laid eyes on her since." Tom swallowed deeply, dozens of questions floating around his mind, but only one he needed the answer to. "Who convinced you to part with it?" Burke laughed humorlessly. "I did not wish to, but Borgen was quite adamant we accept the offer," he grumbled. "I made the mistake of showing the treasure to old Hepzibah Smith, more money than sense that one, and she made an offer that we should have refused. Alas, Borgen did not feel the same, and she came to possess her second item that belonged to one of the founders." "Second item?" Tom queried. "Ah, the Smiths are descendants of the Hufflepuff line, and the rather famous cup created by Helga herself is in Hepzibah's possession. According to the legends, the cup has some rather spectacular healing properties, but Hepzibah did not demonstrate anything of the sort when she showed us it. Hearing that there was a woman with two of the founders' belongings was quite the envy-inducing revelation, and Tom wanted them for himself. Immediately, he began pondering just how he could take them, though his thoughts were interrupted by Burke as he spoke once more. "I don't suppose that is a very interesting story for one so young," he mused aloud. "But that is about as exciting as it gets in this business, Tom. It is dull at times, but certainly profitable." Tom plastered a false smile across his face as he shook his head. "On the contrary, Mr. Burke, I found it to be a very interesting story," he replied. "Is M.S. Smith a regular customer?" Burke nodded. "She is indeed," he confirmed. "Most of what she wants to sell is little more than tat, but we humor her on the off chance she may wish to part with something more to our liking. I would certainly like the opportunity to purchase the locket back, and the cup if she chooses to sell them," he added thoughtfully. "They would certainly be impressive items," Tom praised. "That they would," Burke murmured. "Perhaps if I have cause to meet with her whilst you are with us for the summer, I will take you along. I'm sure you would find her to be quite the larger-than-life character," he finished with an amused grin. Tom nodded. "I would like that very much," he replied with a shallow bow. Burke offered him a fond smile. "Good, now be off with you, Tom. It is getting late," he pointed out. "Same time tomorrow." "I will see you then, Mr. Burke," Tom replied before taking his leave of the shop, his eyes alight with greed at the thought of acquiring both the cup and locket. He wanted the former more so for the familial connection, and he found himself wondering just who the woman was that had sold it. Had it been his mother? He shook his head of that thought, not wanting to ponder the weak woman that had perished whilst birthing him. The cup was not so sentimental, but it would be quite the item to possess. if only for its association with Hogwarts, the only place that Tom ever truly felt he belonged to. His ancestor had helped build it, after all, so it was the closest thing he had to an ancestral home, or any home for that matter. "Break. Are you ready?" Harry questioned. Charles huffed amusedly as he grabbed him by the shoulders, ceasing his packing. "We've been through this," he said firmly. "We will be fine," he added, gesturing between him and Arcturus, who would be acting as his second. "You worry about what you will be doing." Harry nodded, though he could not shake the feeling that something would go amiss. There were too many variables beyond his control, but he knew he had to have faith in Charles, Arcturus, and the rest of the men. "Then I will see you on the other side," he murmured before taking his leave of the room. Charles could only shake his head. "Bloody worse than my mother," he chuckled. "You should still be careful," Arcturus urged. "We don't know what Gellert might have planned." Charles sobered at the reminder. This wasn't a duel he would be finding himself in, but a fight to the death. He would give no quarter, and he expected none in return. Gellert wasn't fighting for sport. He was doing so because he liked it. The man relished harming others, and according to Harry, had spent much of his life doing so. This was no game, and though Charles had jested, he didn't see it as such. No, this was an opportunity to remove one of Grindelwald's most ardent supporters, and he would not let it pass without success. "Let's get this over with," he muttered, his hand already itching to reach for his wand. They followed in Harry's footsteps, and the men that had lined the streets called out their words of encouragement. Charles barely heard them, though he nodded to several as he passed until he and Arcturus came to the edge of the city and apparated away, arriving near the border only a moment later. "It's quiet here," Arcturus murmured. "I don't like the quiet." With a nod of agreement, Charles took the first steps towards where he would be meeting Gellert, the man also approaching in the distance with his own companion, neither party stopping until only a dozen feet separated them. "You do not look surprised to see me," Gellert commented curiously. The man really was quite enormous, his arms bulging with thick muscle as he towered over most by 6 or 7 inches at least. "I didn't expect Selwyn to fight his own battles," Charles snorted. "Where is the sniveling coward anyway?" "Sniveling," Gellert replied. "The man is pathetic, nothing more than a way for me to get what I seek." "What is it you seek?" Arcturus questioned. "Chaos," Gellert replied. Without any further preamble, he drew his wand and fired a spell that Charles hastily shielded, digging his feet into the ground as he was sent sliding back, the laughter of the German ringing in his ears. "Come on, Potter, you'll have to be better than that." Charles gritted his teeth, his rebuttal coming in the form of a trio of conjured arrows that were sent towards Gellert, who ducked below them, only to be thrown to his back as the ground beneath his feet was torn upwards. "That's more like it," he called excitedly, pushing himself back up to a standing position. "But it won't be enough." Charles batted aside the curse that followed, acutely aware that Arcturus found himself embroiled in his own fight, with the man acting as Gellert's second. With a flick of his wand, a red bolt of lightning careened from the tip towards his foe, though Gellert intercepted it with a shield, his illuminated expression no longer showing any amusement. Charles snarled, snapping his wand upwards and tearing through German's shield. Gellert, however, was undeterred, and the two of them circled each other, looking for an opening. It was Charles that struck first once more, landing a glancing blow with a severing curse he'd learned from the Black Grimoire. Gellert spat in fury as the spell cut deeply into his shoulder, unleashing a wave of powerful magic with a roar, and sending Charles sprawling. He couldn't be certain what he had been hit with, but his ribs felt as though they had been caved in, and he gasped for breath as struggled to his feet. "You didn't like that, did you, Potter?" Gellert chuckled through his own grimace of pain. Charles did not reply, taking in as much air as he could before launching another attack, his spell slamming into Gellert as it passed through his hastily conjured shield as though it wasn't there. The resulting explosion tore lumps of flesh from the man, eliciting a scream of agony or anger. Charles could not be sure which, but much to his surprise, the spell that would kill most men did no such thing. If anything, it gave Gallaudet a sudden burst of energy, his wand moving in blur as he sent curses and hexes in Charles's direction with reckless abandon. His work was as accurate as it was blunt. It put Charles on the back foot, and he found himself moving and shielding for his life, the onslaught relentless, and giving him no opportunity to reply. Gallaudet was not a simple brute, as his appearance would suggest. His selection of spells was unpredictable, and he moved with a speed that belied his muscular frame. Charles had never found himself faced with such adversity in a fight, but he took it in his stride as best he could, hoping Gallaudet would tire, make a mistake, or present an opening he could exploit. He did not, and Charles realized quickly that he would likely have to take a hit in order to land a blow of his own. It was not a thought he relished, but it would be his best chance to end the flurry. Continuing to dodge and shield, he watched what spells were being sent his way, identifying them to find one that would not be fatal. When he eventually spotted a bone-splintering curse amongst the more dangerous offerings, he neither shielded nor moved from its path, bracing himself for the impact as he returned fire with his own. The force of Gallaudet's spell felt as though it had torn his left arm off, and though he once more found himself on the ground grimacing from the wave of agony that lanced through him, he took no small amount of satisfaction from Gallaudet's pained groans. Better yet, the man had ceased his attack, allowing Charles to breathe somewhat freely as he struggled to his feet, his arm hanging limply at his side, the pain he was experiencing a dull throbbing. It would be healed, though the same couldn't be said for Gallaudet. His right arm had been torn off entirely, and he was choking on his own blood from where Charles's spell had cut deeply into his throat. The wound was not a clean cut. Gallaudet had evidently turned to avoid it, and the spell had cleaved through his arm and partially severed his neck. He was not long for this world, but Charles was taking no risks. With a cutting curse, he finished the job, and Hans Gallaudet fell limp, the final expression on his face being one of grudging respect. Charles shook his head. Anyone could say what they would of the beast of Berlin, but he was a tough man, and one that had gotten the best of Charles during the duel. Charles had been fortunate, and he would not deny that. Luck had undoubtedly been on his side today. "Potter," Arcturus called as he approached. He seemingly had an easier time of it. A cut across his cheek, the only mark he bore from his own fight. "I'm all right," Charles wheezed, his lungs burning. "Bloody hell," Arcturus grumbled. "Come on, we need to get you back." Before Charles could respond, he was cut off by the sound of yelling by hundreds of men charging towards him and Arcturus from the opposing side of the field. Charles groaned as he readied his wand. He had little fight left in him, but he braced himself nonetheless. The ground trembled as he and Arcturus continued their retreat, unable to apparate due to Charles's injuries. "Shit," he cursed as the two of them were suddenly swallowed up by a mass of men, though it was not from the approaching force, but their own men who had evidently charged from the rear to meet the enemy. "Come on," Arcturus urged, half dragging him back towards their lines. As much as they both wished to fight alongside their comrades, Charles could barely raise his wand, his body beaten and fatigued from the duel with Gallaudet. Instead, they looked on as the battle ensued, a violent struggle that Harry had insisted was unavoidable. As ever, their commander had been right, and all Charles could do as he felt 2 or 3 more pairs of hand grab and pull him behind their defenses was collapse to the ground and wait for medical assistance. Break. Elinor could not deny that the baby in the photos was beautiful, as was the woman that cradled her. She fought down the slight pang of jealousy she felt as she returned the stack to Harry and offered him a genuine smile. "I never imagined you being a father," she snorted, "changing nappies and all that." "I didn't either until she was here," Harry chuckled. "Are you okay?" he asked as a wave of what appeared to be sadness washed over the woman. "I'm fine," Elinor replied. Anyway, as nice as it is seeing photos of your daughter, you wanted to see me for a reason. Harry nodded. Gellert, he huffed. Alina grimaced at the mention of the man's name. He was a pig at best, but more akin to a lunatic. Over the weeks she had been observing him, she had witnessed him forcing himself on women, becoming drunk and abusive to the locals, and even beating a man half to death who dared speak out against him. The sooner he was dealt with, the better. What about him? Well, he has, for whatever reasons of his own, volunteered to represent Selwyn in the duel against Charles, Harry needlessly reminded her. I think there may be a small possibility that we could salvage something from it. His death would be a start, Alina muttered. It would, Harry agreed, but think beyond that, he implored. Alina did so, frowning as she pondered just what good could come from the impending duel. With it being on the border between Romania and Bulgaria, it was unavoidable that a mass battle would break out, something Gellert seemingly wished to provoke. What do you think Grindelwald will do when he inevitably finds out? Harry pressed. Well, he would likely arrive, Alina mused aloud. And who do you think will be the one to inform him? Alina's eyes widened. Weber, she whispered in realization. Harry nodded. It's not guaranteed, but it is a possibility that I would like to be prepared for, he declared. We have had no luck with Petter's cousin in Switzerland, and we don't have the luxury of waiting for the man to appear there indefinitely, especially when we don't know what he looks like. The idea had been one of merit, but even Petter had voiced the doubts he'd had of the success of it, speaking the very same reservations Harry had. You'd like me to be there when Grindelwald arrives, Alina guessed. I would, but only to observe, Harry assured her. If Weber or someone you suspect to be him is there, I'd like to know. Alina released a deep breath. I wouldn't try to force you to do it, Harry added. Alina offered him a tired smile. I'll do it. And so once more she had put herself in quite the precarious position, all in the hope of putting an end to Grindelwald and pushing the man out of her country. Finding a position to watch the coming and going of those that did was much easier than Alina had anticipated. There was one spot only that apparition and portkeys were allowed to be used. Anyone else doing so within a dozen or so miles inside the city triggered an alarm that was quickly responded to. It was not a flawless system, but with Bulgaria being occupied by enemy forces, it was sufficient, though it could prove to be to Grindelwald's detriment. For days, she had remained on the rooftop of a bakery here, watching and waiting until Gellert had arrived some several moments ago. His followers were already here and had been so for a few days now. What they were up to was anyone's guess, and though it was unsettling, Alina had her own task to complete. She was startled by the sudden eruption of spell fire in the distance, towards where Bulgaria and Romania met, just outside of Ruse where she found herself. Only a few moments later, her attention was drawn to a trio of figures arriving below, one of them unmistakable with his pale skin and almost matching shade of hair, his expression one of unrestrained anger. Cassiopeia with me, Grindelwald snapped, gesturing for the man to remain where he was. We will handle this. The man left behind would not be out of place, simply walking the streets, nor if someone happened upon him in a shop browsing for books, but he looked distinctly uncomfortable being in a war zone. He was no taller than the average man, had a wiry build, and his glance was furtive, shifting in all directions. Alina could not be certain, but she believed this was Weber, and as such, she sent her signal to Harry just as the alarms began blaring across the city and the fighting in the distance intensified. Break. Harry did his best to not focus on the thought of Charles fighting Gellert as he went about his own business. He had spent hours concocting his plan and discussing it with the others that needed to be brought into the fold. The plan was a good one, and though it would unlikely win them the war, there was potential for significant progress on that front. Calm yourself, Evans, Petter soothed. They will be fine, we all will. Harry released a deep breath as he nodded gratefully. You know what you're doing, he asked. Petter smirked in response. My men are in position and ready to strike, he assured Harry. They will not know what has hit them. Well, Gallagher wanted chaos. Petter's smirk widened. Do you think Grindelwald will show? Harry nodded. I can't see why he wouldn't, he murmured. With a little luck, it will be over with before he realizes what is happening, and it is too late for him to react. At the very least, we should be able to. He paused as the coin he used to communicate with Summerby began vibrating in his pocket, his eyes widening as he read the message. That's my signal. Send for me if you need me, he implored, vanishing before Petter could offer a response. He arrived on a rooftop to the sound of the caterwauling charm ringing out around him, only to be pulled to the ground by a leaner who jerked a thumb over her shoulder. Peering over the ledge, Harry saw that the streets were swarmed with Grindelwald's men, some barking orders and the others rushing to follow them. Amongst the chaos stood a lone man who merely watched, his countenance that of someone who was lost. He arrived with Grindelwald, Elinor explained. Where is he? Harry asked. He went towards the fighting, but I don't think he made it on time to prevent the battle. Harry looked towards where he could see the various flashes of spell fire and hear the distant shouting, a smile creeping onto his lips. So far, so good. Well, I have around 2 minutes, Harry mused aloud as he checked his watch. 2 minutes, Elinor queried with a frown. Before all hell breaks loose, Harry snorted. I would leave if I were you. Evidently, the woman didn't need telling twice, readying her portkey. Be careful, Harry, she sighed before activating it. Once more, Harry peered over the edge of the roof and vanished in a puff of smoke. He appeared behind the man he had been watching and stunned him before he became aware of his presence. Seizing him by the robes, Harry apparated away, appearing on the roof he had just left, relieving his prisoner of his wand and binding him tightly. It would not do for the man to escape, after all. Ensuring he had no hidden portkeys, Harry jabbed him with his wand, bringing him back to a conscious state. Herr Weber, I assume, he murmured. The widening of the man's eyes told Harry all he needed to know. After months of trying, he had finally snagged his prey. I have been looking for you for quite some time, he continued. I suppose you already know who I am. Weber swallowed deeply and nodded. Good, that will save me having to explain it. Now let me see what you can tell me, he continued, leveling his wand at his prisoner. I apologize, I've had so little practice at this. Legilimens. In a matter of moments, he tore through Weber's mind, not bothering to be careful with it as he ripped apart every memory he could grasp for all the information he could garner. Some came easily, and others were rendered quite useless by his brutish attack, but when he was done, he was satisfied that he had acquired enough from the man. Withdrawing from his mind, Harry winced at the pounding headache he had caused himself, but he had certainly fared better than Weber, who was glassy-eyed, his mouth open, and drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. Having seen just how pivotal he had been to Grindelwald's movement, and the many other unpleasant things Weber had been responsible for throughout his life, Harry felt not a shred of guilt or sorrow for what he'd done. You deserved much worse, he growled as he drew the knife Nicholas had gifted him so long ago now and removed the man's head with a single stroke. Don't worry, I'll return your head to your master, and the rest of you will be put to good use. I hope you're hungry, Harry finished with a hiss. The serpent that still dwelled within his shadow emerged with a hiss and struck at the remains of what had been Grindelwald's most useful asset, devouring the body in only a few moments. By the time the snake had finished its meal, the streets below were teeming with Petter's men, and all Harry could do was wait to hear the result of the rest of the efforts made tonight by the men of the ICW. If all went to plan, Grindelwald would have lost much, and would leave Bulgaria with his tail between his legs, and the head of a man who would be of no further use to him. Break. Gellert had arrived too late to prevent the outbreak of fighting, reaching near the border as his men charged recklessly towards the ICW positions. What had compelled them to do so was explained by a passing man he had seized by the robes. Hans is dead. His stomach sunk at the declaration, though Gellert found himself more concerned with the ensuing battle. A frenzy on the part of his forces would be a more apt description of what he was seeing. There were no tightly formed ranks that Perseus had drilled into them, no organization to be seen. Fools, he huffed as he stepped forward. His men were heavily outnumbered by the ICW soldiers, and he balked when even more approached from the western position, swathes of men dressed in the red robes that the Russians favored, circling around to flank his followers at the rear. He shook his head at the sight, pausing as alarms began blaring from behind him. "What now?" he snarled. His eyes widened as he turned to see Ruse lit up with spell fire, the sounds of screaming and explosions following soon after. Gellert was all but surrounded by the ensuing fighting, and he knew not where to begin to gain a semblance of control of the situation. But deep down, he knew all was lost here. This was no accident. What was unfolding around him had been masterfully organized. His men had been lured out of the city and into a fight, sandwiched between two forces, trapping them so they could not retreat whilst a further party took the city from his control. Had the fighting spilled out across the entirety of Bulgaria? Gellert had thought the country to be firmly held with the 2,000 men he had deployed here, but the ICW had arrived with greater numbers, their men more determined to take Bulgaria than his own were to defend it. It left him facing quite the quandary. Did he press forward and attempt to push the ICW forces back, or did he concede defeat and attempt to minimize the slaughter of his followers? With a shake of his head, he reluctantly pointed his wand towards the sky. Retreat was the only option if he wished to preserve the overall numbers advantage he held. Bulgaria was not such an important strategic location, after all. With a sigh, he sounded the retreat before heading back into Ruse. "Where is Weber?" he questioned when he and Cassiopeia reached the departure point. "Fled most likely," the woman replied. Gellert frowned, but nodded his agreement. With the fighting edging ever closer to the position, Weber was unlikely to remain behind. With a final look around, he cursed under his breath before taking Cassiopeia by the arm and activating his portkey. He would wait to be given a report of what had happened, though his mind wandered to one thing. What part was Commander Evans playing in this rather grand scheme? Break. The fighting had long ceased by the time the sun rose, the blood and corpses bathed in the orange light. Not many of Grindelwald's men had managed to escape, but the men of the ICW had endured their fair share of injuries. Charles had been transferred to St. Mungo's, where, according to Arcturus, Doria had been on shift and given him a piece of her mind before getting to work on healing him. He'd suffered several broken ribs, an arm that would take days of care and potions to put right, and several cuts that would leave him scarred for the rest of his days. Still, he was alive, and that was all that mattered. Yaxley, too, had been sent home with a badly broken leg. Although Harry had not been there, he had been told by several witnesses that the man would have been butchered by Gauleiter's followers had it not been for Gilbert risking his own life to get him out of there. His injuries had been superficial for the most part. He had been cut quite deeply across the chest and hit with a concussion curse, but he had refused to leave, opting to be treated by the healers here. Harry was unhappy with the injuries of his friends and the other men he commanded, but the night had been theirs. Ruse had been taken, and Sophia abandoned by Grindelwald, who had been unable to salvage any hold across the country. Bulgaria was now in the hands of the ICW. "Commander," one of the healers addressed him, handing Harry a wad of parchment. "What is the final tally?" he asked. 73 dead, 85 unaccounted for, and 212 further injured. Harry nodded. He had expected much worse, though the news barely softened the blow. "Thank you," he replied. "Get some rest." "I will," the healer assured him, "but the Russian asked me to send for you. He is waiting by the canteen." Harry released a deep breath as he stood and made his way over to where Petter was waiting for him. The Russian leader had carried out his tasks perfectly. his attack from the west, and from within Ruse having undoubtedly seen to the desired outcome. As he reached him, Petter pulled Harry into a tight embrace. "How are you, my friend?" he asked. "Not injured for once," Harry chuckled. Petter grinned amusedly. "Was it as successful as we hoped?" "It was," Harry confirmed. "Galletier and Weber are both dead, and I learned quite a lot of useful information from him." Petter nodded appreciatively. "So, what is our next move?" "We regroup," Harry answered, "and then we keep pushing forward until he has nowhere else to run." "That sounds like a good plan," Petter agreed, clapping him smartly on the shoulder. Break. It was 2 days later that Gellert received the report he had been waiting for, and the news was as bad as he had been dreading. Were it not for the 800 or so men that had listened to his call to retreat, the impromptu fight in Bulgaria would have been an unmitigated disaster rather than the outright catastrophe he had believed it to be. Those who had returned had all witnessed Hans being killed by Charles Potter, something that irked Gellert, though not as much as the gift he had received the following evening. Gellert was not one to lose his temper quickly, but unboxing Weber's head had elicited quite the outburst from him. The man had not left as he and Cassiopeia thought, but he had been murdered by Harry Evans. How the man had even come to learn of the existence of Weber was one thing, but to manage to track him down was another feat entirely. Gellert was torn between an odd mixture of respect and unbridled fury when he pondered it. His answer to what part Evans had played had been unexpected as it was unwelcomed. In many ways, Gellert was now blind to the happenings across the globe. He had come to rely on Weber to a fault, not even considering that the man would meet such an end. As ever, Evans had proven himself a worthy if not dangerous adversary, and for the first time since war had been openly declared, Gellert acknowledged the possibility that he may just lose. He would do all he could to prevent it, but the more land the ICW claimed back, the more men they added to their numbers. Gellert would have to be smarter now. Rely more on tactics than an advantage that was steadily slipping away from him. He could not afford another defeat, such as the one in Bulgaria, after all. No, he would need to reconsider his defenses, his approach, and take a firmer hold of his men. "For the greater good," he murmured. Chapter 86, Allied Forces, February 1942. He stared longingly at the photo of Minerva and Rosa, the edges now worn from where he handled it so often. In the 6 months that had passed since Bulgaria had been taken, he had been home only once. That visit had been shortly before Christmas, and much shorter than Harry had hoped. The war was at a pivotal juncture and kept him posted on the continent, and though seemingly little had transpired in the intervening months, Harry's place was here, with the men that continued to fight so boldly. He wasn't alone in his lack of time away from the front. Charles had returned after a 2-week spell of recovery and had remained with Harry since. Both Gilbert and Yaxley had not even been granted that. Harry had granted Arcturus a month of leave when his son had been born, and again when the boy fell ill when he was barely a few months old. Oddly, his wife had already fallen pregnant again with their second child. Orion, named in a bid to redeem Arcturus's father when he would one day become the Lord Black, had recovered from his dragonpox for the most part, but that didn't stop Arcturus from worrying. Still, the boy had survived the worst of it. Charles and Doria were planning to marry as soon as they could after Selwyn's unsuccessful ploy. Hide nor hair had been seen of the man since. His family reputation was in tatters, so it was best he kept a low profile for some time. Harry shook his head as he placed the photo within his robes, vowing to return home in the coming days. Grindelwald was taking a strictly defensive stance for the time being, his only offense being the occasional prod at the ICW defenses, but nothing more. Evidently, he was still licking his wounds from the resounding defeat in Bulgaria and the loss of Galletier and Weber. The thought of the two of them being dead brought a small smile to Harry's lips. The world was better off without them. Regardless of what Grindelwald's intentions were, Harry had decided he would be taking some leave, as would Gilbert and Yaxley. They needed only to wait for the arrival of their newest allies, the thought of which removed Harry's expression of amusement. Flashback. November 1941. Bulgaria had been pillaged, the men, women, and children here neglected at best. Many had died during Grindelwald's occupation, and some even left to starve. It was the worst that Harry had seen, and even with as many people as he could spare to help right the wrongs Grindelwald and his men had inflicted upon the natives, it had taken weeks to see the fruits of their labor. Houses had needed to be rebuilt, and almost every person Harry had come across had needed healing in some form. The malnourished were fed, wounds treated, and the sick healed as best as he and his men could manage. Still, some succumbed to the ill treatment they had endured, the road to recovery not one they would travel. Funeral after funeral had been held, and yet life had to continue for the rest. The past 2 months had been nothing short of exhausting. "A letter for you, Harry." Charles's voice broke into his thoughts. Harry frowned at the seal of the ICW that adorned the missive. He'd heard nothing from a Briot for months, but it seemed that silence had come to an end. Breaking the seal, his frown only deepened as he read. "Dear Commander-in-Chief Evans, your presence is required at the ICW headquarters for a gathering. We await your immediate arrival. Pierre Briot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Warlocks." With a sigh, Harry folded the envelope and placed it in his pocket. "Can you tell Petter that I have been called in?" he requested. Charles nodded. "I'll do it now." With that, the Lord Potter took his leave, and Harry activated his portkey, appearing in the foyer of the ICW headquarters only a moment later. "Commander Evans," the receptionist greeted him, her eyes wide as she stared unashamedly. "They are expecting you." Harry merely nodded, as the woman led him towards the chamber where the meetings were held. When he entered, it was to find the seats filled to capacity. Even Minister Sokolov was here. "Commander Evans," a Briot greeted him, the room falling silent as some of the representatives stood to get a better look at him. It reminded Harry of when his name had been called to be sorted during his first year, something he didn't care for. "You requested my presence," he asked as he stepped forward. "I did indeed," a Briot clarified, "and I thank you for arriving promptly. Please take a seat." Harry's gaze shifted around the room once more before doing as he was bid, taking the indicated chair in the center of the room. "I don't suppose you've called me here for a casual chat," he deduced. A Briot shook his head. "No, I would only bring you here as a matter of the utmost importance," he assured Harry. "There has been a recent development, one that you must be informed of." A Briot looked distinctly uncomfortable, but excited too. "A recent development?" Harry asked cautiously. A Briot released a deep breath. "It seems as though we have another ally we can call upon," he announced. "Allow me to introduce our guest who will explain better than I can." He gestured for a man seated next to him to take his place at the podium. Harry did not recognize him, but he wore navy blue robes, and his brown hair was swept to one side, however. It was the man's bright smile that Harry was drawn to. It reminded him of Gilderoy Lockhart, and Harry took an immediate disliking to the stranger. "Commander Evans," he asked in an American accent. "Commander-in-Chief," Harry corrected. The American flinched at the cold tone he received, his smirk faltering slightly. "Commander-in-Chief," he corrected, his smile plastered firmly across his face once more. "It is a privilege to meet you. Even across the pond, your name is known. As a country, we have been watching the conflict here with interest." "Watching," Harry snorted. "Whilst we have been your source of interest, good people are dying." "Something we wish to change," the American cut in. "My name is John Westbrook. You might know me as the president of the Magical Congress of the United States of America." Harry shook his head. "I've never heard of you," he returned honestly and with a shrug. Westbrook grimaced. "Well, I have only been in office for a year now," he explained. I imagine you have been quite busy with your own affairs. Harry merely nodded in response, ignoring the look of amusement Abriot wore. The Frenchman was quite used to Harry's blunt demeanor by now, and took it in his stride. I am here to inform you that the United States of America will be joining you to help put an end to Gellert Grindelwald, Westbrook declared. It was as though the man expected Harry to fall to his knees and thank him profusely, but he would get no such response. Instead, Harry frowned. Why? He asked. Well, we would not have it said that we didn't play our part, Westbrook laughed, still smiling though he seemed confused by the lack of elation his words elicited from Harry. Harry snorted once more as he shook his head. We needed your help 2 years ago, he pointed out. No, he corrected. We needed your help when Grindelwald escaped your custody and you just seemed to forget all about him. Westbrook appeared uneasy by the implied negligence, but ever seemingly the politician, his smile widened. The past is the past, Commander-in-Chief, he said dismissively. We are here now. I have 3,000 men and women who are being trained as we speak. They will arrive here within the next few months. His tone took on an insistent edge, and Harry narrowed his eyes at Westbrook. Do they have any battle experience? He questioned. The American didn't appear to appreciate the query. They will be ready when the time comes. That's not what I asked, Harry huffed. This isn't one of your political games. People are dying here, so before you send your own men and women, you had better realize that. I won't babysit people who are unprepared for what is happening, and I will not be held responsible for what happens to them. Our forces will have their own commander-in-chief, Westbrook retorted. And will they function as a standalone group, or will they fall under the command of Evans here? Minister Sokolov interjected. We will work with you, Westbrook answered. Harry cursed under his breath. As much as he appreciated an influx of fighting men, he would rather do without the stress they could bring under the command of another. Sokolov cursed loudly in his native tongue. But they will still act independently, he pointed out. Even my own men are under the command of Evans. What is to stop yours from doing something that is not in the interest of our campaign? Westbrook's smile fell as he looked upon the Russian leader with nothing short of contempt. Evidently, there was no love lost between the two nations. Our interest is to put an end to Grindelwald, he answered diplomatically. I would like us to work together on this. Something we are willing to do, Abriot cut in before either Harry or Sokolov could reply. You must understand, Mr. President, the rest of the world has turned a blind eye to what is happening here. We did not expect any allies to come to us so readily. Westbrook smiled. The United States of America is your friend, he said reassuringly. We hope that us assisting you now will be the beginning of a prosperous and mutually beneficial relationship in the future. Once more, the American did not seemingly receive the response he expected, so turned his attention to Abriot. I will communicate with you directly, Supreme Mugwump, he informed his counterpart. I will leave it to you to keep your men informed. Gentlemen, he added with a bow, addressing the rest of the chamber before activating a portkey and vanishing. Abriot shot Harry an apologetic look. He came to me quite suddenly, he explained. They will be a powerful ally. And a massive pain in the arse, Harry grumbled. They have no fighting experience, they do not know these lands, and they have a poor relationship with the one nation that came to our aid when it was needed most. I have every faith that you will make it work, Harry, Abriot replied simply. End flashback. The reaction to the Americans entering the war had been mixed at best amongst the men under Harry's command. Some were under the impression there would be less fighting for them. Others understood that the motivation of the president was not selfless, and they did not appreciate the political machinations. In the few months that he had known, he had become rather apathetic towards it. If the Americans wanted to risk their lives, who was he to stop them? However, the moment they endangered the lives of his own men, his reaction would not be so benign. What the fuck are they doing? He grumbled as he heard the sounds of a marching band approaching. Exiting the room he had billeted for himself in Ohrid, on the western border of Bulgaria. He entered the streets to find a parade of men marching through, an array of instruments playing an obnoxiously loud piece to announce their arrival. With a wave of his wand, Harry silenced them, bringing the column to an abrupt, confused halt. What the bloody hell is with all that noise? He demanded to know. No need for the hostility, friend, a large man placated, approaching Harry from the head of the column. Music is the spice of life. He accentuated his point by spitting a glob of brown sludge on the ground. Evidently, the Americans had arrived. They were dressed very similarly to the ICW forces, their uniform a slightly brighter shade of green, but the flags that many carried that also adorned the sleeves of their robes were unmissable. Not here it isn't, Harry muttered, eliciting murmurs of agreement from his own gathering men. Ken Adams, the man introduced himself, offering his hand and ignoring the rebuke. I'm in command of the fine ladies and gentlemen you see before you. Harry Evans. He accepted the proffered limb, ignoring the whispers of the Americans who tried to get a closer look at him. You're younger than I thought you'd be, Adams mused aloud. Anyway, it looks like we'll be working together to kick Grindelwald's ass. If you think you can manage it, Yaxley snorted. Adams looked towards him challengingly and laughed. We'll have this war wrapped up in a few weeks, he declared. You boys will be home before you know it. Harry raised an eyebrow at the man, predicting quite the reality check for him in the coming days. Well, if you think it will be so easy, the enemy are only camped out a few miles that way, Gilbert informed him, jerking his thumb in the general direction of Grindelwald's forces. I'm sure they'll give you a warm welcome. We might just pay them a visit, Adams replied. Harry shook his head. I wouldn't be too keen to meet them, he broke in, but you can do as you please. My only rules are that you do not endanger my men and you leave the natives be. I will not repeat that to you. You worry about your men, and I'll worry about mine, Adams replied, evidently not having expected such a cold greeting. That works for me, Harry shrugged, but for the time being, you will be working with my second in command. This is Petr Sokolov. He is the commander of the Russian forces and the son of the Russian Minister of Magic. In my absence, he carries the same authority as I do. I'm sure he will be pleased to help settle you in. Petr looked as though he couldn't think of anything worse, and the expression that Adams wore whilst he looked at the Russian was no less eager. How long will you be absent? Adams asked. A week, maybe, Harry answered with a shrug. I'm going home to see my daughter. I will leave you in Petr's capable hands. Oh, and I will not appreciate being called back here because someone had the stupid idea of starting a fight with the enemy. If we are going to work together, we need to plan together. Adams opened his mouth to speak, but Harry cut him off. I would get any ideas out of your head about acting independently, he urged. The enemy will kill you indiscriminately. You've not faced them yet and have no idea what it is you're in for. I would use this time to settle your people in and listen to what my men can tell you of what we have faced. Adams frowned but nodded. I will take your advice into consideration, he replied. Harry didn't believe he would, but the man would have to learn from his own mistakes. As far as he was concerned, he'd given fair warning, and it was now time for him to see Minerva and his daughter, something he had been deprived of these past 6 months. Get a message to me if you need to, he murmured to Petr as he passed him. The Russian nodded, and Harry headed back towards his room, hoping that his time with his family would not be cut short. Break. Tom was having his best year at Hogwarts. With McGonagall having taken a sabbatical, it was one less person to pry into his affairs, and her absence also meant that Dumbledore was busier than usual. It was the freest that Tom had been in the castle, and he had taken full advantage of it, though his last visit to the restricted section of the library had certainly irked him. Someone had taken it upon themselves to remove several books, including the one he had wished to revisit. Not that it mattered. The room of requirement had provided much of what he needed to know. He would require more information, but that was something he was already working on. No, whilst he had unimpeded access to the room, Tom focused on perfecting his use of magic and focus on his other magical arts he had been developing. It wasn't as though he needed to practice for his owls. He would pass them without issue. Tom could pass his newts now if they were to be administered to him. The removal of certain tomes from the library was something easily remedied, but the insult of being overlooked as a prefect was not so. Tom had no doubt that he was the best performing student in his year, and likely the entire school, so why had he been snubbed? It was a moot question. He had no doubt Slughorn would have put his name forward. The man had said as such before the previous summer, but final approval fell to the headmaster and his deputy. As hard as Slughorn would have fought for him to be given the position, Dumbledore would have done equally to ensure he wasn't given it. It was an affront. Still, the oversight had allowed him even more freedom within the castle. Without the need of patrolling and tending to the rather dull duties of a prefect, Tom could focus more time on his own ventures. He'd even written a list for himself to achieve this year. Learn more about Horcruxes, Slughorn. Learn more about Legilimency. Learn more about his family. Meet Hepzibah Smith. He had hoped the latter would have occurred during the summer, but Mrs. Smith had not been in touch with Mr. Burke to arrange a meeting. However, he had been invited back by the owner of the shop to complete his auditing of the stockroom during the approaching summer, so Tom was confident there was a chance he would meet the woman then. For now, he would focus on the other items on his list. Tom. He shuddered at the icy touch of Helena, the sensation something he would never get used to. Morphing his expression of irritation at being disturbed into one of pleasant surprise, he turned to greet the ghost. Helena, he whispered enthusiastically, you've never looked for me inside the castle before. The woman beamed, nodding shyly. I have found something I think you will want to see, she replied pointedly. Really, what is it? She beckoned for him to follow, and Tom did his best to ignore the jolt of excitement he felt. The ghost had spent months searching for only one thing for him, and it seemed that she may have been successful. Not that Tom would get his hopes up too much. Twice already Helena had spoken of things she had found that may be the entrance to the hidden chamber of his ancestor, and both had proven to be nothing but secret passages that led to different parts of the castle. They were useful, and Tom had put them to use, but they were not what he was seeking. I can't go in there, he huffed as he was led to a girl's bathroom on the second floor. No one is inside, Helena assured him. Tom muttered under his breath as he sent a cursory glance around the corridor to make sure no one was nearby. With a reluctant nod, he entered, the ghost following him closely. Over here, she urged. Tom frowned as he approached the column of sinks, narrowing his eyes as Helena gestured to one of the taps. Carved into the bronze was a small serpent, so small that it would be missed by any not looking for it. This is it, he whispered. Tom simply knew that he had found it, that this was the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. He immediately felt a connection to the place, almost akin to a light scratching at the back of his mind, beckoning him to enter. But how? Sighing disappointedly, he knew he would have to return to investigate further, to find his way in. I am in your debt, he said to the ghost, offering her a bow. If there is anything I can do for you, I will. Helena smiled. Do you believe this is it? Tom nodded, a sincere smile cresting his lips. I have no doubt. Now I just need to work out how to open it, he explained. You will do it, Tom, Helena said encouragingly. I will, he replied. But for now, we must leave. It would not look good if we were found here and drew unwanted attention to this place. Helena nodded her agreement. And remember, Tom continued, no one must know about this. I will not tell a soul, Helena vowed, eliciting another smile from the teen. He truly had the ghost where he wanted her. Break. There was one place Derek wanted to spend his time on leave, and it wasn't back in Britain, where only temptation to return to his life of crime awaited. No, he did not wish to spend any more days in the company of the Dementors, or looking over his shoulder for the Aurors to arrest him. He was tired of that life, and though he worried what he would do when the war was over, he wouldn't worry about that for now, not when he had a week away from the fighting and the newly arrived Americans who had no idea what they were in for. DWSK. The sight of Iulia sprinting towards him from the house, as he opened the gate to the garden filled Derek with a warmth he'd never experienced before, and he crouched down without hesitation to pick the girl up. No one had ever greeted him so enthusiastically, as though he truly meant something to them. It was an overwhelming experience, and he gave a watery chuckle as Iulia babbled at him in her native tongue, something Derek had yet to get a grasp on. The girl had really come out of her shell, since he had met her so many months ago now. She no longer carried the air of sadness she once had, and her smile had come to mean so much to the man. "You know he doesn't understand you," Sorina laughed as she stood in the doorway to the house, a smirk of amusement tugging at her lips. Iulia pouted, and Derek lifted her up to sit on his shoulders, eliciting a giggle from the girl. Sorina greeted him with a kiss on the cheek, the smile she graced him with one of fondness. "How long until you go back?" she asked. "I have a week," Derek replied. Sorina nodded. "Do you have anywhere else you need to be?" Derek shook his head. "No, I was hoping you wouldn't mind tolerating my company for a while." Sorina's expression softened considerably as she released a deep breath. "You will always be welcome here," she sighed as she wrapped her arms around him. Derek melted into her embrace, trying and failing miserably to remember a time in his life that he had felt so wanted and happy. Break. The death of Hans and Weber had resulted in more ramifications than Gellert could ever have anticipated. Those that remained who had been loyal to the German had left, no longer willing to serve his cause without the man they followed. It was quite the blow to lose almost 500 men, but a soft one in comparison to losing Weber. Gellert was all but blind to what his enemies were doing, and without information reaching him from around the globe via his former sleuth, he hadn't learned of the Americans allying themselves with the ICW forces until it had been announced in the media. The day he had feared had come to pass. Gellert no longer held a numbers advantage when it came to warfare. However, he had adjusted accordingly, and the defenses he had erected in and around his territories were strong enough to repel all but a full frontal assault. Still, he could not ignore the shift in position from when the war had begun. It had been the men of the ICW on the defensive, but through his own efforts to dislodge them from their positions on the French border, Gellert now found himself inadvertently in such an unfavorable situation. It should never have come to this. The ICW forces should have been crushed months ago, but they had proven their resilience. Under the command of Harry Evans, they had thrived, overcome everything that Gellert had thrown at them, and now his vision was in more jeopardy than ever before. With the influx of American troops, defeat was much more likely, unless he played his hand very carefully. He still had a firm hold on Germany, France, and Spain. A few other less important strategic positions were still within his grasp, but those three were his most valuable holdings, and where he would break the impending ICW offensive. They and the Americans would crash against his defenses, and they would die in droves. Gellert accepted that he may not win the war, but he would never concede defeat, never give up on seeing his vision brought to life. So long as there was air in his lungs and blood flowed through his veins, his fight would continue. Break. The Americans had arrived less than 48 hours ago, and already they causing quite the stir. The tension between Petter and Ken Adams was palpable, and though Reg found it amusing for the most part, it was quickly devolving into something quite ugly. Twice the two men had to be separated before they had become embroiled in a physical fight, and it was only a matter of time before a third incident occurred. Evidently, the Americans did not like being questioned as to why it had taken them so long to join the fight, and why now when the men of the ICW were so close to victory. Their added numbers would be a boon, but there was resentment, and that wouldn't vanish overnight, not with how cocky and arrogant most of them were, nor how insulting of the ICW effort some had been. Reg released a deep breath as he approached the canteen, pausing as a large column of Americans passed him, their features alight with excitement. "What is going on?" he questioned a woman who was helping herself to a bowl of stew. She snorted as she shook her head. "Ken is going to show the Russian that he isn't a coward," she huffed. The declaration didn't fill Reg with confidence. "Fucking idiot," he grumbled. "He has no idea what he is in for." "No," the woman agreed, "but Ken is pig-headed. We tried to talk him out of it, but he won't listen." Reg deflated as he accepted the bowl of stew the woman offered him. "What's he going to do?" he asked. "Something stupid," the woman huffed irritably. She was rather tall, almost of a height with Reg, with chestnut hair and light gray eyes. Even under the loose robes she wore, it was impossible to miss her slender figure. "You're an Auror," he blurted. The woman raised an eyebrow at him. "Am I?" she asked. "How would you know that?" "I've been around enough of them to know," he replied. "The scar is also similar to mine," he added, indicating the one that marred the left side of his face. She carried herself similarly to how Gabriel had, and though her veritable mane concealed most of it, her scar too was unmistakably from a cutting curse. An inch or so of it protruded from her hairline. The woman attempted to conceal it within her tresses, and Reg shook his head as he took her gently by the wrist. "You should never hide them," he murmured. "It's ugly." "Thanks," Reg replied dryly, a smirk tugging at his lips as he pointed to his own. Although much of it was hidden by his beard, it was still visible, and the woman's eyes widened when she noticed it. "No, I didn't mean." She trailed off weakly, and Reg laughed, holding up a hand to calm the woman. "It's fine," he assured her. "I'm not fond of mine, but I don't pay attention to it anymore. There are many more important things in life than worrying about a mark on your face. You'll probably learn that quickly here." The woman grimaced as the sounds of fighting sounded in the distance, and Reg cursed under his breath. "Where are you going?" the woman asked with a frown as he released a deep breath and placed his bowl of stew on the counter of the canteen. "Probably to save your stupid leader's arse," he snorted humorlessly. "Well, for now. When Harry finds out what he's done, no one will be able to help him." "I'll come too," the woman declared, placing her own bowl down and following him. Reg shrugged as he exited the canteen and drew his wand. "My name is Nancy, by the way," the woman introduced herself. Reg nodded, not breaking his stride as he headed towards the flashes of spell fire in the distance. "Well, Nancy, if we make it through this, my name is Reg." The woman smiled brightly, drawing her own wand as she fell into step with him. "Break." It was a frustrated Tom Riddle, his usually kempt hair in disarray, and his sleeves rolled up that glared at the sink adorned with the engraving of the serpent, his patience at an end. For the past few days, he had been coming here in the early hours of the morning, determined to open the chamber that once belonged to his ancestor. Unavoidably, his thoughts were filled with what treasures he may find within. Be they gold or knowledge, it mattered not. Before he could enjoy the contents, however, he first needed to access the damned room. He had tried everything he could think of, from unlocking charms to transfigurations, and even placing his own blood on the serpent, but nothing worked. Tom was so close, yet so far. He was in the right place. He could feel it in every fiber of his being, but he could not unravel the conundrum he faced. Taking a calming breath, he tapped the engraving with his wand and cast a diagnostic charm, only to find himself propelled across the room and crashing through one of the cubicle doors. Sodden from where he had dislodged the toilet within, he growled as he pushed his hair from his eyes. Having lost what little hold he had left of his temper, Tom shot to his feet and stomped his way towards the sink. "Why won't you open?" he spat, inadvertently slipping into parcel tongue. He stumbled backwards as the pipes around the sink began to groan, and the entire section of column descended into the floor, leaving a large opening. Cautiously, Tom edged towards it and peered into the abyss. "I did it," he whispered in disbelief, lighting the tip of his wand. He could see barely a few feet into the darkness, but he wasn't going to let that deter him from exploring what he had searched so long for. Taking a final cursory glance around the bathroom, he sat and allowed his legs to dangle over the opening before releasing a deep breath. Bracing himself, he dropped, his stomach lurching as he slid into the bowels of the castle. Arresto momentum. His descent slowed, but he was still launched from the end with considerable force and thudded to the stone floor with a thud. Cursing under his breath, Tom stood and tried to wipe the dirt from his now torn robes and looked around. He was within another tunnel, and already having decided against turning back, he made his way through it, the only sound being the dripping of water somewhere in the distance. Was this really Salazar Slytherin's hidden place? It was cold and damp down here, not somewhere Tom imagined one of the greatest sorcerers of all time would choose to spend time. But his doubts were alleviated as he came upon an intricate door adorned with several snakes made of bronze. "Open," he tried, a sense of excitement filling him as the creatures seemingly came to life, and the door popped open with a groan. The cavern he entered was enormous, with two large pools of water lining the walkway, each side decorated with several statues of snakes. Tom swallowed deeply as he began walking between them in a daze. It was not often he allowed himself to indulge in emotions that were overwhelming, but he could not stop them now even if he wished to. The Chamber of Secrets was incredible, and it was now his as it had once been his vaunted ancestors'. What did give him pause, however, were the footprints on the ground that he had yet to tread. There were several identical sets of them, some entering the chamber and others leaving, something that did not sit right with Tom. Somebody had been here much more recently than 1,000 years ago, when Salazar roamed the castle. It angered the teen, his elation all but vanishing as he caught sight of where the footprints led. In the center of the room was an enormous skull. Of what creature, he couldn't be certain, but it was undoubtedly snake-like in nature. Stuck to the middle of it was a piece of parchment, and Tom's stomach sunk further than it had at the realization someone else had been here before him. With a trembling hand, he removed the note, his jaw clenching as he read. To whomever found the chamber. I congratulate you for your discovery, but I'm afraid your efforts have all been in vain. The knowledge, the treasures, and the basilisk are all gone, and now serve as compensation for the heir's transgressions against my family. The legacy of Slytherin is dead. Tom's breathing became labored from the unbridled fury he felt. How dare someone help themselves to what was rightfully his? He frowned at the final sentence of the note that had been etched into the bottom of the parchment. You should run now. As he finished reading, the two statues closest to him exploded in a shower of stone, followed in twos by the rest, each unleashing a geyser of water. Quickly, the chamber began to flood, and heeding the warning of the note, Tom ran towards the exit, panicking as he tripped over some debris and was submerged in the water. Pushing himself to his feet, he continued to run towards the exit, his breathing coming in short, sharp bursts, his legs burning from the effort. Already, the need to escape was overwhelming, but only increased as an enormous column of water erupted, carrying the skull of the basilisk atop it. Tom's eyes widened as the maw opened, the animated behemoth lunging at him from where he had stood only a moment ago. Open, he screamed as he hurtled towards the door, passing through it and pulling it closed but a split second before something crashed against it. Tom did not stop to catch his breath, nor wait for any other surprises that had been left for him. Much to his shame, though it was something he would never admit to himself, he ran for all his life was worth, and as far as Tom was concerned, nothing was more valuable than that. Break. There was nothing that brought Minerva more joy than seeing Harry with Rosa. When he was with their daughter, he was unguarded, his eyes full of youth that had slowly but surely become absent in the past years. In its place, for the most part, was a hollowness that only war could bring, especially when he suddenly woke in the early hours of the morning. He tried to hide his internal struggles from Minerva and everyone else that worried for him, and perhaps he was successful with the others, but he could not keep it from her. Minerva knew him too well, had watched as he lost more and more of himself through the sacrifices Harry made. Not that he would be deterred from continuing as he was. She had accepted long ago that Harry would give his all to putting an end to Grindelwald, and Minerva could only hope that whatever was left was enough of the man she had fallen in love with. "What is it?" she asked as Harry suddenly laughed, his eyes full of mischief. "Riddle just found the Chamber of Secrets," he explained. "I doubt he got what he was expecting." "Is he dead?" Minerva asked somewhat hopefully. Being a mother, she didn't wish death on any child, but Tom Riddle was no normal child. Whenever she looked at him, she saw the monster that Harry had described, the evil that lurked behind what he believed to be charismatic persona. It was all an act, concealing the monster within the boy. Harry shrugged. "Maybe, but I doubt it," he grumbled. "He wouldn't die so easily." Minerva sighed as she shook her head. "Will it ever end?" she asked. Harry nodded as he walked towards her with a napping Rosa in his arms. "It will," he promised. "One day, both Grindelwald and Riddle will be dead. And then you will find another monster to slay." Harry snorted derisively. "No," he denied. "There will be no more demons haunting me after that." Minerva offered him a smile and rested her head against his chest. "What will you do when it's over?" "I don't know," Harry answered honestly. "Bloody hell, here we go," he added with a sigh. Minerva looked up and was greeted by the sight of an ethereal hawk hovering in front of them, its wings flapping silently to keep it airborne. "Adams didn't listen," it spoke in an irritated voice. "He attempted to attack the Yugoslavian border and lost almost 400 of his men and got injured in the process. We got most of them back. I just thought you should know." With that, the hawk vanished, and Harry shook his head, the hollowness returning to his eyes. "Fucking idiot," he whispered. It wasn't often Minerva heard Harry curse. He only did so when something had really irked him, as it evidently had now. "The American?" she asked. He had told her of their arrival that had left him, and the rest of the ICW forces, rather unimpressed. "I knew he would do something stupid," Harry huffed as he handed Rosa to her. "So, that means you need to go back." He'd been home only a few days, and Minerva couldn't hide her disappointment at the thought of him leaving again. Much to her surprise, Harry shook his head before taking Rosa back. "No, the bastard can stew," he declared. "It's not like he's going anywhere. I'll deal with him when I get there." Minerva simply smiled, once more enjoying the sight of Harry holding their daughter whilst he was here. For the short time they had him, she added internally. "Chapter 87, My Enemies Approach. I don't think you'll get it to fade much more," Reg murmured as he inspected Nancy's latest scar. She had been clipped with a searing curse, leaving a burn across the back of her shoulder, an angry purple mark where the skin had bubbled. It was no longer so, but the tarnished flesh was still thick and puckered. The woman released a deep sigh. "Is it bad?" Reg shook his head. "Why does it matter?" he asked curiously. "You're a pureblood, Reg," Nancy huffed. "It's been difficult enough for my father to find a husband for me. He only agreed to let me become an Auror to shield him from that shame." Reg frowned in confusion. "Why would it be so hard to find you a husband?" Nancy pulled her robes up to cover her shoulder before turning to face him, her almost silvery eyes laced with sadness. "Look at me," she snorted humorlessly. "I'm over 6 feet tall and come from a poor, pure-blood family. Even in America, I'm not considered a prize bride. There's nothing to be gained from a marriage to me." "That's ridiculous," Reg chuckled. Nancy raised an eyebrow at him. "Add this into the mix," she continued, pointing to the prominent scar protruding from her hairline, "and the fact that my family supported Grindelwald whilst he was there, and you have the definition of an outcast." "Your family supported him?" Reg asked, surprised by the revelation. At first, Nancy confirmed. He promised he would restore the wealth that had been stolen from us by another family, and my father fell for it. When he was captured, everyone knew we had championed him. I had to jump through so many hoops just to be accepted into the Auror Academy. Reg leaned back in his chair as he observed the woman. Well, I certainly didn't expect that, he mused aloud. Nancy offered him a sad smile. It wasn't until I got older that I realized how stupid my father had been, she sighed. I don't support him now. Reg held up his hands to placate her. My family doesn't have the best reputation, but it is my brother that has to deal with that. I'm just a second son who has to endure the grimaces from others whenever my name is mentioned. Nancy frowned at him questioningly, and Reg deflated. Only a few generations ago, my family was found to be involved in some very unsavory business ventures. Our reputation hasn't recovered, especially since we still live off the proceeds. My father cares more for his life of luxury than he does about our reputation, and my brother is the same. But not you. Reg chuckled as he shook his head. Being out here and experiencing what I have, I'd sooner have nothing and live a simple, peaceful life. When it is all over, I plan to join the Aurors and finding a small home for myself. As long as it has walls, a ceiling, and I have food in my belly, that will be my luxury. Nancy shot him a speculative look. Sounds like the American dream, she pointed out. I don't know about that, but it's my dream, he reiterated. Well, it's a good dream to have. Reg nodded. I just have to make sure I survive this first. Your leader isn't making that easy. Nancy nodded her agreement. Ken is. A prat, Reg cut in, eliciting a smirk from the woman. Yes, but he feels like he has something to prove, she explained. We weren't exactly welcomed with open arms, and that hurt his pride. He's not usually so. Incompetent. Exactly, Nancy replied. Your leader, Evans, what's he like? We only know what we have read in the papers. Reg released a deep breath as he pondered the question. If it wasn't for Harry, we wouldn't be where we are now, he answered honestly. He's saved our lives from things that most people would have nightmares about, kept us together when we were so close to falling apart, and risked his life countless times. Those things you read in the paper are probably true, but there's so much more to him. He has the respect of his men. Reg nodded. He's earned it, he assured her. He killed a dragon for us and has sent Grindelwald himself packing several times. More than that, he's our friend who does his best to keep us all safe. He sounds like a good leader. Reg snorted. We probably would have lost the war already without him, he sighed. He's a good man who has earned the reputation he has. Adams would do well to listen to him. Nancy nodded her agreement. Well, let's hope he's learned something from this mess, she murmured. He has to survive Harry first, Reg pointed out. He will be furious when he gets back. Why isn't he here? Nancy asked curiously. He finally took some leave to spend time with his daughter, Reg explained. She's just a baby and he's been here since she was born. He even missed her birth. The poor man, Nancy sympathized. He's sacrificed a lot for this war, Reg huffed, but missing that hurt him the most. Anyway, you'll get to meet him properly soon enough. He's due back today, so if I was Adams, I'd keep my head down. You don't really want to be on the wrong side of Harry. I'll bear that in mind, Nancy snorted. Isn't that him? Reg looked to where she was pointing towards the unmistakable figure that was Harry Evans walking towards, where the Russian lodgings were. That's him, he confirmed. Break. The week spent at home had gone by much too quickly for Harry's liking. It was as though he'd barely arrived before he was once more having to say his goodbyes to Minerva and a little girl that had no understanding of the world she had been born into. It certainly didn't lift his spirits that he already had things he needed to address, that his advice to his American counterpart had been ignored for the sake of pride, or whatever Adam's motivation had been to attack Grindelwald's forces across the border. What have you got for me, Petter? He asked as he entered the room the man used as an office. The Russian was startled by the sound of his voice, but stood immediately and clapped Harry on the shoulder in greeting. "It's been quiet," he replied. "Other than the stupid American, nothing else has happened." Harry nodded gratefully. "That's something, I suppose," he muttered. "Where's Adams?" Petter grinned quite smugly before he answered. "In the medical bay," he answered without any hint of sympathy. "He almost lost an arm and a leg." Harry could only shake his head. The man had brought it on himself, after all. "Let's go and speak to him," he decided. "Despite how you feel about the Americans, we need to work together if they're going to be a part of this war. Think of it as being the bigger man," he added when Petter opened his mouth to protest. He narrowed his eyes at Harry, but gave a stiff nod. "I am the bigger man," he muttered before gesturing for Harry to follow him. With a grin of amusement, Harry did so, and the duo made their way through the streets of Ruse towards the field hospital. "Do you think he will be difficult?" Petter snorted at the question. "He's American. They're always difficult." "Why do you hate each other so much?" Harry asked interestedly. Petter shrugged. "The history between our countries is long and unpleasant," he replied. "They're arrogant, cocky, and won't ever admit they're wrong." "That sounds a lot like you Russians," Harry quipped. Petter frowned before a grin tugged at his lips. "Maybe," he grunted. "We don't get on and that won't ever change. It is like asking a bear and a wolf to be friends." "Is that a Russian saying?" Petter huffed. "I don't know, but have you ever seen a wolf and a bear as friends?" Harry shook his head. "I can't say that I have." "Then shut up," Petter chuckled good-naturedly. They remained silent until they entered the makeshift hospital, which comprised of a dozen or so large tents, each of them reserved to treat different ailments. "I'm looking for Ken Adams," Harry informed one of the healers who was taking notes on a piece of parchment. "Tent 9, Bay 11, the man replied without looking up from his work. "Is that how you always address your commander?" Petter snapped. The healer balked as he looked up at the two of them and began stammering an apology. "It's fine," Harry assured him, raising an eyebrow at his Russian friend. "Bloody hell, leave the poor man alone." Petter laughed uproariously as he slapped the healer on the back. "It was only a joke." "Not a funny joke," the healer muttered as he walked away. "I thought he was going to shit himself," Petter said gleefully. "I would have made you clean it up, without magic," Harry returned with a smirk before he began heading towards where the American commander was likely resting up. "I'd like to see you try," Petter replied challengingly. Harry ignored him in favor of seeking out the man he had greeted only a week ago. Any amusement he felt all but absent as the reality of the situation he faced set in. As much as he was irritated with Adams, he needed the man to work with him and not jeopardize the work he and his men had done since arriving on the continent. "Come to gloat?" the American asked sullenly as Harry and Petter rounded the curtain. The man was pale and evidently sulking at his failure. "No," Harry sighed as he took a seat beside the bed, gesturing for Petter to do the same. "I've come to tell you that you really are a tosser and that I hope you learned something from your stupid attempt." Adams scowled at him for a moment before seemingly swallowing his pride and nodding. "It was a stupid thing to do without careful planning," he admitted. "I should have listened to you, and because I didn't, I lost many men and women." "You did," Harry replied. "Now do you understand what we are facing?" Adams nodded. "I learned it the hard way," he mumbled. "I don't want to lose any more of my people." "That's inevitable," Harry pointed out, "but you can minimize the losses. Work with me and I will do what I can to get as many of you home as I can. If you work against me, you will shoulder the consequences yourself." Adams remained silent for a few moments. "I suppose we got off on the wrong foot," he admitted wryly. "Ken Adams, an idiot who doesn't want to make the same mistake twice," he reintroduced himself as he offered his hand. Harry accepted the handshake. "Harry Evans," he replied in kind. "A man who has made and learned from his mistakes." Adams cracked a knowing smile as he turned to Petter, his expression becoming more guarded. "I suppose," We will be working together, too. Petter nodded stiffly. Duh, for this war at least. Adams snorted. Well, for the time being, I'm willing to put any enmity between our countries aside for my people. They're more important than anything that has happened in the past. Duh, I am willing to do the same, he conceded, accepting the proffered limb of the American. Harry nodded his approval, relieved that the two had reached something of a tentative agreement. You'd best heal up, Adams, he urged. When you're ready, we will be picking up where you left off. There's no reason to let our numbers advantage go to waste, but we will do it in a way that works for us. Adams nodded as he leaned back into his pillows. Home before Christmas, he asked. Harry shook his head. I wouldn't bet on it, he answered honestly, but home alive and well whenever this comes to an end. Adams grinned. If I had some whiskey, I'd drink to that. No, Petter denied. Vodka is the only drink to toast with. Your whiskey is like piss, he added as he removed his canteen and took a deep sip before offering it to Adams. With some reluctance, the injured man accepted it and devolved into a coughing fit after he drank, eliciting a guffaw from the Russian. Got him, what was that? Adams spluttered, red in the face. Good vodka, Petter answered. You will get used to it, comrade. The American looked skeptical, but he took another, smaller sip, grimacing as the strong spirit slid down his throat. I don't know about that, he choked, but it's better than nothing. It is better than everything, Petter countered. Harry could only shake his head. The two of them would never likely be friends, but he would sooner this than have them at each other's throats. Their lives, and those of their forces, could very well depend on it. Break. Minerva had never spent so long away from the castle, but it had been months since she had been here. She had been focusing on raising Rosa, and the babe had been too small to be apparated, portkeyed, or taken through the flu system. Now, however, at almost 8 months old, there was no reason she couldn't visit the place that would become a second home to her. Armando had been writing every week for the past month all, but demanding Minerva brought her in to see him and the other members of staff, and she had finally relented, though it wasn't until she laid eyes on the school that she realized just how much she was missing the place. Minerva didn't regret her decision to take this year off, but Hogwarts was a big part of her life, and when the time was right, she couldn't wait to return. With it being the weekend, there was not so many students roaming the halls, most choosing to remain in their common rooms as the weather was yet to break. Still, those that Minerva did come across took a moment to look into the pram. She pushed and offered their congratulations. Rosa took it in her stride, already used to being the center of attention. By the time she managed to reach the headmaster's office, she had already been within the school for close to half an hour, delayed by the students. Let me see her, Armando requested as soon as she crossed the threshold, meeting her halfway between the door and his desk. Awa, he cooed. Look, Albus, she has a green bow. With an amused grin, Minerva nodded her permission for the man to pick her up, and he did so, laughing as Rosa pulled his beard. She's beautiful, Armando declared, receiving a nod of agreement from Albus. Her mentor had visited, often during Minerva's absence from the castle. It was him that had brought Rosa the green bow that was tied into her thick, red hair now. She's a handful, Minerva snorted. If I turn my back for 1 second, she's trying to escape. Armando grinned. Just you wait until she starts walking, he warned. You'll spend most of your life chasing her away from things she shouldn't be near. She's an adventurer, Albus commented amusedly. Just like her father, I imagine. Minerva nodded. I could have swung for Harry last week, she huffed. He took Rosa for a walk through the grounds. They'd been gone for a while, so I went a look for them. What do you think I found? Well, judging by your rather displeased expression, I would say it was something you're still irked by, Armando replied. Minerva hummed. He had taken her on his broom and was flying laps around the house. Albus snorted, and Minerva shot him a glare. She wasn't angry with Harry, but she had certainly been taken aback. Rosa wasn't harmed, was she? Armando questioned. Minerva huffed irritably as she shook her head. No, she was giggling just as much as he was, she muttered. So we may have a future Quidditch star on our hands, Armando mused aloud. Or a lunatic, just like her father, Minerva pointed out. You find it funny now, but she will be your student one day, she reminded both men. That sobered them, but both continued to smile nonetheless. I look forward to the day, Armando declared. And you forget, Minerva, she will be your student too, unless you have decided you do not wish to come back. No, Minerva denied. I'm looking forward to it. Good, Armando declared happily. Now that you are here, I was hoping you may be able to shed some light on an incident that occurred last week involving a certain Slytherin student. An incident? Minerva asked guardedly. Armando nodded. It was during the early hours of Wednesday that I felt a disturbance, and as I left my office to investigate, I spotted a rather disheveled Mr. Riddle sprinting across the entrance hall wearing soaked and torn robes. I would say he was certainly quite terrified. Horace has been unable to glean anything from the boy. Minerva nodded her understanding. From what Harry said, Riddle found the Chamber of Secrets, but he got more than he bargained for, Minerva explained. He won't be venturing down there anymore. Armando frowned. It is quite disturbing that he managed to find it in the first place, he murmured. He has become rather adept at avoiding being detected. Albus nodded his agreement. I myself struggle to locate him within the castle. Even the portraits seldom see him in the halls unless he is attending his classes. Perhaps we could use the elves to track him, Armando suggested. If he is finding places like the Chamber of Secrets, Merlin only knows what else he has found, and worse yet, what the boy is up to. Minerva wouldn't pretend to know exactly what Riddle was doing, but she could not deny that she felt more than a little disturbed by it, even more so the older he got. Break. It was a few times a year that Slughorn would gather a group of students within his own quarters. He would sup them, regale them of tales of all the well-known witches and wizards he knew, and boast of how highly he was thought of by them. He would then proceed to show off all the gifts he'd received over the years, and tell them how he had been so pivotal in their successes. It was no coincidence that the professor only invited those from pureblood families, or those he believed would go on to be vaunted in their chosen fields. Those within the room would be the subject of Slughorn's future bragging, of how these intimate dinners had inspired them to whatever they would eventually achieve. Tom quite respected the man for his guile, but he saw through the facade, the overly exaggerated pleasantries. Slughorn served only himself. A Slytherin through and through, it seemed. Tom was in no mood to be here. He was still seething about what had happened in the Chamber of Secrets, how his legacy had been stolen from him. Having played over the near-death experience in his mind time and time again, Tom could only draw one conclusion as to who had dared sabotage the room. Harry Evans. The mere thought of the man made his lip curl in distaste. It could only have been him. As much as Tom had tried to rationalize the improbability that Evans was behind it, it proved to be the only logical explanation. No member of the Gaunt family had been to Hogwarts in several generations, and the footprints had been quite fresh. The note had also alluded to the perpetrator not hailing from the Slytherin line, so that too eliminated his magical relatives. The revelation, however, did raise only more questions as to how Evans had come to possess his ability in Parseltongue, but Tom could find no explanation for that. Try as he might, nothing made sense. Still, what he was certain of was that Evans had been the one to lay the trap in the chamber, and it only made Tom despise the man more. Evans would get what he deserved. How dare he commit such a transgression against his betters? Is everything all right, Tom? The voice of Slughorn broke into his thoughts. Tom schooled his features into the easy smile that seemed to work with the man, and the professor's own expression shifted from one of concern to something akin to relief. Sorry, Professor, Tom replied. I was just pondering a rather vexing problem with something I'm looking into. Think nothing of it, Tom, Slughorn said dismissively. A curse of such a gifted mind is that it must always be occupied. I suppose for one so young, my droning on can be quite tedious. Not at all, Tom assured the man. I find your stories quite fascinating. Slughorn smiled brightly before turning his attention to David Belby, who had raised his hand, earning a nod of gratitude from Tom. It had taken some adjusting to have almost the entire house at his beck and call. It was not something Tom had anticipated nor manufactured, but his association with Vinda and the other Slytherins who had graduated the previous year had elevated his position. Somehow, even though he was only a fifth year, Tom had become the unspoken leader of the house. Even without the benefits of the best seat in the common room and being able to borrow whatever he wanted from his peers, he quite liked that they looked up to him. Tom was pulled from his thoughts once more by the sound of scraping chairs, though he remained seated whilst the other students left the room after bidding farewell to their host. Look sharp, Tom. You don't want to be caught out of bed out of hours. Tom nodded as he stood, bracing himself to broach the subject he wished to with his head of house. Sir, I wanted to ask you something, he said cautiously. Ask away then, my boy, ask away, Slughorn urged. Tom offered the most strained smile he could muster. He needed to appear apologetic for querying about such a thing. He needed to come across as nothing more than curious. Sir, I wondered what you know about Horcruxes. Slughorn stared at him, his thick fingers absent-mindedly caressing the stem of his wine glass. Project for defense against the dark arts, is it? He replied with a frown. Slughorn was no fool. He knew Hogwarts would not cover the topic. Perhaps they once had, and if Rosalina wasn't as close to Evans as she was, maybe Tom would have asked her. She was bound to know more about them than a potions master. Not exactly, sir. I came across the term while reading and I didn't fully understand it. No, well, you'd be hard-pushed to find a book at Hogwarts that'll give you details on Horcruxes, Tom. That's very dark stuff, very dark indeed, said Slughorn. The man was reluctant to discuss them, so Tom decided to stroke his ego a little. It always worked with Slughorn. Flattery was the key here. But you obviously know all about them, sir. I mean, a wizard like you, if you can't tell me, obviously. I just knew if anyone could tell me, you could, so I just thought I'd ask. I am merely curious, Tom added with a sigh. Releasing a deep breath, he met Slughorn's concerned gaze. Well, said Slughorn, not looking at Tom, but fiddling with the ribbon on top of his box of crystallized pineapple. Well, it can't hurt to give you an overview, of course, just so that you understand the term. A Horcrux is the word used for an object in which a person has concealed part of their soul. I don't quite understand how that works, though, sir, Tom grumbled. Well, you split your soul, you see, Slughorn explained, and hide part of it in an object outside the body. Then, even if one's body is attacked or destroyed, one cannot die, for part of the soul remains earthbound and undamaged. But of course, existence in such a form. Slughorn's face crumpled in distaste, and he paused a moment before continuing. Few would want it, Tom, very few. Death would be preferable. How do you split your soul? Tom asked. Slughorn shook his head, distinctly uncomfortable by how deeply they were delving into the subject. Well, he said uncomfortably, you must understand that the soul is supposed to remain intact and whole. Splitting it is an act of violation. It is against nature. But how do you do it? Tom pressed. He had his strong suspicions, but he had found no way to confirm his thoughts. The book that mentioned he had read did not divulge how to create a Horcrux. By an act of evil, Slughorn answered, his countenance strained. The supreme act of evil, by committing murder. Killing rips the soul apart. The wizard intent upon creating a Horcrux would use the damage to his advantage. He would encase the torn portion. Encase, but how? Slughorn eyed him intently for a moment before smiling weakly. There is a spell, do not ask me, I don't know, he said irritably, becoming uncharacteristically agitated. Do I look as though I have tried it? Do I look like a killer? No, sir, of course not, Tom assured him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. He thought he had blown it, that he had pushed his luck too far. Slughorn, however, released a labored breath before waving off the apology. Not at all, not offended, he said gruffly. It's natural to feel some curiosity about these things. Wizards of a certain caliber have always been drawn to that aspect of magic. Yes, sir, Tom snorted. What I don't understand, though, just out of curiosity, I mean, would one Horcrux be much use? Can you only split your soul once? Wouldn't it be better, make you stronger, to have your soul in more pieces? I mean, for instance, isn't 7 the most powerfully magical number, wouldn't 7? It was something Tom had thought about since discovering what a Horcrux was. This was what he was most uncertain of, what he couldn't hope to clarify without turning himself into a human guinea pig. He was reluctant to do so, but he believed it was possible, though he could not be certain of the results. He was as sure as he could be that he could create the Horcruxes. He just couldn't ascertain what the negative effects would be. Merlin's beard, Tom, Slughorn yelped. 7, isn't it bad enough to think of killing one person? And in any case, bad enough to divide the soul, but to rip it into 7 pieces. Slughorn looked deeply troubled now. He was gazing at Riddle as though he was seeing him for the first time. Of course, he muttered uncomfortably. This is all hypothetical, what we're discussing, isn't it? All academic. Tom nodded resolutely. Yes, sir, of course, he answered quickly. Slughorn looked at him speculatively, his posture relaxing, and Tom's following suit, knowing he was in the clear. But all the same, Tom, keep it quiet. What I've told, that's to say, what we've discussed. People wouldn't like to think we've been chatting about Horcruxes. It's a banned subject at Hogwarts. You know, Dumbledore's particularly fierce about it. Tom's nostrils flared at the mention of the Transfiguration professor. I won't say a word, sir, he promised before taking his leave of the room, having gleaned the information he was looking for. One Horcrux would not be enough to secure his life, and neither 2 nor 3 made him feel any more secure. From his studies in arithmancy, Tom had learned that 7 was the most magically powerful number, and had decided that it would be the only acceptable number of soul pieces to safeguard his life. The magic itself, he could figure that out, or he would peruse the books in Borgin and Burke's during the summer. If anywhere had such books on hand, it would be the shop belonging to those 2 men. At the back of Tom's mind was the need to take several lives in the pursuit of protecting himself from death. For most, the mere thought of taking only one would prove to be too much, but not Tom. He had always been oddly disconnected when it came to death and violence, and he would even dare say he found enjoyment in it. He vividly remembered luring Amy and Dennis to the cave, and reveling in their screams as he subjected them to his own methods of torture, the memory still filling him with the same glee he'd felt during their ordeal. No, killing would only be more pleasurable, and already Tom began compiling a list of those that would serve as a sacrifice to create his Horcruxes. He smiled at the thought, already pondering how he would set his plan into motion. Break. Gellert chose to no longer pay much heed to the map that adorned the wall in his study. It made for rather depressing viewing, and instead, he focused on strengthening the positions he currently held. With his forces now no longer stretched so thin, he was able to fortify his defenses sufficiently, as demonstrated by the failed attack of the Americans upon their arrival on the continent. No, the onus was very much on the ICW forces to attempt to dislodge his own men, and it would cost them dearly if they wanted to do so. Still no sign of Osbert, he asked Cassiopeia. He had tasked the woman with tracking the unsavory man down, but he had seemingly fled when the tide of the war had turned against them. Cassiopeia shook her head. No, there has been no sign of him or his beasts. I would guess that he has bolted. Gellert hummed unhappily. He could use the man, but he would not waste any more time locating him. And what of the reports from the magical districts we hold? Cassiopeia released a deep sigh. There are more pockets of resistance cropping up everywhere, Gellert, she answered. Gellert nodded, a frown creasing his brow. Without Weber, News was typically slow to reach him about such things, and without hands, the uprisings were not quelled so soon. Still, he maintained control in the major cities of Europe and could simply deploy more men to them to keep the peace. Before he could question her on the movements of the ICW forces, the duo was interrupted by a knock on the door. "Enter," Gellert called irritably. "The Americans are attacking again," a breathless man in red robes informed them as he peered his head around the door. "Just the Americans?" Gellert asked. The man nodded, and Gellert snorted amusedly. "Then more of their men will crash and burn against our defenses," he declared. Having grown so accustomed to the cunning way Evans commanded his men, the Americans were a breath of fresh air and worked wonders for boosting the morale of his own men, who simply had to pick the charging fools off as they attacked incessantly. "I will keep you updated," the man assured him before taking his leave, seemingly to return to the front line. "Are they really so stupid?" Cassiopeia questioned. "No," Gellert denied, "but they do not have the benefit of experience that the rest of us have accumulated these past years. They will learn, but not too soon, I hope." "Break. How did you even convince Petter and the other to put on the American uniforms?" Charles asked. Harry smirked to himself as he remembered the fit of Russian expletives that followed as he explained his plan to his second-in-command. "Petter is dedicated to the cause," he replied. Charles snorted. "I bet he was thrilled," he said dryly. "How many threats did he make?" Harry shrugged. "I lost count at 5. Charles chuckled. "Well, we still don't know if it will work," he pointed out. "It will." The idea was to make it seem that the Americans were attacking again in the same sloppy manner they had previously. What Grindelwald's forces didn't know, however, was that they were faced with a group of incredibly angry Russians, and that their job was to lull them into a false sense of security to make them complacent. What appeared to be a poorly planned and executed attack was merely Petter leading his men in such a way to make it seem so. In reality, they knew exactly what they were doing, were drawing the attention of the men across the border, whilst the secondary ICW force were readying themselves for their part. Having fallen victim to the tactic Harry had chosen to adopt, he knew the effectiveness of it and was eager to give Grindelwald's men a taste of their own medicine. "I told you it would," he pointed out. "Now we just need to wait for Petter to make his move." Charles nodded. "What about the Yanks?" "They'll play their part," Harry assured him. The relationship between the Americans and the ICW forces was still strained, but Harry was confident they would be on the same page with the success of this operation. Adams had seemingly learned his lesson and had readily agreed to this plan of action, and even to allowing Harry to lead it. Harry had expected some resistance to his idea, but Adams had offered none and happily deferred to the more experienced commander. "It looks like they're ready to move," Harry observed, holding an arm aloft to signal his own men. "Here we go, fire." As planned, Petter's men began retreating hurriedly, running in all directions and being pursued by Grindelwald's keener followers. As they did so, the first salvo of spells left the ICW positions, and before they realized what was happening, it was too late. Harry, along with his men, exacted the same treatment upon Grindelwald's followers that they had endured the night they were forced to abandon their position on the French border. Streams of pink and blue lights were sent into the evening sky, the ground trembling as they exploded on impact against the enemy positions. Harry would never forget the feeling of being on the receiving end of a similar bombardment, the displaced dust, the trapped bodies, and the screams of the men that were struck. He took no pleasure in the suffering he was subjecting his enemies to, but he was grateful to be on the offensive this time around. Those of Grindelwald's followers that had given chase realized their mistake, many freezing as they took in the unfolding devastation of their positions, only to be cut down by the combined forces of the Russians and Americans that had hurried into the fray. There was no hesitation on their part as they cut down Grindelwald's men, and continued towards the now decimated border of Yugoslavia. Harry held up his hand to signal his own men to stop and watched as the combined troops of their Russian and American counterparts entered the country that was currently held by Grindelwald, but would soon be in their possession. "And that is how it is done," Harry murmured. "Bloody hell," Charles gasped, eliciting a nod of agreement from Yaxley, Arcturus, and Gilbert. "Shouldn't we follow?" the former asked worriedly. Harry pondered the question for a moment. "Take 200 men," he instructed Yaxley. "Begin helping the citizens and make sure they are treated well. I don't think Adams would let his people take any liberties, but I won't take any chances." Yaxley nodded and gestured for a group to follow him. Both Gilbert and Arcturus went too, and Harry relaxed considerably in the knowledge his own men would be there. He would have led the group himself, but he was needed to hold their position in Bulgaria, just in case Grindelwald decided to spring a counteroffensive in retaliation. "We're really doing it, aren't we?" Charles asked tentatively. "We're beginning to win the war." "We are," Harry agreed, "but the hardest battles haven't come yet," he reminded the man. "The more we take from him, the more desperate he becomes." It was a sobering thought, and though Harry was hopeful the war could be concluded sooner rather than later, he would not get ahead of himself, not whilst there were still enemies to face, and the most dangerous yet breathed. Break. Gellert didn't need to be told the result of the fighting to know the outcome. The man that had arrived to inform him was shaken, covered in dirt and blood, and his eyes full of fear. "Get out," he growled, standing and pressing his palms firmly into the top of his desk. Everything he had worked for was crumbling around him, was being taken from him piece by Evans and his allies. "What will we do, Gellert?" Cassiopeia questioned worriedly. Gellert swallowed deeply and took a calming breath. "We keep fighting, my dear," he answered. "We keep fighting." Chapter 88, A Return Home, July 1942. It was a crowded table that Harry stood at the head of as he hosted another meeting between himself, Petter, Adams, and their respective seconds in command. Completing the group that were poring over the large map spread across before them was Elinor Summerby, who had taken over from leading the ongoing relief work in Bulgaria. Although Zajkar had taken the brunt of the destruction during the liberation of Yugoslavia, the country as whole had not suffered greatly under Grindelwald's occupation. Not near as much as the Bulgarians, who had continuously resisted the man's regime. The Yugoslavians had bided their time, waited for the ICW arrival, and had welcomed the forces with open arms. Still, that had been almost 5 months ago, and the combined efforts of the ICW, the Russians, and the Americans had all but come to a standstill. Greece and Albania had been reclaimed quickly in the aftermath of what occurred in Yugoslavia, but Grindelwald had become wise to the tactics used. To prevent a bombardment and subsequent invasion on the border of the lands he held, he'd intentionally placed natives among his own followers as prisoners, leaving Harry no choice but to consider alternative action. It was frustrating to say the least, but he had taken the opportunity to fortify their position. With 3 hostile borders to contend with, decisions on whom they would shift their focus to needed to be made, and throughout the intervening months, he'd been watching them closely. All 3 were strongly defended. The German and Italian borders consisted of their own nationals who would not give up their positions lightly. There would be bloody, violent conflicts in the near future on both borders. There had already been conflict, but little more than both sides getting a feel for the enemy they faced. Hungary was the final of the 3, but was of little value in comparison to the other 2. Harry already had access to the German border from Yugoslavia, and it would merely be a waste of men to only expand that further. No, the primary focus would either be on the Germans or Italians, and it was the latter that Harry favored targeting. If we take the Italians out of the war, it reduces his numbers significantly, Charles argued. Harry nodded his agreement. "It is not the numbers that concern me," he returned with a sigh. "Taking Italy will give us access to the southern French border, Most of us know that is more vulnerable than the East. This was how Grindelwald dislodged us in the first place, he explained, pointing to where their former positions had been. Can it be done? Adams questioned. Not easily, Harry answered honestly, but it is preferable to trying to take Germany and more important than Hungary. So, we should concentrate on taking the Italians out of the picture, Adams mused aloud as he eyed the map. It makes sense. Duh, Petter murmured thoughtfully. Then that is what we will do when I return, Harry declared as he rolled the map up and handed it to Petter. I bet you can't wait to see her, Adams chuckled. Harry nodded, a smile tugging at his lips. Both of them, he said sincerely. I can't believe she will be a year old. I've barely seen her. In the 5 months they had been in Yugoslavia, Harry had managed only one trip home to see Minerva and Rosa. They grow up fast, Adams sighed. I have 2 daughters of my own, and it feels like only yesterday they were born. My eldest is 10 and my youngest 6. He removed a photo from his pocket and handed it to Harry. I bet you're glad they don't look like you, Petter quipped. Adams laughed heartily. They take after their mom, he acknowledged. She's a good woman, better than I deserve. Harry clapped the man on the shoulder before handing the photo back, noticing it was as worn around the edges as his own favored picture of Minerva and Rosa. So I will keep my group on the German border, Adams questioned. For the time being, Harry confirmed, but when we make our move, I will shift things around. They'll be thrilled, he snorted. I'll stay in touch with Petter and Reg whilst you're away. Harry nodded appreciatively. As difficult as the beginning of their alliance had been, they were all on the same page now. Charles will only be away for a few days, and then he and Arcturus will be back whilst Reg takes some leave. What about me? Elinor broke in. Don't I get an invite to the birthday party? Would you like one? Summerby nodded. It will be interesting to see you away from here. You've met me away from here, Harry reminded her. Only when you were arresting me. Harry snorted at the memory. I don't see any reason why you can't come, he replied with a shrug. Good, Elinor declared. I will be back here in the morning. With that, she left, and Harry shook his head. Are you ready? He asked Charles. I can't wait. Then you should pack, both of you, he added to Arcturus. Where's Reg? Where do you think he is? Charles huffed. He's attached at the hip with that American woman. Arcturus nodded amusedly. I think he's quite taken with her. I'm sure Lord Yaxley will be pleased. Harry didn't miss the sarcasm in his tone. I don't think Reg cares, Charles pointed out. What's going on between them? Buggered if I know, Arcturus muttered. I have my own things to occupy my thoughts. Another baby already, Charles chuckled. You don't hang about. Arcturus merely shrugged in response. We didn't exactly plan for it happening so soon. Evans will tell you all about unplanned pregnancies. Harry shook his head. The only thing I would change would be the timing, he returned. I've not seen Rosa nearly enough. But you will soon, Arcturus pointed out. It just means you have to make the most of the time you have and make up for it when the war is over. She won't remember these years, but she will grow up knowing her father is a hero. Harry grimaced at the final word. He had never been interested in being a hero, and that hadn't changed since he'd arrived here 7 years ago. The only person he wanted looking up to him was his daughter, and he was counting down the seconds before he would hold her in his arms once more. Break. With a heave, Tom added another box of items he'd catalogued to the still-growing stack in the cellar of Borgin and Burke's. True to his word, the latter of the owners had welcomed him back to finish the work he'd started the previous year, and Tom had welcomed the escape from the Muggle world. With his owls now complete and only 2 more years at Hogwarts remaining, he had begun pondering what he would do in the future, but already he knew his options as a half-blood were limited. Even if he were to stake his claim as the heir of Slytherin, only certain pureblood families would hold him in any esteem, especially with how far from grace his magical family had fallen. It was irksome to say the least, but with 2 years to ponder the predicament and to somehow make some connections, it was not such a pressing matter. No, Tom had other things to occupy his mind, though he was beginning to consider how he could tie all his ambitions into a singular goal. Minister of Magic. Tom grimaced at the thought. No, being the minister wasn't enough. He wanted the respect of all wizard kind, and for that, he would need to be so much more. Tom, the voice of Mr. Burke called. The teen schooled his expression as he approached the bottom of the staircase and peered up at his employer. There you are, lad. Get yourself cleaned up. I'm taking you on a visit. Tom frowned confusedly for a moment, but the realization hit him. Smith, he whispered to himself, removing the apron he wore to keep the dust from his clothes and adjusted his appearance in the mirror. As to not appear too keen, he took a breath to compose himself before making his way into the shop above, where Mr. Burke was similarly tidying himself up. Where are we going? Tom asked, feigning ignorance. Do you remember when you asked about the locket that belonged to Salazar Slytherin? Tom frowned in thought. Oh, the one you made a good profit on. Burke smiled. The very same, he confirmed. When I told you the story, I mentioned the woman that brought it, Hepzibah Smith. The lady with Hufflepuff's cup, Tom mused aloud. I remember. Burke's smile widened. Well, she has asked for me to pay her a visit to look at some of her items, and you were quite eager to meet her. Only if it doesn't intrude on your business, Tom replied. Nonsense, Burke said dismissively. It will do you good to get out of the cellar for a while. I'd be pleased for the company. Tom grinned as he nodded, ignoring the wave of irritation he felt as Burke fussed over him. That will do nicely, the man proclaimed. Come along, we don't want to keep her waiting. Burke led Tom from the shop and to the designated apparition point in Diagon Alley. Take my arm, the man instructed. Have you ever apparated before? Tom shook his head. It was something he would be learning to do this year at Hogwarts. He had toyed with the idea of teaching himself, but splinching was something he wished to avoid, so he had decided to wait. As frustrating as it was, he did not wish to be without a limb. Then this will be quite uncomfortable, Burke replied apologetically. Before Tom could offer any protest, he felt as though he had been pulled through a tube that was much too small to accommodate his frame, and when he could finally breathe again, he did so in short, sharp bursts. I'm sorry, Tom, but there is no kind way of doing that. You'll get used to it. Tom nodded and took another few breaths so the nausea would pass. I'll take your word for it, he gasped. Burke chortled as he directed Tom's attention to the house they stood before, and the teen's eyes widened. She lives here. More gold than sense, Burke snorted, reiterating what he had said about the woman the previous summer. Just remember to be polite and courteous. Flattery will help with old Hepzibah, and for Merlin's sake, don't stare. Why would I stare? Tom questioned. A grin tugged at Burke's lips. You'll see, he murmured as he led them towards the door. Ringing the bell, they were greeted by a house elf who offered them a deep bow. Hello, sirs. Hokey will show you to Miss Smith. Lead the way, Hokey, Burke urged familiarly. The interior of the home was as grand as Tom imagined it would be. The furnishings were flawlessly polished, and everywhere he looked a semblance of the owner's wealth was on display, though when he was shown into a large parlor room, all thoughts of the house itself were forgotten. Laying on a chaise lounge was the most morbidly obese woman he'd ever seen. He'd needed to look twice to ensure she was not merely a realistic sculpture of a walrus in a dress. Roll upon roll of fat made up her girth, and where her neck should have been was nothing but jowls. She wore thick, heavy makeup and a floral perfume that stung his eyes. Mr. Burke, she crowed enthusiastically, I see you brought a guest. Tom tore his eyes away from the blob and looked shyly towards the floor, remembering what his employer had told him. Hepzibah, you are looking as radiant as ever, Burke simpered. This young gentleman is Tom. He has been assisting us in the shop for the past 2 summers. You are very welcome, Tom, Hepzibah greeted him with a wide smile. I bet you would like some tea and a piece of cake. Hokey, please fetch some refreshments for our guests. Of course, Miss Smith. The little house elf disappeared with a gentle pop, and the woman's eyes roamed over the teen curiously. You must have impressed Mr. Burke for him to bring you to me. It is an honor to be asked, Tom replied. Mr. Burke speaks very highly of you, Miss Smith. He says that you are a gracious host with the most interesting of items. I am pleased to meet a lady he values. Oh, Tom, you are quite the charmer, Hepzibah giggled, her cheeks flushing. If only I was a much younger woman, I would eat you up. Tom didn't doubt she would, but he didn't voice his thoughts and was spared the need of responding by the returning Hokey, who placed a tray of tea and cakes on the table. She then cut a piece of cake and poured a mug of hot liquid for her mistress. Please help yourselves, Hepzibah offered. Tom did so willingly. It wasn't often he was able to indulge in sweet treats, especially during the summer months when they weren't provided by Hogwarts. This is delicious, he declared after biting into the dessert. Hepzibah, who had already eaten 2 slices for herself, smiled, her lips flecked with icing. It was my mother's recipe, she informed him. It is one of my favorites. Tom offered the woman a respectful nod. For such a rich glutton, she was not an unpleasant woman. You mentioned that you had acquired some items I may be interested in, Burke cut in, placing his empty cup and saucer on the table. Hepzibah nodded. Hokey, would you fetch our wares from the safe for Mr. Burke and his young assistant? Once more, Hokey vanished, returning a few moments later levitating a large trunk. I believe these items will be to your taste. Burke placed a pince-nez on his nose as Hokey opened the trunk, and Tom leaned over to peer inside. Where did you get these? Burke questioned suspiciously. Smith grinned. Lord Selwyn paid me a visit recently, she explained. I hadn't heard of his transgression against the Blacks before he came. If I had, I would have sent him away with a flea in his ear, but he parted with these items so willingly and for the right price. It seems he has gone to ground. Not such a dimwit, after all. Burke hummed thoughtfully. Still a fool, nonetheless, he muttered, as he inspected a collection of books. I don't know what possessed him to think he could go against them. The Blacks. Tom had heard of the family, but had not met any of them for himself. They were perhaps the most notorious in wizarding Britain. Why are people afraid of the Blacks? He asked curiously. Burke raised an eyebrow in his direction. You do not have any in Hogwarts. Tom shook his head. Then you should be pleased for it, Burke chuckled humorlessly. The Blacks are as ruthless and cutthroat as anyone you will ever meet. Even the young Lord Arcturus, as inexperienced as he is, has proven himself to be cut from the same cloth as his ancestors. He is currently fighting on the continent beside Harry Evans. Evans, Tom snorted, grimacing at his outburst. Burke shook his head. If a man of Arcturus Black's station is content to defer to another man who should be lower, you'd best believe that man is worthy of his loyalty. Evans will return to Britain with more influence than just about anyone, and with friends like Black and Potter, well, everyone will be queuing up to kiss his backside. Tom's jaw clenched. He cared not for the reputation of Evans. The man would die by his hand. Are you all right, Tom? Hepzibah asked, a worried frown creasing her brow. I'm fine, Miss Smith, he replied, schooling his features. I was just admiring the wares you acquired from Lord Selwyn. Well, if you are impressed by them, I have others that will blow you away, but you will have to visit again to see those. Today, I am quite eager to convince Mr. Burke here to part with some of his gold. Tom allowed a bright smile to crest his lips. I would be pleased to see anything you wish to show me, Miss Smith, he replied, eliciting another blush from the woman. Break. For weeks Minerva had been preparing to celebrate Rosa's birthday. It was the first time they would have more than a few guests in their home at the same time, and she wanted to make a good impression on those that had not yet visited, those she hadn't seen for many years, and those she had yet to meet. She would not have anyone think that Harry's home was not cared for in his absence. You are giving me a headache, Rosalina huffed as Minerva fretted over the cleanliness of a pair of curtains. It had taken months of work, but the house was finally furnished throughout. Cora had been nothing but a blessing, and the little elf not only seemed to enjoy her day-to-day running of their home, but she adored Rosa too, something that Minerva couldn't be more grateful, especially now her daughter did not stay still for long. She was certainly becoming a handful, and was mischievous to boot. "I just want this to be perfect," Minerva sighed. "Harry is going to be home. And he won't care about the house or anything else apart from seeing the two of you." Rosalina broke in as she bounced Rosa on her knee. Minerva smiled as she smoothed down her dress. It was one that Harry had bought her long before they'd become parents, and was among her favorites. "How do I look?" she asked, checking her reflection in the window. Rosalina snorted as she shook her head. "Are you planning on trying for baby number 2? "No," Minerva denied quickly. "Well, dressed like that, you might just get it anyway," Rosalina snickered. "You look great, so stop worrying." Minerva's cheeks flushed as she busied herself with her ongoing preparations. "It's not something we have discussed." "It's not like you discussed this one," Rosalina pointed out, holding Rosa aloft. The baby giggled as Rosalina began shooting bubbles from the tip of her wand, and even more so when she was enveloped within one and sent floating around the room. Minerva could only shake her head. Very few bobbies would enjoy the treatment, but ever since she had caught Harry with Rosa on his broom, the girl was at her happiest in the air, something she got from both her parents. Out of precaution, Minerva had placed cushioning charms on all the floors, just in case. "How many people are you expecting?" Rosalina asked curiously. Minerva released a deep sigh. "Poppy, Augusta, and Frank will be here," she began. "Tiberius and his wife, the Flamels, Albus and Armando are coming too." "And Harry," Rosalina needlessly reminded her. "He has invited Arcturus, who is bringing his wife and son," Minerva continued. "Charles will be bringing his fiancée." "The Blacks?" Rosalina asked. Minerva nodded. "I always got on with Arcturus well enough, and he and Harry are close." "Are your parents coming?" Minerva nodded as she worried her lip. "They are," she confirmed. "I'm just concerned my father will be overwhelmed by so many of us." Rosalina smirked. Oddly, she got on rather well with Robert McGonagall, the two of them having struck up a strange friendship over discussions about religion and magic. "He will be fine. You're stressing yourself out too much." "I know," Minerva sighed. "I just want this to go well." "It will be fine," another voice cut in. Minerva turned sharply towards the door where Harry was stood, and she was flooded with relief. He closed the distance between them in only a few steps, and Minerva breathed his scent in. After a moment, she pulled away to get a good look at him. He had shaved cleanly, something he hadn't done since he'd been away, and his eyes were almost sparkling with happiness. "Hello," he said simply. Minerva positively beamed at the simplicity of his greeting, his smile warming her as much as it always had. "Hello," she replied. Without even drawing his wand, Harry summoned the still floating Rosa towards him and wrapped an arm around her. "What do you need me to help with?" he asked, attempting to wrestle their giggling daughter under control. "Break." With his mother still seeking refuge in the Caribbean, there had been no one home to greet Charles other than Maisie, who had more than made up for the absence of the former. The elf had wept at the sight of him, and insisted he take a bath before being plied with more food than he could manage. It wasn't until Charles was near the point of being sick that she was satisfied he'd had enough, and he was allowed to leave the table. Firstly, he'd needed to address the pile of correspondence that had accumulated in his absence, and having done so, he'd made sure the rest of the house was in order. As expected, Maisie had seen to everything, the elf proving to be as dependable as ever. His next port of call was to ready himself for his goddaughter's party and fetch Doria, who would be accompanying him. He hadn't seen his fiancée in much longer than he cared to acknowledge, but for the few days he was here, he would not be parted from her. "Is there anything else that requires my attention?" he asked Maisie, who was fussing over his robes, as though Charles had forgotten how to dress himself appropriately during his time away. "No, Master Charles," the elf replied. "There, now you look ready." Charles snorted. Harry had insisted this wouldn't be a formal affair, but as the lord of a prominent family, he still needed to dress the part. "Then I will be on my way," he declared as he approached the fireplace, a sense of nervousness setting in. The reason for such a feeling was on the other side of the fireplace. It had been only months, but it felt like forever that he'd seen Doria. Clearing his throat, he threw a handful of flue powder into the flames, turning them instantly from the flickering orange to the emerald inferno. "Grimald Place," he called before sticking his head into the hearth. The first glimpse he received into the Black home was the inside of the parlor room he would arrive in and leave via on the very few occasions he had been here. There was very little that was homely about the house, but he had grown fond of it in his own way. Not that he would ever live here. When they were married, Doria would become the Lady Potter and share his home with him, a thought that brought Charles more happiness than even the prospect of the end of the fighting. "Doria," he called. After only a short delay, the door opened to admit the woman, and Charles felt his breath hitch in chest. "Well, what are you waiting for?" she questioned. Without preamble, Charles passed through the flames and immediately felt himself swept into a tight embrace from Doria, who had all but sprinted at him upon his arrival. He chuckled as he held her, every last bit of adversity they'd had to overcome to be here undoubtedly having been worth it. "I missed you," Doria murmured. Charles smiled as he pushed her away gently just so he could look at her. She grew more beautiful every time he laid eyes on her. From her porcelain skin to her contrasting black hair and silvery eyes, she was almost otherworldly. "You're much too good for me," he declared. Doria tutted and swatted his shoulder. "I know," she replied with a grin, "but I'll marry you anyway." Charles snorted. "You already signed the contract," he reminded her. "You're stuck with me for the rest of your life." "Well, yours can always be shortened if necessary," Doria quipped. "You have no idea what you've gotten yourself in for, Lord Potter, but you'll have to wait to find out. We can't be late for the party." With a gentle kiss on the cheek, she released him and walked towards the door. "Come on," she urged, rolling her eyes at him. Charles followed dumbly, shaking his head at the woman. "You'll be the death of me," he muttered, pausing suddenly as he reached the door. "Oh, bugger, I forgot to arrange a present for Rosa." "I already got one," Doria sighed amusedly, pointing to a neatly wrapped package by the front door. Charles breathed a sigh of relief. "What would I do without you?" Doria hummed thoughtfully. "Probably forget everything," she replied. "Now, we really will be late if you don't get a move on." "All right, I'm coming," Charles huffed with a smirk. Taking Doria by the hand, he apparated them to where Harry had instructed, just outside Caithness in Scotland. "This is his home," Doria gasped. "Bloody hell," Charles balked. "It must be." He'd visited Harry's humble house in Godric's Hollow on a number of occasions, but had yet to come here. It was simply as grand as any other pureblood home he'd seen. "Shall we?" he asked, leading Doria to the front gate and tapping it with his wand. After a short delay, a loud hissing filled the air, and the gate creaked open, the magical backlash enough to tear the air from the lungs. "Well, he's certainly got some impressive protections," Doria commented. Charles could only nod as they walked towards the house. Harry was quite a terrifying man and fiercely protective of those he cared for. He could only imagine what defenses were in place here. They were shown into the house by an elf who introduced herself as Cora and led through to a large reception room where they found Harry, Minerva, Rosalina, the Flamels, Dumbledore and Dippet, and two others that could only be Minerva's parents. Harry didn't notice them enter. He was too busy helping a little redhead on to a training broom, whilst Minerva looked on nervously. "She'll be fine," Harry insisted. Charles watched as the girl began gliding around the room, giggling whilst she was followed by her fretting mother. "How did you manage to pull that off?" Charles snorted as he approached, nudging a beaming Harry with his shoulder. "Well, I didn't exactly tell Minerva until a few minutes ago," he admitted sheepishly. Charles chuckled as he pulled Doria forward. "I'm sure you remember Doria, my fiancée," he introduced. Harry nodded and offered the woman a respectful bow. "I do," he replied. "Mr. Evans," Doria greeted him. Harry shook his head. "I don't call this Pratt Lord Potter, or your brother Lord Black for that matter. It's just Harry." Charles scowled at him, but Doria laughed, relaxing considerably. "How very uncouth," Charles muttered amusedly. "This is why they'll never let you on the Wisengamot." Harry grimaced at the thought. "I couldn't think of anything worse than rubbing shoulders with that lot," he commented dryly. "I have to put up with you and Arcturus enough. I'll happily leave the politics to you two." "Thank Merlin for that," Charles chuckled. "We don't need you causing more trouble. You'd insult everyone within a few minutes." "True," Harry agreed as Minerva approached, glaring daggers at him. "I'll have your hide if anything happens to her on that broom, Harry," she growled. "It's only a training broom. She'll bounce off anything she bumps into. I had one for my first birthday." "That explains a lot," Minerva huffed as she turned towards Charles. "It's good to see you," she offered warmly. Charles smirked, evidently entertained by Harry's chastisement. "This must be your intended," Minerva continued. "I hope that you're a patient woman. These two are much more alike than you'd think." "I'm nothing like him." Both Harry and Charles protested, eliciting a knowing look from Minerva. "I grew up with an overbearing brother," Doria sighed. "I'm sure I can handle this one." "Overbearing," the voice of Arcturus broke in. "I only ever looked out for you." Doria hummed, holding out her arms to take Orion from her brother. "Let's hope you don't grow up to be like him," she murmured. Arcturus narrowed his eyes at his sister before taking Minerva's hand and brushing his lips across her knuckles. "It's been a while," he said with a smile. "In the time I last saw you, you somehow got lumbered with him," he added, jerking a thumb towards Harry. "Just say the word and I can get you out of here." "I'll bear that in mind if I ever need to escape," Minerva replied, shooting Harry another glare. "Well, until then, allow me to introduce you to my wife, Melania." In comparison to Arcturus's rather hard exterior, his wife appeared to be much warmer, an infectious smile tugging at her lips as she greeted them, keeping a hand on her swollen belly. "Thank you for inviting us," Melania said sincerely. "It's the first time we've been able to do anything as a family." "You're welcome," Minerva replied. "Come, I'll introduce you to the others." "Do you think it is a good idea letting the three of them be in the same room?" Arcturus questioned, as Minerva led the other two ladies towards the other guests. "Too late for that now," Charles sighed. "We can blame Evans for this." "You two wanted to be here," Harry reminded them. "Well, there's nothing for it now," Arcturus chuckled as the trio followed to catch up with the others. They arrived as Minerva was introducing her parents, and Charles shot Harry a look of concern as they were presented to Arcturus. Much to his relief, the Lord Black, though reserved, shook Robert McGonagall's hand and offered Minerva's mother the same pleasantry he would any other pureblood woman. "And this little one must be Evan's offspring," Arcturus chuckled as Minerva finally caught her daughter, preventing her from zooming around the room once more. "She will be a beauty. She's lucky she got her looks from her mother." Minerva smirked but shook her head. "No, she got her looks from Harry's mother," she corrected. Both Charles and Arcturus looked towards Harry questioningly. The two of them had long speculated about his parentage, something the man remained tight-lipped about. "Lord Black, it is a pleasure to meet you," Nicholas Flamel broke in before any further questions could be asked. Arcturus accepted the offered hand. "I'm sorry, you have me at a loss." "Ah, Nicholas Flamel, and my wonderful wife, Perenelle." The alchemist had evidently achieved his desired effect, as Arcturus's eyes widened, and any questions he may have had about Harry's parents were all but forgotten. "The pleasure is all mine," Arcturus insisted enthusiastically. "Harry speaks very highly of you both." "Of course he does," Perenelle sighed, her gaze sweeping over Harry. He knows better than to do anything else. Arcturus laughed amusedly. Well, he doesn't have nice things to say about others. Most others are tossers, Harry muttered. Not in front of the children, Evans, Rosalina chastised. I won't tell you again. Bloody hell, I can't even swear in my own home, Harry huffed. Wait until the others hear about how under the thumb he is, Arcturus quipped. I suppose you'll be telling them the same about yourself, Arcturus, Melania piped up. Arcturus cursed under his breath, but offered no rebuttal to his wife, something both Harry and Charles found rather amusing. Shut up, the Lord Black grumbled. You're marrying my sister, he reminded Charles. Don't think you will have it easy. Doria smiled sweetly, and Charles shot Harry a baleful glare. You did this, he muttered. Now do I get to hold my goddaughter? Charles had never been around children, and he felt awkward holding the girl who looked up at him curiously, her eyes having been inherited from her father, though Rosa's were bright and innocent. Harry's own were guarded and hardened from years of adversity and the things he'd experienced. Hello, Charles said awkwardly. The little girl's lip began to tremble before she cried, and Charles could only look towards Harry for help. Well done, Potter, Arcturus snarked. As ever, you are a hit with the ladies. What did I do? Charles asked dumbly. Nothing, Harry sighed as he took the girl and soothed her, an odd sight of the man who spent much of his time planning military operations. She just needs some time to get to know you. Would you like to hold her? He asked Doria. She nodded and accepted the little girl, placing her on her hip with practiced ease. I work in a hospital, she pointed out. I spend more than enough time with Bobbies. Charles conceded the point with a nod. Maybe we should open her presents, Minerva suggested. She will want to go down for a nap soon. Charles watched as Harry and Minerva helped Rosa with the unwrapping. It was strange that even after everything they had been through these past years, the dynamic they shared had not changed at all, and to see Harry still able to do something so innocent and wholesome was a reward in itself. Most of the man's life had revolved around the war, and yet, though he had inexplicably changed in many ways, he was still the same boy that wanted little more than a family to call his own. He had that now, and though the war still weighed heavily on him, in this moment none would be able to see it. I think I might like playing with this more than her, Harry declared with a chuckle as he held up a set of magical animals Doria had picked out for Rosa. Opening the box, he took out a Thistral and stared at it fondly before releasing the creature to fly around the room. His eyes never left it, and Charles had no doubt there was a story behind his admiration for the creatures, judging by the somewhat sad smile that tugged at the corner of his lips. I'm sorry I'm late, a breathy Summerbee offered as she stood next to Charles and Doria. Problems when I arrived. Did I miss much? I should have thought of that, Harry said sheepishly as he greeted the woman with a hug. They didn't give you too much trouble, did they? Elinor shook her head. I told them I was here visiting you, and they let me go. Charles snorted as Minerva looked at the newly arrived woman curiously. This is Elinor Summerbee, Harry introduced her. She's been very helpful for us during the war. You're even more beautiful in person than that photo he carries around, Elinor commented as she took Minerva's hands in her own. Minerva raised an eyebrow as she turned to look at Harry questioningly. The man flushed slightly, his mouth falling agape as he tried to find something to say. Elinor broke the silence with a laugh. How do you know Harry so well? Minerva asked. Oh, he arrested me a few years ago, the woman replied unashamedly. I may have robbed a few banks. That was you, Minerva choked. Elinor nodded. I managed to get 6 done before he caught me, she boasted. I think I hold the record for the longest person to evade being captured by the serpent. I still got you in the end, Harry grumbled. True, Elinor conceded, and I would still be in prison if it wasn't for you and Charles here. Both Charles and Harry frantically shook their heads to shut the woman up, but it was too late. What do you mean? Doria asked with a frown. I thought you would have known, Elinor deadpanned, offering Harry an apologetic look. Known what exactly? Minerva pressed. We broke her out of an Italian prison, Harry answered, evidently believing it would sound better coming from him. You broke her out of prison, Minerva asked rather calmly. We needed her help, Harry defended. And how did you break her out of jail? Harry cringed at the memory, knowing it would unlikely go down well. It had been a ridiculous undertaking, a conclusion Charles had come to long ago upon reflection. We might have disguised ourselves as Mara people to get her out, Harry answered. Mara people? It was an underwater prison. La oscura profundida, Charles muttered with a shake of his head. You two idiots broke into a high-security prison to break out a prisoner Harry had put there, Doria asked. It sounded even more ridiculous when it was put like that. We were fine, Charles pointed out, even after the what was it Harry Shrake attacked us. A Shrake, Rosalina gasped. We were fine, Harry reiterated. We didn't expect to run into it. Minerva released a deep breath as she shook her head. The woman had grown used to Harry's exploits and didn't have much else to say on the matter. Arcturus was looking quite smug that he hadn't been involved in it, and Doria took Charles's hand and squeezed it, shooting him a look of worry. He offered her a reassuring smile. As dangerous as it had been. Fighting on the front line was much more so. I shouldn't have said anything, Elinor sighed. No, Minerva snorted. I know exactly what Harry is like. There's little he could do that would surprise me. Nicholas chuckled amusedly to himself, though his wife didn't look so pleased. What's a shrake? Robert McGonagall asked. It is a very aggressive fish-like creature that is covered in spikes, Rosalina explained, glaring at her former mentee. They are exceedingly dangerous and can grow to be an incredible size. Don't we know it? Charles muttered, the memory of Harry disappearing into the depths with the beast not something he would forget. Don't worry, we don't plan to do anything like that again. Do we, Harry? Harry had fallen silent, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. No, he murmured, but it has given me an idea on how we can get the jump on the Italians, he added with a grin. Charles deflated at the declaration, having no doubt that Harry's latest plan would be as brilliant as it was risky. Arcturus, too, no longer appeared to be so smug, as he glanced between his future brother-in-law and Harry. Bollocks, the Lord Black grumbled. Why have I got the feeling I'm not going to like this? You won't, Harry agreed, but it will bring us a step closer to winning this war. Charles shook his head as he looked towards Summerby, Harry's words on her attending the party echoing in his mind. I don't see any reason why you can't come. Charles snorted. This was reason enough. Chapter 89. Signed, sealed, delivered October 1942. As keen as Harry had been to implement his plan, he equally understood the need to exercise restraint and patience. There were so many factors that came under consideration, and for the past few months, he had been nothing but diligent, ensuring that even the minutest of details were accounted for. Covert scouting missions had been adopted almost daily to check for patterns and inconsistencies within Grindelwald's occupation of Italy, and to acquire an accurate number of men and other defenses they would be faced with. With the need to maintain their own defenses, their own numbers needed to be considered, and how many men could be spared for the undertaking on behalf of the ICW. It was undoubtedly the most intricate plan they intended to put into motion, and as Harry rightly pointed out, there was no room for error. Charles had been all too happy to support him, and though he had his reservations, he knew this was their best chance to remove a significant supporter of the Dark Lord. With Italy taken, the same door used to dislodge the ICW from defending France would be open to them to return the favor. Are the guards still changed every 4 hours? Harry questioned, his eyes roaming the positions on the map that Yaxley and Gilbert had marked out. Yes, Reg confirmed. Those that are relieved go to here, he added, pointing to a section further away from the coast that was being used to house Grindelwald's men. So, if we strike quickly, we have a few hours, Harry murmured. "How many men are in that building?" "No more than 100, Gilbert answered confidently, "and no other positions until Rome." Harry shook his head in disbelief. For weeks he'd had the southernmost coastal parts of Italy scoured by dozens of teams who had found no sign of Grindelwald's forces. It wasn't until they were sent nearer to Naples that there was any indication the Italians were supporting the man. Evidently, Grindelwald was relying on the natives to be loyal to their government, and to him by extension. It was an odd strategy, and for some time, Harry had been certain there was more to it, but nothing had been found. No further defenses, no hidden parties of men lying in wait, and no great army stationed within Italy further than the northern border. Reaching the capital via Ostia appeared that it would not be as difficult as anticipated. "It can't be that easy," Harry muttered to himself. Charles nodded his agreement. "I can't see how he would leave it so unprepared, not unless this is something he hasn't accounted for." "Or what we heard from the Italians is true," Gilbert piped up. "They're not enjoying this war, and now that they're losing, they want out of it." Harry released a deep breath as he continued to eye the map, looking for any flaw in the plan he had formulated. "Petter said the same," he acknowledged. "The Italian soldiers aren't so keen on the fighting anymore. If we can take the ministry, they may surrender." "They will if their families are threatened," Arcturus broke in. "We don't need to harm any of them, but if they believe we will, they will fold." Harry nodded grimly. "It will be much smoother for us if we can get them to surrender," he mused aloud. "Without them in our way in the north, we can secure the area for ourselves." "What about Spain?" Charles questioned. "It's not a concern for now," Harry replied. "The best Grindelwald can do with it is send his men from there to France to fortify it. If he is smart, that's what he will do." "And Hungary?" "It's isolated," Harry pointed out. "Again, he may move troops from there to Germany or France, but that is all he has now. The last of the fighting will be there, but I would prefer if it was in France. Germany has too many unknown variables." "So we're almost there?" Gilbert asked. "Let us take Italy first before we decide that," Harry snorted. "But if this goes to plan, the end will be in sight." Gilbert smiled nervously in response. "So, when do we make our move?" Adams questioned. "I think the longer we wait, the worse off we will be." Harry eyed the map a final time, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Charles knew he was racking his brain for any other danger he had not considered, but he eventually deflated. "We will move in 2 days," he declared. "I want the men gathered tomorrow and we will reveal the details to them," he instructed Adams, who nodded his understanding. "Charles, I want you and Yaxley to begin grouping ours and the rest of you to do the same," he added to the gathered commanders. "For now, you're all dismissed." Charles remained with Harry, whilst the others took their leave. "Are you sure about this?" he asked. Harry shook his head. "No, but we can't linger any longer," he muttered. "We need to make our move whilst he's not expecting it. I have no doubt that he is up to something, Charles, but whatever it is, I can't see any path of success for him. When we take Italy, he will be surrounded." "But at his most dangerous," Charles replied, echoing Harry's own words. "At his most dangerous," Harry sighed. Break. Her year away from Hogwarts had flown by, and before Minerva was ready, she'd needed to decide if she was going to return to begin teaching as a professor. She'd had her reservations in doing so, but had chosen to go back on a part-time basis. The thought of leaving Rosa filled her with trepidation, but Minerva knew she had made the right decision. Rosa would be fine with Cora caring for her, something the elf was only too happy to do. Still, as excited as Minerva was to begin this new chapter in her life, she wouldn't do so full-time until Rosa was older. No, she would not reside in the castle, and Albus had readily agreed to Minerva teaching up until the 4th years for this term at least. This way, she was able to maintain a healthy balance between the two, where she was still a presence at Hogwarts, but not away from her daughter for any prolonged period. The first month had gone well enough, and with Halloween approaching, those within the castle were very much in the spirit of the celebrations. For Minerva, the holiday had become a somber one since she'd learned what had befallen Harry's parents, and she wondered how he would be spending the day. Often, he would choose to isolate himself, wanting to be alone so he could think of James and Lily Potter and the life that was robbed from him. She didn't blame him for being so maudlin, but she wished he was nearby so that she could offer him some comfort. Inevitably, her eyes drifted towards Tom Riddle, who was surrounded by his housemates at the Slytherin table during lunch. In the year since she had seen him, he'd somehow become more popular amongst his peers, more confident in himself, and even began to resemble the man he was becoming. He no longer held the look of a cruel little boy, but carried himself as a smarmy, arrogant young adult. In some ways, he had earned the right to be so proud of himself. His OWL scores had been the best any student had achieved this year by some considerable margin, something Slughorn would often brag about, though the man seemed to be distancing himself from his once favored student. Whenever Riddle was mentioned in a meeting, or even in passing, the man would appear to be conflicted, wincing as though something had happened between the two. Not that the man would enlighten anyone. As much as Slughorn liked to boast about the achievements of those in his house, he remained rather tight-lipped about what was required of him as the head of Slytherin. It made Minerva ponder just what issues he faced, and what had happened to make him cautious of Tom Riddle. She shook her head of the thought. Unless it was of concern to the safety of the school or another student, he wouldn't bring it up with Armando or Albus. It just wasn't the Slytherin way. "Are you set for the day?" Albus broke into her thoughts. Minerva nodded, tearing her gaze away from Riddle. "I am," she confirmed. Albus offered her a smile. "It really is great to have you back," he said sincerely. "The castle was not the same without you." His words warmed her, and though Minerva missed being at home with Rosa as she had the previous year, she didn't regret coming back. She had missed Hogwarts, and the castle was as much her home as the one she had built with Harry. What would happen when the war was over and Harry was back? She knew not, but she couldn't imagine her life not teaching. "He's different," she said, nodding subtly towards the Slytherin table. "It's like he is mocking everyone around him, like he knows things we don't." Albus's expression darkened as he nodded. "I have no doubt that he does, my dear," he murmured. "He has managed to avoid my efforts of keeping a close eye on him, and I can only imagine what trouble he is causing that we do not see. Have you noticed that they gravitate towards him?" "It's unmissable," Minerva replied. "I had hoped that Harry's presence would have deterred him in some way. The knowledge that there was another wizard that possesses similar talents would have put Tom on a brighter path, but I fear I was naive. I see it now, Minerva, the kind of man he is growing into, and worry for the future. If what Harry says about him is true, I see dark days ahead." "What can we do, Albus?" Minerva asked. She knew the answer already, the knowledge of the prophecy Harry had told her of, and her meeting with Cassandra Trelawney, not something she could dismiss. "Until he does something that warrants our intervention, there is little we can do," Albus sighed. "Already, Tom has made significant connections amongst his peers, and his OWL results has garnered him much interest. Unless there is undeniable proof of any wrongdoing on his part, we can merely continue to observe him as best we can, for what little good it will do." Minerva nodded her understanding. Harry had always been adamant that it would be he and Tom that would meet in the future, and the older the boy grew and the more unsettling he became, the harder it was to fool herself into thinking it would be any other way. Break. It was odd to be simply bobbing amongst the waves with 1,000 or so others around him under cover of darkness, but here was where Harry found himself, now a short distance off the west coast of Italy. On his right was Charles, who appeared to be having a flashback to the last time the two of them have ventured near the country, and on his left was Ken Adams, wearing an expression of grim determination. The men that had been chosen for the operation were somewhere below them, waiting for the signal to advance. "Of all the things I imagined I'd do in my life, this isn't one of them," Adams snorted. "Well, you've not spent near enough time with Harry," Charles chuckled. "It only gets stranger the more you do." Adams nodded and grinned, seemingly quite enjoying this venture for the time being, though Harry suspected his mood would shift soon enough. If Reg and Derek are right, the guard should change in only a few minutes, Harry murmured, his gaze fixed on the shoreline in the distance. When it does, we give them time to settle. As ever, Gilbert and Yaxley proved to be thorough in their scouting, and the men that were seated around the fires were relieved by another arriving party of around a dozen men. For a short while, they simply conversed before the group that had been on duty took their leave of the beach. With it now being a little after midnight, Harry and his men had time to carry out the first phase of their plan, and without preamble, he sent the signal to those below before he, Charles, and Adams proceeded, casting a disillusionment charm over themselves before setting off. They slowly made their way towards the shore, their eyes never leaving the men they were watching and ensuring the lapping waves disguised their movements in the water. When they reached their position, Harry halted them with a gentle prod to each, and the waiting game began once more, this time in utter silence. It would not do well to jeopardize the efforts they had put in these past months for something so negligent. The next signal Harry was waiting for came around 10 minutes later, when the fire the guards had situated themselves around flickered, before being snuffed by a sudden gust of frigid wind. As one, the Italians stood, only to crumple to the ground in the same manner. With the guards downed, the trio went ashore to find a gathering of their own men bunding their prisoners. "Good work," Harry praised as he went to each unconscious man and took a sample of their hair. "Are you sure about this?" Charles asked worriedly. Harry nodded. "We will be fine," he assured him. "It's too late to change the plan now," he added with a grin. Charles simply shook his head, and Harry gestured for the others to gather round. "Keep them subdued and hidden," he instructed the group that would be remaining behind. "You shouldn't be disturbed, but if you are, keep your mouths shut unless you speak the language." Out of the 12 that were staying, 9 were fluent in Italian, something Harry had been insistent on. 3 of them were Adams' men and the rest were a mixture of the ICW forces, men that Harry had come to trust whilst preparing them for the operation. "Do you all remember the code word?" "We got it, Commander," one of the Americans responded whilst he transfigured his robes to match those of one of the prisoners. "Good, now there is enough polyjuice to last each of you 12 hours. It should be more than enough, but if you do not hear from us by then, you are to abort. Petter will be waiting for a report if that happens." The men nodded their understanding, and Harry turned his attention towards those that would be accompanying him, who had been altering their appearance as best they could to resemble the natives. "Remember, we subdue them quickly, take the potion and get to Rome in the next 20 minutes. From there, you will follow me to the ministry." "Are you sure we can just walk in like we own the place?" Yaxley questioned. "We are more likely to get caught if we try sneaking around," Harry pointed out. "It's better to hide in plain sight." Yaxley raised an eyebrow, but didn't comment further. "When we are in the ministry, we wait for the minister to arrive." "You make it sound so simple, Evans," Arcturus chuckled humorlessly. "Why don't we stop off for some gelato and pizza on the way to really rub it in?" "If we pull this off, I'll buy you all the pizza you can eat," Harry promised, ignoring the Lord Black's sarcasm. "We've been preparing for this for months. I have every faith this will be successful." "And then Grindelwald will come down on us like a ton of shit," Gilbert snorted. "No," Harry denied. "It gives us the chance to come down on him like a ton of shit. He will have nowhere to run, not if he wants to keep any power here. He will either have to try to remove us from here or dig himself in." "He won't come here," Charles sighed. "He will make us go to him." Harry merely shrugged in response. "I have no problem with that. Come on, we've dragged our heels long enough. Let's go." They hiked the half a mile across the beach, where the other men had been billeted, watching closely for any sign of life. There was none, and the lights were off in the cabin, signifying their targets were likely sleeping, something that would be to their advantage. Holding up a hand to halt his men, Harry approached the door and shook his head as he was met with the rumble of snoring. With a tap of his wand, the lock clicked, and he waited with bated breath for a moment to ensure none within had been disturbed. When he was certain they hadn't, he silenced the hinges and gestured for his men to approach before opening it. Lining the walls were a dozen beds, each occupied by a single, slumbering man. Without need of instruction, the group spilled silently into the room and took their spots by the bed. "Now," Harry commanded, and an array of stunning spells were cast. "Get them tied up." Harry watched as his order was carried out before a hair was taken from each unconscious man, and they were liberated of their wands. "Do they have portkeys?" Harry questioned. "They do," Charles confirmed, holding up a necklace he had taken from his victim. "It has the Ministry's seal on it." Harry nodded. The portkey wouldn't take them to the Ministry, but to an arrival point a short distance away, something he himself had established during his own observations. Travel directly into the Ministry building had been forbidden. "Take them," he instructed as he adjusted his features. He would be the only one not using Polyjuice potion. His experience of being Vincent Crabbe in his second year having been more than enough of an experience to last him a lifetime. "What are we going to do with them?" Gilbert asked, jerking a thumb towards the prisoners. "Leave them," Harry answered. "They're not going anywhere." When the men had finished their preparations, he inspected them to ensure there was nothing that would give them away as they carried out the rest of their plan. Satisfied, he released a deep breath. "Remember, keep your mouths shut and don't draw unnecessary attention to yourself. The last thing we want is to have to fight our way out of there. On my signal." Counting down from 5 to 1, Harry and the rest of the men activated the stolen portkeys and were sucked into the abyss. They would arrive in plenty of time for when the minister would make his appearance at 6 a.m., something he did like clockwork. It would be a nervous wait, but one that would bear fruit, so long as nothing went awry in the intervening hours. Break. It was odd being surrounded by so many hostile people. At any given moment, their cover could be blown, and the entire group would be slaughtered where they stood, should the locals take exception to their presence. Charles would not even predict what the reaction would be. Although every building in sight as they passed through the magical district of Rome was adorned with pictures of Grindelwald, most had been defaced in some manner. A comical mustache drawn here or there, or Italian slurs scrawled across his face. Still, these did nothing assuage to Charles's worries. The vandalism could be the work of one or only a few disgruntled citizens. The rest could be firmly in support of the man. Regardless, this was the most vulnerable Charles, and undoubtedly many others had felt since they had been at war. "We're almost there," Harry murmured. The single saving grace was that they were carrying out the operation early in the morning when most would still be in bed. However, the streets were far from empty in the capital. Market workers were setting up their stalls, and every cafe was seemingly open for those heading to work. If the ICW men were detected, they would be outnumbered in seconds. That's the entrance to the Ministry. As with every other country in Europe, the Ministry was hidden amongst other innocuous buildings, the Italians having chosen a bakery as their front. "Are you sure?" Arcturus questioned Harry. "That's where the minister himself enters. From what I have seen, the bread oven the furthest from the door is the way in." "I suppose it's better than flushing yourself down a toilet," Yaxley snorted. "How long do we have?" The sun had begun to rise by now, and the men were getting nervous. "Well, the minister should arrive about now," Harry declared, nodding towards an alley next to the bakery. Immediately after he finished speaking, a party arrived, a single man surrounded by 6 guards dressed in blue robes. Without preamble, the minister was escorted into the bakery by his entourage and disappeared into the back room. A few minutes later, Harry gestured for the men to follow, and they too made their way through the building and to the oven. "Remember what your tasks are," Harry murmured. "The Auror office should be quite empty at this time, so let's take advantage of that. Charles and I will deal with the minister." "And if anything goes wrong?" Gilbert inquired. "Let's not think about that," Harry urged before he stepped into the roaring flames. Charles and the others followed suit and found themselves in a beautiful marble foyer, the white walls adorned with Renaissance paintings in gold frames. The furniture was made of a solid, dark wood, and not unlike the British ministry, the workers milled about, talking to one another as they went about their business. With only a nod, Harry headed towards a staircase to the right, a path that Charles took after wishing the others good luck. Now was the time for the riskiest part of their operation, where how the rest of the war would proceed was to be decided. Using the wands they had stolen from the men in the cabin, they were admitted further into the ministry, and Charles took another sip of the polyjuice potion, grimacing at the rancid taste of the brew. "What about the guards?" he asked. "They won't be a problem," Harry replied dismissively. True to his word, when they reached what was evidently the minister's office, all 6 of the blue-robed men were unconscious, and before Charles could inquire as to what had happened to them, Harry merely pointed to a small spider scuttling away across the wall. "Summerby," Charles snorted at the ingenuity. There were aspects of the plan that Harry had been quite forthcoming with, but others he had kept to himself. After what had happened when they had been stationed in France, he would take no chances with being spied on, especially with such a delicate undertaking. "She spiked their coffee with a sleeping draught," Harry explained as he began taking the wands of the slumbering men. "They won't wake for a while." Charles began helping him, disillusioning each one after they had been secured with ropes. When they were done, they simply entered the minister's office as though they belonged, though the minister himself balked at their appearance. Before he could react, however, he was disarmed, silenced, and bound to his chair with a few spells from Harry, who took the seat on the opposite side of the desk. With a wave of his across his face, the disguise he had created for himself was shifted, and the Italian minister's eyes bulged fearfully. "So, you know who I am." The minister nodded frantically. Harry leaned back in his chair and eyed the man for a moment before speaking. "What happens next is entirely on you, Minister," he began diplomatically. "Allow me to explain the situation you are facing, and then you can decide how you wish to proceed, yes." The minister nodded once more, and Charles's grip tightened on his wand. "Firstly, I have you as my prisoner, and as we speak, your Department of Magical Law Enforcement has been infiltrated by my people. Any Aurors within will have been disarmed and subdued, as have your guards in Ostia. Are you following so far?" The minister glared at Harry, his jaw tightening. "Secondly, I have more than 1,000 men who are making their way to the city. They will arrive shortly, and their actions will depend on the clock reaching 9 a.m. If we have not come to an amicable agreement, they have been instructed to take Rome by force." The minister was breathing heavily by this point. "Finally, your wife, Donatella, and your daughter, Cressida, have been taken into our custody and are being held by Petr Sokolov. They will not be harmed and have been taken for their own protection. I imagine if you refuse my demands, they will become targets of your enemies here." A look of sheer panic had replaced the palpable fury of the minister, and though he could not speak, he was pleading with his eyes. "I'm going to remove my silencing charm, Minister. I urge you not to scream." With a wave of his wand, the minister's labored breathing could now be heard. "My wife, my daughter," he wheezed, "are safe, and you will be reunited with them," Harry assured the man. This was one of the parts of the plan Charles did not know about, though it didn't concern him. Harry would not allow them to be harmed. "What are your demands?" the minister questioned, evidently understanding the futility of the situation. "To begin with, I will accept your unconditional surrender. You will withdraw your troops from the border, and you will denounce your association with Grindelwald. Your men will be disarmed, but allowed to return home, and Italy will be governed by the ICW until it is deemed no longer a threat by unanimous decision." The minister was not happy with the demands, but nodded nonetheless. "You will step down from your position and will place yourself in my custody. Your country's assets will be frozen and regulated by the ICW. Your Auror force will consist of men and women selected by the ICW, and Italy will pay damages to the countries it has invaded on behalf of Gellert Grindelwald. And if we refuse, then Italy's membership will be rescinded for no less than 100 years. The ICW will continue to occupy your lands, and economic sanctions will be placed to ensure you pose no threat. If I were you, Minister, I would accept these terms, or the next decades for your people will be exceedingly unpleasant. If you comply, your membership will remain, and you will have the full support of the ICW in rebuilding your country and re-establishing your reputation. If you do not, Italy will be left to rot. The terms are laid out in this document and signed by all members of the ICW, Harry finished, handing the minister a scroll of parchment. The Italian read it carefully before shaking his head. Before you speak, I have something else to say, Harry cut him off as he opened his mouth. What you decide will determine the future of your country now and in the years to come. If you refuse, I will show no mercy to your men. Charles raised his eyebrows, the sincerity in Harry's words. That is not what I want, Minister, Harry sighed. You have nothing to gain at this point, but still everything to lose. You have lost. Denounce Grindelwald, bring your men home, and I will ensure that you and yours are treated with dignity. I give you my word. The minister met Harry's gaze before chuckling darkly. You know, Serpent, I have heard that you are a ruthless man that stalks the shadows. Some say that you are a monster, that to make an enemy of you is signing a death warrant, and yet here you are offering me and my people life, he added thoughtfully. I have dreaded the day that you would turn your attention towards me. I even spoke of my fears to Grindelwald, who was dismissive, but I am no fool. You are not a monster, Serpent. You are a savior. Harry was taken aback by the minister's words, and the man laughed once more. I will agree to your terms, the minister continued, only because I believe you are the better man. My people have become quite disillusioned with Grindelwald, and my advisors have been begging for months to abandon his cause. You have given me the opportunity to do so, and I do it gladly. My people have suffered enough these past years, and I would see it come to an end. Harry said nothing as he untied the man, who immediately reached for his quill and scratched his signature at the bottom of the parchment. I place myself in your hands, Serpent, but I have only one request before I am taken to my wife and daughter. What is it? Harry asked, a frown creasing his brow. I wish to address my people to explain what has happened. They will cooperate with you more when they know that I am safe and that this takeover is to be amicable. Harry nodded and bound the minister's wrists before leading him from the room with a thoroughly bemused Charles in tow. He didn't know what to expect from the meeting, but not only had Harry systematically dismantled the Italian alliance with Grindelwald, but he had done so in a way that left no room for compromise. However, in doing so, he had also offered an olive branch, concessions that many would see as more than generous given the transgressions of the Italians. Break. It is too quiet, Cassiopeia moaned as she paced back and forth in Gellert's study. Gellert said nothing, but nodded his agreement. In times of war, silence meant one of only two things. Firstly, a comfortable lull had fallen between the two factions whilst they consolidated their men and resources. Much of wartime was like this, broken by bouts of violence. Secondly, and more concerning, was it meant that plotting was afoot, and though he fell into the former of the possibilities, he doubted that Evans and the ICW did. They now held a significant numbers advantage, and the morale of the men would be high. If Gellert was in this position, he would undoubtedly be plotting. Enjoy it whilst it lasts, he urged the woman. Evans is determined to claim victory. He will not remain idle. Evans, Selwyn scoffed. As ever, the sound of the man's voice grated on Gellert, but he had shown loyalty, and Gellert rewarded that, even to irksome fools like Selwyn. Still, the man was a coward that had fled his country when his cover had been blown. He was now a social pariah in Britain after what he had done, and was now next to useless. Do you wish to confront him? Gellert questioned. Selwyn shook his head. Then you should not speak his name in such a tone. You should have respect for your betters. Evans is a half-blooded bastard. Who has the admiration and respect of even the most well thought of in Britain, Gellert pointed out. Your name falls much lower than his amongst your peers. Selwyn's lip curled in distaste, but he didn't comment further. Not that there was an argument he could make against that. Cassiopeia grinned amusedly at the rebuke, but her expression was replaced by one of confusion as hurried footsteps were heard rushing towards the study. Without knocking, a man burst into the room clutching a newspaper. "Gellert, you need to see this," he said frantically, offering no apologies for his rude and abrupt intrusion. Gellert snatched the paper from the man, his blood running cold as he read the headline and subsequent statement issued by the now former Italian Minister of Magic, released in their most popular publication. Italy surrenders to the ICW. Today, I have ordered that our men abandon their positions and return home. Italy has played its part in this war. To ensure that our country can prosper, I surrendered unconditionally to Commander-in-Chief Evans, who assures me that we will be treated well by his men that will be stationed here, that we will be cared for, and that we will be protected. Commander Evans has proven to be a fair man that does not wish for there to be any further bloodshed for our men and women, and I am in agreement with him. Italy has sacrificed too many sons and daughters for a war that was not ours. Now is a time for us to heal, for us to accept that our former ambitions were foolish, and for us to look to a better future for ourselves and our children. I make this solemn statement that I denounce Gellert Grindelwald as our leader, that Italy will play no further role in this war, and I offer my apologies to those that have been wronged by us. Furthermore, I surrender myself to the mercy of the ICW as I step down from my position as Minister of Magic, and I wish my successor the best of luck, and every citizen of this great country good fortune. Has this been verified? Gellert growled. The man nodded. The Italians have abandoned their posts, and men of the ICW are on the border between Italy and France. Gellert's nostrils flared as he stalked from the room, needing to see the treachery for himself. Activating his portkey, he appeared in the trenches on the southern border of France, trenches that were devoid of his own men. As he climbed over the lip and onto the ground above, he could see them lined up, staring curiously across the ground that separated the two countries. When Gellert reached them, he pushed his way to the front to confirm his worries and was greeted by the sight of Harry Evans staring at him, as though he had expected Gellert to arrive. There was no smug grin tugging at his lips, nor any other discernible emotion, but that was somehow more unsettling. Evans simply stared, reminding Gellert that he drew ever closer to victory with every country he took from him. Gellert's jaw tightened. The man was trying to goad him into acting with his defiant silence, but he refused to give him that satisfaction, not when he could make the man work for everything he wanted. Yes, he had lost Italy, but the war wasn't over yet, and Gellert would ensure that Evans would not win it so easily. If the man wished to see an end to the war, he would be the one that had to pursue it. Chapter 90. A grand plan having snatched Italy's support away from Grindelwald, Harry had been a man of his word, and had reunited the Italian minister with his wife and daughter before the man had been taken into custody of the ICW. What Harry hadn't expected, however, was Grindelwald voluntarily abandoning Spain only a few days later, before Harry could turn his attention to the isolated country. It was surprising, to say the least, but was the best way for Grindelwald to preserve his dwindling numbers. He was losing the war now, and though Harry had been prepared for swift reprisals from his foe, there had been none. No, Gellert Grindelwald was not the kind of man to dwell on losses and lick his wounds. He was preparing, but not to attack. He was readying his forces for defense, and if Harry wanted to bring the war to an end, he had little choice but to oblige, even if it was the last thing he wished to do. Attacking Grindelwald's forces in either France or Germany would cost lives, would consist of risks that Harry was reluctant to take, but an approach he was ultimately left with no choice but to. It weighed heavily on his mind, especially knowing such things were unavoidable. "Come in," he called when a knock sounded at the door to his room in Rome, pleased for the distraction from his own maudlin thoughts. "Can I have a word, Harry?" Reg asked as he entered. Harry nodded and gestured for the man to take a seat, taken aback by his unusually downtrodden demeanor. "What can I do for you?" he asked. Reg released a deep breath, shrugged, and removed a sheet of parchment from his robes before offering it to Harry. Harry accepted it, a frown creasing his brow as he read. "Dear Reginald, I hope this finds you well. I am writing to remind you of your obligation to marry the daughter of Lord Parkinson, Mavis. Whilst you have been at war, Lord Parkinson has been patient, but he grows weary of the delay. I hope my reminder is unwarranted, and as proud as I am that you are serving your country, you must not forget your duty to your family. I would ask that you request a leave of absence from Commander Evans so that you may fulfill our promise to Lord Parkinson. Regards, Lord Commodus Yaxley." Harry folded up the parchment and returned it to Reg. "Is this you asking for a leave of absence to marry this Parkinson?" he asked. Reg grimaced as he shook his head. "I don't want to marry her," he sighed. Harry released a deep breath. "I won't pretend to know much about marriage contracts, but from what I've seen between Charles and Doria, they can cause real problems. Wouldn't it be better for you to talk to one of the other purebloods?" "Probably, but they won't understand," Reg murmured. "Arcturus and Charles got lucky. I know it is terrible that they lost their fathers the way they did, but that gave them the freedom to choose who they wanted to marry. Call me selfish if you will, but I want that freedom, Harry. I don't want to be a political pawn to keep my father in Parkinson's good graces at the expense of my own happiness." "I can respect that," Harry replied, "but what happens if you refuse to marry her?" Reg shrugged. "My father will probably cast me out." "And would you be willing to endure that?" Reg rubbed his eyes tiredly. "I love my family, Harry, but things are different now. When I agreed to marry Parkinson, I didn't know what life was like outside the obligations of pureblood living. I was groomed to do what was expected of me, but being at war has changed that. I don't want to be beholden to anyone else. I want to choose the way I live my life." "You have a plan for that," Harry stated. Reg nodded, a smile tugging at his lips. "I want to join the Aurors when this is over with." "You can still do that if you marry Parkinson," Harry pointed out. "I could," Reg agreed, "but I don't love her." Harry chuckled amusedly to himself. "The American." Reg's cheeks flushed, but he did not deny it. "Does she feel the same?" Reg frowned. "We haven't spoken about anything like that." "Then don't you think it should be her you speak to before you make any decisions?" Harry pressed. Reg offered him a smile of gratitude as he nodded and stood. "You're right," he sighed. "What do I say to her? I've never done anything like this before." Harry snorted as he held up his hands. "Trust me, you don't want to take my advice when it comes to women. Minerva was the one that instigated everything between us. Believe me, I'd probably make it worse." Reg laughed heartily. "I've finally discovered your shortcoming," he gloated. Harry shook his head. "I have many of them, Reg," he replied honestly, "but if there is anything I can do to help you, just let me know." Reg nodded, the smile he offered somewhat looser than when he'd entered. "Thanks, Harry. I really appreciate it." With that, he took his leave of the room, and Harry could only shake his head. When did he become the authority on people's problems in life? Still, Reg was a friend, and he wanted to see him grasp a semblance of happiness from the years of fighting the man had endured. He deserved that at the very least. Break. Ever since Tom had heard of apparition, he had been eager to learn it and had been both irritated and disappointed that he would have to wait so long to be able to do so. What difference did it make how old someone was? If someone proved to be a capable wizard, surely that meant more than age. As far as he was concerned, it was bureaucracy at its worst, and something that he would advocate for change. Nevertheless, forgetting about the rules and regulations he was expected to abide by, he was excited now the time had arrived that he could finally partake in the activity. The ability to apparate would grant him a new kind of freedom, and he would finally be able to begin putting his plans into motion. Plans within plans, and apparation was the key to many of them. Firstly, he wished to visit where his mother had grown up. Not for any sentimental purposes mind, but he wished to see what remained for himself instead of the less than flattering impression he had been given by his peers. The Gaunts may no longer be held in high regard, but they were still descendants of the great Salazar Slytherin, and to Tom, that counted for much. Secondly, it meant that he would no longer be bound to frequenting London during the summer. He had the freedom to leave, of course, but he was reluctant to part with any of his coin to do so, not when he possessed so little of it. The Hogwarts fund only went so far, and Burke didn't exactly pay him a lucrative sum for the work he did in the shop. No, apparation was the only way, especially if he needed to arrive or leave somewhere quickly. He certainly could not rely on the night bus for that. "Are you looking forward to this?" Avery questioned as Tom, along with the other sixth years, entered the hall. Tom nodded reservedly. "I can see the benefit to learning," he responded simply. Avery smirked. The boy believed he knew Tom well, but he knew nothing. Tom allowed him to see only what he wanted known, nothing more. "Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please," a rather short and white-haired man called. "Thank you," he added when the excitable students fell silent. "My name is Wilkie Twycross, and I will be your instructor for the next 6 weeks whilst you begin your journey into apparating. As you can see, there is a row of hoops before, so please take your place inside of one of them." Tom did so, standing between Avery and Rosier, and noticed another hoop around 5 feet in front of him. "Now, whilst apparating, it is important that you remember the 3 Ds: determination, destination, and deliberation. Without all 3, you will be unsuccessful in your efforts. Now, I will talk you through the process and demonstrate." Tom shared a bemused look with Avery, who was repeating the 3 Ds under his breath. "Pay attention," Twycross called as he stepped into one of the circles. "Step 1, fix your mind firmly upon the desired destination. Step 2, focus your determination to occupy the visualized space. Let your yearning to enter it flood from your mind to every particle of your body. Step 3, turn on the spot, feeling your way into nothingness, moving with deliberation, like so." With a loud crack, the diminutive man vanished from his hoop and appeared in the one opposite, receiving a round of applause from some of the students. "Is that it?" Tom snorted to himself. "I find that it is most effective to try apparating so that you can get a feel for the changes within you during the process. With that being said, do be careful. Although myself and your professors are on hand to assist you, splinching is a most unpleasant experience. In your own time, and remember the 3 Ds. Although Tom was confident he could do this, a slight sense of nervousness made itself known at the mention of splinching. Still, he was undeterred and braced himself, ignoring the muttering of his peers as they spoke the 3 Ds aloud, some falling over as they attempted to apparate. Were he not so focused on his own efforts, he may have joined in the laughter, but this was important to him. Focusing on the hoop opposite, he felt something shift within him, and without hesitation, Tom turned on the spot and willed himself into the nothingness. A loud crack sounded, startling him, and it felt as though he was being pulled through a tube that was much too small to accommodate him. When he could breathe again and see through his blurred vision, it was to be greeted by the sight of his year mates looking at him in surprise. He'd done it, and a wave of smugness washed over him as he grinned triumphantly. "A very good attempt, young man," Twycross praised as he approached. "I would have pleasantly surprised if you had succeeded on your first try." "I did," Tom protested irritably, pointing towards the hoop he had started in. Twycross chuckled. "Were you without an ear when you woke up this morning?" he asked patronizingly, pointing to the lump of flesh Tom had evidently left behind. Tom gasped as he touched the side of his head. "Worry not," Twycross laughed as he summoned the lump of flesh and reattached it. "In all the years I have been coming to the castle, only one person managed it first time. Not even Professor Dumbledore managed that feat." One person, Tom asked, feeling his smugness return knowing that Dumbledore too had been unsuccessful on his first attempt. Twycross nodded, a smile cresting his lips as he seemingly reminisced about the time he had witnessed such a thing. I think you'll agree that there is no shame in being bested by Harry Evans. Tom's jaw tightened as Twycross walked away. Try again, Mr. Riddle, he called. Evans. Tom felt his blood boil at the mention of the man who had stolen his family's magic, had stolen the Chamber of Secrets, and who had tried to kill him. Evans, he whispered, unable to focus on the task at hand. With the enigma that was Harry Evans once more tormenting his thoughts, Tom did not manage to successfully apparate during the remainder of the lesson, and when he was dismissed, he stormed from the great hall and headed towards the 7th floor to vent, pausing briefly as he passed the girls' bathroom on the 2nd. Evans had taken everything from him. It was a shameful burden that Tom carried, and one he wished no longer would weigh him down. He would have the last laugh in the years to come, but knowing that Evans had managed to apparate his first time where Tom had failed was too much for the teen to bear. No, he would not allow Evans another victory over him. Some way, somehow, he needed to redeem himself, and the one thing he could do was take back what was stolen from him. Placing his hand on the bathroom door, his nostrils flared as he began pondering where to begin. The chamber was his by rights, and he would have it in his possession before he graduated from Hogwarts the following year. Of that he had no doubt. Break. It had been so long since Reg felt the weight of his family name weighing down on him. Since he had left Britain to go to war at the behest of his father, he had truly become his own man in a world where his name meant nothing. Grindelwald's men didn't care that he came from generations of pure stock. To them, he was merely another wand pointed in their direction. Here, there was no armor to hide behind, and where others from pureblood families may have crashed and burned, Reg had adapted, had thrived even. He didn't want to give that up. Without a name to protect him or grant him anything, he'd had to work to carve the reputation he had for himself, and for the first time in his life, he was proud of what he had done. Now, however, the reality of the life he had once lived had come back to haunt him. His father would call him a traitor, and his mother would be filled with shame, but Reg had been freed from the shackles of his upbringing, and he wished to make his own choices. Reg, Nancy called as he approached, patting the seat next to her. He offered the woman a half-smile as he sat. Perhaps to many, she wouldn't be a conventional beauty. She was far from unattractive, but she was tall compared to most, carried the scars from battle, and seldom acted like a typical lady would or should. Maybe this was one of the things that endeared her so much to Reg. She wasn't like the pureblood girls he had come to know in his youth, didn't feel the need for false pleasantries, or hide beneath the veneer of a simpering dame whose hobbies amounted to nothing more than hosting dinner parties and gossiping. Well, that was what Reg had grown up seeing from his mother, and the ladies she often hosted. Reg had never felt any fondness towards any of them, had seen through the fakery and beneath the masks to the ugly truth each bore. Has something happened? Nancy asked, taking note of his rather dour demeanor as she poured him a cup of coffee. Reg accepted the brew with a smile and took a sip. It was bitter, but somehow flavorless, and boiled so much that it burned his tongue. Oddly, he had come to quite enjoy it. Releasing a deep sigh, he said nothing as he handed the letter he'd received from his father to the woman. Oh, Nancy said simply once she read it, an unmissable expression of sadness and disappointment having slackened her features. Still, Reg didn't know what to say, his tongue feeling like it had doubled in size and dried in his mouth despite taking another sip of coffee. In lieu of his words, he took the letter back and placed it in the fire where they watched the corners curl inwards, and the rest of the parchment become ash that blew away in the wind. I don't want to marry her, Reg said eventually. You can tell me if it's just me or that I'm completely insane, but there's only one person I want to be with. Nancy's gray eyes searched him, as though she was seeking sincerity in what he spoke. Who? Reg chuckled as he shook his head. Don't play stupid, that's not you. An irritating grin tugged at Nancy's lips and Reg huffed. Maybe I'm just a little dense, she sighed. Maybe I've never had anyone interested in me in that way. Bollocks, Reg muttered. Nancy released a deep breath. My family name is Mud Back Home, she reminded him. There is no one of any standing that would marry me. Well, your name doesn't mean anything in Britain, Reg pointed out, and I couldn't give a shit what anyone thinks. If being here has taught me anything, it's that life is too short to worry about anyone else. Nancy smiled and nodded her agreement. If this is you proposing to me, Reginald, I'm not entirely convinced. Not yet, at least. Reg raised an eyebrow at the woman as he dropped to one knee. Is this better? He snorted. Nancy blushed as she looked around, seeing if they had garnered an audience. Get up, you stupid man, she giggled. No, Reg denied petulantly. Not until you at least agree to think about it. Nancy smiled brightly as she eyed him. I want a date. A date? Reg asked with a frown. Dinner or something, Nancy replied. I've never been on a date before. I can do that, Reg said thoughtfully, pondering a few ideas already in their infancy. Tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. Sounds good to me. Here. Nancy nodded, and Reg finally stood. I'll see you then. As Reg turned to leave, he felt her hand wrap around his wrist, and as he turned to face Nancy once more, he found himself nose to nose with the woman. They looked at one another for what felt like an age, but could only have been a minute before she pressed her lips against his in a chaste kiss. I'll see you tomorrow, Nancy said shyly. Before Reg managed to pull himself from his stupor, she was gone, and he walked in a daze towards his rooms, changing his mind at the last moment, realizing he needed advice. What had happened in the past few minutes had been unexpected, but he couldn't be happier for it and knew he had done the right thing. Who knew that Harry Evans' idea when it came to women would have proven to be just what Reg and Nancy needed? Break. Abandoning Spain the way he had was something Gellert had done reluctantly, but with how thinly spread his forces were, and the country being all but surrounded by the ICW forces, it was the right move to make. For the time being, he needed all his men to defend France, Hungary, and Germany, the former more so than the others. France would undoubtedly be Evans' next target, of that Gellert was certain. As such, he had poured his efforts into the defenses there, ensuring that they were as they could be. Still, he had his doubts that they would be enough. With how many countries Evans had seized from him, Gellert knew the ICW army had swelled considerably, and he now faced those he had subjugated, those who believed he had wronged them. These men and women would be motivated beyond simply being do-gooders, and that made them a dangerous enemy simply because of the personal animosity they felt towards him. France, it seemed, was his final chance to keep a strong foothold in Europe, and it was vital that he kept it in his possession. If the men and women of the ICW forces breached his defenses and achieved victory here, his overall defeat was all but inevitable. He could not allow that to happen. He had worked too hard for too long to allow it. Releasing a deep breath, he eyed the map that no longer showed a favorable layout of the land, but highlighted the many losses he had endured since Evans had assumed command. It made for rather grim viewing, but Gellert would not quit. No, he would continue to fight, but he knew that there was one factor that could no longer be left unchecked and allowed to draw breath. Despite the sizable forces of enemies he faced, they would be nothing without Commander Evans, and though Gellert's resolution seemed simple enough, it was anything but. He had known it for some time now, and had hoped that it would happen in the chaotic heat of battle, but his cause had not been so fortunate. Harry Evans needed to die, and Gellert could no longer deny that it needed to be him to put an end to the man. It was almost as though fate was bringing them ever closer to a final confrontation, that both of them were being pitted against one another for either the amusement of whatever it was that caused such things, or by the will of the magic they both possessed. What was clear and undeniable to Gellert was that they would meet, and that one of them would cease to exist. If that was to be so, then Gellert would have that confrontation to his own advantage, on his own terms where he could control at least some aspects of the unavoidable clash. He would not be caught unprepared, as he had in the past when the two had met previously. Break. Thus far, Rome remained untouched by the Muggle bombs that had destroyed many other major cities across the continent, so the walk Reg was sharing with Nancy was not spoilt by the sight of toppled buildings or craters in the street. They had shared a meal in a local restaurant, the atmosphere between them having been somewhat awkward since their last conversation. "You're not enjoying this," Reg sighed. "No, I am," Nancy assured him shyly. "I've just never been on a date before." "This was your idea," Reg snorted. "Maybe I just wanted to experience it," Nancy replied with a shrug. "I can't say I like it, but the company hasn't been so bad." "I'll take that as a compliment." Nancy offered him a grin and looped her arm through his own as they walked towards the Colosseum. Reg had never taken an interest in the affairs of Muggles, but having learned what the building was used for, he had become intrigued to say the least. It was quite barbaric thinking of men taken as slaves being forced to fight to the death for the entertainment of others. There were many wizards he could think of who would enjoy such a thing. Perhaps magical folk had been in attendance during these displays. He shook his head of those thoughts as Nancy released a deep sigh. "What's wrong?" he asked. Nancy stopped walking and turned to look at him. "I've been thinking about what you said." Reg grimaced. He had played the conversation over in his mind several times since, and he was not pleased at how he had broached the subject. "Let me speak, Reg," Nancy implored as he opened his mouth the reply. Reg nodded. "As much as I want to believe that you really want me, I can't help but think you only asked because of the letter from your father," she said sadly. "That maybe I'm just a way to escape from what your parents want to happen." Reg shook his head. "No, it's not that," he murmured. "I admit the letter forced my hand, but everything I said to you were thoughts I had before it came. I've never met anyone like you, someone who can make me laugh, who I can just be myself with without all the pureblood crap getting in the way." "What about Gilbert?" Nancy asked. "It's different with Gil," Reg chuckled. "The pureblood crap doesn't get in the way because he doesn't understand it." Nancy conceded the point with a nod, and Reg deflated. "I shouldn't have asked you the way I did," he huffed. "I didn't think it through, but I never intended for you to feel I only did it to escape everything else. I meant what I said because it's how I feel. If it is just me, then I can accept that, but I couldn't go through with what my parents want without trying for something I want more." Nancy smiled as she shook her head. "You know this is insane." "It is," Reg agreed, "but the world we live in is insane. If it wasn't, we never would have met." "I don't like that thought," Nancy replied sadly. "I've never met anyone like you, Reg. You don't care about my family reputation, and even though I still find it difficult to believe, you make me feel beautiful even with this," she finished, pointing to the scar in her hairline. "It might just be the most attractive thing about you." "Thanks," Nancy replied with a playful scowl. Reg merely shook his head. "Look at me," he urged as her gaze fell. When her eyes met his, they were once more full of worry, the insecurity of a life being shunned by many of her peers on full display. "We both have our scars. Do you care about mine?" "Of course not," Nancy answered without delay. "Then why is it so hard to believe that yours don't bother me?" Nancy narrowed her eyes at Reg. "I hate when you apply logic to things. It's annoying." "Then let me spend the rest of my life annoying you some more," Reg replied as he took her hands. "For the right reasons, I want you to marry me. Not because of anything else, but because it is what I want, and I think you might want it too." Nancy's gaze softened. "You mean it, don't you?" she asked gently. Reg nodded. "My first thought when I received that letter was that any chance I may have had with you was going to be taken away. I acted rashly by coming to you the way I did, but I meant every word." Then I would love to spend the rest of my life being annoyed by you, Nancy whispered. So you'll marry me? Instead of speaking, Nancy closed the small amount of distance between them and pressed her lips against his. Does that answer your question? Reg grinned as he nodded dumbly. When? He asked. When? Nancy parroted, confused. When shall we do it? I don't know, Nancy laughed. I don't care. Why not now? Now, we haven't made any plans or invited anyone. Reg waved her off. I meant just us for now, he explained. We can have as big a wedding as you want after the war, but why not us here and now? I'm sure I can talk Harry into doing it. Nancy's eyes widened in realization, and she nodded. Do you think he will? Reg chuckled. I don't see why he wouldn't. Break. Minerva avoided leaving the castle late as much as she possibly could. But when work needed to be marked after a full day of teaching, or preparations needed to be made for the following day, it was sometimes inevitable. For the former, she could take it home and attempt to complete it, but she was loath to do so. As far as Minerva was concerned, when she was away from Hogwarts, spending time with Rosa was her priority, and she did not want her daughter to grow up thinking she came second to her mother's career. Minerva had often thought the same with her father, and as she became older, it drove a wedge between. No, she did not wish the same for her and Rosa. Still, readying herself to leave at 10 p.m. was much later than she had expected, but she had managed to complete the menial tasks required of being a professor. For the rest of the week, there would be no need for her to remain late, something for which she was grateful. Mr. Hagrid, she gasped as the enormous boy and a suit of armor clattered to the ground from an alcove on the 3rd floor. The clumsy teen scrambled to his feet, red in the face as he clutched a large box to his chest. Sorry, Professor, he offered in a gruff yet timid voice. Minerva's nostrils flared in irritation. This is the 8th time you have been caught out of bed this year alone, she admonished. Surely you would have learned your lesson by now. Hagrid had the decency to look abashed as he nodded. I wasn't going to the forest this time, he defended. Then what were you doing? The boy began stammering over his words, attempting to find a suitable excuse, to no avail. Minerva frowned at him, her gaze shifting to what he carried. What is in the box, Mr. Hagrid? It was strange to see someone much larger than any man she had met begin to cower and tremble in fear, something that only instilled a feeling of deep concern in the woman. Mr. Hagrid, she pressed as she drew her wand. He won't hurt anyone. He's just a baby, Professor, he replied, holding the box tighter to his chest. Minerva could only guess what manner of creature the boy had managed to acquire this time. During his first year, he had been caught hiding pixies under his bed, and in his second, he had somehow come to possess a rather aggressive hinkapunk. Armando had a fit, drawing comparisons between the young Gryffindor and a certain Newt Scamander, who had tread a similar path and found himself expelled. Show me, Minerva said firmly. With a shaking hand, Hagrid reluctantly opened the box, and Minerva jumped back in shock as she found herself looking into several pairs of eyes. Is that an acromantula? She gasped. He won't hurt anyone, Hagrid reiterated. Aragog's a good boy, Professor, I promise he wouldn't. Mr. Hagrid, acromantula are among some of the most dangerous creatures in the world. One day, he will grow to be such an enormous size that you will not be able to control him. What were you thinking? Minerva was becoming quite irate. Although small now, the creature would grow quickly, and the threat to the other students and even professors was not negligible. He needed a home, Professor, Hagrid explained, and Minerva took a calming breath as she remembered a conversation she'd shared with Harry about the boy before. Hagrid is harmless. He makes stupid decisions and can't be trusted with a secret, but he is one of the sweetest, most gentle men I ever met. Before Sirius, he was the only one who ever tried to tell me about my family. Keep an eye on him, Minerva. He's nowhere near as tough as he looks. Harry had made no mention of enormous spiders, nor the being caught out of bounds at all hours, but other than that, Hagrid was a good student who had found a love for creatures and charms, both of which he was talented with. "You will be expelled if the headmaster catches you with that," she pointed out. Hagrid nodded his understanding, though his fear only seemed to increase. "Come along, Mr. Hagrid," she sighed, gesturing for him to follow. The boy released a deep breath and did as he was bid. "Aren't we going to the headmaster?" he asked as Minerva led him down towards the entrance hall. "Not tonight, Mr. Hagrid." The boy fell silent as Minerva continued on her way until the two of them had exited the castle and reached the edge of the forbidden forest. "You will release him in there," she instructed. "If you choose to continue to care for him, you will do so in your own time. Do you understand?" The boy nodded confusedly. "Now, I will say this only once, Mr. Hagrid, and you had better listen well," Minerva urged. "There will be no more creatures in the castle of any description. You will not be found out of bounds any more this year, and you will be serving detention for the remainder of it with Professor Kettleburn." "Yes, Professor." "What you did is so unbelievably stupid. If you were an adult, you would be looking at a long stint in Azkaban, and believe me, Mr. Hagrid, the Dementors are not creatures you would wish to spend so much time with. If I catch you even once stepping out of line, I will personally drag you from this castle by your ear. Now, do you think you can finally adhere to the rules?" Hagrid nodded frantically. "Good. As far as I am concerned, the matter is resolved. Do not give me a reason to regret my decision." With that, Minerva left the thoroughly chastised boy at the edge of the forest, whilst she headed for the gate. Were it not for the conversation she'd had with Harry, she would not have hesitated to drag the boy to Dippet's office, and she could only hope she had done the right thing. There would be no second chances for Rubeus Hagrid, despite whatever affection Harry held for him. Break. Having taken Italy, and with Grindelwald ceding Spain in an attempt to preserve his forces, Harry and the rest of the generals could almost taste victory. But with their enemy holed up in France and the entire country under a firm lockdown, they could find no way to breach the border without a full frontal assault that would cost hundreds of lives. They had considered all approaches, by sea, by air, and even all manner of magical practices. They were stumped. No matter what they did, it would come at too great a cost, but they had to do something. The most recent venture had been to send a scouting party to scope out the defenses around the northern coast of France to see that if an invasion from Britain was possible. Evidently, Grindelwald had considered this too, and had taken steps to ensure that didn't happen. "All right, let's get back at it tomorrow," Harry decided tiredly, dismissing the others that had been with him for several hours discussing ways to overcome what they faced. "We'll figure it out," Charles assured him as he stood. Arcturus nodded solemnly, a gesture that offered little relief for any of them. Their backs weren't against the wall, but they needed to tread carefully. "Harry, we need a favor." Reg trailed off as he entered the room, pulling the American woman he had grown close to behind him. "Sorry, we can come back," he added apologetically. Harry shook his head. "No need, we're done," he assured the man. "What do you need?" Well, we were hoping that you would marry us." Harry frowned confusedly, his gaze shifting being Reg and the woman. "Marry you?" "He wants you to conduct a wedding ceremony for them, Evans," Arcturus sighed. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, whilst the others laughed. "Wait, I can do that?" he asked. Arcturus snorted. "You're such a clueless bastard," he grumbled. "Any representative of the ICW has the power to marry people if it is requested of them, as does the Minister of Magic of any country, and usually a department head. In your position, you can definitely marry people. You could probably kick Folly in the balls and make him apologize to you for it," Charles snorted. Harry had not known. He had the power to conduct wedding ceremonies. He should have probably confirmed what powers his position granted him. "I still don't know how to do it," he pointed out. "That's easy enough," Arcturus said dismissively. "Then you'll be helping me." Arcturus huffed, but was cut off by Reg, who spoke once more. "That would work," he said excitedly. If you and Charles act as my witnesses, and with Harry doing the ceremony, he'll have no choice but to accept it. He won't want to make an enemy out of any of you, let alone all three. Arcturus nodded thoughtfully. Well, I haven't pissed anyone off back home for a while, he mused aloud. Fine, I'll do it. I'm in, Charles agreed. Reg looked towards Harry, who shook his head. If this is what you both want, when shall we do it? Now, the American woman answered with a grin. We don't see any reason to wait. Harry looked towards the others, who merely shrugged in response. You'd best send for Gilbert. He'd be furious if he didn't get to be here. I'll go, Charles volunteered. Whilst the man was gone, Harry began rolling the map up he and the other generals had been poring over. What are you working on? Reg asked, nodding towards it. Still trying to find a way into France without getting us all killed, Harry grumbled. Reg nodded his understanding. It's a shame you can't just go through the mountains. No, trying to get everyone over them is too dangerous, Harry replied. No, I know that, I meant through them, Reg explained. Carve a tunnel. Harry paused and unrolled the map once more, his mind filling with ideas that would need consideration. But the idea was not as foolish as some might believe. Reg, you're a bloody genius, he whispered. I am. Harry nodded, the first genuine smile he'd felt for weeks tugging at his lips. You are, he confirmed, already making plans within plans, the mental block he'd been experiencing having lifted immediately. Why do I not like where this is going, Evans? Arcturus broke in. You can't really be thinking about carving a tunnel from Italy to France through a mountain. That's exactly what I'm thinking, Harry countered. It may take some time, but at this point here, the rock is around 7 to 8 miles thick. That will take months, Arcturus snorted, even with magic. Maybe, Harry conceded, but what other ideas do we have? Chapter 91. The road to home, although Arcturus had warned him that attempting to carve a tunnel through Mont Blanc would be an arduous undertaking, Harry had not been prepared for just how difficult and frustrating it would truly be. For weeks, the men had been slowly but surely progressing through the hard rock, chipping away mile after mile towards France. Using blasting curses was out of the question. The destructive spells were unpredictable at best, and the risk of collapsing the tunnel was too high. No, sections of stone had to be meticulously and carefully removed to mitigate the danger. Arcturus had been right. Even with magic, such a feat would not be easy. Not that Harry had simply relied on the graft of the men to achieve their goal. Whilst pondering the approach, he had concocted another idea to assist them, and though the benefits would not be reaped until they neared the end of the work, it would be a welcome boon when reached. To secure this, however, Harry had needed to reach out to another for help, a man he had expected he would likely meet again, but not under such circumstances. Flashback. Not wanting to involve Minister Folly in his plan, knowing the man would likely disapprove, Harry arrived in Downingsent late in the evening with none any the wiser to his presence. Not wanting to scare the Prime Minister by entering his office in an unfamiliar way, he opted to do so via the chimney and emerged within from the fireplace. Good God, man, you put the fright up me, Churchill gasped as he took in the sight of a soot-covered Harry. You have my apologies, Prime Minister, Harry offered as he cleared the mess he made with a wave of his wand. I'm not sure if you remember me. Commander Evans, Churchill cut in. I don't meet many of your lot and I don't forget a face. What can I do for you? As he had during his last visit, the Prime Minister was smoking a large cigar, and in his other hand he held a tumbler of whiskey. He had aged also, his hair appearing thinner whereas his face was more lined and fuller. I came to discuss something with you and ask for your help with a problem I am facing. Perhaps if I show you our progress with the war and explain the problem, you will understand why your assistance would be most appreciated. Is it going badly? Churchill asked. Harry shook his head as he removed 2 rolls of parchment. Unfurling the first one, he placed it on the desk between them. This was the state of affairs when we last spoke. The green represents the countries we held, and the red, those held by our enemy. Quite the grim picture, Churchill grunted, a deep frown marring his features. Harry nodded his agreement as unrolled the other. This is how much it has changed. The Prime Minister chuckled, the motion knocking the ash dangling from the end of his cigar loose so that it scattered across the map. That's a damn good show, Evans, he praised, toasting Harry with his glass and taking a long puff of the cigar. But I don't see how I can help you. Well, this is where we are, Harry replied, pointing to the current position his men had begun tunneling. We are aiming to emerge here. Near Chamonix. Harry nodded. It is imperative that we are not discovered during the tunneling process. You're tunneling through the mountain, Churchill gasped. We are, Harry sighed. France is locked down too tightly to risk any other attack, so this is our best option. You're a bloody madman, Evans, the Prime Minister muttered. I like that. What do you need from me? Harry released a labored breath before he spoke once more. I need the area where we will emerge cleared. I would like for you to drop some bombs here to condemn the area and keep people away. Churchill frowned and leaned back in his chair. The French won't like that, he murmured. They won't, Harry agreed, but if we are discovered, it would be a disaster. Thousands will die, and our war might just be lost. The Prime Minister nodded, and though he may not quite have understood what was at stake, Harry's tone was more than enough to convey the severity of the situation. Bugger the French, he snorted. The RAF lads will do it. We've got the best pilots and bombers on the planet, Evans. They'll clear that area for you. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and nodded gratefully. Thank you, he offered sincerely. Churchill waved him off dismissively. We need to stick together in times like this. We do, Harry agreed, but I would appreciate it if this stayed between us. Technically, I am breaking the law asking for your help. My lips are sealed, Evans, if you do one thing for me. What is it? Harry asked warily. I want you to get me some Paul Roger. It's been too long since I've had a decent tipple. Harry chuckled as he nodded his agreement. For the commodity of a few bottles of champagne, he may have just taken a significant step in ending the war. End flashback. As promised, the bombing had begun a few weeks later, and the area on the other side of the mountain had been destroyed with a large crater in the rock having been left that the men of the ICW would soon reach. Break. He had put off the visit home for as long as he could, but the letters from his father grew only more insistent that he did so to Mary, whom the man believed was his intended bride. Reg took little joy in how his father's demeanor had initially been one of relief, and how it had shifted to one of fury when he'd revealed he was already married. For several moments, the Lord Yaxley said nothing, his jaw clenched as he looked upon his son, evidently deciding his next course of action. Finally, he slammed his hand against the top of his desk in his study, his breathing coming in short, sharp bursts. The marriage will be annulled, he declared. You will marry Parkinson's daughter, and you will make no mention of the American. Are we clear? Reg snorted as he shook his head. That's not going to happen. His father shot to his feet, and he trembled with rage at Reg's defiance. Had he found himself on the receiving end of the man's ire before he'd gone to war, Reg had no doubt that he would be terrified of the man, but not anymore. Having faced what he had and lived to fight again, he was no longer scared of his father. He was a weak man who believed he had more power than he did. Reg knew powerful men, and his father did not compare. He removed a roll of parchment from within his robes and placed it calmly on the desk. That is a copy of my marriage certificate, he explained. His father snatched it up, unfurling it, his face somehow growing even redder as he did so. Potter and Black were your witnesses, he asked cautiously. And Harry conducted the ceremony, Reg confirmed. His father's nostrils flared before he shook his head. Have you been treated so badly that you had to do something like this? He questioned, waving the piece of parchment he held around. You sent me to war, Reg hissed. Despite knowing that I could be killed, you sent me your own son to fight. His father snorted derisively. So, you just had to get back at me. No, Reg disagreed. I'm glad you sent me. It gave me a real perspective of what the world is like and how it is different to the ignorant bubble we live in here. I've made friends, most of whom you would spit on merely because of the circumstances of their birth, but these are better men than those you rub shoulders with. They're not held back by stupid traditions or delusions of their own greatness because of the blood that flow through their veins. They are great men because of how they treat those lesser than them. Mudbloods and filth, his father muttered with a sneer. Red shook his head. I'm not trying to change your mind, he sighed, but you forced me into a life outside of all of this, and I have thrived and become a better person for it. I'm grateful, and I will always love you, but if you can't accept my choices, then I don't see any way forward for us. The wife I chose is a pureblood, is not some simpering woman who will never understand what I have been through, and the one I fell in love with. Nothing you say or do will change that. His father eyed him for a moment, almost as though he was seeing his son for the first time. Was that pride Reg could see? And what of Lord Parkinson? What about him? Reg returned evenly. Is he really going to take such offense? Most likely, his father sighed. He will expect compensation. He can expect my foot up his arse if he tries to seek it. A ghost of a smirk tugged at his father's lips. You're too much like your mother, he sighed as he rubbed his eyes tiredly. I will handle Parkinson. Reg nodded appreciatively, surprised at the turn the conversation had taken. Thank you, he said sincerely. His father waved him off. So, when do we get to meet this wife of yours? He asked. Well, with a little luck, the war will be over soon. If not, I'm sure I can arrange something. His father nodded. You've become quite a man in your own right, Reginald, he said thoughtfully. Just like the ones you've associated yourself with. I don't agree with your choices, and I won't pretend to like them, but I do respect them all the same. Reg offered the man a smile. Is that it? A voice snapped from the door. The bastard goes off and does what he likes, and you just accept it. You will shut your mouth, Titus, his father hissed. This is no concern of yours. It is when I become the lord of this family, the man countered irritably. Lord Parkinson isn't going to let this lie. We will find ourselves in disfavor with the entire family for generations. Then that is their problem, Lord Yaxley snorted. You had no right to eavesdrop on our conversation, boy. Now get out. Titus shot both men, a look of disgust before he stormed from the room. Forget him. He's just acting out because of his own miserable marriage. He spends most nights sleeping here now. Is it that bad? Reg questioned. Bad enough that the fool has decided to have an affair. I don't know who with, but he is certainly in no position to speak of our reputation with others from his own actions. I will deal with it. Reg could only shake his head. The only thing worse than refusing a match through a contract was being unfaithful to your spouse. It was a stain on both families and any other party involved. Affairs did, of course, happen, but such dalliances were done so in a way that they were never discovered. If his father already knew, then it was likely that others did too. Reg had no doubt the woman in question would be another pureblood. Titus would not sully himself with anyone lower. Not that it affected Reg in any way. He had chosen the life he wished to live, and it didn't involve adhering to pureblood practices in such a strict and intimate way. He wouldn't turn his back on his family, but that didn't mean he would involve himself with whatever they chose to do. He had a family of his own to build, a wife he loved, and a future to look forward to. He could not spend it worrying about what foolishness his brother was up to, after all. Break. With another school year on the cusp of ending, Tom had been spending most of his time in the room of requirement. His newts wouldn't be until his next and final year, which granted him a reprieve of any important exams. Not that he needed to prepare for any of them. He had achieved an outstanding grade for all of his owls, and he had no doubt that his newts would reflect the same brilliance he had demonstrated. This year he had focused on apparition, a feat he had managed with ease in the second session. Having done so, his attention switched the chamber and how he would combat whatever spells Evans had cast down there. A simple finite wouldn't suffice, after all. Throughout his perusal of the library, Tom had discovered many useful spells, some that could be helpful when confronting the magic that lurked in the chamber, and others to simply add to his arsenal. Still, despite his efforts, he was not ready to venture into the bowels of the castle again. Not yet, at least. "What are you thinking about, Tom?" The voice of Helena broke into his thoughts. "I'm thinking of visiting what remains of my family during the summer," he lied. Helena smiled sadly. "Do you think they will be pleased to see you?" Tom shrugged. "Perhaps," he replied. "They would be silly not to," Helena said encouragingly. Tom chuckled. "I don't know what to expect. I've never had a family." He hadn't, and he didn't desire one either. Tom had always been alone in the world, and that would never change. He didn't need anyone, not anymore. When he had been but a small boy pondering if he had a family somewhere, he had wanted for them to rescue him from the orphanage. But when none did, Tom realized he could only ever rely on himself. "Well, you should be happy that you found them." Tom hadn't found them. Rosier had told him that the Gaunts resided in Little Hangelton. Tom would likely not have cared enough to go to any lengths to find them himself, but since no work was involved, he wanted to visit the home of his mother, merely to see the squalor she came from of which Rosier had spoken of. "Do you miss your mother?" he asked, changing the topic to one that would make the ghost fall silent. It worked, and Helena said nothing for several moments, leaving Tom with his thoughts. Much to his surprise, however, she did not shy away from the topic as she usually would. "I do," she whispered. "I wish things could have been different between us. I wish I hadn't been so jealous of her brilliance and acted as I did." "Is that why you chose to stay?" Tom asked curiously. He had always wondered why Helena had not passed on, but every time he tried to discuss it with her, she made an excuse not to do so. It piqued his interest in the ghost, and was certainly a relief from the usual, dry conversations they shared. Helena nodded. "I can't face my mother for the shame of what I did. Her life's work, and I stole it." "Her life's work," Tom pressed. "Her diadem." Tom had to fight the expression of excitement that threatened to form at the mention of the relic. He had read about the lost diadem of Ravenclaw, whilst he had sought more information about the locket that had once been in Burke's possession. The diadem had not been seen since before Rowena Ravenclaw died, leading many to believe that it never existed at all. "I'm sorry, what's a diadem?" he questioned. "Oh, it's similar to a tiara. My mother's was special and would enhance the wisdom of the wearer." "Really?" Tom asked, feigning surprise at the revelation. Helena nodded. "In a fit of jealousy, I stole it, and before I realized how awful I'd been, my mother died. As you can see, I didn't live for long after I returned to Britain." "You hid it abroad?" Helena nodded as translucent tears broke free. "Yes," she choked. "I am imprisoned here and cannot retrieve it. I cannot face my mother with what I did." Tom offered the woman a look of sympathy. "What if I got it for you?" he offered. "If I returned her work to the castle, I'm sure she would forgive you." Wherever it was, it had been hidden for close to 1,000 years, and could very well have been discovered by anyone who had no idea the value of what had come into their possession. The chances of it still being where Helena had left it were slim at best, but Tom wanted that diadem. As a descendant of one of the founders, it should be his. "You would do that for me," Helena sniffled. Tom gave her his best comforting smile as he nodded. "Of course," he sighed. "We are friends, aren't we?" Helena gave him a watery smile in return. "We are," she agreed. "Thank you, Tom, for not judging me." "We all make mistakes," he replied. "I think suffering for as long as you have is more than a penance paid. I want to help you find peace, Helena. Where did you hide it?" "It is hidden in a forest on the continent," Helena explained. "I don't know where exactly or how much the world has changed. It has been almost 1,000 years, Tom," she finished apologetically. The teen nodded. He knew so little of Muggle geography, or even if wizards had their own branch of it, but the world had indeed changed considerably. Empires had risen and fallen, and countries and their boundaries had changed many times as they had been absorbed and liberated throughout the intervening centuries. Finding the diadem could be all but impossible. "Do you remember what the land was called?" he probed. "It had many names throughout history," Helena sighed. "When I visited, some of the locals called it Illyria." "Illyria," Tom murmured. He'd never heard of such a place and would need to look into it. "Is there anything else you can tell me?" Helena shook her head apologetically. "I don't remember much, but I did chronicle my journey in a diary. It may be able to help you find where you need to go." "Where is your diary?" Helena smiled sadly. "It is hidden in my mother's room. You just need to ask for the Room of Hidden Things. It's in there, somewhere." Tom nodded his understanding as he fought the urge to smirk. He had discovered the room himself whilst experimenting, and though it was full of junk for the most part, there had been some rather fascinating discoveries he had made in there. "Then I will find it," he declared. "I may not be able to travel until after I have finished Hogwarts, but I will get your mother's diadem back for you." "Really?" Helena asked pleadingly. Tom nodded and allowed a smile to crest his lips. "I will," he said solemnly. "You have helped me more than anyone else in this castle. It is the least I can do for you." Break. The tunneling had quickly become a rather irksome task, and Charles had grown tired of it weeks ago. Nonetheless, the men had made considerable progress, and if Charles had to estimate, they had to be close to breaking through to the other side where they could finally attempt to dislodge Grindelwald from France. At this point, Charles would welcome a battle instead of the dull work of tunneling, and it seemed that his hope would soon come true if the cheering he suddenly heard erupt from ahead was anything to go by. Hurrying to the front, he paused as he spotted sunlight pouring in through a small gap. "Did we make it?" he asked. "I believe we did," an American answered, his teeth gleaming through the dust-coating face. Cautiously, Charles peered through the gap that had been created, and he was flooded with a mixture of relief and trepidation. In the distance, he could see a town, and it certainly wasn't Italian. "We made it," he whispered, holding up a hand to keep the men silent. "Someone fetch Harry," he instructed. "He will want to see this." Charles already knew what would come next, and it would be done so quickly. Harry, too, had grown weary of how long the process had taken, and would not wish risking the tunnel being discovered. For weeks, the men had been ready, and now they would make their journey through the tunnel and across the border into enemy territory. Break. Other than the occasional jab at his defenses of France, Gellert had received no reports from his men citing further activity from the ICW forces, something that both relieved and concerned him. Evans was seemingly probing the defenses to find the weakest part to attack, but he would find himself bitterly disappointed when he would find none. Gellert and those others that were capable had worked tirelessly to ensure the security of the country, and as such, he was confident of his hold over France. For the past several weeks, his attention had been shoring up the defenses in Austria and Germany. With the influx of men he had withdrawn from Spain, they too were nigh on impregnable. Not without the sacrifice of hundreds of men. Although the war had undeniably taken a rather sullen, even disastrous turn for him, Gellert now believed his fortune had changed. There was no victory to be had for Evans, not unless he was willing to become something he wasn't. Still, despite his own brilliance and faith, Gellert could not shake the niggling notion in the back of his mind that he was missing something, that something was very wrong indeed. Shaking his head of those thoughts, he chose to pore over the grim sight that was the map he had been updating, the sight of it since the takeover of Italy having inspired only maudlin thoughts of the future. Now, however, he had begun to see it differently. The map was full of opportunities for a comeback, something he fully intended on exploring. Perhaps he would begin by reclaiming Belgium, just as Evans had when he was forced from France. Gellert nodded to himself as he yawned. It was too late to make any firm decisions, and he would return to his ponderings when he had rested. Readying himself for bed, He took a moment to enjoy the feeling of security he was experiencing. It had been a difficult year of trials and tribulations, but maybe they were now at an end. Gellert fell asleep with that knowledge, his thoughts unavoidably remaining on his resurgence until he slipped into a peaceful slumber. He was roughly shaken awake only a few hours later. The sun had barely risen, and Gellert was greeted by the sight of a frantic Cassiopeia Black. "What is it?" he snapped. "There is fighting on the French border," she explained. Gellert chuckled to himself. "No to worry," he said dismissively. "They won't break through." "Gellert," Cassiopeia growled. "They already did. Somehow they entered the country and attacked us from behind." "How?" Gellert asked dumbly as he stood, the remainder of his sleepy state evaporating at the revelation. Cassiopeia shook her head. "I don't know, but they are there," she explained. "The report I've received is not good." Gellert's jaw tightened. He knew not how Evans had managed such a feat, but that didn't matter. If the ICW forces had entered France en masse and caught his own men off guard, all could be lost. "I must go there," he decided, readying himself before retrieving his wands. "Is Evans there?" Cassiopeia nodded darkly. "According to the report, he is leading his men." "Then I will do the same," Gellert murmured to himself. "This is it," he added with a snort. "If we cannot repel the attack, our cause could very well be up in flames." Cassiopeia shook her head. "No, it won't be the end," she offered reassuringly. Gellert chuckled humorlessly. "Oh, my dear sweet girl," he sighed. "I have watched you grow these past years, yet there is still some of that naivety in you. If France falls, there will be no clawing our way back. Evans will make sure of that. Now it is my job to ensure that does not happen. And I will be right with you." Gellert offered the woman a genuine smile as he took her by the hand. "Then we will emerge victorious or fall defeated together." Break. As planned, they had caught Grindelwald's men unaware, the first few minutes of the ensuing battle having consisted of the enemy attempting to mount a defense. Before they could, hundreds had been killed, and their twisted bodies were strewn across the land, most unmoving, some on the verge of death and others screaming in agony from their wounds. Some tried to flee, but they quickly joined the mounting corpses, and when Grindelwald's followers realized there was no escape for them, they fought for their lives with a ferocity that only such desperation could bring. Evidently, they had been so cocksure that the impressive defenses that kept attackers out of the country would not be breached, and in believing so, they had taken no measures for it. Grindelwald's men were little more than cornered animals, scared, confused, and wanting nothing more than to break free. There would be no mercy. Long before they had arrived, Harry had decided that their enemies would either throw down their wands and surrender, or they would die. He was taking no chances with the lives of his own men. The enemy had chosen to fight for Grindelwald, after all, a choice they had made willingly. Batting aside a rupturing curse, Harry returned fire with a spell of his own and watched as his attacker's throat was torn open. The man collapsed soundlessly to the ground, his wand all but forgotten as he frantically clutched at the wound in an attempt to stem the flow of blood that only added to the rest that had already been spilled. He fell still even before Harry could engage his next target, a large African who was blasted backwards, his chest caved in from the impact. The familiar smell of blood and evacuated bowels filled the air along with the never-ending cacophony of screams and moans. Familiar, but no less disconcerting than the first battle Harry had taken part in so many years prior. He despised the mass fighting, the unpredictability of what could happen, and the risk of being struck down by an errant spell. Nonetheless, there was something Harry found so invigorating about it, about feeling so alive when death was so near. With his presence finally being noted, he soon found himself faced with several opponents at once, their eyes full of fear as they engaged him, the fear only growing when their efforts to stop him bore no fruit. Instead, they themselves were cut down, some cleanly so that they wouldn't suffer, and others unintentionally crudely, but no longer a threat at the very least. Harry couldn't be certain how long he fought, nor how many of Grindelwald's followers Charles, Arcturus, Gilbert, and Yaxley had killed beside him where he knew they would remain. Everything became somewhat a blur as the battle continued, one face becoming another, and then another as they fell, but were always replaced in a seemingly endless cycle. It wasn't until a familiar presence made itself known that Harry was pulled from the heat of battle, only to see that Grindelwald himself had arrived and was attempting to rally his troops. Whilst they reformed into something that resembled a cohesive unit, the man's gaze swept across the battlefield until they came to rest on Harry. The two glared at one another, the history between them having culminated into this moment, and Grindelwald merely nodded in acknowledgement as he placed his wand to his throat. "No more of our men need to die, Commander," he called. "Let US indulge in what appears to be fate's desire and settle the animosity between US." Fate. It was a concept that had seemingly followed Harry around for his entire life, and he had grown tired of it. Had come to despise the notion that there were moments in his future that were destined to happen, that they were unavoidable. This felt like it was one of them, and he forced the words of the prophecy from his mind, his nostrils flaring. It was not often he would agree with Grindelwald on anything, but the war had brought them to this moment, the words of a prophecy yet to be spoken here perhaps contributing to that. Regardless of whether Harry believed in it or not, here they were, two men who led others into battle who could settle the entire affair between them. A year ago, Harry had not entertained the idea that the war would be ended with Grindelwald's death, but as he looked upon what remained of his followers, he began to believe it just might. With all the defeats they had suffered, their cause would collapse without their leader. They looked to him and were relying on him to fix the problem they faced. Without Grindelwald, they were nothing. Harry's men were not of the same disposition. When he looked at them, he saw determination, a willingness to fight because if they didn't, the world around them would become something far worse than it already was. Harry snorted as he shook his head and placed the tip of his wand to his throat. "If you die, then maybe the war will be over," he conceded. "But my death will settle nothing. My men will continue to fight as they always have. My life is much less important than yours here." "Then what is it you are afraid of?" Grindelwald goaded. "I'm not afraid," Harry returned honestly. "Then let US not stand on ceremony, Commander Evans," Grindelwald urged. "Let US meet and settle this as we should." Harry simply nodded as he braced himself for the fight to come, only to be held back by Charles as he moved to step forward. "You have Rosa and Minerva to think about," he reminded him needlessly. "Let someone else fight." Harry shook his head. "This is my fight, Charles," he sighed. "I won't die here today, but if the worst happens, she will have you. I wouldn't have named you her godfather unless I believed you would do everything for her and Minerva if anything was to happen to me. I have to do this, Charles. He's right, it was fate that brought us together." Charles muttered irritably under his breath. "Bollocks," he denied. "You're doing this to save us and the rest of them if you can," he added, pointing towards the enemy. Harry chuckled humorlessly. "A good friend of mine said I have a thing for saving people," he explained. "Maybe that is why I found myself here," he added thoughtfully before continuing on his way and leaving a thoroughly confused Charles in his wake. "Break. This is it then," Arcturus mused aloud as he watched Grindelwald and Harry exchanging words on the ground that divided the two sides. "What do you think they're saying?" Charles asked worriedly. "Well, I doubt they're discussing the weather," Arcturus snorted. The back and forth between Harry and Grindelwald continued on for only another minute before the former took several steps backwards, his wand poised and ready. "You are not to interfere, any of you," Grindelwald commanded his followers, his gaze fixed on a woman at the front of his ranks. At the sight of his older sister, Arcturus's jaw tightened, as did the grip around his wand. He had not laid eyes on her since shortly after he arrived on the continent so many months prior, and seeing her now caused his temper to flare. A calming, Yet trembling hand came to rest atop his shoulder and gave it a squeeze. "Ignore her for now," Charles urged. "You can decide what must be done after." Arcturus nodded gratefully. "Do you think Evans will win?" Charles released a deep breath. "I believe in him," he replied confidently, "but you can never be certain with two men like that." Before Arcturus could reply, the pomp of the build-up towards the fight came to an end as Harry and Grindelwald both struck, the two offerings colliding in midair, causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble from the force of the impact. "Fucking hell," Arcturus cursed as he felt the magical backlash wash over him. Not that he had time to dwell on it, as the two combatants continued their deadly dance, each getting the feel for the other. It was as exciting as it was terrifying, the magic each wielded showing just how they had carved their respective reputations. And Arcturus had no doubt that whatever the outcome was, this was a moment in history that would never be forgotten. "Break." "I've never seen anything like it," Nancy whispered, her grip on Reg's arm squeezing uncomfortably tight. For more than an hour, Harry and Grindelwald had been trading blows, not merely spells, but magic that very few could hope to command as they attempted to slaughter one another. There had been several near misses on both sides, but just when it appeared that the duel would be brought to an end, somehow each managed to nullify or manipulate what had been sent towards them to work in their favor. It was an incredible sight to behold, a fight for the ages between two men who possessed such an uncanny affinity for magic and such terrifying talent with their wands. Reg could think of very few others who could perform in such a way, who could hope to endure the position of either combatant with so much calm or intent, and who would not have succumbed to death already. "Me either," he murmured in reply, his own along with thousands of other pairs of eyes transfixed by what was unfolding before him. "Break." A trio of chains shot from the tip of Grindelwald's wand, each tipped with a hook that wouldn't be out of place in an abattoir. With a circular motion, Harry entwined them before tearing them from Grindelwald's grip. With a hiss, he banished them back towards his foe with a couple of cutting curses for good measure. The chains screeched as they caught ablaze and transformed into a striking serpent. Grindelwald managed to sidestep the creation and caught it with the end of his wand, not the elder wand, before unleashing a guttural roar of pain and anger as one of the curses clipped his leg. Without delay, and despite his latest wound, he brandished the captured snake like a whip and snapped it towards Harry, who redirected it with an upwards flick of his wand, the searing heat he had created warming the skin on his cheek uncomfortably so. Still, he avoided being immolated, and the chains exploded in a fiery shower that Harry diverted towards Grindelwald, who conjured a shield. The small scraps of glowing shrapnel rained down upon the man, clanging loudly against the shield, and those that missed buried themselves into the ground around him. Grindelwald shot Harry a baleful glare, a gesture that was returned before the duel continued in vain. With a sharp, stabbing motion of his wand, the debris around Grindelwald was propelled towards him, and instead of risking an attempt to intercept so many projectiles, Harry vanished in a cloud of smoke, something his foe was evidently prepared for. He reappeared a safe distance away, as the mixture of rocks, dirt, and even bodies smashed into the ground where he had just been standing. He found himself on the defensive, spinning to avoid a spine-snapping curse and needing to bat away a clotting hex that came so close to striking him. Instinctively, he ducked below another offering as he readied his own attack. An unbroken bolt of lightning careened towards Grindelwald, who managed to encapsulate himself within a golden dome in the nick of time, the resulting crackle loud enough to hurt Harry's own eardrums. The earth between him and the shielded Dark Lord was scorched, and as the lightning continued to lash against golden conjuration, Harry wiped some blood from a minor cut he had sustained on his neck and flicked the droplets into the stream. With a hiss, it flared, turning from a yellow hue to a smoldering red, and instead of sporadic bolts clashing with Grindelwald's magic, a dew of serpents formed, taking it in turns to hammer against the shield. The addition of the blood magic proved to be too much for Grindelwald's protections, and the man was thrown a considerable distance backwards when the shield collapsed, the force dispelling Harry's own spell. It took a moment for the resulting smoke to be dispelled, but when Harry managed it, Grindelwald was back on his feet once more, his glare no longer baleful but full of fury. Still, Harry would not grant him the opportunity to seize any advantage, and as such, he struck again, forcing Grindelwald on the defensive, the fight having been taken up a notch once more. Break. The duel had begun with a series of creative and impressive bouts of magic from both men, each testing the other's creativity and their ability to counter some incredible and obscure offerings. From there, the two had switched to more powerful and destructive spells that had left the ground around them churned up and full of craters. The magic was wild, unrestrained, and violent. The spectators had become concerned for their own safety, and on both sides had increased the distance between themselves and the ensuing fight. Something of a lull in comparison had followed. Both Harry and Grindelwald had switched to more localized spells that required precision to be effective, a display that had quickly become a contest of who could cast more accurately, quicker, and defend themselves at the same time. Now, what those looking on were experiencing was a mixture of everything, as neither man held anything back, the fight seemingly entering its final phase. "Bloody hell, how long has it been now?" Charles questioned. The longer the duel went on, the more nervous and irritable he became. "A little over 4 hours, Gilbert answered, his gaze not shifting from the display. "How do they do it?" Charles shook his head, frowning as someone grabbed his wrist. "Don't," Arcturus urged as though he had read his mind. "You'll only get yourself killed." Charles swallowed deeply and nodded. Only a fool would want to find themselves in between Harry and Grindelwald. "Come on, Harry," he growled. Watching the duel was the most nerve-wracking thing Charles had endured throughout the war, the feeling of helplessness, something with which he was unfamiliar. "Bastard," Arcturus grumbled as Grindelwald countered a throttling curse Harry had landed, the former having undoubtedly learned it from Cassiopeia. The spell was directly from the Black family grimoire, and his sister shot him a smug grin from across the way, where she too was watching with unwavering interest. Arcturus scowled at the woman. When the war was done, he had no idea what he would do with her. As the head of his family, it would be his responsible to defend her if she was apprehended by the ICW, something he would be reluctant to do. As far as he was concerned, she could rot in prison for the rest of her life. Still, Harry had to win the fight first, and though Arcturus had every faith in him, neither he nor Grindelwald had remained unscathed, and anything could truly happen at this point. Break. Gellert was beginning to regret waiting so long to confront Evans, and he could not help but reflect on when their paths had first crossed in such circumstances in the cave on the coast of Greece. The younger man had been exceptionally good then, but he had gotten better, faster, and even more durable. Back then, Gellert at least had experience on his side, but that was no longer the case. For the most part, he had not involved himself in the fighting that had taken place on the continent, but Evans had, and it was showing in his conditioning, his ability to function so calmly under pressure, and his downright ruthlessness. Whenever Gellert met his gaze in the briefest of reprieves in the action, he saw a measured hate, a controlled fury that was quite out of place on his foe's features. The hate was not aimed at Gellert, but was something that resided deeply within the young man. What or who could cause such loathing? Whatever it was, Evans had learned to harness it, to hone it into the magic he wielded, and had done so expertly. Gellert knew that Evans' parents had been murdered when he had been but a boy. Was that what elicited such wrath in the man, or was there much more to him? Even after all the years Gellert had known of him, Evans had remained quite the frustrating mystery. With a flick of his wand, he reduced the conjured spear that had been sent his way to ash and turned to avoid a barbed arrow that followed. Centering himself once more, he sent a ball of fire into the air and split it into several smaller ones that he launched towards Evans only to grunt and stagger forward as something thudded into his shoulder from behind. An error on his part, he realized. As he chanced a glance to see the shaft of the arrow he'd avoided protruding from his back. Already the wound throbbed, but Gellert knew he had to ignore it for the time being. Some of the cuts he had sustained, he had managed to crudely heal by cauterizing them, but this one must wait. By the light of another spell that Evans cast, Gellert caught a glimpse of Evans' expression. There was no jubilation to be seen, but only the same guarded determination that had been present throughout their fight. It was a shameful thing to admit, but without the Elder Wand, Gellert was having much more difficulty than he would if he was using. His own wand worked as it always had, even if it did feel sluggish in comparison. It wasn't that Evans was the better wizard, far from it, but Gellert could not deny that he was the better fighter. With a snort and knowing that it could prove to be detrimental, he placed his own wand in his left hand and drew the one of legend into his right, the very same one that had been somewhat fickle every time he had used it against his opponent. It was not a decision he took lightly, but he had come to rely on it as a man with a limp would lean on a cane to walk a little easier. Evans merely nodded in acknowledgement. Did he know what it was Gellert possessed? Were it anyone else, the thought would be dismissed out of hand, but after his most recent visit to Gregorovitch, it was almost inevitable that he had. The wandmaker would have told him. Gellert's nostrils flared, and he sent a flurry of spells towards the man who still somehow had the ability to avoid them nimbly. He could not be certain how long they had been fighting, but Evans barely seemed fatigued, and the wounds Gellert had inflicted were not bothering him nearly as much as his own. Still, Gellert would not concede anything to Evans. If all was to be lost, then it would have to be torn away from him. Ever since he had begun his journey, Gellert had been willing to die for his cause, though he hadn't anticipated he would be met by such a foe. He'd imagined that it would be Albus that would stand in his way, but not as Evans did. His old friend would never kill him, but Harry Evans was not Albus. It was a rather grim truth he'd had to accept, but Gellert had, nonetheless, and now it was time to end this, to be rid of the threat that had risen against him. Bracing himself, his grip tightened around the Elder Wand, and Gellert sprung into action, as prepared to die now as he had when he first envisioned what the world should be. Break. Despite what Grindelwald had told himself, drawing the Elder Wand was nothing but a move born of desperation. It had taken time, but Harry had gotten the measure of the man. He was an exceptional wizard, a creative one with power in spades, but Gellert Grindelwald lacked the same tenacity and viciousness that Voldemort possessed. Grindelwald did not fight with rage or psychopathic unpredictability, nor did he often delve into the dark arts the same way Riddle had been wont to do. Harry remembered it well, his time in the graveyard after the Tri-Wizard tournament, something that still haunted him. No, Grindelwald was not Tom Riddle, not as vindictive but no less talented either. He, however, was comfortable with combat, but he had not faced anyone like Harry who had learned ruthlessness, who knew how to draw on it when needed. Perhaps it was all that had befallen him throughout his life, or maybe even something left within him by the piece of Voldemort's soul he had carried for so long. He couldn't be certain, but he felt it whenever he found himself in battle. Grindelwald had spent his life fighting Aurors attempting to capture him, and his other notable duel was against a young Dumbledore who did not possess the ability and desire to take a life. Perhaps Grindelwald had faced those willing to kill him, but never anyone like Harry, not anyone willing to do whatever it took to survive and even punish those that had wronged him. His mind drifted back to Bellatrix Lestrange, and how he had tried and failed to punish her with the Cruciatus Curse. Harry had merely been a boy then, but that was no longer the case. He'd honed his skills, had taken the gifts the ritual had provided, and devoted himself to learning all that Tom Riddle had. Day after day in the room of requirement during his remaining years at Hogwarts, he had practiced, had studied, and mastered all he could from the Slytherin and Flamel libraries in preparation for his eventual confrontation with the Dark Lord that had plagued him. Many times, Harry had revisited the memory of Dumbledore and Voldemort's duel in the Ministry, had looked on as the former struggled to match the latter. And it wasn't because Dumbledore was lacking in ability. It was that he too was not ruthless enough to defeat him. Harry did not suffer that shortcoming, and it was something that Grindelwald would learn the hard way. A 16-year-old Tom Riddle had drawn comparisons between himself and Harry, and though at the time it had sickened him to even consider the truth in his words, Riddle had been right. In so many ways they were similar, though their circumstances had been different. Tom was cruel for the sake of cruelty, for the enjoyment he experienced from it, whereas Harry had needed to become ruthless to survive, to overcome everything that he had and would come to face. With that in mind, he parried away Grindelwald's latest attack and delved into his learnings that a man like the one he faced now could never understand, who had never had the same experiences that had shaped Harry into what he had grown to become. Spell after spell left his wand, and though Grindelwald did what he could to shield or avoid them, it quickly became clear that he was uncomfortable when facing such magic. Rupturing curses, organ-liquefying curses, bone-splintering curses, and all manner of lethal spells designed only to maim and destroy were sent forth, and Grindelwald was taken aback by the speed and fluidity with which Harry cast them. In his pursuit of becoming the best he could in defending himself from this magic, Harry had become an expert in it in his own right, and now it was paying dividends. Grindelwald stumbled backwards under the onslaught, depleted from his lack of preparation for a drawn-out fight, his faith in his ability to end any conflict quickly being to his own detriment. He was not ready for this, nor had he been prepared to face what confronted him now. This wasn't Harry Evans, the hit wizard, or Commander-in-Chief Evans that led the campaign against him. This was Harry Potter, the man who had lost almost everything to a monster, and had needed to become just as ruthless as the one he was fated to fight to ensure he lost nothing else. The memories of a life he had left behind, yet still carried the burden of, played in front of his eyes as his attack continued, only increasing in intensity as each one passed. The scorn he had endured throughout his 5th year, when he had only spoken the truth about Voldemort's return. The articles published in the Daily Prophet. The whispered accusations of those that believed he had murdered Cedric. Sirius falling through the veil of death, and Bellatrix's resounding laughter. Voldemort murdering Cedric before torturing Harry until he could barely stand. Each task he had been forced to take part in during the tournament. Being called a cheater and being shunned by his peers. The Dementors in his 3rd year and learning the truth of his parents' betrayal. The Chamber of Secrets, and once more being vilified for something he had no control of. Quirrell, Voldemort, and the stone. The anger he carried from all of them came forth, but the worst had, and always would be the pleading of his mother as she begged for his life to be spared and for Voldemort to take hers instead. The man had laughed at her, murdered her before turning his wand on a boy that could not defend himself. That laughter still featured in his nightmares with the pleading of a desperate woman willing to die for her son, and it was this that tipped Harry over the edge. Feebly, Grindelwald raised the Elder Wand, only to gasp as his hand was cleaved in half at the knuckles, and his fingers, along with the wand, thudded to the ground. Harry was breathing heavily, the tears stinging his eyes as he unleashed a final spell that Grindelwald attempted to shield to no avail. The man stood staring at him questioningly, before his gaze drifted downwards to the hole that had been punched through his chest. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words were forthcoming, and Gellert Grindelwald collapsed forwards, perishing with nothing more than a look of reluctant acceptance as a final farewell. Silence followed from both sides as Harry approached the fallen man and kicked him to his back to ensure he was indeed dead. There was no life left in his still open eyes that Harry closed to preserve the man's dignity. Discreetly, he slid the Elder Wand up his sleeve, the magic washing over him feeling as familiar as the cloak he possessed and the ring he wore around his neck. Now was not the time to dwell on such things, however. Grindelwald was dead, but the work to undo the damage he had caused would begin, and that undertaking could take months, years even. Surveying the carnage that had been wrought between himself and his fallen foe, Harry released a deep breath, grateful that they had not met in a town or city. The land here would never be the same, would remain as scarred as he was as a reminder of what had occurred. "N-O-O," a feminine voice screamed, but before Harry even needed to raise his wand to defend himself, the path between him and Cassiopeia Black was blocked by Arcturus, who directed the spell she had sent off to the side. "Drop your wand," he demanded furiously. "Grindelwald is dead, it's over." Harry watched curiously to see what the woman would do, acutely aware that the rest of his men were approaching with their wands drawn. What was left of Grindelwald's forces were outnumbered considerably, and they had nothing left to fight for, something they too realized as they held their hands up in defeat. Cassiopeia, however, clung onto her wand as tears streamed down her cheeks, and she trembled in her uncompromisable state. "I will not," she hissed. "Don't be a fool, Cass," Arcturus implored. "You have nothing to gain from this. Everyone else has surrendered." Cassiopeia stared at her brother defiantly, and Harry felt the fatigue of the fight begin to set in. He was exhausted from his efforts and wanted nothing more than to rest, but rest was something he would get little of. "You've not seen the last of me, Evans," Cassiopeia spat before she activated a portkey and vanished. "Stupid cow," Arcturus grumbled under his breath as he turned to Harry and shrugged. "Leave her," Harry advised. "There are more important things we need to focus on. Retrieve all of their wands and bring them into custody. It will be up to the ICW what happens to them." Arcturus nodded and began barking instructions at the others, whilst Charles wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders. "Come on, let's get you out of here," he said worriedly. "You need to be checked over. Reg will help Petter, Adams, and the other commanders with everything here." Harry could only nod tiredly as Charles began leading him away. "How are you?" the Potter Lord asked. Harry didn't know how he felt. He was relieved, but somehow empty at the same time. This was not how he had envisioned he would feel, but maybe after some rest, the reality would set in. Gellert Grindelwald was dead, and for the most part, the war was over, but there was no elation and no joy to be had in this moment. "I don't know," he answered honestly. "I'm glad it is done, but the real work will begin now," he added with a sigh. Charles chuckled humorlessly. "So, I suppose it is too early to ask when we can go home." "Home," Harry murmured, the thought of being with Minerva and Rosa reminding him of what exactly he had fought for. "We will get there, Charles, some of us sooner than others," he promised. Chapter 92. Home having received the brief note from Charles, Minerva had barely slept and had spent much of the night packing back and forth, waiting for any further news, waiting to hear from Harry himself. "Minerva. Harry killed Grindelwald. He is fine but is resting and will be in touch as soon as he possibly can. Expect company, but until they arrive, stay at home. Charles." On its own, the note was ominous, and she had read it dozens of times, unable to believe the words. She likely wouldn't have had they not been penned in the familiar scrawl of Charles Potter. Minerva had done as she was bid, and though it was difficult to not seek further clarification, the night had passed, and she had busied herself caring for Rosa. She was nearing her second birthday now, was growing quickly into a curious, adventurous girl. For almost a year, she had been displaying bouts of accidental magic, nothing dangerous much to Minerva's relief, but she had become rather adept at escaping her caught. Thankfully, Cora was on hand to intervene when needed, and often enough, Minerva would hear the little elf gently chastising her giggling daughter, who found no end of amusement from her own escapades. She was just like Harry in so many ways, quiet, observant, but proving to have quite the fiery temper, though that could have been inherited by both her parents. With a snort, Minerva recalled trying to feed the girl some mashed carrots, only to find that Rosa did not want them. Instead, the bowl had somehow been propelled into Minerva's face, much to the joy of her daughter. She was pulled from her reminiscing by the sound of an alert, letting her know that someone was at the door. Picking up Rosa, who had been playing with a set of Quidditch figurines, She headed to the entrance hall and opened it to be greeted by the sight of Reg Yaxley and around a dozen others. "Minerva," he greeted her warmly. "Harry has sent us to act as a guard for you and the little one. Is it necessary to have so many of you?" A smirk tugged at Reg's lips as he nodded. "Orders from the commander himself," he snorted. "Some of Grindelwald's followers are still out there, and he is not taking any chances. We will try not to get in your way." Minerva tutted, but allowed them to enter the house. Had they not been given express permission by Harry, they wouldn't have made it past the gate, after all. "Well, haven't you grown?" Reg cooed at Rosa as Minerva led her guests to the parlor room that looked over the grounds. Harry had brought the man to visit Rosa shortly after her first birthday, and the girl had been quite taken with him. Rosa eyed him curiously for a moment before blushing and hiding her face in the crook of Minerva's neck, eliciting a chuckle from Reg. "Oh, that is so cute," an American woman who was unfamiliar to Minerva commented. "What can I say? The ladies love me," Reg returned with a grin. The woman rolled her eyes and shook her head amusedly. "You've spent too much time with Potter and Gilbert." "Probably," Reg conceded. "As you can already see, the little lady that is hiding is Harry's daughter, and her beautiful mother was somehow charmed by our commander. Minerva, this is my wife, Nancy." Minerva offered the woman a tight smile. "What happened, Reg?" she asked as she took a seat and gestured for others to follow suit. Reg's expression darkened, and he released a deep breath. "I don't know how much you are aware of what we have been doing, but we managed to enter France undetected and catch Grindelwald's men unaware," he began. "It didn't take long for him to hear what had happened, and he arrived shortly after. Seeing that he was going to lose, he challenged Harry to a one-on-one duel." "And Harry accepted," Minerva sighed. "Would you expect anything less from the Pratt?" Minerva shook her head and allowed Rosa, who had finally emerged, off her lap to roam around the room. "Is he all right?" "He's fine," Reg assured her. "Nothing more than some superficial wounds, but bloody hell, none of us will ever witness anything like we did between them. They were at it for hours, and when Harry won, Grindelwald's lot surrendered. We took them into custody. There are still things to deal with, but Harry has promised that he will be home by tomorrow to see you, and I'd like to see anyone try to stop him." "Tomorrow?" "He's already been summoned for a debrief by the ICW," Reg sighed irritably. "He's not happy, but I suppose they want to hear what happened from him." Minerva nodded her understanding. "Am I allowed to leave the house now?" "You can do whatever you like," Reg replied. "We're not here to keep you prisoner just as an extra precaution. You know what Harry is like." "So, he sent 12 of you." Reg chuckled. "He was going to send 20, but I managed to convince him that was too much." Minerva snorted amusedly. "Has the news broken yet?" "It will in the Daily Prophet this morning," Reg explained. "We've already had reporters sniffing around, taking photos, and trying to talk to Harry." "I bet he loved that." "He doesn't know," Reg said with a grin. "They haven't managed to get past Arcturus yet, and they're not so willing to push their luck with him." Minerva couldn't blame them. The name alone was enough to deter anyone. "I'd like to visit Diagon Alley. I need to see it for myself," she declared. Without hesitation, Reg nodded. "It happened, Minerva," he reassured her, "but we will take you. I'm sure most of this lot will appreciate being in civilized company and enjoying some fresh London air. Get yourself ready, we will be waiting for you." Minerva offered the man a grateful smile, retrieved Rosa, and headed to her bedroom. Harry was okay, and the worst part of the war was finally over. For years now, he had been on the continent doing all he could to put an end to Grindelwald, and though it wouldn't seem real until she saw Harry for herself, she allowed a sense of relief to wash over her as she dressed Rosa. When they were ready, half of the group sent to watch over them used the fireplace to travel to the leaky cauldron before Minerva and Rosa followed where they waited for the rest. The pub itself was full to capacity with people drinking even at this early hour as they sang the praises of those that had fought. the name of one person in particular being mentioned time and again. On the wall was a haphazardly created banner that simply read, "Evans for Minister," and Minerva couldn't help but laugh to herself. Harry would hate it, but the best part of the last 4 years had been difficult. There wasn't a single person in Britain who hadn't been affected by the war. Whether it was a family member or a friend who had volunteered to fight, it had touched each of them, and with it now finally coming to a close, a collective breath of relief could be taken. Exiting the pub, Minerva found the alley to be in very much the same mood. The witches and wizards of Great Britain had come out in droves to celebrate with each other. It was quite the heartwarming sight, and Minerva felt herself fill with pride as the gathered crowd began cheering for Harry as vendors handed out copies of the Daily Prophet, and others did so with ice cream and drinks. "They're cheering for your dad, Rosa," Minerva explained to the clueless girl as she looked around interestedly. "Duh," Rosa asked, her eyes searching for the man. "He will be back soon," Minerva promised. Rosa merely stared at her before she was quickly distracted by the sudden explosion of fireworks that erupted from near where Gringotts was situated. "Harry won't like this," Reg guffawed as he held up the paper he'd been handed. On the front was a picture a photographer had managed to snap of him in Bulgaria. He was helping a family find their belongings amongst a pile of rubble that had once been their home. Minerva smirked at it. In the photo, Harry was blowing bubbles out of his wand to entertain the children as he helped pull a large portrait from the remains of a collapsed fireplace. When her gaze shifted to the other accompanying photos, Minerva's smirk fell. "Is that what was left after?" she asked. These photos depicted an area of land that looked as though several bombs had been dropped on it. Reg nodded. "That's it," he confirmed. "It was a mess by the time they were done." As she suspected, this was where Harry and Grindelwald had fought. How any of them came out alive from the devastation that had been wrought, Minerva didn't know, but seeing the images of the aftermath made her realize just how dangerous it must have been. "He really is fine," Reg reiterated, seeing her demeanor shift. "He won, and that's all that matters." Minerva nodded and tore her eyes from the page. She didn't want to look at it anymore. If anything, she wanted these past years to one day fade so that they seemed to be nothing but a long, bad dream she'd once had. She wanted to forget the war had ever happened at all, but that wasn't possible. Minerva would settle for Harry coming home so they could begin healing, so that they could begin finally being a family. She could settle for that. Break. With the students away for the summer, it was the time of year that Albus and Armando switched their focus to the less urgent aspects of running the school, the things that were either put on hold whilst the students were here, or that were merely not needed to be discussed until now. For the most part, they tried to get this done at the beginning of the break so that they could enjoy a respite themselves, and it was no different now. Any thoughts on who should be head boy and girl? Albus hadn't given it much thought. His mind had been rather distracted as of late, and who would take up the posts was not something he had considered much. "I think Mr. Fawcett of Ravenclaw would be an excellent choice," he offered thoughtfully. Armando nodded and made a note on his parchment. "I was going to suggest him myself," he replied, his expression darkening as he released a deep breath. "I am surprised that Horace has not visited to plead his case for Mr. Riddle. They do not seem to have been as close this year. If anything, I would say they have drifted apart." Albus frowned at his colleague's observation. "Has Horace not said anything?" Armando shook his head. "No, he hasn't mentioned the boy once this year. That itself is unusual." Albus hummed as he drummed his fingers across the desk. What had happened between them for the man who advocated the boy so strongly to suddenly stop? Had Horace simply grown tired of being rebuffed by Armando? "Do you think we should talk to him?" he asked. Armando shrugged. "I will monitor the situation and broach the subject if I feel it is needed." Albus nodded his agreement. "Perhaps Rosalina has some thoughts on the matter," he chuckled. "She is heading in this direction rather quickly." Even before Armando could reply, there was a frantic knocking on the office door. "Come in," Armando called. Rosalina was uncharacteristically excited as she entered clutching the morning edition of the Daily Prophet. "Have you seen this?" she asked as she dropped it on the desk between them. Reading the headline on the front page, Albus experienced several emotions at once: jubilation, anger, sadness, and even heartbreak. EVANS, KILLS, GRINDLWLD in Sensational Duel. By Peter Stanforth. Albus didn't know what he was supposed to feel. He was glad that the war was over, pleased that the fighting would finally stop, but there was still a part of him that would mourn for Gellert. He felt guilty for taking the easy way out, for avoiding confronting his old friend when he could have been the difference between life and death. Albus knew he could defeat Gellert in a duel, but he hadn't been able to face him, not after what happened to Ariana. Perhaps he should have. If Albus had managed to muster enough courage, Gellert could have been defeated, yet his death would have been avoidable. Not that he could change that now. "Albus," Armando pressed gently. The Transfiguration professor swallowed deeply as he stood. "I'd like some time alone," he requested before taking his leave of the room. He and Gellert had once been best friends, more in truth, and Albus had never truly gotten over what he had lost in the pursuit of that relationship. His sister, his brother, and now the one who had been his greatest inspiration. Despite everything that had happened, and all that Gellert had done, Albus had never stopped hoping the man would change his ways, had never stopped loving the enigmatic young man he had made the acquaintance of all those years ago. Now, Gellert's foolish ambition had got him killed, and though Albus abhorred violence of any kind, he might just be able to endure it for a reprieve from his aching heart. Break. Nicholas could only gawp at the newspaper as the owl delivered it, and he blinked several times to ensure his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. For the first time in as long as he could remember, he ran towards the kitchen with an excited Camille in tow. "Perenelle," he gasped as he entered, clutching his chest and breathing heavily. His 6th-century-old body was certainly not cut out for physical exertion. "Oh, Nicholas, look what you made me do," Perenelle huffed as she gestured to a fallen flower she had been pruning. "I've been growing these for months." Nicholas said nothing as he handed the woman the paper. Perenelle frowned before her eyes widened, and she looked between her husband and the headline. "Can it be true?" she whispered. Nicholas nodded, and Perenelle murmured to herself. "The boy did it," she declared emotionally. "He really did it." Nicholas beamed as he wrapped his arms around her. He couldn't remember a time he had felt prouder, not even when he and Albus had finished their work on the 12 uses of dragon's blood. "He did," Nicholas confirmed, truly relaxing for the first time in almost 4 years. Both he and Perenelle had been worried for Harry, and not a day went by that his wife didn't look out for a letter from him. There would be no need of that anymore. The war was all but over, and Nicholas had no doubt that Harry would return home to be with Minerva and Rosa as soon as he possibly could. Once more, Perenelle spoke to herself under her breath as she dried her tears of relief, and Nicholas found it hard to not let his emotions get the better of him. Harry had won the war, and though Nicholas had no doubt that what he'd experienced would haunt him for years to come, the man would have the opportunity to live. As soon as he puts his parents' murderer to rest, he added internally. That was another problem in itself, but one that only Harry had the right to address in any way he chose. Nicholas knew he wouldn't outright murder the boy whilst he was in school, but when he left and was considered a man grown, there would be nothing that would stop him finishing what began more than 20 years ago. Then he could live. Break. The last time Harry had been within the chambers of the ICW, the mood had been tense, and the expressions fixated on him grim at best. Now, however, that atmosphere was absent. The representatives of each country had given him a standing ovation as he entered, and even once that ended after several awkward moments, they offered him smiles and nods of appreciation when he met their stares. It was something that Harry was not comfortable with, but something he had been advised to accept nonetheless. Arcturus and Charles had taken it upon themselves to offer him advice before he had left, the thought of which left Harry fighting the urge to smirk to himself. Everyone will want to kiss your arse, Evans. Let them get it over with, accept whatever they want to give to you, and then they will have no reason to bother you anymore. That had been the suggestion of the Lord Black, as blunt as ever, but an approach Harry had come to appreciate. You earned everything, Harry. You have sacrificed more than they will ever be able to give you. So has everyone else, Harry pointed out. But no one else fought as long or as hard as you, Charles retorted. This war would still be happening without you and how you led us, and we won't let you think otherwise. Arcturus had nodded his agreement firmly, and the two of them had insisted on escorting him here. They were currently waiting outside the chamber, only content to do so when Harry had insisted he did not need them to guard him within. He didn't need them to guard him at all, but he appreciated the gesture from the duo, though their presence may have shielded him somewhat from the continuous flashing of cameras coming from the public gallery that was full of the world's press. Commander Evans, Abriot addressed Harry, pulling him from his thoughts. I would like to begin by thanking you on behalf of everyone in this room for what you have done. Without your efforts, we would not be here today celebrating victory. Once more, the representatives of the ICW broke out in applause, and Harry waited for an awkwardly long time for it to subside so that Abriot could continue. The wizarding world owes you a debt that it can never hope to pay, Commander Evans, the Supreme Mugwump said sincerely. These past few years, I have come to know you quite well. You have proven to be a competent leader, an incredible wizard, and an even more extraordinary man. You have overcome adversity and persevered when most others would have given up, and in the end, you personally stepped up to confront one of the most dangerous men in recent history to preserve the life of your own men, and even the enemy. There truly are no words that we could say that would do justice to the gratitude we all feel. The other representatives called their agreement, nodding animatedly as they did so. You will, of course, receive the highest honor that we can bestow upon you, and many other benefits befitting your achievements during the war. As you will from our own ministry, Doge broke in with a smile. Minister Folly plans to make some announcements of his own to the Wisengamot in the coming days and wished for me to offer his appreciation on his behalf. He is very keen to make your acquaintance once more, Commander Evans. Harry offered the man a slight bow in response, doing his best to ignore his own thoughts regarding politicians and their own agendas. As would be expected, Abriot declared before turning his attention back to Harry. Although the fighting is concluded, we hope there are still matters that must be attended to, Commander, and we would be most appreciative of your input. Harry had known his work was not done, but hearing the Supreme Mugwump speak, it made his stomach sink. Before he could speak, however, Abriot continued. The war will not officially be concluded until Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Japan formally sign a declaration of surrender, he explained. Once that has been done, we will need to negotiate treaties for each country who supported Grindelwald to ensure that something like this does not happen again. Harry nodded his understanding. What are your intentions for these countries? Harry asked. Abriot released a deep sigh. We have never faced anything like this. It is something that we must discuss in depth before any decisions are made, but we would like you to be a part of those talks in your current capacity. Your input will be invaluable as the man who led our forces. I'm no politician, Harry pointed out. No, but your opinion is valued, and you have already demonstrated a propensity towards fairness with the suggestions you made regarding Italy. Those were your terms, Commander Evans. We simply agreed with them, Abriot returned. That Harry couldn't deny. Many of the representatives wanted to punish Italy harshly, and in a way that would only breed further resentment, but Harry had been very vocally firm that should not be the approach taken. One merely needed to look at Muggle Germany over the past decades to see what unfair and harsh treatment would result in. Okay, Harry agreed. Abriot offered him a smile. What would your recommendation be in dealing with the rogue countries as they stand? He asked. We have yet to address them. Do they still have a standing force on the border? Germany, Austria, and Hungary do, Harry confirmed. I am uncertain of Japan, but they have little resistance to offer. Many of those killed in France were Japanese. Abriot nodded his understanding. As for my recommendation, I believe that you should open negotiations for terms of surrender, but make it clear that they must do so and that they hold no advantage. Extend something of an olive branch. Without Grindelwald and much of his army having been captured, their position is not favorable. Remind them of this, and they may be more willing to take a diplomatic approach. Abriot nodded thoughtfully. Not a politician, he muttered to himself amusedly. Speaking of the prisoners, what would you suggest being done with them? Harry released a deep breath. We captured more than 3,000 men, he explained. Holding a trial for each of them here is unfeasible. It would be much more convenient to send them back to their own countries and hand out fitting punishments to those that have committed war crimes. What they are deemed to be is at the discretion of the ICW. For this to be fair, an agreed-upon set of criteria will need to be created. It was what Harry would do, if given that decision to make. The idea has merit, Abriot mused aloud, eliciting murmurs of agreement from his peers. That is something to add to the agenda of things we must discuss. May I make another suggestion? Harry broke in once more. You may, Abriot allowed. I just want to emphasize that punishments should be fitting, Harry reiterated. Those who willingly and knowingly harmed civilians should receive the harshest of these, but those that killed in battle should be treated differently. If we were to harshly punish those, then I too would deserve to receive that punishment, as would many good men I know. Abriot nodded. Your input is duly noted, Commander Evans. What of Nurmengard? Harry inquired. The prisoners will be freed as soon as possible, Abriot assured him. We already have a team of cursebreakers ready to be dispatched as soon as Austria is deemed safe enough to do so. We are also in the process of ensuring aid is given to those countries in need of it. That was the only other topic Harry wished to broach, and he offered Abriot a bow of acknowledgement. When do you expect that you will hear a response from the countries that were occupied by Grindelwald? That is something we cannot be certain of, Abriot sighed. They may take time to ponder their positions, and even when that is done, it could take weeks for emissaries to be sent to begin negotiations. I will, of course, keep you informed of progress. Why do you ask? Because I have thousands of men who are keen to go home, Harry answered. Some have not seen their families for months. I would suggest that each representative summon their commanders and begin making arrangements for that to change as quickly as possible. We will do that as a priority, Abriot replied. We will aim to have our forces disbanded in the coming weeks. The quicker the treaties are in place, the quicker that can happen. Harry nodded gratefully. What do you plan on doing, Commander Evans? Doge asked curiously. With the war over? There is no need to retain my position, Harry cut in firmly. I will assist you with what loose ends need tying up, but as soon as agreements are in place, I will no longer be required. Nonsense, Doge snorted. You have proven to be indispensable. It would be foolish for us to not keep you on. The Department of Justice still requires a head, does it not? It does, Abriot confirmed, and Harry shook his head. I'm not interested, Harry sighed. The world knows who I am, so being a hit wizard is no longer a viable option, and I have no desire to train others to do it. If Fox is still alive, she is welcome to it. Doge did not appear to be pleased by Harry's dismissal, but he didn't comment on it. Let us not make any decisions about the future when there is still much more to do, Abriot urged diplomatically. There will be lots of time to discuss that when our more pressing matters are resolved. I think it would be prudent for Commander Evans to take his time and consider what it is he wishes to do. You will have the full support of the ICW whatever you decide. Harry offered the man an appreciative nod. Is there anything else you need me for? He questioned. I do not believe so, Abriot replied before anyone else could speak to the contrary. Then I am going home, Harry declared. It will be my daughter's birthday tomorrow, and I have missed enough of her growing up already. If you need to reach me for anything relating to what we have discussed, then do so through Reginald Yaxley. For anything else, speak to Petr Sokolov, who will be acting in my stead." With that, Harry turned and headed towards the door, ignoring the flashes of cameras and the questions fired at him by the gathered members of the press. He had nothing to say to them, and he had somewhere else he would much rather be. "Done?" Charles asked as he exited. Harry nodded. "Done," he confirmed. "For now, everything else can wait." Charles chuckled. "I'm going to get my mother and bring her home," he announced happily. "Everything else can wait," he agreed. "Arcturus." "You'd best not leave Doria waiting too long," Arcturus snorted. "For me, I just want to spend some time with Melania and the boys. I've barely seen Orion and Cygnus since they were born." Harry could empathize with the man. Rosa was going to be 2, and he had barely been around for more than a few weeks for her. Now, however, he would make it up to her and Minerva. Although the ICW had requested he assist them, that didn't mean he had to spend all of his time on the continent after Germany and the other rogue nations were dealt with. No, there was nothing more than Harry was looking forward to than going home. Whatever he decided to do later mattered not. He did not wish to even think about it until he had grown tired of home. Not that he would. If he ever had to leave his family, again, it would be too soon. Break. Angelica Potter was never one to put much stock in rumors, so when talk of the war ending reached the island, she did her best to ignore it. According to the locals, Grindelwald had been killed by Harry Evans, the mere mention of the name almost enough for her to believe that there may just be some truth to what was being said. Had Harry truly triumphed? She had not seen him for so long, and no matter what he had achieved, he would always be the quiet boy Charles had brought home to share the festive period with them. How long had that been? 6 years, maybe. Since William had passed on and Charles had gone to war, Angelica's sense of time had been skewed, but there was no mistaking the figure of her son as she spied him walking towards the house. Her chest tightened as she took in his appearance. Her boy was truly a man now, scarred by whatever hell it was he had endured in Europe, yet he was alive, and Angelica could not ask for anything more. "Is it true?" she asked, fearful that the rumors would be unfounded. Charles smiled, though there remained an edge to his gaze. "It is," he confirmed happily. "I've come to get you." Although Angelica was ecstatic, the thought of returning to the home she had shared with her husband terrified her. She knew that everywhere she looked she would see William, and as much as she wished he was here, she could not face being haunted by his presence. "I don't think I can," Angelica choked. Charles said nothing as he pulled her into his arms and simply held her for a few moments. "Why not?" he probed gently. "Without your father, it's not my home anymore." Charles' hold on her tightened, and she melted into him. He was like William in so many ways, yet so different now. Charles had become his own man in the wake of his father's death. "What do you want to do?" he asked. Angelica shrugged. "I don't know," she answered honestly. "Then we will stay here for a while," Charles decided. "At least until you know what you want to do, but you will have to return to Britain for my wedding." "You're getting married." Charles nodded before he explained what had transpired between himself, Doria, and Selwyn's plot. "He would never have dared had your father been alive," Angelica snapped angrily. "Well, he won't try it again," Charles said confidently. "It's fine, Mum, I dealt with it." Angelica smiled at the man. "He would be so proud of you, Charles," she offered sincerely. "I'm sure he is resting easy knowing that you are doing so well." Charles returned the gesture. "They are big shoes to fill," he chuckled. "You're already doing an amazing job. He would tell you the same." "Thanks, Mum," Charles replied. "Now, I know you're itching to ask me some questions, so should we get those out of the way with?" Angelica nodded. "How many stupid things have you and Harry done?" she asked. Judging by how Charles's face fell, Angelica knew that she wouldn't like the answer to that question. and after he had spoken for barely a minute, she could feel the beginnings of a headache setting in. If William was alive, he would tan both their hides, something that she herself was considering, though knowing both had made it through the fighting curbed that urge for the time being. For now, she was merely happy to have her son with her, so everything else could wait. Break. Becoming aware that someone else had just arrived at the house, Minerva took in her reflection and began fixing her hair, eliciting a snort of amusement from Reg. Bloody hell, girl, you could be dressed in a bin bag and Harry would worship the ground you walk on, he commented. Minerva shot the man a glare, but she couldn't hide the blush of her cheeks. Still, Reg held up a hand to prevent her from leaving the room, doing so himself to see who was approaching the house. He had taken his guard duty seriously since he'd arrived the previous day, and Minerva doubted the man had even slept. Her heart began to race as she heard the voices drawing ever closer, both now quite familiar to her, but one more so. The very same one she had come to love and miss during his absences the past 8 years. As Harry entered the room, Minerva felt herself fill with warmth at the easy smile that graced his lips, lacking the usual tension that hung over him like a lead weight. "I'll be in touch soon, Reg," he said, embracing the man briefly and thanking the others before they took their leave, offering Harry bows and words of gratitude as they did so. When they were finally alone, Minerva did not hesitate to close the distance between them and wrap her arms around him. "Is it really over?" she asked. She felt him nod against her. "For now," he replied, breathing her scent in deeply. "There are things to do, but not for a while, hopefully." Minerva smiled as she relaxed. She didn't want to speak about the war anymore, or about the fight Harry had with Grindelwald. She knew him well enough to know that he didn't wish to discuss it either, and all he would want to focus on was being home and spending some time with their daughter. "Where is she?" he asked only a moment later. Minerva laughed as she looked up at him, his eyes searching for Rosa. "She's asleep," well, she was. "Would you like to see if she's awake?" Harry nodded, and the two of them made their way to Rosa's room, where the girl was indeed sleeping, clutching the training broom that Harry had brought for her birthday the previous year. "She sleeps with it often," Minerva explained. "She loves that broom." Harry smiled as he simply stared at the slumbering toddler. "Let's leave her," he suggested, though it was clear that he wanted nothing more than to wake Rosa up. "I'm not going anywhere." Minerva nodded and led him away from the bedroom and to another one only a short distance down the hall. "What are we doing here?" Harry asked. Minerva released a deep sigh. "I know you don't want to talk about the war, but I don't think you'll be able to ignore this for long," she said as she pushed the door open. "Bloody hell, what is all that?" Harry gasped. "Mail for you," Minerva said casually. "Cora has been sorting it into piles of official correspondence, business letters and gifts from anyone else who has sent them. They began arriving last night and haven't stopped." Harry looked horrified and cursed under his breath. "I only set wards up to block anything dangerous," he groaned. "What am I going to do with all this?" "Well, usually, you would open it," Minerva replied with a smirk. "I would probably start with the official ones. Several of them have ministry seals on them." "From our ministry." "From several ministries," Minerva corrected amusedly. "Bollocks," Harry grumbled as he looked towards her pleading, the very same way he did when they had been teenagers and he needed something. "Help." Minerva hummed thoughtfully to herself, before caving at the expression of helplessness of the man. "Fine," she huffed dramatically. Harry shot her a winning smile, and the two of them sat down to begin the task. Although sizable in its own right, the ones that had arrived from the ministries paled in comparison to those that arrived from whom Minerva referred to as Harry's admirers, much to his chagrin. They worked through the pile of missives, some containing medals of some description, and personal letters from ministers and other leaders offering their congratulations and gratitude on his victory. In truth, it was quite overwhelming for Harry, something that Minerva couldn't miss. Amongst them, she found one from the British ministry and handed it to him. The minister would like to see me at my convenience, he sighed. An open invitation, Minerva questioned. Well, he hasn't given me a time or date, so I suppose so. Maybe I'll arrive in the early hours so he can't try to use me as a show pony, he mused aloud. Minerva snorted as she shook her head. I know you don't like it, Harry, but it will blow over eventually, she assured him. The more you hide from it, the worse it will be. I know, Harry grumbled. I'll see him, but everything else can wait until we are married. How soon do you think we can do that? Minerva was taken aback by the question. She would never forget that he had asked her, but with everything that had happened, she hadn't seen it as a priority. I don't know, she answered honestly. We would have to ask him. Then we will do that, Harry declared as he pulled Minerva to her feet. I think we've both waited long enough, if that's what you still want. It broke her heart to still see the insecurity he carried from his childhood. Despite everything he had done and how highly thought of he was, Harry's opinion of himself would always be lower than anyone else's. It bothered Minerva, but at the same time, it was an endearing quality. Harry was as humble as anyone else she had met, even though he had reason to be more boastful than others. It is, Minerva answered easily, but I think our conversation with Dad will have to wait, she added, nodding over his shoulder. Harry turned to see a sleepy Rosa walking towards them, still holding her broom and pausing as she looked up at him, her eyes widening. Duh, she asked curiously. That simple query was all it took for Harry to sweep her into his arms, the final vestiges of irritation melting away as he held their daughter who began giggling happily. Rosa was just as happy to have her father home as Minerva was, and as Harry shot her a glance, she could see that there was nowhere else he would rather be either. There were things that would need to be addressed in the coming days and weeks, but for now, nothing was more important than this, not even the dark cloud on the horizon that Harry would soon look towards. Chapter 93. The most precious of things having only been home for a few days before Rosa's birthday, Harry and Minerva decided they would keep the affair an intimate one. They had invited her parents, the Flamels, and Rosalina for dinner, but had not hosted a party. With Charles still away, he had sent a present for his goddaughter with the promise that he would visit as soon as he was home, which would be soon if he accepted the invitation to the wedding, something the man wouldn't miss for anything. Although it had been nice to shut out the world for a while, the ever-growing pile of missives Harry received were beginning to play on his mind, so he had finally opted to address the more pressing ones. His business ventures were proving to be more profitable with each passing year, but it was the ones stamped with official ministry seals that he responded to, making use of the post office in Hogsmeade to do so. A written reply would, much to his relief, suffice for most, but there were those he would need to deal with in person. Those had also been responded to with an explanation that he would visit when he was able to do so, but his own Minister of Magic could not be dismissed so easily. Harry had a strong disliking for politics, but as Minerva had pointed out, Minister Folly was someone he would have to make an exception for. It would not do to offend the man. The last thing Harry wanted was another minister as an enemy. Fudge had made his life miserable with his lies, and the wizarding public had proven to be fickle, willing to listen to almost anything the minister told them. As such, Harry found himself in the ministry, disguised as he made his way through the atrium and towards Folly's office. "Wand, please," the guard behind the desk demanded. Wordlessly, Harry handed it to the man who ran it through the scanner and handed him the printed piece of parchment without even reading it. A rather lax security guard indeed, something that Harry was grateful for. It meant that he could pass by without any attention being drawn to him. He'd made the mistake of visiting Diagon Alley to buy a present for Rosa, in disguise of course, but what he had seen was enough to put him off making any public appearances for the foreseeable future, at least. Banners had been hung calling for him to be elected minister, along with other messages offering words of gratitude for what he had done. Harry shook his head of those thoughts as he reached the office of Minister Folly, only to be intercepted by a trio of aurors who had their wands drawn. What is your business here? A large blonde man demanded. I'm here to speak with the minister, Harry replied. He is expecting me. Name? Harry Evans. The blonde frowned as he scrutinized Harry, looking for anything familiar that he would have likely seen in the newspaper over the past week. With a sigh and a wave of his hand, Harry removed the disguise. Bloody hell, it is him, one of the man's companions gasped. And I would prefer that my presence was kept quiet, Harry said firmly. The man's jaw snapped shut, and he nodded frantically. I'll let the minister know you're here, Evans. The blonde broke in, turning and knocking on the office door, entering when he was bid to do so. He re-emerged a moment later and beckoned Harry forward. I am required to search you, Commander Evans, he said apologetically. Harry nodded his consent and held his hands up whilst the man carried out his search. 2 wands, he asked curiously. You never know when you may need a spare, Harry returned. He had taken to carrying the Elder Wand with him along with his own, and had used it a handful of times. In truth, it worked no better than the one he already had, though he could not deny the difference in the feel of the magic. The Elder Wand was as cold as the cloak and stone, but it didn't seem to better his magical performance, not that Harry could notice. The Auror nodded thoughtfully as he gestured for Harry to pass him and enter the office. Releasing a deep breath, Harry did so to be greeted by quite a giddy Minister Folly, who almost tore his arm from how enthusiastically he shook his hands. Commander Evans, it really is good to see you again, the man said sincerely. Harry offered the man a bow. Your letter was quite insistent, he chuckled. Folly laughed and ushered Harry into a chair before taking the one behind his desk. I left the invitation open, so you did not feel compelled to rush, Folly explained. I understand that you have earned a rest, but there are a few things I wish to discuss with you. I got that impression, even if I did expect a slightly frosty reception with the signs and everything. Folly laughed as he waved him off. On the contrary, I am pleased to see the public taking an interest in politics again. I have been in the post for quite a number of years now, but I have no desire to retain it for another tenure. No, in 2 years, I will step down and another will take my place. I'm quite sure the post would be made available to you if you so desired. Harry shook his head emphatically. I don't see a future in politics for me, he said firmly. No offense to you, Minister, but I could think of nothing worse than dealing with the Wisengamot and being sat behind a desk. Folly chuckled amusedly. Oh, I don't suppose it would appeal to you, he mused aloud. It's a shame, really. It would be quite interesting to see what a man like you could do in this position. Anyway, the future is only part of the reason I wish to see you. As you can understand, I have been inundated with requests from many influential people in Britain and beyond to see that you are justly rewarded for your contribution in the war. Even the Prime Minister himself was rather insistent on it when I spoke to him last. He refused to provide details, but it seems that you have remained in contact with him, Folly finished pointedly. He assisted me with something pertaining to France, Harry replied. There was nothing untoward. No, I didn't believe for a moment there was, Folly assured him. Winston is fond of you, as is what seems to be the entirety of Wizarding Britain. As such, I have seen it fit to approve the request to elevate your position. Elevate my position? Harry asked cautiously. Folly nodded. The title is ceremonial for the most part, he assured Harry. You will receive a seat on the Wisengamot, but the title itself would deem you a protector of Great Britain. It sounds daunting, Commander Evans, I know, but there are no formal responsibilities that you must fulfill. Harry released a deep sigh. It was evident that the man had already decided to bestow this title on him. What about the others who played their part? He questioned. Folly smiled. I had suspected you would ask, and a monument is already in the works to honor the dead. As for each man who answered the call, they too will be recognized in the ceremony with an award of their own. Lord Potter will receive an Order of Merlin First Class for his triumph over Hans Gauladier. Quite the achievement. Harry nodded his approval. May I recommend others who I feel should be recognized? Of course, Folly complied enthusiastically. You led these men, and if you believe they deserve merit, it shall be given. The first would be for Arcturus Black, Harry began. During an attack in France, he defended his men who were out of their depths from werewolves and erumpents. Someone else received the credit for his efforts, and that should be rectified. Folly nodded his agreement as he made a note on a fresh piece of parchment. Throughout the war, he has been pivotal in our success, putting his life on the line several times to keep others safe. I never would have believed a Black would be so selfless, Folly snorted. It is not a trait they are associated with. Arcturus is different, Harry chuckled. Folly hummed as he finished taking notes. The second would be for Reginald Yaxley. A Yaxley? Folly asked, his eyebrows almost vanishing into his hairline. Reg has been Charles's second in command and has earned the respect of our men. He has personally infiltrated hostile environments many times to provide me and the other commanders with much-needed intelligence. He's proven to be a great man and deserves credit. Folly's expression of surprise remained as he wrote. Anyone else? Derek Gilbert, Harry supplied. He worked with Reg on the espionage side of things and has proven to be an invaluable asset. Without them both, we wouldn't be where we are now. Gilbert, Folly mumbled to himself as he frowned deeply. Is he not a former inmate of Azkaban? I vaguely remember the name, and not in a good way. Harry nodded. He has caused more than his fair share of trouble, he admitted, but he has more than redeemed himself. Even when he received the notification that his sentence was completed, he remained behind to finish the war. I cannot emphasize how much the man has changed, Minister. He deserves to be recognized just as much as the others. Folly deflated as he took note of what Harry had said. I will take your word for it, Commander Evans, he sighed. Anyone else? Do we give awards to those from other countries? It is not common, Folly answered thoughtfully, but this war was certainly an exceptional circumstance. Then I'd like to nominate Petr Sokolov. A Russian. I'm not so sure that would be greatly received. Why? Folly released a deep breath as he laid his quill down. What is your historical knowledge of the relationship between the ICW and Russia? Harry shrugged. Not good. I thought as much, Folly murmured. The Russians are a power unto themselves, and when they applied to join the ICW some 2 centuries ago, they were denied because their ethics and ethos did not tie in with those of the members at the time. The Russians were very open about how they treated their prisoners, the way their education system was run, and their views on blacklisting certain magical practices. They were not willing to negotiate on these matters, and the ICW all but turned their back on them. The Russians were offended. Yes, but it runs deeper than simple offense given, Folly huffed. Russia is not such a rich country, and they put their pride aside and came to the ICW for help. When it was denied, it created a very frosty atmosphere between the two entities. Russia continued on as it had, and did some rather questionable things in the process by absorbing smaller ICW countries into its territory to coincide with the lands their Muggle counterparts had taken. I see, Harry acknowledged. We were on the brink of war with the Russians when Germany decided it wished to follow a similar path. Instead of confronting the enemy that had grown so bold over so long, the ICW chose to confront Germany first. After that, everything seemed to die down until Grindelwald emerged, and the Russians shocked everyone by aligning with the ICW. Harry could only shake his head. Perhaps he should have looked into the matter sooner. What will happen now? He asked. Folly shrugged. It is difficult to tell, he answered honestly. What has happened could improve relations, or it could reignite the enmity between them. At this point, it is anyone's guess. Harry hoped that didn't happen. He had made many friends within the Russian ranks, and he didn't think he could bring himself to fight against them. What about Britain's personal relationship with Russia? He asked. There isn't much of one to speak of, Folly replied. We have had very little to do with one another. Then it shouldn't be an issue rewarding a man who deserves it, Harry pointed out. Petr is the son of the Russian minister, and it could go some way to establishing a positive relationship with them. Folly grinned as he nodded. That is true, he conceded. I will see what I can do. Thank you, Harry offered sincerely. You're very welcome, Folly replied with a kind smile. And thank you for everything you have done, Commander Evans. It warms my heart to see such gumption from our country when it is needed. Now, allow me to explain your new title. Worry not, the ceremony won't be held for some time yet. Harry shook his head. The meeting with the minister had not gone how he had imagined, but it certainly could have been worse than receiving a formal title of sorts. With a shudder, he remembered all of those that Dumbledore had been given, and he hoped that he would not find himself in such positions. Not that he would accept them, though he could not help but imagine himself as an old man with a long white beard and dealing with future ministers and their buffoonery. He snorted to himself. Harry was certainly not as genial and patient as the Dumbledore he had known, and any who attempted to use him in such a way would find that out for themselves. Break. Legally speaking, Tom should not have apparated here, but according to Rosier, whom he was in regular contact with, the Aurors rarely checked if anyone had a license, and the fine was only a few sickles if caught. For Tom, the risk was worth it, and he had arrived in Little Hangelton a few hours prior. The village was a far cry from the hustle and bustle of London, almost as though he had stepped back in time a few decades, but there was something charming about the place, and Tom could see why his ancestors had chosen to settle here. Finding the Gaunt home had not been particularly difficult, but upon arriving, he felt himself filled with fury as he sensed a familiar presence around the shack he had spied through the gap in a hedge. At first, he thought that he may have been merely experiencing the magic protections placed by his family, but no. The magic was quite similar to how his own felt, though the differences were undeniable and exactly the same as what he had faced in the chamber. Evans had been here. Tom knew not why or what protections had been placed, but he knew that he did not wish to trigger them. He did not fear Evans. The man did not even hail from the Slytherin line, and his inferior magic would not deter him under any other circumstances, but Tom did not wish to draw attention to himself. Vowing that he would come back when it suited him, he returned to the village and entered the shop to quench his thirst when he overheard the mention of a name that made him freeze. Riddle. Are you well, young man? You look as though you have seen a ghost, the lady behind the counter asked. Tom said nothing as he placed the Muggle coin in front of her and took his leave, flitting between emotions as he walked aimlessly down the main street of the village. Surely it could not be a coincidence that a family sharing his name lived so closely to the Gaunts. Riddle. That was the name his mother had given him instead of her own, named after the father that had abandoned them both whilst she carried him. Tom shook his head. This was no coincidence at all, and once more he felt his anger pulsing through his veins. With all thoughts of Evans having left his mind, he headed towards the shop once more, where he garnered the attention of the old lady. I'm looking for the Riddle family, he explained. Are you a relative? The woman asked. I must say you do share quite the resemblance to the men of the family. A cousin, Tom answered through a strained smile. I'm here to visit them. The old lady offered him a smile. Well, if you head towards the end of the street and look towards the hills, you will see their manor. It is the only one in the area, she informed him. Do tell Tom I said hello. He comes here quite often. Tom nodded as he discreetly drew his wand and looked around to ensure no one else was here. Obliviate. The woman's expression went blank before she turned and busied herself sorting through newspapers, no longer aware that he was there. Breathing a sigh of relief, Tom left the shop once more and headed in the indicated direction, his anger flaring as he took in the sight of the enormous house on the hill. He had been forced to grow up in an orphanage, and his father had simply returned back to his affluent life after abandoning his mother. Not that she was any better. The weakling had died, and Tom had endured years of misery because of two useless parents. The fact that his father still breathed offended him, something that had to change. For everything Tom had endured, his father would suffer equally. Flaring his nostrils, he approached the house and concealed himself in one of the pruned hedges until darkness fell. With Tom lost so deeply in his thoughts and desire for revenge, the hours passed quickly, and when he was certain he would not be seen, he headed towards one of the only illuminated windows on the ground floor. Gathered around a large dining table were 3 people, and Tom could see why the woman believed him to be a relative. Looking at the younger of the 2 men, they were identical in appearance, something that only fueled Tom's already boiling rage. No one was like him in any capacity, not this stranger and not Harry Evans. He watched as the trio ate and laughed amongst themselves, unaware of the inner turmoil of the teen looking in. Tom knew that logically there should be a part of him that longed for what the Riddle family had, but he felt nothing but resentment towards them, and the fact that he shared their name sickened him to his very core. "Oi, what do you think you're doing?" a voice questioned loudly. So focused on watching the family, Tom had not heard the approaching and muggle, and as he turned, he found himself staring down 2 barrels of a gun. Immediately, he felt himself filled with fear. The thought that simple squeeze of the man's finger resting on the trigger could spell his demise. "Mr. Riddle," the man called loudly. Tom chanced a glance through the window to see the older of the men leaving the table, and he carefully slid his wand into his hand. "Imperio," he cried, pointing it towards the man who had caught him so unaware. Once more, this was a spell that Tom had not cast on another, but the muggle's mind fell easily under his control. "Frank," another voice called. "Frank, where are you?" "Tell him it was a false alarm," Tom commanded in a whisper. The man said nothing or gave no indication he had heard him, but walked towards the front of the house, and Tom cast a disillusionment charm on himself before following. "Sorry, Mr. Riddle, I thought I saw someone in the bushes," Frank offered apologetically. Riddle gave the man an understanding smile. "It's all right, Frank," he soothed. "You're safe here, no German war camp and no enemies." Frank nodded mutely. "Get some rest," Riddle Sr. urged as he headed back towards the house. That smile, it caused Tom's rage to flare once more. "Kill him," he whispered harshly. "Kill them all." Without hesitation, Frank leveled his gun towards his employer and pulled the trigger, the sound of the shot echoing across the village below. Mr. Riddle collapsed to the ground with half of his head missing, and Frank stepped over his body, encountering his wife as she reached the door to investigate just what was happening. Her scream at the sight of her dead husband was cut off as Frank discharged another shell, this one catching his victim in the chest. He didn't pause and entered the house, and Tom heard a commotion within as he remained outside, rooted to the spot by what was happening. Another shot sounded, pulling him from his thoughts, and he entered the house to find Frank in the dining room, covered in blood and staring blankly ahead. Tom swallowed deeply at the sight of his father's mangled corpse, but it wasn't a sense of sadness he felt. No, it was a rush satisfaction mingled with a little excitement. "Kill yourself, Frank," he said, his S carrying a drawn-out sibilance. Once more, the man complied, and Tom took a moment to enjoy the demise of his Muggle family, knowing that none would be the wiser. They would merely assume that Frank had murdered them before turning his gun on himself, and as Tom took his leave of Riddle Manor, he did so, feeling happier than he ever had in his life, knowing that he had exacted some vengeance on those that had abandoned him. Break. Albus had spent many days here in the company of Gellert as they plotted what would eventually be the cause of his friend's downfall. They had been gifted boys, both intelligent and possessing magical talent in abundance, but oh so naive. They had felt invincible, neither able to fathom anyone being able to stop them as they set about implementing their grand plan, a world in which witches and wizards need not hide what they were. Albus released a deep breath as he shook his head. It had begun in Godric's Hollow, and their shared dream had ended here so many years ago. Now Gellert was dead, his dream having come to nothing but violence, death, and destruction. The world was better for his death, Of that Albus had no doubt, but he wasn't, and though he knew he was wallowing, it was not something he could. It would take time to move past the misery, if he ever truly could. No, it would never pass, but as he had with the death of Ariana and his mother, he would grow accustomed to carrying the burden. Gellert had never outgrown his foolishness, and it had always been his nature to focus on something so intently that he became blind to everything else. Albus didn't blame Harry for what had happened, and he didn't blame Gellert either. It was Albus that shouldered much of the blame of what had come to pass. He knew Harry well enough to know that he would not hesitate to kill his former friend, and he knew that Gellert would never concede defeat. It simply wasn't in his nature to do so. Could Albus have intervened and prevented the bloodshed and death that resulted from the war? Perhaps he could have, and maybe he should have done so when he first heard whispers of Gellert's reemergence on the continent. Instead, Albus had tried to pretend nothing was amiss, a decision he regretted deeply. He could have stopped Gellert back then, by force if necessary, but in a way that would have seen the man live. Such a waste, he murmured as he placed the flowers he had brought on Ariana's grave. I suppose that it is all over. The past has finally been put to rest. Ariana could rest easy now. Abe could live the rest of his life knowing that Gellert had been killed, and Albus would do the same, though without the same glee his brother would feel. Despite everything Gellert had done, it was not so easy for Albus to simply switch off his feelings for the man. He would mourn him, mourn the memories they had shared, and the boy that Gellert had once been. The world would remember the monster, but not Albus. He would remember his friend, his equal, the one who had taken his heart with him as he departed this life and began his next great adventure. Break. If you don't stop fidgeting, I swear I will curse you, Poppy huffed. Minerva gave her friend a wry smile. With how on edge she felt, she was struggling to sit still. Harry had barely been home a couple of weeks, and already they had managed to pull off a wedding together. Well, Harry had. After a discreet visit to Diagon Alley, he had arranged for a cake to be made, decorations to be delivered, and even secured a dressmaker who had arrived the same day to measure Minerva and begin working on her gown. It had been finished only this morning and dropped off at the house. As they had with Rosa's birthday, they had decided to keep the wedding an intimate affair with only their closest friends and relatives attending. They were even holding the ceremony at the house that would be conducted by her father with the help of Rosalina to complete the magical aspects. Sorry, Minerva said sheepishly. I'm just nervous. Nervous? Poppy scoffed. Harry is lucky to have you. It's not like he could do any better. She's not wrong, Augusta piped up. How did he handle the offers of marriage in the end? He burnt them, Minerva answered with a smirk. In his own words, he already has 2 difficult women in his life, and he doesn't need any more. Poppy and Augusta laughed. He wouldn't have it any other way, the latter sighed. He's a glutton for punishment, is our Harry. I'm not that bad, Minerva grumbled as Poppy finished fixing her hair. They're all done, the woman declared. Where is your mother? Calming down my father, Minerva said amusedly. He's a bag of nerves. Imagine how bad Harry will be when Rosa decides to get married, Augusta snorted. That will take some man to measure up to her father. Minerva shook her head. She didn't even want to consider that right now. Rosa was only 2 and had many years before such a thing would become a reality. How is Harry coping with being home? Poppy asked. Minerva deflated slightly. He still doesn't sleep much, but he never did really, she replied. He spends so much time with me and Rosa. It's like he's trying to make up for being away so much, and when he's not with us, he's in the basement. The basement. He has created a training area down there, Minerva explained. Poppy shook her head. Same old Harry then. For the most part, Minerva agreed, turning towards the door to her bedroom as it opened. It's time, her mother declared, her expression softening as she took in the sight of her daughter. You look wonderful, Minerva. Thank you, Minerva replied shyly as she stood. Where's Rosa? With Harry, Isabel huffed. I had to drag him and the rest of the men in from the Quidditch pitch. Your daughter is as crazy as the pair of you on your brooms." "Just be grateful she's still on her training one," Minerva returned. "Harry is trying to get the Nimbus lot to make another for her." Isabel looked horrified by the thought, but she didn't comment further. "Come along, everyone is waiting now," she urged. With Poppy and Augusta in tow, Minerva followed her mother through the house and into the grounds where a marquee had been set up for the event. In all, around 30 people had been invited, something that Harry had been insistent on, as well as keeping the knowledge of the ceremony between only those they trusted. Minerva took a deep breath as they reached the structure, her stomach turning somersaults as the band struck up the music to announce her entrance. Arm in arm with her mother, she entered, keeping her eyes ahead to where Harry was standing next to her father with Rosa clinging onto his hands. Minerva noticed the girl's dress was quite filthy near the knees, but her own smile didn't waver as she took in her daughter's own and Harry's sheepish grin. Was it too much to ask to keep her clean? She whispered amusedly as she reached them. Harry's grin only widened. "You try saying no to her." "I do, Harry," Minerva murmured. "She's got you wrapped around her little finger." Harry hummed. "She's just like her mother, then." The simple, offhand comment warmed Minerva, and as she took her place opposite Harry, it was to the realization that this was everything she had ever wanted. She barely took in the words of her father as he spoke, as she played over the journey she had shared with Harry in her mind. From the night he had arrived and found her in a state of undress, to the final years of school, and him leaving to become a hit wizard, only for him to do so when war broke out. All of it, the good and the bad, had led to this moment, and despite everything they had been through, she wouldn't change any of it if it meant she did not end up here. "Break. Doesn't she look beautiful?" Angelica gushed as Minerva passed them heading towards the altar. "Too good for a prat like Harry," Charles chuckled, receiving an elbow in the side from both his mother and Doria, who had accompanied them. "Some would say I'm too good for you," the latter commented. "They would be right," Charles replied. Doria blushed as she narrowed her eyes at the man, the urge to elbow him again, as he smiled smugly, difficult to ignore. "Break. I do hope you still plan on giving me another wedding, Arcturus," Melania whispered. Arcturus nodded as he bounced Cygnus on his knee. Orion had been quite a content and quiet baby, but his younger sibling couldn't be more different. "You can have any wedding you wish," he replied. "I owe you that much at least." Melania nodded her agreement as she pulled Cygnus onto her lap to stop him fussing. "I'll hold you to that, Arcturus Black," she warned. "I wouldn't expect anything less." Break. Derek felt completely out of place, surrounded by such finery and well thought of people. His dress robes that Sorina insisted he wore were chafing, and he couldn't help but fidget in his seat, much to the amusement of the Romanian woman. "It's not so bad," she soothed. "It will be over soon enough." Derek smiled. This was the first time he had returned to Britain since Grindelwald had been defeated, and as much as he missed parts of it, there was nothing that could draw him away from Sorina and Iulia. He had tried to leave a few times, fearing that he was imposing, but Sorina would hear nothing of it, and Iulia would cry whenever he mentioned doing so. As such, he had stayed with them. It had been a little over 2 weeks, but Derek had loved every moment of it, though he couldn't help but think what he would do when the time came that he had to leave. He couldn't imagine his life without the two of them, merely the thought making his heart clench. "Stop it," Sorina whispered. "Stop what?" "You know what, Derek," she chastised. "I can see what you are thinking." Derek could only shake his head in response. The woman knew him too well, and had not relented until he had told her what had been playing on his mind since the war ended. Perhaps he should have simply returned to Britain, but he could not bring himself to do that, not without saying goodbye at least. Goodbye had turned into dinner, and that in turn had led to it being too late for him to travel. Derek had spent the night, and had been roped into being Iulia's pony. When he had tried to say goodbye again, the girl had been beside herself and refused to stop crying only if he agreed to stay a little longer. It had been 2 weeks now, and yet the goodbye still hadn't been uttered. "Do we need to have another conversation when we get home?" Sorina asked. "Home," Derek replied confusedly. Sorina tutted and muttered under her breath in her native tongue. "Does it not feel like you're home when you are with us?" Derek swallowed deeply as he nodded. "Yes," he answered simply. Sorina simply took his hand in her own and looked towards the unfolding ceremony, a smile tugging at her lips. "Don't forget it, Derek Gilbert," she whispered. "You don't get to just walk away from us." Iulia was looking up at them curiously from her seat next to him, where she had chosen to sit, and shot Derek a bright smile as he met her gaze. Without thought, he wrapped his free arm around the girl who melted into his side, snuggling against him in a gesture that meant more to the man than he could ever put into words. Break. Nothing more than a shared glance between Nicholas and Perenelle was needed to convey what they wished to. They had watched Harry grow from a lost boy into a man that both were so proud of, and to be sharing this moment with him, Minerva and Rosa, was more than they could have asked for. If anyone deserved happiness, it was them, and as Nicholas looked around the marquee he found himself seated in, he knew he had made the right decision all those years ago to help Harry. From the moment he had met the boy, there was something about him, and Harry had risen beyond the alchemist's expectations. Today, however, was not about what the young man had achieved in his young life, but what the future held for him, and seeing the smile that graced his lips as he spoke his vows, Nicholas knew that whatever path Harry chose to tread, he would do so with a woman that loved him by his side. Break. It was quite surreal to find himself here. Being at war and having endured everything he had, it had been hard to imagine that he might just make it at all, yet here he was. He had survived where many others would have fallen, and as Rosalina finished wrapping his and Minerva's clasped hands with a final golden thread, he allowed himself a moment to simply revel in the happiness he felt. For the first time in his life, he had a family to call his own, a dream he had dreamt of as a young boy finally having come to pass. To Harry, this was what mattered more than anything else, more than any accolade that could be bestowed upon, more than any amount of gold that could fill his vault. This was the most precious thing in the world to him, and he would treasure it for what it was. Break. Cassiopeia looked up at the stone tower, the final vestige of everything Gellert had tried to achieve. She remembered being in awe at his brilliance when she had visited the finished prison, a feat that no other single person would have been capable of. She couldn't be certain how long ago it was that Gellert had been killed, but every moment of every day, she watched him being slaughtered again and again. It happened when she did not focus on keeping her thoughts away from it, and every time she closed her eyes. There was no escape, no reprieve from the grief she felt. It festered within her, and the more she drifted, the more Cassiopeia lost touch with what was real and what she was seeing in her mind. Nurmengard was real. She could reach out and touch the smooth stone Gellert had used to construct it, but she couldn't say the same about everything else she could see. Cassiopeia shook her head as Gellert's final expression of defeat flashed in front of her, and she watched once more as he keeled over, the hole in his chest so much like her own emptiness she felt. Why the ICW was not here yet, she couldn't be certain, but Cassiopeia was tired, so tired of the heartache, so tired of the drifting. She wanted to rest for a moment, and she could think of no better place than here. If only the voices she heard would fall silent, perhaps she could. Still, she was too tired to do anything more than slide down the stone wall and look up briefly at the sea of faces that watched her. She recognized none of them, but she smiled, her cracked lips pulling tightly. "Kill me," she whispered. Her voice was hoarse, and her throat was parched, but her smile remained as someone pointed a wand at her, and a flash of red light granted her the peace she sought. Chapter 94. In Bloom it had been some time since Arcturus had been in the Wisengamot chambers. Although the war had ended close to 2 months prior, Lord Parkinson had continued to remain as his proxy. The Lord Black had been making up for lost time with his wife and sons for the most part, but had also frequented the continent to assist with the much-needed relief work in the wake of Grindelwald's occupation. Many others had done the same, the thought of simply returning home, whilst the work was ongoing, not sitting right with most. Today, however, he found himself as an honored guest of Wizarding Britain, where he and several others were to receive a commendation for their part in the war. For Arcturus, shaking hands with the minister, whilst being presented with a small piece of metal, seemed ridiculous when such an insignificant trinket represented such upheaval, violence, and loss. Nevertheless, he was proud to be recognized along with those that had become his brothers in a way that none who had not experienced war could understand. Seated to his left on a dais that had been built for the ceremony was Charles, and next to him Harry, who was doing all he could to not draw any attention to himself. Arcturus shook his head. Not a pair of eyes had left the man since he had arrived. Next to Harry was Petr Sokolov, whose expression was guarded as his eyes swept across the public gallery, and the area filled with members of the press. On Arcturus's right was Yaxley and Gilbert, the latter unable to look more out of place if he tried. Arcturus imagined the only time he had visited one of the chambers in the depth of the ministry was when he had been on trial for one of his many misdemeanors over the years. The men sat in silence, waiting for the minister to begin the ceremony. It was surreal being here, and Arcturus was still adjusting to civilian life. With Melania and his children to keep him grounded, he was not suffering the lingering effects of spending so long in mortal peril, but that didn't mean everything had gone smoothly. He tried to not focus on his woes, but it was not easy to do so when one in particular occupied his mind so often, something that as much as he wished to, he couldn't simply ignore. Flashback. Lord Parkinson had been thorough in his overseeing of the Black family affairs in Arcturus's absence. The man had made some intelligent investments on his behalf and ensured the financials had been kept up to date. He had even gone as far as to document the main talking points and required votes of each Wisengamot session, something Arcturus was grateful for. Parkinson would be rightly compensated for his invaluable assistance. Pushing the stack of parchment he had been poring over aside, Arcturus rubbed his eyes and checked the clock in his study. He had inadvertently worked through lunch, and he took his leave of the room to find his wife. Whilst he had been away, Melania had remained living with her parents, but now that he was back, their marriage could truly begin as it should be. Orion and Cygnus each had their own rooms now courtesy of the efforts of Elgar, and until Doria and Charles were married, the woman was living with them. She doted on her nephews, and Arcturus had no doubt that she would be a wonderful mother, much like their own before she had been taken from them too soon. "Why didn't you send for me?" he asked Melania, who was playing with Orion in the main living room of the house as he entered. "Because your attention would have still been on your work," his wife replied, smiling as Arcturus kissed her on the cheek. Arcturus snorted, unable to deny the accusation. "Well, I'm done for the day," he declared. "Good, then you can feed Cygnus." Arcturus smiled as he retrieved his younger son from his Moses basket and cradled him in his arm. From his dark hair, pale complexion, and gray eyes, the boy was a black through and through. Arcturus chuckled as Cygnus stared up at him curiously, though his eyes closed as he placed the bottle to his lips, and the babe suckled at it hungrily. This was what life should be, not fighting in unfamiliar lands. For several moments, Arcturus stood in silence, enjoying the mundanity of feeding his son as he rocked him from side to side. "You're back early," he said with a frown as Doria entered. "What's wrong?" The woman looked as though she had seen a ghost. Somehow, her skin was paler than normal, and her eyes filled with a mixture of shock and worry. "You'd better come with me to the hospital," Doria replied. "They found Cassie. She's not in a good way." Melania took Cygnus and shot him the same look of worry as his sister. "What are you going to do?" she asked. Arcturus breathed in deeply. It was a question he couldn't answer in this moment. "Bad way?" he questioned Doria. "They won't let me see her, but she was taken to the Janus Thicky ward. Arcturus nodded his understanding. Let's go. Doria didn't need telling twice, and followed him from the room and out of the house, where Arcturus took her by the arm and apparated them away. Without breaking stride, he crossed the street from the alleyway and entered St. Mungo's. I want to know where my sister is, he said in a no-nonsense tone to the woman seated behind the desk in the reception area. If you take a seat, someone will be with you shortly, the woman replied, not looking up from the note she was writing. Arcturus's nostrils flared in irritation, and he slammed his hand on the desk, making the woman jump. I wasn't asking, he growled. The woman's eyes widened in surprise, and Doria shot her colleague an apologetic look. I will send for someone immediately, Lord Black, the receptionist assured him before rushing from her seat to do so. Arcturus ignored the stares of the other people seated in the waiting area and the comforting squeeze of his younger sibling. Lord Black, a man in healer robes, addressed him as he arrived through a set of double doors. Please follow me. Arcturus did so with Doria trailing slightly behind. My name is Healer Douglas, and I am in charge of the Janus Thicky ward, the healer introduced himself. How is my sister? Arcturus asked. The healer released a deep sigh as he shook his head. She is malnourished and mostly unresponsive, he explained. She is rambling to herself and is exhibiting sudden bouts of violent anger. We have given her a strong calming draught, but we have not yet managed to diagnose her. That could take some time. Arcturus nodded his understanding as he was shown into the infamous ward that housed the more difficult magical maladies. We have taken the precaution of placing her in a secure room, Healer Douglas informed him. I will allow you in, but I must insist that you do not antagonize her. We have taken her wand, but people in her condition have been known to have quite volatile magic. I won't antagonize her, Arcturus promised, though he still couldn't be certain how he would react to seeing her again. How did she get here? She was found in Austria by a group of curse-breakers and ICW guards working on Grindelwald's prison. She was quite delirious. One of the men recognized her and stunned. It was Monsieur Abriot who had her sent here. I see, Arcturus murmured. Who knows about her presence? I have told no one, the healer replied as he opened the door with a tap of his wand and gestured for Arcturus to enter. The Lord Black had been prepared to feel an overwhelming rage at the sight of his older sister, but as he looked upon her emaciated frame and pale skin, he felt only pity. This wasn't the rambunctious and strong-willed girl he had spent his childhood with, nor was she the passionate, stubborn woman he had seen her become over the past few years. Whatever Cassiopeia had endured had broken her body, and as her eyes fluttered open and she stared at him confusedly, he realized it had broken her mind also. Arcturus, she whispered. Arcturus released a deep breath as he nodded. You're safe, he assured her. You're in St. Mungo's. Cassiopeia frowned as she licked her cracked lips. Gellert is dead, Arcturus answered coldly. His regime has collapsed and he is rotting in the ground. Instead of anger, Cassiopeia burst into tears and hid herself under the duvet. No, she sobbed, he can't be. For several moments, Arcturus watched her, and his mind shifted to everything he had ever read about the madness that plagued his family from time to time. It was not something he ever expected to face, but there was no doubt in his mind that Cassiopeia was suffering with it. Stupid woman, he muttered. She had allowed her emotions to get the better of herself to the extent that she lost touch with reality. That, coupled with the nature of the black magic, was a recipe for disaster, and what Cassiopeia had become was the product of that. With a shake of his head, Arcturus left the room. You should inform the Aurors of her presence, he said to Douglas, who had waited for him. They will likely want her guarded, and I would appreciate regular updates of her condition. Of course, Lord Black, Douglas complied, shooting him a look of uncertainty. Arcturus did not comment further and made his way towards the exit. The Aurors, Arcturus, Doria asked sharply. Arcturus nodded. She is sick now, and she may never get better, but she wasn't when she chose to follow him, he replied. She either faces justice the official way, or when Evans finds out she is here, he will seek it himself. What do you think will be better for our family? Doria was upset, but she could find no reason to argue with him. Cassie made her choices, Arcturus sighed as he took her arm. I can't protect her fully from what she did, but I can at least keep her alive. That's the best she can hope for. I'm not willing to do any more than that for her, not after everything she has done. End flashback. Arcturus had informed Harry himself of Cassie's condition, and the conversation had gone as well as expected. The man had agreed that the woman should face the justice system, but was adamant that if Arcturus failed to see it done, that Harry would ensure she was no longer a threat. Arcturus had taken the warning for what it was, and accepted the rigid terms. Receiving the Order of Merlin, second class, for his efforts throughout the duration of the conflict, Derek Gilbert. The voice of the minister pulled Arcturus from his thoughts, and he applauded his friend as he walked warily to the podium where he was presented with his award. Gilbert waved to the cheering crowd before promptly returning to his seat. Also to receive an Order of Merlin, second class, for his unwavering diligence to his men, and his duty as our second in command to our forces. That man is Mr. Reginald Yaxley. Once more, the crowd broke out into a welcoming applause as Reg approached and accepted his award before offering a bow and returning to his seat. Our final recipient of the Order of Merlin, second class, for demonstrating outstanding courage and valor in the face of danger, is Lord Arcturus Orion Black, the minister announced. Arcturus remained stoic as he accepted his honor and nodded respectfully towards the crowd and gathered lords and ladies of the Wisengamot. Receiving an Order of Merlin in any form was a privilege, but in the grand scheme of things and everything he and every other man that fought had endured, it meant little. Arcturus retook his seat and looked at the medal, a frown creasing his brow. If any had asked if he would have experienced what he had for his name to become nothing more than a footnote of history in years to come, he would have said no. Now, we move on to the awards for the Order of Merlin, first class. Minister Foley spoke once more. Our first recipient is not one of our own, but he fought beside our men and proved himself to be a most loyal ally when he and his people were needed most. Russia could have simply closed off their borders, but they chose to answer the call, and as such, this man demonstrated excellent leadership and consistent bravery whilst leading his men from the front. Today, we welcome him to Britain to receive our most prestigious award in gratitude for all he has done. I present to the commander of the Russian forces and second in command of the collective army that fought off Grindelwald, Petr Sokolov. The Russian stood in his red robes and shook Foley's hand firmly as he accepted his medal, the crowd cheering for him as much as they had their own. Petr's exploits during the war were well documented, and he had earned the respect of the people that would usually be wary of him. There was no sign of caution, and the Russian even cracked a smile as he waved before returning to his seat next to Harry. Final recipient of the Order of Merlin, first class, is a man who became the commander of our forces and served us all so proudly until the very end. Upon the death of his father, he did not cower nor hide, but he stepped up when he was needed. Foley spoke when the crowd had fallen silent. He has proven to be an excellent commander and is responsible for ridding the world of the infamous and equally dangerous Hans Galletier. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Lord Charles Potter. The applause that followed the announcement was quite deafening, and Charles retrieved his award as humbly as any who knew him would expect. He had lost much during the war, but he had persevered and represented the morals of his family with honor. Arcturus was proud to call all of those he'd served with brother, but soon enough, Charles would truly become just that. Break. Life had become no less busy for Charles since the fighting had ceased. He'd returned to Britain and to the duties of the lord of his family, had been back and forth to the continent to assist where he could, and had begun his wedding preparations with Doria. They were hoping the ceremony would take place shortly after the coming Christmas, a day that whenever it happened, Charles couldn't wait for. His mother had chosen to continue living in the Caribbean for the time being, a decision that Charles was not pleased with, but he understood. Having spent much of his time in Britain in the home he had grown in with his parents, the absence of his father was glaring. With going to war and trying to hold everything together, he hadn't truly had time to acknowledge the day-to-day without the man, and Charles was not ashamed to admit that he was lost. William Potter had taught him well, had shown him how to fulfill all of his lordly responsibilities, but still, Charles did not feel ready. Thus far, he had taken each day as it came, and that was all he felt he could do. Today, however, was not so much about being Lord Potter as it was about being the commander of the British forces. And as his name was called and the applause rang out, he stood as a war veteran, a man who had survived a conflict where many others had fallen. As he passed Harry, he shot him a look of gratitude. Along with Arcturus, Reg, and Gilbert, the 5 of them had been there for each other when they had needed it most. To Charles, Harry was the reason the war had been won. Without him, he knew not what they would have done, but he was certain they would still be fighting, still grinding for a victory against Grindelwald. Accepting his award, he felt a sense of pride fill him, but he would give every ounce of it up to have his father back. Charles swallowed deeply as he made his way back to his seat, taking comfort in the squeeze of the shoulder Harry gave him. Finally, there is one other that we must honor, Minister Foley said. The crowd began whispering, excited amongst themselves, as many craned their necks to get a better look at Harry. Already, this man has received the Order of Merlin, first class, for his outstanding contribution to the war effort from the very beginning, and now, we truly get to show our appreciation. Today, we present a peerage to a man who led the combined ICW forces during the war, and to the man who defeated Grindelwald in what we have learned was a duel for the ages. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Commander-in-Chief, Baron Harry Evans. The applause for Harry was thunderous, with not a single person in the Wisengamot chambers staying in their seat. The man himself stood, his mere presence felt from the simple gesture, his eyes cool, but barely concealing the continuous fire within. For a moment, Charles forgot that this was the same boy he had shared a dorm with, the same orphan he had brought home for Christmas, the same man who had comforted him after the death of his father. Harry had become an enigma to most, but not to Charles. Although he was quite a mysterious figure that instilled a sense of awe within all, he was still Harry, the father, the friend, and one of the kindest men Charles had the pleasure of knowing. Being made a baron of our land is the most prestigious title a wizard can receive, and I'm sure there are none that would disagree that Commander Evans deserves it, Foley continued. As a baron, he is granted a seat on the Wisengamot and is named as a protector of Great Britain, he finished, pinning the medal to Harry's robes next to the several others the man had been graced with. After a nod from the minister, Harry stood behind the podium and waited for the latest wave of applause to die down before he addressed the room. I'd like to start by saying that it truly is my privilege to receive this honor today, but I would be remiss in my duties if I did not mention the sacrifices made by every man who chose to fight for what is right, Harry began solemnly. Many lost their lives, and those that survived will never forget what it was we saw and endured during the years of fighting. Whether you were there or not, you should never forget. The crowd murmured amongst themselves at the somber address. The fallen will be honored as a reminder of the sacrifices made, as will those that made it home, and although the war is over, it doesn't mean that we will forever be left in peace. Others will come to try their hand at subjugating us to their whims, but so long as there is air in my lungs and I can grasp my wand, I will stand between them and their desires. You have my promise. The crowd cheered once more at the ominous words given by Harry, taking his words at face value. But Charles could not help but think there was more to what Harry was saying than merely a humble promise. It mattered not. For now, the fighting was done, and each of them had a future to look forward to. If that future presented a cause in which they would need to rally behind, then so be it. Charles would worry about that when the need arose. Break. The remainder of the summer had been nerve-wracking for Tom, to say the least. After his venture to Little Hangelton had ended the way it had, he had kept his head down, though he was certain that the Aurors would be looking for him. The first few days after the incident had been filled with trepidation, and he took to listening to the Muggle news on the radio for any mention of what had occurred. There was nothing, and the more days that passed, the more he relaxed. At first, he couldn't believe he had gotten away with it, but with the Muggle War still ongoing, the death of a family in a small village was hardly of national interest, not when the case itself was seemingly solved so easily. The gardener that caught him would be blamed, and none would look too closely into the matter when he was found with the murder weapon still in hand. As such, Tom did not hesitate to board the Hogwarts Express and return to the castle for his final year of schooling. The news that the Wizarding War had come to an end so suddenly was quite surprising, but it was the knowledge that Harry Evans had killed Grindelwald that disappointed the teen. It was an irksome revelation, though something that would only make his killing of the man all the more pleasurable. Evans may have bested Grindelwald, but he would not have the same success with Tom. When he was ready, Evans would feel the full wrath of the heir of Slytherin, and any accolade and glory he had obtained would be all but forgotten. Tom would ensure the world only remembered Evans as the man that was ended by Tom Marvolo Riddle. He grimaced at the thought of his name, the disgust he felt of sharing it with such a pathetic Muggle sickening and filling him with shame. It was something he had pondered for the past few years, but the time had come now for him to create his own name and carve his own destiny off the back of it. "Tom, are you paying attention?" The voice of Dumbledore pulled Tom from his thoughts, and he shot the man a glare as he nodded. Dumbledore met his gaze unwaveringly, not even trying to hide the ever-present disappointment he showed in him. "Yes, Professor." Dumbledore nodded stiffly and continued his lecture, and Tom took a moment to imagine what it would be like to kill the man. The same sense of excitement he felt as he had controlled the gardener during the murder of his family rose within his once more, and the teen smiled, an expression that shifted as he met the stare of Professor Evans. His lip curled in distaste at the sight of her. She had married the man that had tried to kill him, birthed his bastard daughter, and had been a thorn in Tom's side since he arrived at the castle. The woman was Dumbledore's stooge, his protégé that was like him in so many ways, but more importantly, she was the wife of the man he had come to despise above all others. Evans had besmirched Salazar's chamber, had stolen his family magic, and had styled himself as the Serpent. Those thoughts alone made Tom's jaw tighten. Soon enough, he would rectify one of those transgressions, but until then, he would have to be satisfied with the knowledge of what the future held. Evans. Every road would lead to the man, and all it would take was a little patience. Tom had things he needed to achieve before he truly turned his attention to his foe, but when the day finally came, he would not hesitate to exact his revenge. Break. Pierre Abriot had respected Harry's wishes to be allowed a respite from attending the ICW meetings for several weeks, and even insisted that he delegated the task of overseeing the relief efforts on the continent so that he may catch up on lost time with Minerva and Rosa. That respite, however, had come into question upon the ICW receiving the surrenders of Austria and Hungary, respectively. The ensuing gathering had been tense, and Harry witnessed just how contentious the body could be. As he had expected, the meeting was called to discuss what would become of the two countries moving forward, their places within the ICW itself, and what sanctions would be imposed upon them for their part in Grindelwald's uprising. The affair had quickly become rather ugly, with many calling for harsh punishments, to be administered to act as a deterrent to each nation. Not all were in agreement with this approach, the most vocal having been the Russian minister. Sokolov had been furious that the ICW wished to impose crippling economic sanctions on the two countries, and had pointed out that it would be only the people that suffered. Most members of the ICW didn't seem to care, each country seemingly wanting to carve a pound of flesh for themselves. It disgusted Harry to see men and women he had come to respect acting like vultures, willing to pick a corpse clean. He too had been vocally furious at the suggestion, and had reminded them why the Muggles were currently at war after Germany had received a similar treatment only decades prior. His anger had sobered many, but there were still those who would not be mollified. Harry had voiced his disgust and disappointment a final time before taking his leave from the chamber and returning home. That had been almost a month ago, and he had heard nothing on the matter since, not from a Briot, nor announced in the media. Such silence either meant that the ICW would act as they pleased, but do so quietly, or discussions were still being held. Harry knew not, but he had received a request this morning to attend a meeting with the Supreme Mugwump, and though he was tempted to ignore it, he had decided to be present. If he could prevent anything untoward happening on the continent, he would. He didn't believe that Hungary and Austria should simply be let off the hook, but he did not wish to see them suffer unjustly and provoke further hostility in the future. Upon entering the ICW building, he was shown to a Briot's office where, much to his surprise, he was greeted not only by the Frenchman, but also the Russian minister. "Thank you for joining us, Commander Evans," a Briot said, a strained smile cresting his lips. His years in power had not been kind to him. His hair had grayed considerably, and the lines in his face had deepened, giving him the appearance of a much older man than Harry knew him to be. "Evans," Sokolov acknowledged with a stiff nod. "I gather that you asked me here to discuss something important," Harry returned. His tone was cordial enough, but he would be lying if he did not still feel some resentment after the last meeting he had attended. "Indeed," a Briot confirmed. "We have asked you here to offer you another opportunity to work with us." "I'm not interested in the Department of Justice," Harry sighed irritably. A Briot held up a hand to silence him. "No, we got the message, Commander. The Department of Justice is something we must address another time. I'm sure you heard that Nurmengard was recently liberated." Harry nodded. The news had been broken in Britain the previous week. "Those housed within will require extensive treatment to overcome their experience, but we are confident they can be helped. Fox will be given a full pension and sent home, but we will discuss the future of the department when necessary. No, what we wish to discuss with you is a new position, one where you will not only be employed by the ICW, but by the Russian Ministry of Magic too." "What position?" Harry asked with a frown. "We would like you to function as an emissary between Russia and the ICW," Sokolov broke in. "It has become clear to us that even though we were able to coexist during the war, that our values are still so very different. A Briot and I have discussed it, and we do not wish to find ourselves at odds with one another. We believe that with you acting as a mediator between us, we can avoid any unpleasantness." Harry looked between the two men questioningly. "Russia has no wish to become a member, and we would be unwilling to accept them given our glaring differences," a Briot explained. "However, we wish to remain on good terms and would look to create a new agreement between us and them for the benefit of both." "And you want me to do what exactly?" Harry asked. "If you decide you're going to disagree on everything, there's nothing I can do." "On the contrary," a Briot disagreed, "there is much that you can do. You are highly respected amongst the Russians and the members of the ICW. If you were willing to, you would be the most valuable asset we have to create and maintain a prospective agreement between us. You would be required to meet with the ICW as you are already accustomed to, and with the Russian minister to conduct talks on each of our behalf. It could avoid much unpleasantness in the future," Sokolov added. "Already, your intervention has seen that the ICW are willing to slacken their intended sanctions on Austria and Hungary, and we are close to agreement with what shall be done with them. Without you, Evans, I would have been ignored, and the ICW would have gone ahead with their initial wishes. In turn, I would have been inclined to refuse to remove my men from the border of Hungary until they saw sense." Harry released a deep breath at the proclamation, and the reason for the tension between the two men became apparent. Although Harry agreed with the Russian in this instance, it did show him just how volatile the relationship between them and the ICW was. Another war could have broken out had both sides not seen sense, and that was something that must be avoided. With a sigh, Harry nodded. "I'll do it," he agreed, "but there are some concessions that I must insist on." The Russian and Frenchman both relaxed at his declaration, and the latter nodded eagerly. "Then let us discuss your terms, Commander Evans," he suggested. "We are both quite keen for you to take up the position." Break. He had tried his best to get past what had happened here, but try as he might, he couldn't, and Albus knew for the truth to sink in so that he may live his life in peace. He had to come. The ground that thousands of men had stomped across only months before was showing signs of life. A thick, lush grass had begun to grow underfoot, but the damage that marred the land was not so easily hidden. Where Harry and Gellert had fought, there was no new life, only ugly scars that cut deeply into the ground, and Albus could only imagine the violence that had taken place to leave the land so barren. Releasing a deep breath, he walked across it, surveying each crater, split and crack, determining what had happened, shivering as even now, the remnants of magic that had been cast here still lingered. Each new spell that made itself known to him painted only a worse picture than he'd already had in his mind, but he had faced it, and he could begin mourning properly. He did not miss the man that Gellert had become, nor did he pine for the friend he had once been, but it was difficult not to lament on what they had once shared and what better decisions could have led to. Turning back the way he came, he paused in the center of the field, frowning as he crouched down and brushed aside the uppermost level of soil. Beneath, he found the beginnings of a sapling, not a simple blade of grass, but a familiar plant that his mother once grew in their garden when he was a boy. He remembered this one because she'd always warned him, Abe, and Ariana to be careful of the thorns as it grew larger. "Roses," he murmured to himself, a slight smile cresting his lips as he swept aside more dirt nearby to reveal another sapling. By the time he was done, he realized there were dozens of them, ready to grow and bloom to bring some beauty to the ugliness that had unfolded here. It did not remedy the feel of loss within Albus, but if even here, where the most unpleasant of things had occurred, life could go on, then all was not lost. Whether it was merely a coincidence or divine intervention that brought the flowers here, it gave Albus hope that life could indeed be found after death. Break. It had taken several hours of negotiations, ironing out the details of his post, but an accord had finally been reached between Harry, Abriot, and Sokolov. For the most part, Harry would work from Britain, attending meetings only when required so that he could continue to care for Rosa whilst Minerva was at Hogwarts. She returned home daily, but that wasn't something the Russian and Frenchman needed to know. Harry had been away for too long, and having missed much of the first 2 years of Rosa's life, he refused to miss any more. His salary would be paid equally by the ICW and the Russian ministry, so that he was not beholden to either of them when it came to performing his duties, and he would return to ICW meetings with the same level of authority as the other representatives. He had been reluctant to agree with this, but as both Abriot and Sokolov had pointed out, it would be beneficial for him to have an in-depth understanding of points of discussion he may need to raise with either of them. Much of the meeting had been quite tedious, and at times, Harry was reminded of just how Dumbledore had several titles and responsibilities thrust upon him after he had defeated Grindelwald. He shook his head of those thoughts as he arrived home. He wasn't Dumbledore, and he didn't doubt his ability to say no to anything that he did not wish to be a part of. He had made the exception for this post only because both Abriot and Sokolov did not wish for the already fragile relationship between Russia and the ICW to deteriorate into something it had once been where the two entities were on the brink of war. Harry could respect that and was willing to ensure it didn't happen. His life had been one constant war in some form or other, and he wanted nothing more than a semblance of peace, for a while at least. "How did it go?" Minerva questioned as he entered the parlor room with the view of the grounds. This had become her favorite room, and Harry knew she would be here at this hour. "Well, I have a job," he sighed tiredly as he took a seat next to her and pressed his lips against hers. A job? Minerva asked, quirking an eyebrow in his direction. Does this job involve you risking your life? Harry frowned as he shook his head. However will you cope? Minerva gasped dramatically, clutching her chest. Harry snorted as he nudged her with his shoulder. You act as though I have a death wish. You failed to convince me otherwise, Minerva returned. Harry conceded the point with a nod. It's been rough, hasn't it? It's not been easy, Minerva agreed. But you are who you are, Harry. You cause me more stress than I care for, but I love you for everything you are. Harry smiled, her words warming him. Where's Rosa? Sleeping, Minerva huffed. How long was she on the Quidditch pitch today? Harry had the decency to look sheepish, as he grinned in response. Only a few hours, he said dismissively. She is a natural on her broom. Minerva hummed. She gets that from you. And you, Harry pointed out. Minerva smirked amusedly. I should have been prepared for it, really. With us as her parents, she was bound to enjoy flying. I wonder if this one will be the same, she added thoughtfully. It took a moment for her words to register, but Harry's eyes widened as he realized what she said. This one, he choked. He met Minerva's tear-filled gaze as she nodded, the smile adorning her features leaving him with no doubt as to how happy she felt. It was so unlike the first time when their future was so uncertain, when they hadn't even discussed their feelings for one another, and Minerva had fallen pregnant with Rosa. It was a difficult period for them both, but neither would change a thing, not when they had been gifted something as precious as their daughter. Say something, Minerva urged. Harry could only smile, the emotion he felt unable to be put into words. Instead, he simply kissed his wife and pulled her into his arms, squeezing her gently as he felt his own tears of joy begin prickling his eyes.